Chapter 1. The explosive beginning of the soul ring. Awakening, with a martial soul represented by a coin and an innate soul power of level 3. At the tender age of 12, he stands as a level 19 soul master, the sole heir of a wealthy merchant in the heavenly Douluo Empire. His rapid advancement can be attributed to the maturity of his thoughts, which surpasses that of his peers, coupled with a relatively robust soul. The coin martial soul is indeed a legacy of the Su family. Though its combat capabilities are not formidable, it is a soul that promises prosperity. It is through the coin martial soul, combined with a keen business acumen, that the Su family has risen to prominence as affluent merchants within the heavenly Douluo Empire. Additionally, Su Xing bears another identity, that of a transmigrator. In his previous life, he was an academic prodigy, though the reasons for his crossing into the Douluo continent remain a mystery to him. However, over the years, he has come to accept this new reality. What troubles Su Xing the most is the nature of his martial soul and his innate soul power level. With an innate power of level 3, under the rules of the Douluo continent, his potential for reaching the rank of a titled Douluo seems almost impossible, let alone achieving divinity. At the age of 6, upon realizing the weakness of his awakened martial soul, he sought out the master at the Nodding Academy, inquiring about the path to becoming a titled Douluo. After learning of Su Xing's identity and martial soul, the master bluntly declared that it would be impossible for him to ascend to titled Douluo, with even the rank of soul sage being a distant dream. Disheartened, Su Xing hoped to forge a bond with Tang San, aspiring to gain some advantages from him in the future. However, his request was outright rejected by the master. In that moment, Su Xing understood that the master's choice of disciples was contingent upon their innate talent. Despite the master's own lack of exceptional talent, he held onto his theoretical supremacy, unwilling to mentor someone of Su Xing's mediocre potential. Su Xing, possessing a sense of pride, felt the disdain emanating from the masterno. From Yu Zaigangan promptly abandoned the idea of apprenticing under him. Concurrently, he relinquished the notion of befriending Tang San. It was a case of hating the house due to the weevil. Yet, it was not merely disdain. Su Xing also sensed a palpable distance and indifference from both Tang San and Xiao Wu. He could feel the aloofness hidden beneath Tang San's polite demeanor, and with Xiao Wu, her dismissiveness was evident. Calling her big sister was acceptable, but any attempt to grow closer was met with her utter disregard. Thus, Su Xing realized that when one is lacking in talent and strength, the likes of Tang San and Xiao Wu, paragons of excellence, would hardly spare one a second glance. Perhaps, with the passage of time, he could gradually build a rapport with them. Yet, as a former academic overachiever, he possessed his own pride and dignity. Who would he look down upon? Relying on others was not as prudent as relying on oneself. Despite his disdain for Yu Xiaojing, Su Xing recognized that if he continued his training as a conventional soul master, the outcome would not deviate significantly from the master's pronouncements. Therefore, he resolved to rely on his own efforts. Now, 6 years have swiftly passed. In a laboratory uniquely belonging to Su Xing, he held a record sheet in his hands. This document chronicled the experiments he had conducted over the years, encompassing various studies on soul masters, soul power, and soul rings. It also included some of Yu Xiaojing's theories, such as the notion that a soul master could continue to enhance their soul power even after reaching a bottleneck, provided they had not absorbed any soul rings. While the original text affirmed Yu Xiaojing's theories as accurate, Su Xing undertook personal verification. Of course, he did not experiment on himself. All his trials were conducted on purchased slaves. Su Xing's father, emboldened by wealth and recognizing Su Xing's intellect from a young age, allowed him considerable freedom. After 6 years, I have finally discovered the path to my own empowerment, Su Xing exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. However, this soon gave way to calm determination. Thus, my journey towards strength shall commence with the destruction of my soul ring. Although soul rings significantly enhance strength through their accompanying soul skills, they also impose certain constraints on a soul master's control over their soul power. To achieve perfect mastery over his own soul power, Su Xing concluded that he must obliterate his soul ring. The path to empowerment begins with the destruction of the soul ring. Should these words be overheard by others, they would undoubtedly erupt in laughter, deeming the speaker either a fool or an imbecile. Yet this was an ironclad truth that Xing had thoroughly validated. The greater the number and quality of soul rings, the more challenging it became to control one's soul power perfectly, limiting one to merely unleashing the accompanying soul skills. It was then that Xing grasped why soul masters on the Douluo continent, despite wielding such wondrous energy, had so few self-created soul skills. Not to mention the difficulty in even slightly altering existing soul skills. Without further ado, once all preparations were complete, Xing slowly settled into a meditative posture. Buzz! A flicker of yellow light illuminated the space as a yellow soul ring, 100-year soul ring, emerged beneath Xing's feet. This was a 400-year soul ring, procured at great expense by the Su family through a hired hand. Now, however, Xing intended to obliterate it. The technique of ring destruction is a profound secret of the Haoyan sect's great skill, the Great Sumeru Hammer. Yet, the challenge lies not merely in the act of destruction, but in harnessing the energy released thereafter, which Xing knew he could not accomplish, nor did he require. The Haoyan sect's method of ring destruction involves peril, but Xing aimed solely to annihilate the soul ring. He had no need for the skills it provided. Shatter! With a low utterance from Xing, the yellow 400-year soul ring that floated around him suddenly exploded with a resounding bang. Alongside the explosion, a powerful wave of soul power radiated outward from Xing, creating a formidable spectacle. Ignoring the commotion caused by the explosion, Xing quietly assessed his current state of soul power. Indeed, after the destruction of the soul ring, the absence of its constraints has allowed for a far more intuitive control over my soul power. Moreover, my soul power remains unchanged. It merely lacks the soul ring for the time being, rendering me unable to utilize soul skills. This is quite similar to the Haoyan sect's principles. The act of ring destruction effectively temporarily lifts some of the soul ring's restrictions on one's control of soul power, enabling the disciples of the Haoyan sect to unleash their self-created divine techniques, such as the Great Sumeru Hammer. Thus, anyone can perform ring destruction, provided they possess a unique soul skill. The reason others have not pursued this path is simply that their self-created soul skills lack the formidable effects of the Haoyan sect's Great Sumeru Hammer, leading them to mistakenly believe that their method of destruction is fundamentally different. Even the disciples of the Haoyan sect may not fully comprehend this. The results of his ring destruction aligned with his experiments, bringing a sigh of relief to Xing. Previous experiments had only showcased results on test subjects, not through his own experience, which had inevitably caused some anxiety. Now all worries dissipated. Furthermore, with only a 400-year soul ring, its destruction posed minimal risk to Xing. He could easily withstand it. This is the advantage of lower levels. Sometimes, being at a lower level permits a certain reckless freedom. Money brings me joy. With that, Xing summoned his coin martial soul, accompanied by a crackle of intertwining lightning. His lightning attribute had evolved from absorbing the first soul ring, much like how Tang San's blue silvergrass evolved to possess a poison attribute. Moreover, upon the destruction of the soul ring, the evolved martial soul would not revert to its original state, a fact Xing had previously verified. Xing's expression remained composed. Next, it was time to see if he could conjure the soul skill he desired. Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Chapter 2. Super Electromagnetic Cannon. In his previous life, Xing was an academic achiever, with a particular fondness for the world of anime. After watching the story of the railgun, he delved into understanding the principles behind the Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Given that his current martial soul was a coin, he specifically sought out a soul beast with a lightning attribute for his first soul ring, a stroke of fortune that led to his martial soul, the coin, inheriting the power of lightning after absorption. His first soul skill was Lightning Strike, which unleashed a bolt of lightning from the summoned coin. Yet it was weak. At best, it could be used to strike someone, but it lacked any real lethality. However, this mattered little to Xing. He was primarily focused on the lightning attribute, as he could create his own soul skills. Moreover, He had thoroughly studied the nature of lightning and could directly convert soul power into lightning. Crackle, crackle, crackle. With his right hand outstretched, strands of lightning began to coalesce, appearing chaotic yet following an underlying rhythm. Utilizing soul power imbued with lightning attributes to form an electromagnetic track was not a new endeavor for Xing. However, in previous attempts, the lightning always failed to converge and operate along the paths he had envisioned. The inability to manipulate his own strength, according to his design, was undeniably frustrating for Xing. Initially, he did not realize that the soul ring was the cause. It was only through persistent training and honing his control over soul power that he came to this realization. It worked. In the next moment, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Xing's eyes, filled with exhilaration. He had successfully constructed an electromagnetic acceleration track woven from lightning. Though, to the untrained eye, it merely appeared as a few strands of lightning dancing along his arm. In reality, it was the essential framework for the super electromagnetic cannon. Clang. Maintaining the electromagnetic acceleration track with his right hand, the awakened coin spirit was summoned forth from his left hand. Then, Xing grasped the coin and positioned on his right shoulder. Ziz, ziz, ziz. Once placed, the coin levitated above Xing's shoulder, shimmering with arcs of lightning. Super electromagnetic cannon. Boom! With a low shout from Xing, the coin that had been floating on his shoulder was instantaneously propelled along his right arm. Rumble! Bang! The wall before Xing was blasted away, creating a gaping hole over a meter in diameter, the destruction spreading for dozens of meters beyond. It was fortunate that Xing's laboratory was constructed underground, preventing any significant damage. Aware of this subterranean setting, Xing felt emboldened to recklessly experiment with the super electromagnetic cannon. This power exceeds my expectations. Once I master the electromagnetic acceleration track, I can achieve even greater speed and force. However, the consumption of soul power is considerable. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't require such immense power. I could reduce the output of the electromagnetic acceleration track to alleviate the drain on my soul energy. Observing the devastation wrought by his super electromagnetic cannon, Xing excitedly yet calmly analyzed the situation. At the same time, he dismantled the electromagnetic acceleration track constructed on his right arm. Maintaining the electromagnetic acceleration track was exceedingly taxing on soul power. Just under 10 seconds of use had depleted a significant portion of his energy reserves. Moreover, the soul power consumed during the operation to launch the coin was even greater. Having just fired a single super electromagnetic cannon had drained half of Xing's soul power. Additionally, the method of firing lacks flair. The coin rests on my shoulder rather than resembling the elegance of a true cannon. This must be improved. I could construct the electromagnetic acceleration track in a spiral formation, launching the coin from my fingertips, allowing it to circle around the track before being released. The effect would mirror that of a true cannon, and with such speed, others would scarcely notice. However, this would further tax my soul power. I must wait until my soul energy is sufficiently cultivated. Next, the more crucial task is to validate another concept regarding lightning. Lightning body refinement. After calming his emotions, Xing began to experiment with the remaining half of his soul power, endeavoring to develop this alternate concept of lightning soul energy, which he deemed equally, if not more, significant than the super electromagnetic cannon. While the super electromagnetic cannon granted him formidable offensive capabilities, lightning body refinement was the vital component in his quest for strength. References to lightning body refinement can be found in various cultivation novels, and from a scientific perspective, it has appeared in the narratives of many superheroes. Thus, Xing pondered whether he could bring such a concept to fruition. For soul masters, physical strength is as paramount as soul power indeed. A robust physique serves as the foundation for all strength. Without it, one cannot contain substantial soul energy. Like the super electromagnetic cannon, Xing had attempted to develop this concept many times prior to the explosion, but had consistently failed, suffering injuries countless times in the process. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Under Xing's control, Strands of lightning quickly intertwined around his body. His brow furrowed as the electrical intensity increased slightly. Yet upon reducing the output just a tad, his brow soon relaxed. There's hope. Su Xing felt a surge of exhilaration despite the experiment not yet reaching fruition. He perceived significant potential, for he could distinctly sense his mastery over soul power, able to fine-tune the intensity of the lightning with precision, no longer oscillating between excessive strength and weakness, nor struggling to maintain the balance even when the right feeling was attained. At this point, success was merely a matter of time. As Su Xing continued his experimentation, the entire Su family trembled from the reverberations of the earlier super electromagnetic cannon. The household shook as if an earthquake had struck. How could the residents remain unperturbed? What on earth has happened? The head of the Su family, Su Jinlong, who is also Su Xing's father, hurriedly sought answers. Master, it seems to be tremors originating from underground. The reply came swiftly. Underground? This is bad for my son. Upon hearing this, Su Jinlong's expression shifted dramatically. Without delay, he rushed towards Su Xing's underground laboratory. Xing. Besides Su Jinlong, a beautiful woman, Su Xing's mother, Lin Qianyue, also paled at the news and followed closely behind. Su Jinlong, if anything happens to Xing, I will not spare you. It is your indulgence that has led Xing to this reckless experimentation. I have always warned you that the coin spirit is utterly unsuitable for becoming a battle soul master. This is all due to your leniency. As Lin Qianyue caught up with Su Jinlong, she fretted over Su Xing while reproaching him with an unkind tone. Su Jinlong felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Indeed, he had been indulgent, but as a mother, her actions were hardly commendable either. Yet, at this moment, he refrained from voicing any rebuttals, as his primary concern was for Su Xing's safety. Bang! The pair swiftly arrived at Su Xing's basement and pushed open the door. Xing. Xing. Initially anxious, the two relaxed upon seeing Su Xing seated in meditation, still engaged in his attempts. However, upon witnessing the destruction wrought by Su Xing's super electromagnetic cannon, their expressions froze in astonishment. This is Chapter 3, The Shocked Parents. Awakened, the parents stared blankly at the devastation wrought by the railgun, overwhelmed by its terrifying destructive power. A force beyond their imagination. Surely, even a grand soul master could not unleash such havoc. Father, mother, what brings you down here? At this moment, Su Awakening was also stirred, opening his eyes from his meditation. It was not difficult to discern the excitement and exhilaration reflected in his gaze. How could one not feel such fervor? Despite being interrupted by his parents, he had successfully developed the thunder body refinement. The foundation for his ascension to strength had finally been established. The effects of the thunder body refinement, theoretically, had no upper limit. Su Awakening could endlessly harness its power to enhance his physique. As his body grew stronger, the pace at which he cultivated his soul energy would also accelerate. Su Xing has shattered the soul rings and will no longer augment them. The enhancement of soul power relies solely on the fortification of the body. In Su Xing's studies, the advancement of soul power bears little correlation to the rank of the soul master. The soul masters here lack effective methods for body refinement, resorting instead to crude practices that yield minimal results. Tang San's Xiantian skill, classified as an internal martial art, equates internal energy with soul power, thus imposing restrictions. Consequently, they must absorb soul rings, for the process also fortifies and transforms the body, enabling continued cultivation. Those with inferior talent find it impossible to elevate their soul master rank and consequently cannot hunt for soul rings, leading to stagnation. The higher the level, the more arduous the task becomes, as body refinement for high-ranking soul masters proves largely ineffective. Xing, could this possibly be your doing? Su Jinlong, with a face full of astonishment and suspicion, pointed at the cave entrance and inquired of Su Xing, "What are you saying? How could this possibly be the work of Xing?" Before Su Awakening could respond, his mother, Lin Qianyue, interjected with a rebuttal. "But is there anyone else here aside from Xing?" Su Jinlong countered. This left Lin Qianyue momentarily speechless, prompting her to turn her gaze towards Su Awakening. "Father, mother, it is indeed my doing. I have truly developed a combat-ready soul power and can become a battle soul master." Awakening, he gazed at his parents and spoke. "Is it true?" Upon hearing this, Su Jinlong was immediately filled with delight. He was well aware of Su Xing's intelligence, having watched him grow up. And he had always known that Su Xing aspired to become a battle soul master. However, the Su family's coin martial spirit posed significant challenges in achieving this ambition. It possessed neither offensive capabilities nor supportive traits, rendering it only marginally superior to a useless martial spirit. The only advantage lay in the Su family's ability to materialize the summoned coins, allowing them to be utilized as actual currency. The Su family is a prosperous merchant clan in the Heavendo Empire, fully aware of the formidable power possessed by soul masters. If Su Xing were to become a combat soul master, it would undoubtedly be a source of great joy for them. Thus, over the years, they have indulged Su Xing in his so-called research endeavors. However, Su Jinlong harbored only modest hopes. To his astonishment, Su Xing has indeed succeeded. Truly, Awakening naturally comprehended Su Jinlong's excitement and nodded in agreement. All right, quickly inform my father how you accomplished this. What soul technique have you created? Its power is astonishing. Upon hearing this, Su Jinlong was instantly filled with excitement, his gaze towards Su Xing brimming with pride. My son is truly remarkable. Xiaoxing is simply outstanding. The awakened mother was equally overwhelmed with emotion. Since Su Xing preferred solitude, Su Jinlong and the others refrained from bringing any servants inside. Awakening holds a deep affection for his parents in this lifetime, feeling there is nothing unsaid between them. However, there are certain matters he finds difficult to articulate. Even if he attempted to explain, his parents might not comprehend. Thus, he can only convey that it is a soul technique of his own creation. The awakened parents were not concerned with the specifics. Their only desire was to know that Su Xing could indeed become a battle soul master. And that was sufficient for them. They had never considered that the soul techniques Su Xing had devised could also be learned by them. Thus, they showed no interest in how the electromagnetic cannon was formed. They only cared about the power it could unleash. From that day forth, Su Xing's parents were increasingly supportive of his endeavors, fearing only that their support might not be ample enough. For the time being, Su Xing no longer needed to conduct further experiments. The remaining task of self-developing his soul power was solely his responsibility. Additionally, he wished to ascertain whether the soul bones would interfere with his control over his soul power. At present, it was clear that this was not the case. Soul bones were far too precious for the Su family to procure. Before long, another 6 months had passed. Now, through daily training with thunder and lightning, Su Xing's physical strength had multiplied several times over. With this newfound strength, his rate of soul power cultivation had accelerated, and he had now reached the 27th level of soul power. In just half a year, he had gained a remarkable 8 levels, a feat that few would dare to believe. Moreover, typically, individuals who have not yet broken through the ranks of soul master often remain oblivious to the precise level of their soul power during continued cultivation. The awakening occurred as a result of shattering the soul ring, thereby liberating oneself from its constraints, which enabled a precise perception of one's soul power level. Furthermore, the initial explosion of the soul ring was not a singular event. After the ring was destroyed, it reformed after a few days, prompting another immediate explosion. It took 3 such detonations for the soul ring to completely dissipate. Consequently, the mastery over soul power became somewhat more manageable. In a few days, it will be the time for the recruitment of students at all advanced soul master academies. In Tangsan and Shawu must enter Shrek Academy. Should I also seek admission to a school? My father's words resonate. Although the school may not offer much in terms of instruction, the importance of networking cannot be underestimated. After Shrek, I certainly will not attend Yu Xiaojing's guidance. Your indifference towards me in the past will lead to a future where you find me unattainable. As Su Xing wandered through the city, he contemplated whether to attend school and which institution to choose. Indeed, every adult harbors a deep nostalgia for their youthful days spent in school, and Su Xing was no exception. After being rejected by Yu Xiaojing, he opted not to enroll in any other junior schools, primarily because the students there were merely children, and he had little interest in mingling with a gaggle of youngsters. Senior schools, however, presented a different allure, as evidenced by the captivating female characters in anime. How fortunate it would be to encounter someone like that. Lost in thought, Su Xing was suddenly jolted by a voice emanating from nearby. Despite the speaker's attempt to lower his tone, Su Xing's keen ears caught the words. A furtive glance revealed a scar-faced man, whose demeanor suggested he was no good. Accompanying him was an apparently simple-hearted individual. Yet his association with the scarred man indicated he was likely of dubious character as well. Who could possibly be their target? As the pair moved past Su Xing, he instinctively cast his gaze ahead. Just in time, he caught sight of a figure exiting the city gates. Strangely, it appeared that the person was dragging something akin to a tail behind them. A sense of familiarity washed over him. Could it be her? Chapter 4. Indeed. It was Zhu Zhuqing. Awakening harbored doubts that the silhouette he had just glimpsed belonged to Zhu Zhuqing, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters, hailing from the Douluo Empire. It was indeed plausible for Zhu Zhuqing to traverse through the town where Awakening currently resided on her journey to Shrek Academy. Perhaps he should follow her to ascertain the truth. Although he was aware that Zhu Zhuqing would ultimately arrive safely at Shrek Academy, Awakening felt compelled to trail behind and observe. Who could say whether his presence might instigate a butterfly effect, leading Zhu Zhuqing into unforeseen perils that were absent in the original narrative? Yet, at this moment, he could not be entirely certain that it was indeed Zhu Zhuqing. All he knew was that it was a young girl. If she were not Zhu Zhuqing, then that girl could be in genuine danger. thus augmenting his resolve to pursue her. On the road outside the city, a strikingly beautiful yet cold-faced girl walked along. If Su Xing were to see her, he would undoubtedly recognize that this alluring and cold young woman is none other than Zhu Zhuqing. That scoundrel Dai Mubai ran off so far. Have you truly given up? Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy demeanor. The thought of Dai Mubai abandoning everything and fleeing filled her with indignation and disdain. She is not one to shy away from confrontation. However, with Dai Mubai's departure, all her perseverance and efforts failed in vain. Remaining in the Douluo Empire could lead to her demise at the hands of her sister. Thus, she had no choice but to flee. Upon finding Dai Mubai, she intended to ascertain whether his retreat was merely temporary or a genuine surrender. Deep down, she hoped he had not truly given up, which was precisely why she sought him out. Yet, even if Dai Mubai had opted for a fleeting escape, she would not easily forgive him. His abandonment had wounded her deeply. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted slightly. More pursuers? The memory of her sister's previous attempts on her life made her demeanor grow even colder. Oh, it seems they have discovered us. Their vigilance is commendable. But how reckless for a young girl to venture out alone. As Zhu Zhuqing appeared to sense their presence, two men, one with a scarred face, emerged to encircle her. Were you not sent by my sister to hunt me down? Zhu Zhuqing inquired coldly, showing no signs of panic. Your sister? The scar-faced man paused, surprised to learn that her sister wanted her dead, but he had no desire to delve further. Certainly not. This lovely young lady is far too enchanting. Today, you must entertain us, and I assure you, you shall have a delightful time. The scar-faced man could barely contain his drool at the sight of Zhu Zhuqing's beauty and figure. Indeed, echoed another man, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Zhu Zhuqing. His previously innocent expression now transformed into something sinister. Trash. Zhu Zhuqing realized they were not sent by her sister, causing her to relax slightly. She cast a disdainful glance at the two men and scoffed. What? The little girl dares to insult us? You are courting death. We are powerful soul masters. The two men, angered by her contempt, roared in response. Boom, boom. Their soul power erupted, manifesting their martial spirits, a shovel and a sickle. Accompanying them were their soul rings, one white and one yellow, indicating their subpar configurations, with the first soul ring being merely a decade old. Humph. Trash. Observing that both men were also great soul masters, Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted slightly, her demeanor growing more serious, yet she remained dismissive. Nether cat. First soul skill, Nether strike. With that, she unleashed her martial spirit and lunged at the scar-faced man. What? She's also a great soul master, and her first soul ring is 100 years old. How is that possible? The scar-faced man's expression changed dramatically as he realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. Even if she is talented, she is merely a child, and we are too. Nevertheless, the men were not easily deterred. With a fierce shout, they charged at her. The scar-faced man, whose martial spirit and soul ring were inferior, was swiftly overpowered by Zhu Zhuqing before he could even unleash his soul skill. How is this possible? The other man, who had been sneaking up from behind, was paralyzed with fear. The scar-faced man, slightly stronger than him, had been taken down so easily. His resolve faltered, and he turned to flee. Zhu Zhuqing would not allow him to escape. She pursued him swiftly. As a speed-oriented attacker, she quickly closed the distance. Nether claws. As expected, the other man soon fell victim to Zhu Zhuqing's prowess. Bang. The last man was forcefully slammed onto the incapacitated scar-faced man, rendering both unconscious. Humph. With both adversaries defeated, Zhu Zhuqing let out a proud snort, dusting off her delicate hands before preparing to depart. Little sister, you are not truly planning to leave just like that, are you? Su Xing, who had been trailing behind, stepped forward slowly. Zhu Zhuqing's effortless defeat of the two men did not surprise Su Xing in the least. However, he was somewhat disapproving of her methods, prompting him to make his presence known. He also wished to get to know Zhu Zhuqing better, as she was his favorite among the Shrek's 7 monsters, diligent, persistent, resilient, and with an outstanding character. Are you in league with them? Zhu Zhuqing was slightly startled to discover someone else lurking behind her. No, I merely followed them when I noticed their sneaky behavior trailing you. Awakening shook his head, indicating that he was not allied with the other party. Is that so? Then why did you stop me? Zhu Zhuqing coldly interrogated, remaining vigilant. Are you aware that your actions merely embolden their arrogance? If we let them off so easily, they will not fear retribution next time and are bound to commit further misdeeds. The most effective solution is to hand them over to the authorities or to eliminate them directly, thereby preventing any recurrence of such actions. It is only due to your formidable strength, little sister, that we are not facing dire consequences this time. Su Xing offered a faint smile before speaking. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted slightly. Upon reflection, she realized he spoke the truth. However, she was reluctant to acknowledge her misstep, especially given the tone in which Su Xing addressed her, along with his choice of words, which irked her greatly. So what? What does it matter to me? Zhu Zhuqing let out a disdainful huff and turned to leave. Chapter 5. The initiation. Su Xing was utterly taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's response. However, upon reflection, it was quite in character for her, particularly during this phase when she exhibited an exceptionally aloof demeanor. Wait a moment. It is far too perilous for a young girl like you to venture out alone. Allow me to offer my protection. Xing was determined not to let Zhu Zhiqing slip away, hastily following her. As for those two scoundrels, they paled in comparison to Zhu Zhiqing's significance. Admittedly, Xing had developed feelings for Zhu Zhiqing, or rather, he was captivated by her allure. Indeed, upon first encountering Zhu Zhiqing in the anime, he felt an immediate affinity. And now that he beheld her in the flesh, his heart raced with excitement. Thus, he disregarded any notions of original pairings or the insipid Dai Mu Bai. He was eager to see if he could win Zhu Zhiqing's heart. Upon hearing Xing's words, Zhu Zhiqing paused momentarily. There is no need, she retorted, her demeanor icy and dismissive. Please don't reject me. I happen to be headed in the same direction. It won't be a bother. Xing smiled faintly. Continuing to pursue her, Zhu Zhiqing halted again, this time with a bit more force. What exactly do you intend to do by following me? She inquired coolly, her gaze piercing. Yet, rather than feeling intimidated by Zhu Zhiqing's frosty demeanor, Xing found her allure even more enchanting, stirring his youthful heart into further agitation. All right. I confess, whether you believe it or not, I have fallen for you at first sight. He boldly met her gaze, declaring his feelings with unwavering resolve. However, Zhu Zhiqing remained steadfastly indifferent. Do we even know each other? She scoffed. What is this nonsense about love at first sight? Isn't it merely lust? You are no different from those two ruffians. Awakened, Xing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He never anticipated that this young lady possessed such discernment. Her maturity at this tender age was remarkably unsettling. Observing Xing's speechless demeanor, Zhu Zhiqing's disdain deepened. You see, she remarked, they merely seek to possess your body, whereas I yearn for your heart. Gazing into Zhu Zhiqing's expressive eyes, Xing instinctively grasped her unspoken intentions, which irked him greatly. Faced with Xing's unabashed boldness, it was Zhu Zhiqing who now found herself at a loss for words. Averting her gaze, she coldly retorted, you are even more detestable than they are. With that, Zhu Zhiqing had no desire to continue entangling herself with Xing and swiftly turned away. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xing, a level 27 soul master. And you? Xing was oblivious to the concept of retreat and promptly approached to continue the conversation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiqing momentarily paused, surprised to discover that Xing was of the same rank as her. However, she quickly quickened her pace, entirely disregarding him. I have already revealed my name. What about yours? Surely you won't leave me unanswered? Is it that you wish to withhold it? That cannot be. The person I have taken a liking to cannot possibly be so impolite. Zhu Zhiqing remained indifferent, yet Xing was unfazed, leisurely trailing alongside her. Given Zhu Zhiqing's speed, it was impossible for her to shake him off. She too soon realized this fact and reluctantly came to a halt. Did you not say that those two individuals should not be spared? Are you no longer concerned about them? Zhu Zhiqing turned to Xing, frowning. It appeared that she had not forgotten those two scoundrels who had sought to take advantage of her. After Xing spoke to her, she realized that she could not simply let those two scoundrels go. The reason she left so abruptly was because she believed Xing would handle the situation. Little did she know that he would also choose to ignore it. This only deepened Zhu Zhiqing's unfavorable impression of Xing. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. I have not forgotten that we cannot let those two rascals escape. Rest assured, watch me. Upon hearing Zhu Zhiqing's words, Xing nodded in appreciation. Then, he raised his right hand and turned to point towards the direction of the two rascals. Super electromagnetic cannon. A series of blue lightning bolts manifested upon Xing's right arm. Zhu Zhiqing was momentarily speechless. She did not care whether he had made a mistake or not. However, she soon became captivated by Xing's actions. Was he intending to attack those two from such a distance? Could it be that his martial soul was suited for ranged attacks? Boom. Yet, as Xing unleashed his super electromagnetic cannon, Zhu Zhiqing was left astounded. Her entire world seeming to dim, leaving only the fleeting image of the cannon's blast. Boom. She then witnessed the two villains, whom Xing had previously incapacitated, being obliterated by the force of the attack, a gruesome spectacle of blood and gore. They were beyond salvation. Impressive. Zhu Zhiqing, however, was not deterred by the bloody scene. Her gaze was filled with awe for Xing's extraordinary ability. Her perception of Xing shifted dramatically. Previously, she regarded him as merely a fellow genius, of similar age and rank. Now, she was completely overwhelmed by the sheer power of his soul technique. The terrifying speed and force left her feeling utterly incapable of standing against it. Gag. Yet, the once dashing Xing could not contain himself, turning pale and retching. Despite the considerable distance, he had clearly seen the horrific demise of those two men. At the moment of action, he had thought little of it. After all, this was the world of Douluo, where killing was inevitable. However, having taken a life, he realized he could not face it with equanimity. After all, he was a person with a sound moral compass. Zhu Zhiqing swiftly jumped away from Xing, gazing at him in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had been in awe of his strength, but now she found it somewhat amusing. This is your first time killing, isn't it? It's fine, just vomit it out, and you'll get used to it. Although she had never taken a life herself, Zhu Zhuqing understood what he was experiencing and suppressed a laugh to offer him some comfort. As for the deaths of those two men, she did not believe Su Xing had acted excessively. Cough, cough. Those two rascals wouldn't spare even a girl as small as you. They must have harmed many others. They got what they deserved. After a brief moment of awakening, Su Xing began to enumerate the transgressions of the other party, seeking solace in his words. Remarkably, this catharsis proved effective, as he soon felt a significant alleviation of his burdens. You haven't improved much yourself. Zhu Zhuqing retorted with a disdainful snort. Do not compare me to them. I am far more handsome. Chapter 6. I have a fiancé, how shameless. The words of Su Xing made Zhu Zhuqing acutely aware of his audacity, prompting her to disregard him entirely and turn away. As she walked away, the sight of Zhu Zhuqing's figure, particularly the decorative ribbon trailing behind her like a tail, was truly captivating. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's graceful silhouette stirred something within Su Xing, as the discomfort following his violent act dissipated. Ah, the nature of man. Su Xing, unsure whether to mock himself or revel in his own amusement, chuckled softly before trailing behind Zhu Zhuqing. Do not follow me. This path does not belong to you. You pursue your own way, and I shall pursue mine. Humph. Were it not for her awareness of Su Xing's formidable abilities, Zhu Zhuqing would have been unable to restrain herself from taking action. Reluctantly, she resolved to ignore Su Xing entirely, treating him as though he were invisible. This was an unmistakable dismissal of his presence, and she found herself curious to see just how long Su Xing would persist in following her. Xing is truly exasperated with Zhu Zhuqing, who has completely disregarded him for a full 2 days. Zhu Zhuqing possesses remarkable patience, despite Xing's numerous attempts at humor. Her expression remains impassive. It appears she has no intention of granting him an opportunity. Were it not for his deep reluctance to part with such a captivating beauty, Xing would have given up long ago. His persistent pursuit is merely a tactic. He has no desire to be a mere sycophant. Should hope diminish entirely, he would undoubtedly relinquish his efforts without hesitation. Without any justifiable reason to depart, Xing has already informed his parents through his family's store. Within the territory of the Tiando Empire, several kingdoms boast Su family stores in nearly every town. Even in Wuhuan City and across the border in the Xinglua Empire, there are a few branches of the Su family. Of course, these are modest enterprises, yet their widespread distribution is noteworthy. Upon awakening and comprehending the circumstances surrounding the Su family, he refrained from utilizing the knowledge acquired in his previous life to assist them in their quest for strength and prosperity. In the absence of a formidable soul master emerging from the Su family, excessive wealth could prove to be a double-edged sword. Thus, Su awakened possessed an intimate familiarity with the map of the Douluo continent, having only located the master in Nodding City at the tender age of 6. Now within the borders of the Barak kingdom, he estimated that it would take but a couple more days to reach Shrek Academy. Well, he thought it might be worth a visit. Anticipating his imminent arrival at Shrek Academy, Su decided to take a look. Naturally, while he could participate in the assessments, he was resolute in his decision not to join Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaojiang would soon arrive, but Su held no interest in receiving his guidance. Prior to delving deeply into the intricacies of the Soul Master system, Su was led to believe in the strength of Yu Xiaojiang's theories, influenced by his impressions from the anime. However, after conducting his own in-depth research, he found himself dismissing Yu Xiaojiang as concepts. For instance, Yu Xiaojiang's assertion that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, echoed the naivety of the statement from One Piece about the absence of useless devil fruits, only incompetent users. Yu Xiaojing himself inadvertently validated the existence of worthless martial souls through his own experiences. The method of awakening and cultivation allows one to boldly utter such words. However, the current state of awakening would never voice them, as they have yet to attain true strength, and to do so would only render them absurd. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing did not anticipate that despite her ignoring him for 2 consecutive days, he would persist in following her. Let me make this clear, we are impossible. I already have a fiancé. In a moment of exasperation, Zhu Zhuqing halted and turned to confront Su Xing. Although she was uncertain whether the engagement still held validity, her desire to be free from Su Xing's persistent pursuit was genuine. I do not believe you. This is merely an excuse to make me relinquish my feelings. Is it not? Otherwise, you would have spoken up much earlier. Awakening shook his head, signifying his disbelief. Moreover, even if it were true, it would not serve as a reason for me to relinquish my affection for you. I would still have the opportunity before you entered into matrimony, even after marriage. It is not entirely impossible. Of course, the latter thought remained unspoken, for it would cast an unseemly impression of impurity upon Zhu Zhuqing. Could one truly entertain such notions post-nuptials? It is likely that the current Zhu Zhuqing would find this concept utterly incomprehensible. You are utterly irrational. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by Awakening's response, which incited further frustration within her. Could you please cease following me? I genuinely have a fiancé. I am on my way to meet him, and I do not wish for him to misunderstand. Zhu Zhuqing, exasperated by Awakening's persistence, gazed at him with a mixture of grievance and a plea. Do you truly have a fiancé? Awakening furrowed his brows. Indeed, upon seeing that Awakening seemed to believe her, Zhu Zhiqing promptly nodded earnestly. Very well. May I inquire your name? I have been fond of you for 2 days, yet I still do not know your name. Awakening displayed an expression of resigned acquiescence. Zhu Zhiqing, upon hearing this, felt a wave of speechlessness. 2 days sounded as though it had been an eternity. However, she refrained from making any sarcastic remarks and merely wished to extricate herself from Awakening's company. I am Zhu Zhiqing, hailing from the Douluo Empire. To dissipate Awakening's insistence, Zhu Zhiqing casually mentioned her origin from another empire. Douluo Empire. Zhu Zhiqing, with the martial soul of the netherworld cat. I know you. Upon hearing Zhu Zhiqing's words, Awakening's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at her. It was all an act, merely a fade. How could Su Xing be unaware of such matters? Do you know me? Zhu Zhiqing was equally astonished, realizing that there were individuals on the side of the Heaven-Do Empire who were aware of him. Yes, my family operates a branch in the Douluo Empire, and coupled with my penchant for gathering intelligence, I am well versed in many affairs of the Douluo Empire. It is truly unexpected that you might be the future queen of the Douluo Empire. No wonder you are so stunning. However, it is regrettable that the prince of the Douluo Empire, Dai Mubai, your betrothed, has abandoned the competition for the throne and fled. The one you seek must be Dai Mubai, a worthless prince who has already forsaken you. Xing nodded gently and gazed at Zhu Zhiqing, speaking slowly. When the topic shifted to Dai Mubai, his tone was laced with disdain. You must not speak of him in such a manner. He has not given up, merely retreating to hone his skills. Upon hearing Xing belittle Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhiqing was instantly incensed. While she herself could harbor contempt for Dai Mubai, she would not allow others to voice such sentiments. At that moment, it was evident that Zhu Zhiqing still cared for Dai Mubai. Otherwise, she would not have sought him out. Truth be told, witnessing Zhu Zhiqing defend Dai Mubai stirred a twinge of jealousy within Xing. That scoundrel, Dai Mubai, had no right to such devotion. Not only did Xing desire Zhu Zhiqing as affection, but he had also harbored a distaste for Dai Mubai since their days of watching the anime, perceiving him as a frivolous playboy. Indeed, Dai Mubai was a reckless libertine, and at this juncture, it seemed he was entangled with a pair of twins. In the original tale, Zhu Zhiqing had long withheld forgiveness from Dai Mubai after discovering his indiscretions. Perhaps there was something to be gleaned from this situation. Very well. I shall refrain from speaking ill of him. However, I cannot bring myself to believe that he is merely laying low to improve himself. Here is the plan. I will accompany you to observe him. If he truly embodies the qualities you claim, I shall concede. If not, he is unworthy of you. Let us first unveil the true nature of Dai Mubai. Chapter 7. The Rose Hotel with only one room. So, you're headed to Shrek Academy? I am familiar with it. It is reputed to only admit monsters. Ordinary talented students are typically turned away. However, with your aptitude, gaining admission should not pose much difficulty. Zhu Zhiqing walked ahead, listening to the voice that accompanied her, feeling a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, she could not rid herself of Xing's presence. Moreover, after their discussion, she felt it inappropriate to continue ignoring him. She might as well accept him as company. Why? Despite her impatience, curiosity flickered within Zhu Zhiqing upon hearing Xing's abandonment of the idea of attending Shrek Academy. Because no one can guide me, I would fare better teaching others. Su Xing awoke with a proud smile, his words imbued with an air of confidence. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Utterly disbelieving Su Xing's assertions, perceiving him as exceedingly arrogant. Is that so? Then how do you believe I should cultivate my martial soul for the best results? Zhu Zhiqing inquired, curious to see what this self-assured Su Xing might propose. Your nether cat is a supreme martial soul of the agility type. Simply continue along the path of swiftness. In the realm of soul techniques, speed is unparalleled. With a confident smile, Su Xing spoke up. His words were brief, offering no further elaboration, for he knew that Zhu Zhiqing would not heed his counsel. In the realm of soul techniques, only speed remains unbroken. Upon hearing Su Xing's assertion, Zhu Zhiqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. She found the statement to possess a certain vigor, aptly reflecting the essence of agility-focused combat. However, she remained unconvinced, dismissing it as merely a theoretical perspective from the pinnacle of the Soul Master community. After all, speed had always been the cornerstone of her family's martial spirit training. With a huff, Zhu Zhiqing's skepticism deepened. Su Xing refrained from expressing his thoughts explicitly. He wouldn't divulge everything merely for the sake of courting attention. Moreover, his theory did not wholly align with the established framework of soul master cultivation focused on absorbing soul rings. The current system possessed its own merits, allowing for rapid enhancement of strength without the need for self-created soul techniques, as one could directly acquire abilities through the assimilation of soul rings. The variety of soul techniques was so vast that self-creation often proved to be a daunting task. Awakening is hindered by an inherently low soul power level. The conventional soul master system is ill-suited for him, unless he is resigned to a life of mediocrity. The kingdom of Balak, particularly the city of Rose, stands as its largest urban center outside the royal capital. Its most renowned establishment, the Rose Hotel, has been the backdrop for countless romantic encounters. The secret to the hotel's success is well understood by awakening. When a couple, consisting of one man and one woman, arrives to stay, the hotel is left with but a single available room. I'm sorry, we only have one room left, you see? Upon their arrival at the Rose Hotel, Awakening and Zhu Zhuqing were met with such words from the front desk. Is there truly no additional room available? Su Xing pretended to be oblivious and inquired, Indeed, sir. Would you prefer to share a room? The front desk attendant nodded in agreement. Zhu Zhuqing, what are your thoughts? Awakening, of course, yearned for agreement. Yet it ultimately hinged upon Zhu Zhuqing's decision. Let us proceed. Since there are no available rooms, we may seek accommodation at another hotel. Or you may remain here while I find a separate lodging. Zhu Zhuqing coldly rejected the notion. Her principles were steadfast, and she held herself in high regard. She would never share a room with Awakening, as he was not her boyfriend. Wait. As Zhu Zhuqing turned decisively to leave, Awakening quickly called out to her. With a sense of regret, he addressed the front desk attendant. Please prepare 2 rooms for me. I am aware of their availability. I may harbor affections for that girl, but I do not require your establishment to facilitate our connection. While speaking, he placed 2 golden soul coins on the counter. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment while I assist you. The front desk attendant responded with a smile, gracefully collecting the coins and bowing respectfully. However, whether she secretly harbored any disdain for Awakening remained unknown. Shameless, Zhu Zhuqing promptly exposed Awakening's true nature. She was fully aware that had she not refused, he would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity to share a room with her. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing felt no anger. She had long recognized Awakening's brazen demeanor and lack of shame. It would indeed be strange if Su Xing did not behave in such a manner. Here's your money. Upon entering the hotel, as they proceeded down the corridor to their room, Zhu Zhuqing produced a gold coin and handed it to Su Xing. Understood. Awakening with a resigned sigh, he refrained from extending his hand to take the item. Had he chosen to keep it, Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly have turned away in an instant. Let it be clear, we are not far from Shrek Academy. In order to truly understand Dai Mubai, it is imperative that you do not reveal your presence to him. We must observe discreetly. Only then can we genuinely discern what he is evading by coming here. The 2 rooms were adjacent to one another, and before entering her own room, Su Xing halted Zhu Zhuqing, stating his intent. No need for your reminders. Zhu Zhuqing huffed, for she had already planned to quietly observe Dai Mubai. As long as she concealed her soul energy, Dai Mubai would be oblivious to her presence. Conversely, unaware of her arrival, Dai Mubai would not restrain his own soul energy. Their family's martial soul had certain ties to Dai Mubai's family martial soul. The moment he appeared nearby, she would undoubtedly sense him. This would allow her to evade him promptly while continuing her discreet observation. He has arrived. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted. She had not anticipated that. Just as she spoke, she would detect Dai Mubai's aura. Dai Mubai? Upon hearing this, Su Xing immediately realized that Zhu Zhuqing was referring to Dai Mubai. After a moment's contemplation, he wondered if this was indeed the scene from the original work where Dai Mubai made his appearance. It certainly seemed plausible. Xing recalled that in the poignant memories of Zhu Zhuqing during the bloody affection and heartbreak, there was a scene where she witnessed Dai Mubai being intimate with the pair of twins. This indicated that Zhu Zhuqing might have been present at that moment, albeit hidden from view. It is he. A complex expression crossed Zhu Zhuqing's face. She was finally about to meet that individual. She wondered how Dai Mubai was faring now. Perfect. Let us see what he is up to. After all, this is a couple's hotel. Who might Dai Mubai have come with? Xing smiled slightly and took the lead down the stairs, while Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened at the mention and she quietly followed. Chapter 8. My affairs are not your concern, boss. I want this room. At the reception of the Rose Hotel, Dai Mubai, embracing the pair of twins, addressed the attendant directly, disregarding Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were hesitating beside them about whether to check in, with only one room remaining. Excuse me, we arrived first. Tang San interjected upon witnessing Dai Mubai's immediate claim to the room. And what of it? Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly. He was well aware of the hotel's situation. He had made his reservation, and the 2 behind him would still be able to secure a room. Not a chance, you can leave. Xiao Wu's words instantly ignited a spark of tension. Subsequently, the scene from the original narrative where Tang San and Dai Mubai first met unfolded. Xing and Zhu Zhuqing, observing from the staircase on the 2nd floor, witnessed everything clearly, including the affectionate embrace Dai Mubai shared with the twins. Indeed, they had caught him in the act. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists tightly, her expression seething with anger. By the looks of it, the one who came to book a room with the twins is none other than Dai Mubai, right? How foolish of you to seek him out. He has completely forgotten you, living a carefree and flamboyant life, indulging in both at once. How enviable. Awakening sensed the anger and disappointment emanating from Zhu Zhuqing beside him. And with a chuckle, he began to embellish the situation. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing cast a frosty glance at Dai Mubai, who was already engaged in battle with Tang San downstairs, let out a cold huff, and turned on her heel to return to the hotel room. Xing refrained from following her, as any further conversation at this moment would only serve to aggravate Zhu Zhuqing. She needed solitude to gather her thoughts. Nevertheless, This alone would not dissuade Zhu Zhuqing from joining Shrek Academy. It was quite a conundrum. To be candid, if circumstances permitted, Xing would prefer to prevent Zhu Zhuqing from enrolling in Shrek Academy. However, at this juncture, it appeared insufficient. In the original narrative, upon learning of Dai Mubai's circumstances, Zhu Zhuqing still opted to join Shrek Academy. Tomorrow marks the admission day for Shrek, and given the limited time, it would be challenging for Xing to alter Zhu Zhuqing's decision. It is best to take things one step at a time, if it does not work out. There are plenty of beautiful maidens in the Douluo continent. Awakening shook his head, subsequently withdrawing his thoughts and directing his gaze towards the battle between Tang San and Dai Mubai. The blue silver grass. Tang San excels in hidden weapons. What is he doing with control techniques? Every petal and leaf can inflict harm, and every blade of grass, bamboo, and stone can serve as a sword. It suffices to continually enhance the toxicity and sharpness of the blue silver grass, coupled with Tang San's mastery of hidden weapons. Why would he require the shattered fragments of the 8 spider lances? The number of hidden weapons is only limited by his imagination. Observing Tang San's utilization of the blue silver grass, Awakening felt a surge of frustration. Despite the original narrative depicting Tang San's exceptional skill, it was all supported by his former life's abilities. Without the ghostly shadows and the invulnerability granted by the celestial herb, could Tang San still emerge victorious? Indeed. What kind of exceptional disciple could one expect from a mediocre teacher like Yu Xiaojiang? Awakening scoffed. It must be said that Awakening harbored a rather narrow-minded perspective. He had yet to let go of his rejection by Yu Xiaojiang, which he still noted with a hint of resentment. After watching for a while, Awakening concluded that neither of them was particularly impressive. His current strength far surpassed theirs. Once their battle concluded, he turned away, harboring no intention of greeting Tang San. It was unnecessary. Do you still plan to join Shrek Academy? The following day, after checking out of the hotel, Awakening observed Zhu Zhuqing indeed heading towards Shrek Academy, prompting him to frown and inquire. Was she truly making that choice? My affairs are none of your concern. To his surprise, Zhu Zhuqing coldly huffed, dismissing him with a curt remark before hastily departing. Compared to the previous day, Zhu Zhuqing now emanated an even more frigid aura, exuding an air that discouraged any approach. Gazing at Zhu Zhuqing's indifferent silhouette, Awakening's expression shifted, ultimately hardening into a semblance of coldness. Awakening was also vexed, not solely due to Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, but also because it became evident from her attitude that she held considerable regard for Dai Mubai. Otherwise, her demeanor would not have shifted so drastically compared to yesterday. Who could remain in good spirits upon realizing such a fact? So, she is indeed concerned about Dai Mubai, is she? Today, I shall ensure his downfall. Upon awakening, Su Xing was also filled with ire. Watching Zhu Zhuqing's increasingly distant silhouette, he let out a cold snort before gradually following her. As for Zhu Zhuqing, Su Xing had relinquished all hope. Yet, he was not one to simply walk away. This time, he did not endeavor to catch up to Zhu Zhuqing. Instead, he maintained a slow pace behind her. Zhu Zhuqing offered him no friendly demeanor, and naturally, he would not press his warmth against her coldness. When Zhu Zhuqing noticed that Su Xing was merely trailing behind and not pursuing her, she was taken aback. Had he given up? Well, that was a relief. She promptly dismissed any concern. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't shake the feeling that Su Xing's presence behind her had taken on a different quality. Though she could not pinpoint what exactly had changed, yet, she was disinterested in uncovering the truth. Before long, Su Xing found himself following Zhu Zhuqing to the dilapidated Shrek Academy, reminiscent of a rural setting. They happened upon a Soul Emperor teacher from Shrek Academy demonstrating his martial spirit and soul rings, captivating the crowd with an awe-inspiring display. Many parents and children were rendered speechless, and even those causing a ruckus fell silent, promptly ushered away. S. Awakening also noticed Dai Mubai standing beside that teacher. At the same time, he observed that Dai Mubai had acknowledged the presence of Zhu Zhuqing. Su Xing's lips curled into a subtle smile as he swiftly approached Zhu Zhuqing, who was about to pay. Teacher, this is the registration fee for both of us. We are in this together. As Su Xing spoke, he handed the registration fees for both of them to the teacher. The name of the teacher eluded his memory, and he felt no inclination to inquire further. Beside him, Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene, casting a questioning glance toward Zhu Zhuqing. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing intended to inform the teacher that she had paid her own fee, but at the sight of Dai Mubai's scrutinizing gaze, she chose to remain silent and acquiesce. In contrast to Su Xing's actions, she found herself more incensed by Dai Mubai's behavior. Very well. Come forth and allow me to examine your bone age and martial souls, declared the collecting teacher, Li Yusong, who paid no heed to the unfolding drama. Having accepted the payment from Su Xing and Zhu Zhuqing, was that intentional? Zhu Zhuqing whispered, directing her inquiry at Su Xing. Indeed. I wanted to see whether he still cared for you. As it turns out, he is indeed upset, and I would rather he not be. Xing shrugged nonchalantly, responding with a mixture of tranquility and regret. Humph. Zhu Zhuqing let out a cold snort, choosing not to elaborate further as she approached Li Yusong. Your bone age is suitable. Please reveal your martial soul for my inspection. After examining Zhu Zhuqing's hand bones, Li Yusong nodded and declared, the Nethercat spirit. Zhu Zhuqing promptly unleashed her martial soul. A top-tier martial soul. Excellent. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul and soul rings, Li Yusong's eyes lit up, and he lavished her with praise. Then, it was Suxing's turn. Your bone age is satisfactory. Now show me your martial soul and soul rings. Li Yusong swiftly passed Suxing's bone age assessment. Teacher, I possess only a martial soul, without any soul rings. Chapter 9. My soul rings have been destroyed. Teacher, I possess only a martial soul, without any soul rings. As Su Xing spoke, he revealed his martial soul. It was he, the very person who once sought to become the disciple of the master. The moment Tang San and Xiao Wu caught sight of Su Xing's martial soul, they felt an uncanny familiarity and instantly recognized him. However, while they recalled Su Xing's martial soul and the rejection he faced in his quest for mentorship, they could not remember his name. A coin martial soul? Without a soul ring, I regret to inform you that you cannot join our Shrek Academy. Li Yusong lamented with a shake of his head. Although I lack a soul ring, I am not merely a soul master. I am a level 27 great soul master. Surely, that should suffice for admission, should it not? Awakening was neither lost nor angry. He simply smiled faintly while releasing his soul power pressure. How could this be? Upon sensing the surging soul power emanating from Awakening, despite being unaware of the exact level, it was clear that he had reached the rank of a great soul master. Li Yusong was utterly incredulous. Level 27? Yet without a soul ring? Impossible. His innate soul power level seemed to be merely level 3. How could he have ascended so rapidly? Tang San and Xiao Wu were equally astounded, unable to comprehend the situation. Not only they, but Dai Mubai and the others nearby also gazed at Awakening in astonishment, including Ning Rongrong. He has no soul ring? How can that be? Among those most shocked was Zhu Zhuqing, who had traveled alongside Awakening. She was well aware of his strength, particularly that astonishing soul skill, the super electromagnetic cannon. Yet now she was being told that Awakening possessed no soul ring. Where then did his soul skills originate? Were they self-created? That would be even more remarkable. Without a soul ring, how did you cultivate to the level of a great soul master? Li Yusong asked, his expression a mix of shock and curiosity. It's quite simple. I simply chose to detonate the soul rings I didn't want. Awakening shrugged nonchalantly. Detonated? 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 The crowd felt as though they were in a dream. Unable to believe that someone would destroy the most crucial asset to a soul master simply because they no longer desired it. How reckless and audacious. For a moment, everyone was rendered speechless. Could you provide some clarity on this? Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Awakening felt a sense of satisfaction before addressing Li Yusong. Certainly. I'll grant you passage here. Whether you succeed in the subsequent challenges depends solely on your own abilities. Li Yusong cast a complex glance at Awakening and nodded. In truth, he had many more questions for Awakening. Without a soul ring, how would you continue to cultivate? Without a soul ring, how would you engage in battle? Without soul skills, how would you pass the upcoming assessments? Nevertheless, Li Yusong ultimately restrained his curiosity and refrained from further inquiries, as he still needed to recruit more students. Mubai, please escort them to the next test. Li Yusong instructed Dai Mubai. Understood, teacher. Dai Mubai cast a deep glance at Awakening before addressing all those who had just passed. Follow me. Dai Mubai harbored a disdain for Awakening, who reciprocated the sentiment. Upon catching Dai Mubai's gaze, he responded with a scornful smirk. Subsequently, Awakening walked closely beside Zhu Zhuqing. You didn't expect I would lack a soul ring, did you? Zhu Zhuqing instinctively shifted away from Awakening. Indeed, it was unexpected. Without a soul ring, does that mean your soul skills are self-created? Initially uninterested in engaging with Awakening, her curiosity about his abilities compelled her to ask, what do you think? With a chuckle, Su Xing chose not to divulge anything to Zhu Zhuqing, instead turning his gaze towards Ning Rongrong beside him. Alas, though she was indeed beautiful, her demeanor was too tranquil for his taste. Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She had come to realize that Su Xing's attitude towards her had shifted. He was now observing other girls as if she were invisible. Logically, she should be pleased that Su Xing no longer pestered her. Yet she could not shake off a sense of discomfort, not jealousy, for that was impossible. It was merely the sensation of being forsaken. Having once been the sole focus of his attention, only to now see it diverted elsewhere. Anyone would feel unsettled by such a change. How infuriating. Although Su Xing and Zhu Zhuqing had not continued their previous interaction, the scene they had just witnessed was enough to ignite a fierce anger within Dai Mubai, who clenched his fists tightly. Dai Mubai, are you all right? Inquired Tang San, noticing something amiss with his companion. I'm fine. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth in silence, forcing himself to calm down, shaking his head to indicate that all was well. Yet his demeanor betrayed him, revealing his agitation. However, since they had only just met the day before, Tang San refrained from pressing further. Brother, can soul rings still be detonated? Do you know how he leveled up so quickly? Xiao Wu, oblivious to Dai Mubai's turmoil, quietly posed her question to Tang San. Although she did not specify, Tang San understood she was referring to Su Xing. I don't know. As far as I am aware, such a phenomenon has never occurred before. Perhaps only he knows the truth, he replied, shaking his head in curiosity. Maybe the master would have some insight, he added, believing that if Yu Xiaojiang were present, he would likely have an answer. Yes, master must know. Xiao Wu agreed with a smile. Upon arrival, Dai Mubai instructed them to line up orderly, taking turns as they prepared to assess their soul power levels. Soon, he led Su Xing and the others to the second stage, where a few students were already queuing for their tests. In the original narrative, Dai Mubai would have taken Tang San and the others directly to the fourth stage. However, given his current displeasure, such thoughts had evidently slipped from his mind. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhiqing swiftly passed the soul power level assessment, achieving ranks of 2 at level 29, 1 at level 26, and another at level 27, leaving the other students in awe. The teacher administering the test wore an expansive grin, clearly delighted by their results. Yet while others marveled, Zhu Zhiqing and the others had already shifted their focus to Su Xing. They were eager to discover how high Su Xing had risen. Having recklessly detonated his own soul ring, Waking did not indulge in idle chatter. He directly took the testing crystal ball from Zhu Zhiqing and infused it with his soul power. A brilliant azure light erupted forth, revealing the number 27 at the center of the orb. Good heavens, yet another level 27. They are all under 13 years old. Yet how have they cultivated to such heights? Surely, they must be monsters. Chapter 10, a grand revelation after successfully passing the second test. The third challenge posed no obstacle for Tang San and his companions. Soon, under the guidance of Dai Mubai, they arrived at the fourth challenge's location. There, unbeknownst to them, Zhao Wuji lay reclined on a chair, his eyes closed in slumber. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Wuji slowly opened his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Goodness. This year, 5 individuals have arrived at the fourth challenge together. If he were to accept 2 of these students, Dean Flinder would be absolutely delighted. Upon realizing that Dai Mubai had brought 5 students, Zhao Wuji was taken aback. Teacher, they are all greater than level 25 soul masters. Dai Mubai exclaimed to Zhao Wuji. He had intended to exempt Tang San and the others from the second and third challenges, but had forgotten. Otherwise, he would have reported that all these students were exempt. Indeed, it seems this year's entrants are quite extraordinary. I have decided. I shall personally oversee the assessment for the fourth challenge. Zhao Wuji declared, his satisfaction palpable, as he contemplated taking charge of the evaluation. Ah, Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai responded, somewhat astonished, not anticipating Zhao Wuji's intention to take matters into his own hands. What? Is that a problem? The dean is not present. I am in charge. Zhao Wuji retorted, his gaze fierce as he regarded Dai Mubai. Very well. Dai Mubai acquiesced, acknowledging Zhao Wuji's authority. Now, your assessment will entail working together to withstand my presence for the duration of a single incense stick. Only upon success may you join Shrek Academy. You have 1 incense stick's time to strategize. Let Dai Mubai enlighten you on the characteristics of my martial spirit. Zhao Wuji concluded, casting a satisfied glance at the 5 individuals before revealing the nature of the challenge. Teacher, Su Xing promptly spoke up. What is it? Zhao Wuji cast an annoyed glance at Su Xing. Do you have any objections? Teacher, you appear rather intimidating. It frightens me. May I take the assessment with Senior Dai Mubai instead? Awakening solemnly put forth his request. Today, he intended to eliminate Dai Mubai and had no desire to engage with Zhao Wuji. Teacher, this situation is rather unique. Allow me to conduct the assessment while you oversee the other 4. Su Xing announced. Dai Mubai had long harbored disdain for Su Xing, especially since he was entangled with his fiancée, and thus stepped forward to voice his annoyance. Boring. Zhu Zhiqing, observing the scene, let out a soft huff. She was well aware of the reasons both wished to confront each other. Let them fight. I'll take this opportunity to see if that scoundrel Dai Mubai has made any progress over the years. A unique situation? Zhao Wuji questioned. Noticing something amiss in Dai Mubai's demeanor, he seemed eager to engage with Su Xing. Indeed, teacher, Su Xing doesn't possess a spirit ring. He detonated them himself, claiming he didn't want them. Ning Rongrong, endowed with the attributes of a sorceress, interjected, elucidating Su Xing's peculiar circumstance to Zhao Wuji. What? No spirit rings? And he destroyed them on his own? Zhao Wuji exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he stared at Su Xing, observing Zhao Wuji's reaction. Ning Rongrong's lips curled into a slight smile, delighting in the fact that even the teacher could be taken aback. Indeed. The spirit rings were obliterated by my own hand. Su Xing nodded in acknowledgement. Without a soul ring, one would lack soul skills, rendering them utterly useless. Very well. You may undergo the assessment with Dai Mubai. It is no wonder you wish to avoid my scrutiny, for you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Dai Mubai. This young man is now in your hands. Please eliminate him, for our academy has no need for those devoid of soul rings. Upon witnessing Su Xing's admission, Zhao Wuji was astonished yet simultaneously lost interest in him. His desire to personally conduct the assessment stemmed from a wish to observe the martial spirits and soul rings of the young prodigies. Since Su Xing lacked even a soul ring, his enthusiasm waned. Without a soul ring, how could there be any combat prowess? To self-destruct one's own soul ring? Surely, that borders on foolishness. Young individuals often seek to draw attention, but what a pity. Teacher Zhao, is it truly appropriate to label someone as useless before them? Upon hearing this, Su Xing cast a cold glance at Zhao Wuji. Were it not for his desire to incapacitate Dai Mubai, Su Xing would have relished the opportunity to engage Zhao Wuji in a contest, demonstrating who the true inept one was. Ahem. Then let me see your capabilities through Dai Mubai's assessment. Zhao Wuji seemingly recognized his indiscretion, clearing his throat before speaking again. Teacher Zhao, leave it to me. Dai Mubai eagerly stepped forward. It suits my intentions perfectly to eliminate Su Xing from Shrek Academy. My martial soul is the evil eye white tiger. A level 37 soul master. You need only endure my onslaught for the duration of a single incense stick to pass the assessment. Otherwise, you will be expelled from Shrek. As Dai Mubai approached Su Xing, he outlined the details of the challenge. While speaking, he stretched his limbs, showing no intention of holding back. Be cautious. If you find yourself overwhelmed, concede, or you may sustain injuries. Dai Mubai feigned concern as he looked at Su Xing enough of the pleasantries. I can see that you have longed to teach me a lesson ever since I entangled myself with your fiancée. Perfectly. I too wish to see if you are worthy of her. With a disdainful snort, Su Xing directly articulated the matter at hand. What? My fiancée? The others were momentarily taken aback, their gazes shifting towards Zhu Zhiqing. Although Su Xing refrained from naming her explicitly, they were well aware that he referred to Zhu Zhiqing. No wonder the atmosphere between the two had been so peculiar. This was indeed a sensational revelation. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhu Zhiqing felt a twinge of discomfort and turned her head away with a cold huff. She was somewhat vexed by Su Xing's public declaration. Feeling it was a profound disrespect towards her. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. She declared defiantly. Let me demonstrate whether I am worthy. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai, equally infuriated by Su Xing's proclamation, coldly unleashed his first soul skill. Boom. A phantom of a white tiger manifested, enveloping Dai Mubai and augmenting his presence with an imposing fierceness. At this moment, my attack, defense, and speed have all surged by 50%. Without a soul ring, how do you intend to confront me? Zhu Zhiqing is not a prize for you to covet. Dai Mubai then cast a scornful glance at Su Xing before charging towards him. At this juncture, Tang San and the others had already retreated to the sidelines, providing ample space for the confrontation. Are you truly so foolish as to reveal the effects of your soul skills to your adversary? Su Xing remarked, his expression unyielding in the face of Dai Mubai's ferocity. Dai Mubai's face flushed crimson with indignation as he retorted, I merely wish to caution you, lest you inadvertently fall victim to my strike. Boom. With his words barely spoken, Dai Mubai closed the distance to Su Xing, executing a fierce attack known as the Black Tiger Pouncing Heart. Initially intending to methodically teach Su Xing a lesson, he now sought to defeat him outright, ensuring that Su Xing would forever remember this humiliation. Chapter 11. You, a worthless fool, are utterly unworthy of Zhu Zhiqing. As it appeared that Su Xing was on the verge of being struck by Dai Mubai, and without the support of his martial spirit, Ning Rongrong gasped in trepidation. Unable to watch. This Dai Mubai is far too ruthless. Zhao Wuji thought to himself, yet refrained from intervening, reasoning that no one would be harmed. Bang. However, just as the crowd anticipated Su Xing's inability to evade, Dai Mubai suddenly lost sight of him, his ferocious punch striking nothing but air. How is this possible? Dai Mubai's eyes widened in shock as he scanned for Su Xing, who had vanished from his field of vision. The power is commendable, but if the speed is insufficient, it is futile. The voice of Su Xing emerged at an opportune moment, resonating behind Dai Mubai. With a resounding thud, Su Xing delivered a swift spinning side kick to Dai Mubai's waist while simultaneously mocking him. Humph. Dai Mubai was abruptly propelled away by Su Xing's strike, staggering as he regained his footing and turned to regard Su Xing with a grave expression. The speed at which Su Xing awakened was so swift that he was unable to keep pace. His attacks even shattered Dai Mubai's White Tiger protective shield. Dai Mubai realized he could no longer underestimate Su Xing. Although the latter had lost his soul rings, the power he exhibited was already capable of posing a threat to him, a soul master. How astonishingly rapid and formidable. I could barely catch a glimpse of his figure. Is this truly the velocity of a great soul master? Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with the others, were equally astonished. This lad's speed surpasses even my own. Especially Zhao Wujia, who had just remarked that Su Xing was a waste without his soul rings. He was taken aback by how swiftly he was proven wrong. This must be a self-created soul technique of his. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed traces of intertwining lightning upon him. Ultimately, it was Tang San's keen eyes that discerned the detail. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to observe, and indeed, they noticed the lingering sparks of electricity on Su Xing's form. A self-created soul technique? At that moment, Dai Mubai also realized, his expression darkening as he let out a cold snort. He understood that he had been too careless, mistakenly believing that Su Xing would lack soul techniques without his soul rings. It's merely a self-created soul technique. Is there truly any need for such alarm? If I lacked any ability, do you think I would have casually obliterated my soul rings? Awakening let out a cold laugh and spoke with haughty pride. The awakened cultivation system must remain concealed. However, disguising it is quite straightforward. As long as Su Xing transforms himself into a genius capable of creating his own soul techniques, he will thrive. With an abundance of self-created soul skills, he can act with impunity, thus shattering the soul rings. What must remain concealed for Su Xing is the cultivation technique of the thunder body refinement. Everything else can be accounted for by his self-created soul skills. In truth, those are indeed his original soul skills. The super electromagnetic cannon and the thunder armor, which Su Xing has just demonstrated, are both derived from the Lightning Shadow's thunder armor in Naruto, innovatively crafted by him. While in the thunder armor mode, Dai Mubai naturally finds it impossible to keep pace with his speed. Breaking through defenses is trivial. However, the most crucial factor is that, after the thunder body refinement, Su Xing's physical strength surpasses that of Dai Mubai. If physical strength and soul power were to possess levels, Su Xing's current physical strength would undoubtedly exceed level 40, far surpassing his soul power. I was merely careless. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. With a furious snort, Dai Mubai gazed at the still arrogant Su Xing and seized the opportunity to unleash a White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Whoosh. Boom. But it was futile. A surge of lightning erupted from Su Xing's body, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his position. It was ineffective. He was simply too slow. The figure of Su Xing re-emerged behind Dai Mubai. Upon hearing Su Xing's voice, Dai Mubai's expression shifted slightly. The third soul skill, White Tiger King Kong transformation. However, as Su Xing's figure vanished once more, Dai Mubai was already prepared. He gave no thought to the embarrassment of unleashing a third soul skill exclusive to a soul sovereign in front of a level 27 soul master. In an instant, he released a more formidable and fearsome White Tiger illusion, amplifying his power, defense, and speed by 100%. With a fierce shout, Dai Mubai crossed his arms and slightly crouched, assuming a defensive stance, ready to withstand Su Xing's assault. If he could successfully block the attack and Su Xing was unable to breach his defenses, the formidable recoil would inevitably harm Su Xing. The speed of awakening was astonishingly swift, leaving him utterly unable to keep pace, forcing him to respond in a state of frustration. This was a scenario he had never envisioned. Initially intending to teach Su Xing a lesson, he now found himself subdued, an embarrassment witnessed by all, including Zhu Zhuqing. The mere thought of this incited a wave of anger within Dai Mubai. Indeed, his response was remarkably timely. Whether he could truly break through this defense was uncertain. He resolved to act as if he could not, curious to see how long his opponent could endure before he would strike. However, the anticipated attack from Dai Mubai did not land as expected. Instead, what reached him were Su Xing's words, which threatened to infuriate him to the point of spitting blood. Zhao Wudre and the others could only watch in speechless disbelief as Su Xing halted his assault on Dai Mubai's right leg, retreating to mock him instead. What a disgrace! A level 37 soul sovereign being mercilessly crushed by a level 27 great soul master devoid of soul rings. You are utterly unworthy of Zhu Zhuqing. As Su Xing's figure shifted, he materialized before Dai Mubai, disdainfully mocking him. Ah, abominable, silence yourself. With a flurry of movements, Dai Mubai, unable to endure Su Xing's scorn, unleashed his crimson gaze and lunged forward, brandishing his razor-sharp claws. As the tendrils of lightning surged around Su Xing, enveloping his hands, he effortlessly evaded Dai Mubai's assault with a leisurely grace. Indeed, what a pitiful display. Only the inept would allow their opponent's taunts to cloud their judgment. Were I in your position, I would be utterly ashamed to claim the title of Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé. Xing did not spare Dai Mubai, but rather continued to mock him. This wretched boy spoke with such venom. Zhao Wujia, witnessing the humiliation of Dai Mubai, could not help but display his anger. At this moment, Xing was not yet a student of Shrek Academy, it was Dai Mubai who held that title. Seeing a student from his own academy subjected to such disgrace was enough to incite his fury. Not only him, but Tang San and Xiao Wu also regarded Xing with disapproval. It was unexpected that such an attractive and talented youth could possess such a malicious tongue. Naturally, as Xing and Dai Mubai were rivals in love, they refrained from voicing their opinions, yet they all felt a twinge of pity for Dai Mubai. They also thought that Xing had crossed a line. After all, he was the one who had entangled himself with another's fiancé, while so openly belittling her fiancé. It was indeed rather unbecoming. Their gazes then shifted to Zhu Zhuqing, who was undoubtedly the most unwilling to witness this scene unfold. Chapter 12. The brutal beating of Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was undeniably grim at this moment. She had anticipated that the confrontation between the two would be fraught with tension and ferocity, with each party delivering ruthless blows. However, she had never imagined that Dai Mubai, who was 10 levels above Xing, would be so thoroughly subdued and humiliated. Su Xing's humiliation of Dai Mubai infuriated her greatly. His utter ineffectiveness left her profoundly disappointed. All he seems to do is toy with women. Humph. When she noticed the glances from Xiao Wu and the others, Zhu Zhuqing let out a disdainful snort, maintaining a frosty expression as she continued to gaze ahead, choosing to ignore their stares. As long as I remain unembarrassed, it is others who shall feel the awkwardness. The phrase uttered by Su Xing remains remarkably relevant. Kid, just fight properly and refrain from unnecessary chatter. Zhao Wujia, unable to bear it any longer, admonished Su Xing amidst the skirmish. Understood, Teacher Zhao. This coward, who abandoned his fiancée to flee here, truly does not merit my further words. Su Xing retorted loudly. still mocking Dai Mubai. That is not what I meant. Zhao Wujia was infuriated, regretting not having conducted the assessment himself. Uffed. Ning Rongrong, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. While others perceived Su Xing as malicious, she found him utterly amusing and learned from his antics. Nonetheless, she quickly composed herself, maintaining her facade of the obedient girl. Wait, did he just imply that Dai Mubai had abandoned his fiancée to come here? Almost immediately, Ning Rongrong realized that Su Xing's final remark contained a shocking revelation. Her gaze towards Dai Mubai inevitably turned more disdainful. Originally, she had felt a semblance of pity for him. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, astonished by the unfolding situation. Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened. She had not anticipated Su Xing would divulge such a thing. This would not only embarrass Dai Mubai but also herself. White Tiger's radiant wave. Dai Mubai, utterly enraged, unleashed an attack towards Su Xing without regard for accuracy. Boom. The outcome was evident. Dai Mubai's assault proved futile, exhausting a significant portion of his soul power in vain. Dai Mubai had lost. He could have opted for passive defense, relying on his superior soul power level to drain Su Xing's energy. Upon witnessing this, Tang Xin shook his head, recognizing Dai Mubai's inevitable defeat. However, considering that Dai Mubai had been publicly humiliated by Su Xing, it was understandable that he would lose his composure. Dai Mubai was never particularly impressive. If it were his brother, he would undoubtedly have triumphed over Su Xing. Xiao Wu chuckled, not perceiving Su Xing as formidable at all. He was merely a tad faster, while her speed was by no means lacking. Awakening allows for the creation of unique soul skills, and her third brother possesses numerous self-developed soul techniques as well. Tang Xin chuckled softly at the remark, shaking his head in gentle disagreement with Xiao Wu's assertion. Awakening is indeed formidable, particularly with his astonishing speed. Even his blue-silver grass would struggle to ensnare him. However, Tang San would never concede that he is inferior to Awakening. Damn you, if you have the courage, stand your ground. White Tiger's radiant light wave. In the heat of battle, Dai Mubai let out another furious roar. Indeed, I too have reached my limit. With a faint smile, Su Xing suddenly appeared right before Dai Mubai. Accompanying his emergence was a crackling display of lightning, a clear indication of his formidable power. Lightning armor. Konoha whirlwind. In an instant, Su Xing executed a sweeping kick aimed at Dai Mubai's legs, his speed so swift that Dai Mubai could not evade. White Tiger, Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai's expression shifted as he quickly activated his third spirit skill, stabilizing his stance in a horse stance. Bang! It felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. Though it was merely an illusion, Tang San and the others could see that, despite activating his third spirit skill, Dai Mubai's defenses were forcibly shattered by Su Xing, knocking him to the ground. Lightning armor. Lion's Fury. Off balance, Dai Mubai was relentlessly bombarded by a series of strikes from Su Xing, culminating in a devastating hook kick that slammed him into the earth. Boom. A massive crater formed beneath Dai Mubai as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his limbs twitching slightly, rendering him completely incapable of continuing the fight. With a gaze filled with fear and resentment, Dai Mubai stared at Su Xing, struggling to accept the outcome. He felt as though several bones in his body had shattered, and recovery would take months. Stop. Witnessing Dai Mubai's dire state and loss of combat ability, Zhao Wujia hurriedly interjected. Whoosh. Zhao Wujia's figure swiftly appeared before Dai Mubai as he crouched down to assess his injuries. Hiss. Upon inspection, Zhao Wujia realized the severity of Dai Mubai's condition was far worse than he had anticipated. Had he known it would come to this, he would have intervened earlier. Kid, your strikes were excessively harsh. Turning to Su Xing, Zhao Wujia's expression darkened. My apologies, teacher, I failed to control myself. However, you must understand, losing to such a worthless opponent in front of the woman I admire is simply unbearable. Su Xing offered a direct apology, yet his words lacked sincerity. He did not even acknowledge his own wrongdoing. Zhao Wuji opened his mouth, uncertain of how to impart wisdom, for matters of the heart were a realm he scarcely understood. Regardless of the circumstances, you shall remain classmates henceforth, and such harshness was unwarranted. Zhao Wuji shook his head, choosing to remain silent. I apologize, teacher, but I do not intend to join Shrek Academy. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Su Xing spoke up. What? Why? Zhao Wujia was taken aback. Despite his dissatisfaction with Su Xing, he was still quite impressed by his talent. To let such a prodigy slip away would undoubtedly be a loss for Shrek Academy. Tang San and the others were equally astonished, uncertain as to why Su Xing had suddenly made such a decision. Only Zhu Zhuqing was unsurprised. She understood that Su Xing had never intended to join Shrek Academy and had even advised him against it. His presence here was likely merely to exact vengeance on Dai Mubai, wasn't it? Zhu Zhuqing deciphered Su Xing's intentions. Feeling a complex mix of emotions, this was the first time someone had gone to such lengths for her affection. Chapter 13. This is a modicum of gain unless you dismiss him. Seeing a rival in love every day will be quite distressing for me. Xing gazed at Dai Mubai, responding to Zhao Wujia's inquiry. This is impossible. Dai Mubai is a student of Shrek Academy, and we cannot expel him on your account. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia shook his head in immediate disapproval. Then I am sorry, but I shall not be joining Shrek Academy, Suxing declared, observing the earnestness in Suxing's eyes. Zhao Wujia felt a wave of frustration, realizing Suxing was quite serious. In that case, please take your leave, Zhao Wujia stated decisively. Knowing that there was no point in trying to retain him. Ah, you truly intend to leave? Tang San and the others were taken aback, not expecting Suxing to actually depart, particularly Ning Rongrong, who felt a deep sense of regret, as she found Suxing to be quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, Su Xing offered no resistance and turned to leave. His purpose for coming here today was essentially fulfilled. He could only proceed to this extent. Had he been more ruthless and severely injured Daimu Bai, he feared he would not be able to exit Shrek Academy. Zhu Shiqing, I am about to depart. Could you step outside with me for a moment? Let it be a farewell, at least. As Su Xing passed by Zhu Shiqing, he paused momentarily to speak, then continued on his way. Zhu Shiqing gazed at Su Xing with a complex expression, and upon hearing his words, she bit her lip and silently followed him. Regardless of the circumstances, this individual had accompanied her for several days, and a farewell seemed only fitting. Primarily, Su Xing's departure brought her a sense of relief. Tang San. Sister Xiao Wu, it's truly a pity that we cannot attend the same school. Upon reaching Tang San and Xiao Wu, Su Xing also halted to regard them. Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback, surprised by Su Xing's sudden greeting. What a pity we cannot go to the same school. Wasn't it your own choice to forego enrolling in Nodding Academy back then? Sending greetings to the master? Are you truly grateful to him? That doesn't quite seem to fit. I will, Tang San replied, albeit somewhat perplexed. So you are acquainted? Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, expressed her astonishment and then turned to Su Xing. I am Ning Rongrong. Where are you heading next? Might I introduce you to a place? Ning Rongrong believed that a talent such as Su Xing would thrive in a sect. Having such an intriguing individual, there would undoubtedly be delightful. Not far away, Daimu Bai, supported by Zhao Wuji, stood quietly, casting a glance at Tang San and Xiao Wu. So you are acquainted? Thank you, but that's not necessary, Su Xing replied. Su Wei gazed at Ning Rongrong in astonishment, never anticipating that she would utter such words. Suxing surmised that Ning Rongrong might be attempting to introduce him to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. However, he still politely declined. The three great sects are far from safe, with the potential threat of the Spirit Hall looming at any moment. Don't be so hasty in your refusal. The place I wish to introduce you to is quite formidable, Ning Rongrong said, believing that Suxing was unaware of the school's significance. It's all the same to me. I aspire to be the first titled Douluo who requires no soul rings and creates all my own soul skills. I do not need anyone to teach me. Suxing interjected. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated such arrogance from him. This level of confidence must border on hubris. How could anyone possibly realize such an ambition? Tang San and the others regarded Suxing with astonishment. Such audacity and self-assurance were rare, as most would not even dare to entertain such thoughts. Ignoring Ning Rongrong, Suxing nodded to Tang San and Xiao Wu before departing. Humph. Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, secretly fuming. It was the first time she had been so disregarded. Watching Zhu Shiqing follow Suxing out, Tang San turned helplessly to Zhao Wujing. Teacher, what shall we do about our assessment? Let that little girl return. I will first take Daimu Bai for treatment. Zhao Wujing replied, somewhat exasperated. Understood, teacher, Tang San acknowledged, feeling that today's entrance examination was indeed a chaotic affair. Well then, do you have anything else to say? If not, I shall return to the assessment. After stepping out of Shrek Academy alongside Suxing, Zhu Shiqing halted her progress. She knew Suxing must have something he wished to express. Yesterday you saw Daimu Bai's true nature clearly, and considering his utter incompetence. Do you truly wish to remain at Shrek Academy? Come away with me. Forget about the troubles of your family. Awakening turned around and gazed at Zhu Shiqing as she made her final plea. You do not comprehend. This is the fate I was born into within this family, and I shall not easily evade it. Upon hearing Awakening's words, Zhu Shiqing's expression remained largely unchanged. She was not one to surrender easily. Having resolved to seek out Daimu Bai, there was no reason to abandon her quest midway. Although Daimu Bai had caused her considerable disappointment, she would not hastily condemn him. After all, she harbored feelings for him, having known since childhood that he was her betrothed. Thus, she would afford Daimu Bai another chance, remaining at Shrek Academy to observe whether he might change. Very well, it seems I am the one who does not understand. Upon hearing this, Su Xing self-deprecatingly smiled, realizing that he ultimately did not succeed. You will find a girl far better than I. Zhu Shiqing reassured Su Xing with a few comforting words, intending to say no more, and turned to leave. Wait. However, Su Xing called out to her once more. And Zhu Shiqing, impatient, turned back, only to be met with Su Xing's approaching visage. In an instant, she felt her lips silenced. Zhu Shiqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Su Xing. Her expression a mix of humiliation and anger. She had never anticipated such a bold action from him. Yet soon, her initially startled eyes narrowed again in indignation. Evidently confronted with something even more intolerable. Those who understand will understand. 1 second, 2 seconds. As Zhu Shiqing regained her composure, her eyes filled with shame and fury. She bit down hard. Awakening let out a cry of pain, forced to release Zhu Zhuqing. Just then, he sensed a hand coming toward him and swiftly reached out to seize it. "You shameless wretch." With her hand caught, Zhu Zhuqing struggled in vain, glaring at Awakening and gritting her teeth in indignation. Quite delightful. This way, my journey shall not be deemed entirely fruitless." Awakening wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his other hand, casting a mocking smile at the utterly indignant Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 14. The Arrival of the Master. Let go of me. Zhu Zhuqing glared coldly at Awakening, her gaze fixed intently upon his eyes. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing had scarcely regarded Awakening, as there were countless admirers vying for her attention. However, his offensive and humiliating actions had etched his presence deeply into her memory. Even in her fury, she exuded a beauty that was captivating. Truly, that wastrel Daimubai was unworthy of her. Xing released Zhu Zhuqing and then smiled faintly. "Humph, Xing. I shall remember you." Zhu Zhuqing scoffed coldly, hurling a menacing remark before turning to leave. It was evident from her tone that this matter was far from over. Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly seek retribution in the future. "As long as you remember, feel free to come find me anytime." As Su Xing gazed at the retreating figure of Zhu Zhuqing, he let out a hearty laugh, utterly unconcerned by her threats. However, Zhu Zhuqing did not pause. She proceeded directly ahead. This must be Zhu Zhuqing's first kiss, he thought as he departed, finally feeling that this trip was not in vain. After watching Zhu Zhuqing's silhouette fade from view, Su Xing cast a lingering glance at Shrek Academy before resolutely turning away. How reckless of me. This time, I have surely offended both Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing. On the journey back, Su Xing began to reflect on his actions. Awakening realized that the successful development of the electromagnetic cannon and the Thunderforge, coupled with his remarkable surge in strength over the past 6 months, had somewhat inflated his ego. Otherwise, even if he had failed in his pursuit of Zhu Zhuqing, he would not have vented his frustrations on Daimubai, inflicting severe humiliation and grievously injuring him, thereby irreparably offending his rival. It is essential to understand that Awakening does not possess any formidable background, while he no longer fears his peers due to his own prowess. There remain countless others who surpass him. Thus, irrevocably antagonizing Daimubai is far from a prudent choice. Similarly, incurring Zhu Zhuqing's wrath would yield no favorable outcome. One is a candidate for the throne of the Star Luo Empire, while the other is a contender for the position of Empress. Awakening cannot ascertain Zhu Zhuqing's intentions, yet he firmly believes that if Daimubai were to ascend to the status of the Crown Prince, as depicted in the original narrative, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against Awakening, the one who had brought him such disgrace. Now that Su Xing has offended Daimubai, he is left with only 2 paths to tread. One option is to eliminate Daimubai, thereby quashing the threat in its infancy. However, such an act would likely provoke relentless pursuit from the Star Luo Empire. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, Daimubai could fall victim to the machinations of his fellow princes should he fail in competition, yet he must never perish at the hands of others. The alternative is to thwart Daimubai's ascension to the position of Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire. Given the perilous nature of assassinating Daimubai at this juncture, it is wiser to first seek to prevent his rise to the throne. Awakening, he silently resolved, his expression growing slightly frosty as he had made up his mind. Preventing Daimubai from ascending to the throne was not an insurmountable challenge. Awakening had just made a move, greeting Tang San and Xiao to foster a sense of closeness while creating a rift between Daimubai and them. The reason Daimubai excelled in the competition for the Crown Prince position was undoubtedly due to the support of the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters, particularly the assistance of Tang San. More specifically, it was the aid of those celestial herbs that played a crucial role. The reason Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger, triumphed over Davis and Zhu Zhiyun's Nether White Tiger was that their Nether White Tiger had advanced, sprouting the wings of the White Tiger. Awakening deduced that the evolution of their Nether White Tiger into one with wings was attributed to their prior consumption of celestial herbs, which enhanced and evolved their martial souls. Therefore, it was imperative to prevent Daimubai from acquiring those celestial herbs. Furthermore, those herbs were invaluable. There was no reason to leave them for Tang San and his companions. Regardless of their usefulness to me, seizing them was the priority. Consequently, I now had a clear direction for which academy to attend, the Tiando Royal Academy. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xing altered his direction of departure, heading towards the capital of the Heavendo Empire. He remained oblivious to the whereabouts of the Eye of Ice and Fire, not even recalling in which Soul Beast forest it resided. The soul means to locate the Eye of Ice and Fire lay in seeking out the poisoned Douluo, Dugubo. However, to engage with Dugubo, he would need to approach his granddaughter, Duguyen. Su Xing, nonetheless, had no intention of adhering to Tang San's strategies. Having entered this world, he had come to a profound realization. Individuals are inherently different. While Yu Xiaojing and Xiao Wu might regard Tang San with a unique perspective, Su Xing could not afford such a luxury. He understood that the character traits exhibited by the figures in the original narrative did not encompass their entirety. Moreover, Tang San's prowess in poison was what garnered Dugubo's admiration. Su Xing lacked such abilities. In the original tale, when Douluo assessed Tang San, he had administered poison upon him, a feat Su Xing was incapable of countering. Yet, time was not on his side. In approximately a year, Shrek Academy and the Heavendo Royal Academy would converge at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, shortly after which Douluo would seek out Tang San. Su Xing had two options: to acquire the celestial herbs beforehand or to prevent the confrontation between the Heavendo Royal Academy and the Shrek 7 in the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Should he fail to avert this clash or seize the herbs in advance, he would resort to offering the intelligence regarding the celestial herbs to the Spirit Hall. Su Xing clenched his fist, his expression icy. What he could not obtain, he would ensure that Tang San could not have either, although there was no enmity between them. Tang San could potentially aid Su Xing's adversary, Daimubai, and that was unacceptable. A few days after Su Xing departed from Shrek Academy, a figure appeared at the academy's entrance. Xiao Gang, you finally made it. Haha, it's been such a long time. I didn't expect you to send me two remarkable students even before your arrival. Swiftly, a figure descended from a distant pavilion, landing before Yu Xiaojiang, who was embraced excitedly. The figure was undoubtedly Yu Xiaojiang's teacher, Tang San's mentor. Following closely was the founder and principal of Shrek Academy, the 78th level Soul Sage. Flinder. Indeed, it has been a long time, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, joyfully gazing at Flinder. You chose to hide away, had it not been for your disciple. I doubt you would have come to see me. Though Flinder was elated, he remained displeased with the master's prolonged seclusion. How is Xiao San? Upon hearing about his disciple, a smile returned to Yu Xiaojiang's face. He's doing well. I cannot fathom how you managed to raise such a little prodigy who even made Zhao Wujin suffer a setback. Flinder chuckled. Xiao San is indeed exceptional. Yu Xiaojiang nodded with pride and satisfaction. Chapter 15. The excited master. Truly, your disciple is remarkable. Flinder conceded. However, recalling Su Xing, who had grievously injured Daimubai, Flinder's gaze towards Yu Xiaojiang shifted, revealing a hint of unease. What is it? Yu Xiaojiang queried, puzzled by Flinder's expression. Among the students who came for the entrance examination, there was a boy named Su Xing who was quite extraordinary. Flinder remarked. Su Xing? That name sounds familiar. Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow at Flinder's words. Of course, that lad initially sought to be your disciple, but you turned him down. Xiao Gang, even you can make mistakes. That boy is not inferior to your disciple, Xiao San. Flinder teased as he noticed Yu Xiaojiang's oversight. Are you referring to that boy? Yu Xiaojiang suddenly recalled. He had a mere third-level innate soul power. I wonder if he has even broken through to level 20 by now. How could he possibly compare to Xiao San? Wait. His innate soul power was indeed only level 3? Flinder was astonished. Just days prior, he had heard from Tang San and found it hard to believe. You must be mistaken. That boy not only surpassed level 20, but has already reached the level of a great soul master at 27. Flinder doubted Yu Xiaojiang's initial assessment. 27. No wonder you said Su Xing is impressive, Yu Xiaojiang remarked, momentarily taken aback. Impossible. He had only just awakened his martial soul. I tested him and confirmed his innate soul power was only level 3. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head, adamantly standing by his initial judgment. How could he have advanced so rapidly? Moreover, he even detonated his own soul ring. Do you think his rapid cultivation speed is related to this? Flinder had always been curious about Su Xing's circumstances. What? He detonated his soul ring? Why would he do that? Yu Xiaojiang was utterly dumbfounded. He had never heard of anyone destroying their own soul ring. Where is Su Xing now? Yu Xiaojiang, filled with curiosity, inquired urgently about Su Xing's whereabouts. Unfortunately, due to certain reasons, he did not join Shrek Academy and has already left, Flinder sighed, expressing a hint of regret. He has already departed? If I had known, I would have arrived earlier. He wished to be my disciple 6 years ago. Had he known I would be here to guide Shrek's students, he would not have left. Yu Xiaojiang had thought Su Xing was still the same boy who sought to be his disciple. Please share with me more about his situation. His rapid ascension in levels might indeed be connected to the explosion of his soul ring. Unable to inquire directly from Su Xing, he turned to Flinder for answers. Yu Xiaojiang was filled with enthusiasm, feeling as if he had encountered a rare subject worthy of study, eager to comprehend it fully. He sensed that if he could understand this, it might help him break through the bottleneck he had faced at level 29. Flinder, naturally, would not refuse. But he also conveyed, I was not present that day. If you seek clarity, you might want to ask Zhao Wujin or your disciple Tang San. At that moment, Tang San and his companions had returned from the Stardow forest. Though Daimubai was absent, the outcome remained largely unchanged. Oscar had acquired the flying mushroom, and Xiaowu had been taken by Erming. Tang San had encountered the man-faced demon spider and obtained the external spirit bone, 8 spider lances. What? Su Xing defeated a 37-level soul master, and one possessing the top-tier martial soul, the evil eye white tiger? He even created his own soul skill? Upon learning detailed information about Su Xing from his disciple Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang was once again astounded. He never imagined that the boy he had once rejected would grow so formidable in just a few years, surpassing even his own esteemed disciple, Tang San. He was aware of Tang San's prowess but never believed Tang San could defeat someone of Daimubai's caliber. My own disciple pales in comparison to the Su Xing I once disregarded? Teacher, Can you discern how he is cultivated so quickly? Does it relate to the explosion of his soul ring? Tang Sen understood Yu Xiaojiang's astonishment, having been equally amazed on that day. You have made an astute observation. Yu Xiaojiang nodded approvingly at Tang Sen. It is highly probable. We know that soul rings are a concentration of soul power. Each time a soul master absorbs a soul ring, their soul power increases significantly. I had always believed that the soul master absorbed all the soul power from the ring, but now it seems that may not be the case. There may still be considerable soul power within the soul ring. Su Xing detonating his soul ring may have allowed him to absorb the soul power contained within, facilitating his rapid advancement. If this is indeed the case, it is a genius strategy, though he sacrificed a soul ring and lost a soul skill. If sacrificing a soul ring can lead to such an enhancement in soul power, it would change the entire Douluo continent. In the presence of his valued disciple, Yu Xiaojiang candidly shared his conjecture. For instance, a teacher like you, who is stuck at level 29, could potentially break through to level 30 by detonating a soul ring, thus entering the realm of Soul Sage. Noticing Tang San's lingering confusion, Yu Xiaojiang suppressed his excitement and whispered, if Su Xing were present at this moment, even if he held a low opinion of Yu Xiaojiang, he would undoubtedly have to admire the latter's intellect. This, Su Xing could assert with certainty. He had already verified these matters. However, he was uncertain whether absorbing another soul ring, even at the risk of an explosion, would diminish his control over soul power. Thus, he refrained from absorbing additional soul rings after reaching level 20. Yu Xiaojiang, on the other hand, misconstrued the situation, believing that Su Xing had elevated his level solely through the detonation of 2 soul rings. In reality, he was unaware that Su Xing relied on the cultivation of his body through lightning, utilizing his formidable physical constitution to accelerate his soul power training. The method of awakening relies solely on the continuous enhancement of physical strength, allowing one to persistently transcend their limits. Yu Xiaojiang remarked that one could only break through by 1 or 2 levels, with no further paths available thereafter. This is beneficial mainly for soul masters who find themselves stuck at certain thresholds. Nevertheless, this notion is indeed quite astonishing. Yu Xiaojiang anticipated that if he were to validate this hypothesis and subsequently disseminate it, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the Douluo continent. Chapter 16. The unforeseen slap in the face. Of course, even if the validation were successful, Yu Xiaojiang had no intentions of appropriating others' ideas as his own. Should he choose to publish his findings, he would explicitly acknowledge that the concept originated from the awakening process. He merely seeks to refine and substantiate the theory. Really? The teacher can utilize this to break through? Tang Sen expressed his astonishment. Indeed, although it requires further validation, it is certainly worth attempting for the teacher. Yu Xiaojiang affirmed with a resolute tone. Even if it were solely to test this hypothesis, he would embark on the endeavor, especially considering the chance it presented to aid in overcoming a long-standing bottleneck. Tang San, do not dwell on this method too much. It is primarily advantageous for soul masters of ordinary talent like us. Your exceptional aptitude would render this approach detrimental. Yu Xiaojiang cautioned Tang San with great seriousness. Detonating a soul ring should only be a last resort. That awakening individual must possess exceptional talent in the creation of soul skills, hence being able to retain such formidable power after destroying soul rings. Typically, if one were to detonate all their soul rings, they would completely forfeit their soul skills. Should anyone attempt to elevate their soul power through this method, detonating all their soul rings without breaking through their threshold would result in utter failure. Yu Xiaojiang earnestly articulated the severe drawbacks of enhancing soul power through ring destruction. It could lead to dire consequences. If he were to publish his findings, he would certainly emphasize this point. I understand, teacher. Tang San nodded earnestly, grasping Yu Xiaojiang's intent. Good. It is essential that you comprehend this. If the situation aligns with the teacher's hypothesis, while that awakening individual may currently ascend rapidly, based on his innate talent, he is unlikely to surpass the soul sage level. Moreover, he must ensure that his self-created soul skills keep pace. Otherwise, Yu Xiaojiang shook his head, leaving his subsequent thoughts unvoiced, harboring skepticism about the awakening individual's future. However, reflecting on his previous assessment that the awakening individual could never reach the soul sage level, he now felt somewhat chastened, recognizing that this notion was no longer entirely implausible. Cough, cough. In any case, Tang San, just remember that your talents far surpass his. The teacher cannot foresee your limits. Simply proceed steadily and diligently. After reminiscing with Tang San and acquiring the information he sought, Yu Xiaojiang officially assumed the role of instructor for the Shrek Academy's students under Flanders' notification. As my students, you must first remember one thing. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. I may not excel in all areas, but when it comes to the study of martial souls, few can rival me. Therefore, as long as you are willing to work hard, with my guidance, you will undoubtedly become outstanding soul masters. Upon taking up his position as the guiding teacher at Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang commenced with a self-introduction and a motivational speech. Except for Dai Mubai, who was recuperating, all the students listened intently. Tang San and Xiao Wu were already acquainted with Yu Xiaojiang and held no objections. Rather, they were pleased. Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, Knowing that the exceptionally talented Tang San was a product of Yu Xiaojiang's teachings, felt a surge of excitement. Convinced that this teacher seemed quite reliable. That day, when Zhao Wujie conducted assessments for Tang San and the others, it was already quite late. Ma Hongjun had returned, and they all witnessed the moment when Tang San displayed extraordinary prowess, leaving Zhao Wujie at a disadvantage. After Su Xing's surprising victory over Dai Mu Bai, the astonishment only deepened when Tang San single-handedly passed Zhao Wujie's assessment, even leaving Zhao Wujie with a swollen face. This was particularly astonishing since Dai Mu Bai was merely a level 37 soul master, while Zhao Wujie stood at a formidable level 76. Considering that Su Xing was only level 27 and Tang San was at 29, they naturally concluded that Tang San was exceptionally strong. Only Zhu Xing, upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, exhibited a somewhat inscrutable expression. Zhu Xing, do you have any thoughts? Yu Xiaojiang, noticing her demeanor, directly called upon her. Master, I must respectfully disagree with your earlier statement. While I believe you are certainly not a failure, given your ability to mentor a disciple like Tang San, it seems that due to the limitations of your martial spirit, you have been unable to make any breakthroughs for many years. Thus, I feel some martial spirits are destined to fail. Zhu Zhuqing initially hesitated to speak, but upon being called out by Yu Xiaojiang, she rose to express her perspective. These thoughts were influenced by conversations she had shared with Su Xing a few days prior, which she had dismissed at the time as mere stories for entertainment. Su Xing had mentioned once wanting to apprentice under a master who rejected him, criticizing numerous aspects of that teacher, who appeared to be none other than Yu Xiaojiang himself. Zhu Zhuqing still harbored resentment towards Su Xing, frequently recalling him, especially the unexpected kiss he had stolen from her, which ignited her anger each time it crossed her mind. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing makes a valid point. None of us perceive you as a failure, so what could be the reason? Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong, who had previously felt indifferent, suddenly recognized the truth in Zhu Zhuqing's words. Yu Xiaojiang, standing on the stage, was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a retort from Zhu Zhuqing. The crux of the matter was that he could not counter her argument, for he knew she spoke the truth. This world indeed hinges on talent. His entire theory required certain innate abilities in soul masters to be applicable, which was precisely why he had declined Su Xing's request for mentorship. Yu Xiaojiang sought to cultivate an outstanding disciple to validate his capabilities. Yet Su Xing did not meet his standards. His previous remarks were merely intended to inspire, and he often reiterated these sentiments during speeches at Notting Academy, where they had never faced scrutiny. This time, however, he was confronted directly and found himself unable to provide a rebuttal. As he became a glaring example of his own limitations, embarrassment washed over Yu Xiaojiang. Such moments of public humiliation often arrive unexpectedly. Ahem, well said. He coughed, before continuing. The statements I made earlier were merely a means to motivate you during my speeches at various institutions. I intended to inspire you as well. But it seems Zhu Zhuqing has a clearer understanding. Indeed, she is correct. The cultivation of a soul master fundamentally relies on innate talent. My role, however, is to assist you in discovering the most effective paths to harness your potential. With a silent sigh of relief, Yu Xiaojiang felt he had salvaged the situation. Yes, Master is right. Xiaogang, I leave the students in your capable hands. I must attend to other matters. Flender, standing nearby, promptly supported Yu Xiaojiang. However, he soon excused himself, claiming other obligations awaited him. Returning to his office, Flender could no longer contain his laughter, clutching his belly and pounding the desk in amusement. He had never anticipated witnessing Yu Xiaojiang so thoroughly challenged. Chapter 17. Obstructed entry unbeknownst to Su Xing, whose awareness of Yu Xiaojiang's embarrassment was minimal. The latter had found a breakthrough opportunity through Su Xing's presence. Meanwhile, Su Xing had arrived at the prestigious Tiando Royal Academy. Observing the lavish and expansive environment of Tiando Royal Academy in stark contrast to Shrek Academy, Su Xing could not help but criticize the latter's dismal conditions. Had it not been for Tang San and his companions' exceptional talents, it was doubtful that any outstanding soul masters could emerge from the resource-poor and inhospitable Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy began recruitment much earlier, while Tiando Royal Academy commenced its admissions today. This was largely due to the excessively stringent conditions at Shrek Academy, which prompted early recruitment. Otherwise, those unable to gain entry would have no time to seek other martial spirit academies. Teacher, I am here to register. Very well, please present your noble identification. All right. Step aside for registration, and then you may proceed with the assessment. The line ahead moved orderly. However, as Su Xing finally positioned himself, his expression abruptly shifted. Oh no, I forgot that I am no longer a noble. Awakening was solely focused on approaching Duguyen to gain admission to the Royal Academy of Tiando, oblivious to the fact that enrollment was exclusively reserved for those of noble lineage. He decided to give it a try. After all, the esteemed Qin Ming, who was known for his willingness to accept commoners as students, was among the faculty. If he could showcase his age and abilities, surely he would stand a chance. Awakening is a matter of resignation. After all, his family is merely affluent, yet not of noble lineage. Teacher, I am not a noble, but I am 12 years old, and a level 27 soul master. May I enroll in the Royal Academy of Tiando? At last, it was Su Xing's turn. And with a sense of helplessness, he approached the admissions officer with a tentative hope. He emphasized his age and rank, for in terms of both, his potential was among the finest across the Douluo continent. If such merit could not warrant special admission, it would only serve to demonstrate the academy's profound decay. What did you say? 12 years old and level 27? The admissions officer stood abruptly, astonished as he regarded Su Xing. We shall ascertain this immediately. Upon witnessing the officer's astonishment, Su Xing felt a flicker of optimism. Indeed, let us conduct the test without delay. The admissions officer promptly fetched the testing crystal ball from the instructor responsible for assessing the applicant's soul power. Now, channel your soul power into the orb, he urged. His excitement palpable. A 12-year-old at level 27? Such students were exceedingly rare within the Royal Academy of Tiando. Could it truly be? Is there anyone of such exceptional caliber among this year's recruits? The answer was no, although there had been a few extraordinary cases in previous years. None this year had yet emerged. Who is this? Which noble family does he hail from? Or perhaps from a prominent sect? As Su Xing began to channel his soul power into the testing orb, the nearby students, having overheard the admissions officer's exclamation, were equally astounded. Casting their gazes upon Su Xing, eager to discern the truth of the matter. There is no cause for concern regarding Su Xing, as he has already undergone testing during his time at Shrek Academy. A brilliant blue light erupted from the testing crystal ball, revealing the number 27. Indeed, he is at the 27th level. Extend your hand. The enrollment officer, upon witnessing this, eagerly wished to ascertain whether Su Xing was truly only 12 years old. Su Xing obediently followed the instructions. It was indeed true. No problem. The Heavendo Royal Academy can accept you, exclaimed the admissions officer, filled with surprise. Wait, teacher. I just heard that he seems not to be a noble. How can he be admitted to the Heavendo Royal Academy? Isn't it stipulated that only nobles may enter? This rule was established by the founding emperor. After the admissions officer spoke, a student who had just been standing behind Su Xing stepped forward in dissatisfaction. Questioning the admissions officer, the gaze directed at Su Xing was unmistakably tinged with envy. He is not a noble, so he is a commoner. Upon hearing this student's words, the others realized that Su Xing was indeed a commoner, and their tone immediately turned disdainful. Just a moment ago, they had envied Su Xing's talent. Indeed, teacher. The Heavendo Royal Academy has regulations against admitting commoners. That's right. If you allow him to enter the school, we will lodge a complaint against you. Exactly. A commoner has no right to study in the same institution as us. They echoed, aligning with the earlier students' remarks. Faced with such a chorus of dissent, the admissions officer found himself in a dilemma. If there had been no uproar, admitting a commoner would not have been an issue, but should a disturbance arise, it would become problematic. The admissions officer understood that their jealousy stemmed from Su Xing's extraordinary talent as a commoner. If he were to be admitted, his abilities would surely overshadow them. A commoner has no right to stand above us, scoffed the very boy who had first spoken. Now visibly pleased as he mocked Su Xing, awakened by the scene before him, Su Xing found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that the admissions officer was rendered hesitant to offer him a special recommendation. Teacher, with my talent, am I not worthy of entering the heavenly? He inquired, disregarding the envious glances of his peers and focusing solely on the admissions officer. To be frank, Su Xing could scarcely believe that the Heavenly Royal Academy was truly so lackluster. In the original tale, Tang San and his companions were rejected solely due to the interference of Prince Xing. It was astonishing that now, mere skepticism from a group of students could place the admissions officer in such a predicament. Do not worry. Please wait here for a moment while I consult the principal. The admissions officer reassured Su Xing. He, too, felt uncertain and could only seek the principal's counsel. Yet, he was confident that the principal would not be so short-sighted. After all, just last year they had hired a commoner as a teaching staff member. Make way, His Highness Xinghe is arriving. At that moment, a commotion erupted behind them as many students hastily stepped aside, creating a clear path. Soon, a regal and handsome figure emerged, Prince Xinghe. Your Highness. The admissions officer hurried forward upon seeing Xinghe. What is happening here? Xinghe inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Su Xing. Your Highness. This is. The admissions officer intended to explain the situation regarding Su Xing, but realized he did not even know the student's name. Teacher, Your Highness. I'm Su Xing. Xing smiled at the admissions officer and Xinghe. Upon seeing Xinghe's presence, Xing felt a wave of relief, realizing that his admission to the Tiando Royal Academy was likely secured. As long as Xinghe recognized his talent, there was no reason not to extend a warm welcome. Even though Xinghe was actually the disguised daughter of Bibi Dong, the leader of the Spirit Hall, Qianrenxue would still uphold the image of Prince Xinghe. Your Highness, this student named Xing wishes to enroll in the Tiando Royal Academy. He is merely 12 years old. Yet his soul power has already reached the impressive level of 27. The admissions officer refrained from voicing the latter part of his thoughts, knowing that His Highness would certainly understand. A 12-year-old with a level 27 soul master? Indeed, such a prodigy warranted an exception for admission into the Tiando Royal Academy. especially since there had been a precedent the previous year. Please follow me. I shall take you to meet the principal. Leave the arrangements for your enrollment in the Tiando Royal Academy to me. Upon hearing this, Xing cast a surprised glance at Xing, then smiled gently. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. Grateful for Xing's assistance, Xing expressed his heartfelt thanks. Now come with me. Xing smiled and led the way ahead. Awakening. He or she promptly followed behind Xing. As they departed, Awakening could not resist casting a provocative glance at the lad who had first exposed his humble origins. Infuriatingly, the young man was filled with rage yet felt utterly powerless. After all, it was Prince Xing who had intervened, and he lacked the audacity to utter another word. Naturally, the others mirrored his sentiments, compelled to remain silent while casting envious glances at Awakening's figure. At present, Awakening not only possessed remarkable talent but was also favored by His Highness Xing, who personally guided him into the Imperial Academy of Tiando. This was akin to ascending to the heavens in a single bound. Even if Awakening retained his commoner status, given this circumstance, few would dare to provoke him. After all, doing so would be tantamount to slapping Prince Xing in the face. Thus, their jealousy simmered, yet they were left with no choice but to harbor it silently. The envy and resentment of the crowd were of little concern to Awakening. At this moment, he quietly trailed behind Xing, who, known as Enraged, was arguably the most gifted prodigy on the Douluo continent, unrivaled. Possessing innate soul power at level 20, such a feat had never been recorded before. In the original narrative, she was the first to ascend to divinity, yet her misguided affection for Tang Sen ultimately led to her tragic downfall. However, her disposition was undeniably harsh. Characterized by an icy detachment, strong-willed and resolute, she relished in conquering all. To seize control of the Tiando Empire, she could endure a 2-decade-long concealment, an ominous thought indeed. Even if compelled to hide, it was to prove herself to Bibi Dong. Her radical tendencies were evident, as she severed ties with Tang San and her mother. Despite the fact that her affection for Tang San was unreciprocated, he regarded her as a foe, wishing her demise. Her temperament leaned heavily towards that of her father, Qian Xuanji. Had she not ultimately displayed a glimmer of virtue by rescuing her mother, she would have been nothing short of a quintessential villainess. Such a woman would only exploit you unless you possessed the power to conquer her. Awakening questioned himself, still lacking the ability, at least not at this moment. Far from it. Regarding the recent incident, please do not take it to heart. This is a chronic ailment of the Empire. I have advised my father numerous times that the Royal Academy of Tiando should also be accessible to commoners, yet regrettably, he has not acquiesced. Xing, walking ahead, deliberately slowed his pace and turned to comfort Xing, saying, Rest assured, I brought you in today, and such incidents will not occur in the future. Thanks to your highness. Xing expressed his gratitude once more. By the way, Xing, what is your martial soul? How is your soul ring configuration? Xing, pleased with Xing's attitude, continued to inquire. He wished to ascertain whether there was a need to actively recruit Xing. Your highness, my martial soul is a coin, and I have no soul rings. I exploded them. Xing understood Xing's intentions and answered candidly. What? Exploded? Is it irretrievable? Upon hearing this, Xing halted in surprise, turning to gaze at Xing. Indeed, your highness. From Xing's words, it was evident that he was aware of the concept of exploding rings and that they could potentially be restored. It seemed he had thoroughly researched the Haotian sect. Then does that mean you have lost your soul skills? How do you intend to fight? Xing pressed on, his tone noticeably more indifferent than before. Your highness, I will create my own soul skills. My dream is to become a titled Douluo who relies solely on self-created soul skills, without any soul rings. Xing elaborated. Indeed. That is truly a magnificent dream. Xing, somewhat speechless, found his interest in Xing waning as they spoke. Haha, I think so too. Xing replied with a smile. Well, do your best. I have faith in you. Xing responded perfunctorily and then hastened ahead, losing interest in further engaging Xing. Hiki. Awakening could distinctly perceive the shift in Xing's demeanor, eliciting a faint smile within his heart. He did not dwell on it, for after all, he had no intention of clinging to the formidable thigh of Enraged. If he were to join the ranks of the Spirit Hall, he would much prefer to ally himself with Bibi Dong instead. Before long, Xing escorted Awakening to the principal of the Tiando Royal Academy. With Xing's introduction, the principal naturally made no attempts to complicate matters. Upon learning that Awakening possessed a soul power of level 27 at the tender age of 12, he eagerly facilitated the enrollment process. After entrusting Awakening to the principal, Xing departed swiftly. Principal, I wish to join the spirit battle team representing the Tiando Royal Academy. Is that possible? After Xing's departure, Awakening, noticing the principal's amiable disposition, boldly expressed his desire to join the Academy's spirit battle team. You wish to join the spirit battle team? It seems you are quite confident in your own abilities, which is commendable. However, even as the principal, I cannot merely arrange this for you. You must earn your place through merit. The principal chuckled upon hearing Awakening's words. What is the quickest way to join the spirit battle team? Awakening did not expect the principal to acquiesce immediately. The quickest method, indeed, exists. You may directly challenge the members of the team. By consecutively defeating 3 of them, you shall gain immediate entry. The principal smiled, clearly hopeful that awakening could rise to the challenge. When may I commence my challenges? Upon awakening, his eyes sparkled with clarity. He was steady. Chapter 19. To contend with you, there is no need for a martial soul. Although he aspired to directly join the martial soul team of the Tiando Royal Academy by challenging its members, he found that such endeavors could not commence that day. This was due to the fact that the Tiando Royal Academy would not commence its academic year until the following day, and the members of the martial soul team had yet to assemble. Awakening had no choice but to take up residence at the academy. The Royal Academy of Tiando boasts a certain opulence, as each student enjoys the privilege of a private dormitory, free from the need to share a room with others. He is none other than Awakening, the commoner favored by the Crown Prince. Merely a stroke of luck, were I endowed with his talents. I too would garner the prince's favor. After all, what does it matter if he is a commoner? No matter how exceptional his abilities, they ultimately serve to benefit us nobles. Indeed, he is but a commoner, destined to serve the interests of our noble class. The very thought of attending the same institution as a commoner fills me with discontent. As Su Xing traversed the campus, he was soon recognized by his peers. It was evident that his status as a commoner favored by His Highness, Prince Xueqinghe, had spread throughout the school, and they were even familiar with Su Xing's appearance. Although they dared not confront him openly due to the prince's influence, they felt emboldened to whisper scornful remarks behind his back. One after another, they scrutinized Su Xing with expressions rife with jealousy, disdain, and contempt. Awakening from his initial good spirits, Su Xing found himself disheartened upon hearing the disparaging remarks around him. No one wishes to be regarded as an outlier. Yet, his presence as a commoner in the esteemed Tiando Royal Academy, a bastion of nobility, marked him as such. The leader of the academy's spirit battle team, Qin Ming, was also a commoner, leaving Su Xing perplexed as to how he managed to navigate this elite institution. Frankly, had it not been for his desire to connect with Dong Guyan, he would have turned on his heel and departed. He had always been aware of the societal divide between nobility and commoners in Douluo continent, yet he was unprepared for the extent to which commoners were marginalized. The absence of status was palpable, fostering in him a growing aversion to the academy, diminishing his eagerness to assimilate. He had initially envisioned that joining the academy would allow him to relive the innocence and joy of his youth. However, the reality was starkly different. Teacher, is it true that someone intends to join our team through a challenge this year? One student inquired, incredulous. I heard that, like Tang Hung last year. They are challenging the first team directly. This indicates remarkable confidence and surely great talent. I just hope they possess genuine strength and are not merely arrogant. The following day, the members of the Tiando Royal Academy Spirit Battle team assembled, all aware that someone would attempt to join them through a challenge. Reactions varied. Some were intrigued, others indifferent, some optimistic, while others were sardonic. Those among the ranks who were confident in their prowess welcomed the challenge, eager to see their team grow stronger. However, Osro and Yufeng, who had only joined the team the previous year, were less than welcoming towards Su Xing. They had earned their spots through exceptional talent and skill, having been the standout freshmen of the previous year, yet they were still relatively weak compared to other long-standing members of the team. They had lacked the confidence to join the Spirit Battle team through challenge, and now the prospect of being replaced loomed over them. Indeed, there is another newcomer this year who will join our first team directly, without challenge, Qin Ming, the team's mentor and leader, remarked. What? Joining directly? They must be a support-type soul master, exclaimed Yu Tianheng and Dong Guyan in unison, their faces reflecting surprise. To join directly meant that this newcomer would supplant one of their existing members without contest. The likelihood of them being a support soul master was high, making the team as current support soul master visibly uneasy. Starting today, Dylan, you will be moving to the second team, Qin Ming sighed, casting an apologetic glance at a boy in the team. Although Dylan was competent, he simply could not compare to the newcomer who was about to join. Understood, teacher. Dylan replied, a mixture of disappointment and resentment evident in his voice. Can you tell me who the newcomer is? He asked, curiosity piqued. As to the others' gazes turned towards Qin Ming. The new student joining us is Yilingling, a 12-year-old with a soul power level of 28. And her martial soul is the top-tier, healing martial soul, 9-heart begonia, Qin Ming announced. 12 years old and already at level 28, with a top-tier martial soul. The astonishment from Yu Tianheng and the others was palpable, though it was anticipated. One would need exceptional talent to directly replace Dylan. While Dylan was slightly higher in level at 29, his martial soul was not of the highest caliber, and given his slightly older age, replacement was to be expected. Yilingling, finally a girl has arrived? Dong Guyan's focus diverged from the others. Here they come. Qin Ming smiled as he spotted the principal leading 2 individuals into their designated area within the spirit battle team. The group turned to see a seemingly aloof yet adorable girl, Yilingling, followed by another boy who was presumably the one challenging to join their ranks. Principal! Principal! Qin Ming exclaimed, hastening to greet the principal's arrival. These 2 are the new students I mentioned yesterday, Su Xing and Yilingling. The principal smiled warmly. introducing Su Xing and Yi Lingling. Understood, principal. While I have agreed to let Yi Lingling join the first team directly, should I find her unsuitable later, I will remove her from the team. As for Su Xing, we shall see how he performs, Qin Ming stated, having previously discussed this with the principal. Now reiterating it intentionally for Yi Lingling's benefit. Yi Lingling's expression remained largely unchanged, though her attention was now fixed on Su Xing. Realizing that he was the one aiming to join the spirit battle team through challenge. Hello, teachers. I am Yi Lingling. I look forward to your guidance, she said politely. Despite her cool demeanor, nodding, Qin Ming proceeded to arrange the details of Su Xing's challenge. Principal, let Su Xing challenge Asro first, he suggested after surveying the team members. Of course, you may arrange that, the principal replied, nodding in agreement. Come forth. My martial soul is Ghost Leopard, and I am a level 31 soul master. Please enlighten me, Asro called out, eagerly stepping onto the field, brandishing his martial soul and soul rings, challenging Su Xing defiantly. He genuinely doubted that Su Xing, a mere level 27 great soul master, could best him, a soul master. Make your move. Awakening did not hold back, leaping directly onto the stage. However, upon taking the platform, he did not summon his martial soul, let alone any soul rings. Are you an idiot? Do you not know that you must summon your martial soul? Asro mocked upon seeing Awakening's demeanor. Against you, my martial soul is unnecessary. The previous day's experiences at the Tiendo Royal Academy had fostered a sense of aversion and Awakening towards its students, reflected in his tone. What did you say? Asro's eyes widened with indignation at Awakening's words, feeling profoundly insulted. A level 27 soul master daring to proclaim that he required no martial soul in the presence of a level 31 soul sovereign was an affront. Such arrogance was astonishing. Not only him, but everyone present, including the principal, was stunned by Awakening's audacious declaration. The notion of foregoing a martial soul was beyond hubris. It was unfathomable. Since you insist, do not blame me if you get hurt. Asro, filled with rage, laughed maniacally as he activated his first soul skill to enhance his speed, charging towards Awakening with astonishing swiftness, akin to a ghostly shadow. Yet, even before Asro could close the distance, strands of lightning began to weave around Awakening's form. Lightning escape armor. In an instant, Awakening transformed into a flash of lightning, disappearing from sight and surging back with a velocity surpassing Asro's. What? Such speed? Is this a self-created soul skill? The onlookers, including Yu Tianhing and others, were taken aback. The principal and Qin Ming were equally astonished. But their surprise was tinged with delight. Awakening's confidence was indeed backed by formidable prowess. Their thoughts turned to the possibility of a self-created soul skill, having just witnessed Awakening's lack of a martial soul in his earlier declaration of foregoing one. Boom. Crash. In the blink of an eye, Awakening and Asro collided, and the spectators watched as one figure was sent crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. It was Asro. How could this be? You actually possess a self-created soul skill, and one of such strength. Asro struggled to rise, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Awakening. The essence of the matter was not just the self-created skill, but the sheer power it wielded. Though of a lower level, Awakening's speed and attack surpassed his own. The control and physical prowess displayed were astounding. He had managed to harness the power of lightning without injuring himself. Yu Tianhing, who also possessed lightning attributes, looked on with shining eyes. He discerned that Awakening's self-created skill involved concentrating lightning onto his body to enhance his strength. Yet, he could not fathom how such a feat was possible, as it seemed implausible. To condense lightning onto one's flesh would typically result in injury. At that moment, Yu Tianhing yearned to inquire how Awakening had accomplished such a remarkable feat. Submit. You are no match for me. As Su Xing gazed at the standing Asro, he spoke slowly. Do not presume that your self-created soul technique will secure victory over me. I still possess other soul techniques yet to be unleashed. Naturally, Asro was not one to concede defeat so easily. Third soul technique, Phantom Leopard Charge. With that, Asro dashed towards Su Xing once more, his speed surpassing that of before. Useless. Asro has been defeated, Qin Ming observed, shaking his head from the sidelines. While Asro might not perceive it within the arena, Qin Ming discerned that Asro's speed, even after employing his third soul technique, was still inferior to Su Xing's. As a speed-oriented assault-type soul master, Asro's strength lay in his velocity. And when his speed was entirely suppressed, victory became nearly impossible. Bang. Indeed, Asro was once again sent sprawling to the ground. Asro, you should step back. You are no match for him. Noticing Asro's struggle to continue the fight, Qin Ming called for him to halt. As you wish, teacher. Asro replied despondently before retreating in disappointment. Next, Yufeng, it's your turn. His strength lies in speed, and his attacks are formidable, but he lacks flight. Make full use of your aerial capabilities. Qin Ming then called upon Yufeng to take the stage, offering him a quiet word of guidance. Understood, teacher. Yufeng swiftly ascended to the arena. At the outset, he summoned his wind bell bird martial soul and soared into the sky using his soul technique. Observing Yufeng take to the air, Su Xing furrowed his brow. Without employing the super electromagnetic cannon, he found himself lacking effective means to confront airborne foes. The super electromagnetic cannon was something Su Xing preferred to keep concealed. He regretted revealing it during his previous display before Zhu Xing, who had merely regarded it as an ordinary soul technique without further thought. Are you not going to unleash your martial soul? If you cannot attack me, then you have already lost. Yu Feng, hovering above, smiled down at Su Xing. Now you are in trouble. You cannot reach your opponent. Indeed, you were correct earlier. I cannot strike you, Yu Feng retorted. However, you cannot harm me either. By flying with your martial soul, you are expending soul power. I merely need to wait for your energy to deplete and watch you fall. Upon hearing Yu Feng's words, Su Xing remained calm and composed, smiling at him. He stood there, tranquil and unyielding, choosing not to attack but merely to observe his opponent. Clever indeed, since he could not strike the adversary. There was no point in futilely expending soul power. He would wait for the opponent to tire. Witnessing Su Xing's response, Qin Ming's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. This lad possesses remarkable adaptability. Yu Feng, taken aback by Su Xing's unexpected demeanor, hovered in the air, momentarily astonished. However, upon realizing that Su Xing lacked aerial capabilities, he relaxed. Now, he would see if he could defeat Su Xing directly from the sky. If not, he would truly be at a loss. With a flourish, he unleashed his first soul skill, Wind Turmoil. Following that, he activated his second soul skill, Wind Bellfeather Strike. Yu Feng first cast Wind Turmoil upon the arena below, unleashing a chaotic tempest that swept through the area. Though this skill inflicted minimal damage, it effectively hindered the enemy's speed. Subsequently, with a powerful flap of his wings, a flurry of feathers transformed into sharp feathered arrows that rained down upon Su Xing from above. Under the relentless assault of Yu Feng's two soul skills, Su Xing shimmered with crackling electricity, his figure darting swiftly. The sound of clashing echoed as most of the falling feather arrows were deftly evaded by Su Xing, landing harmlessly on the ground. Those he could not dodge were effortlessly deflected by the thunder escape armor enveloping him. In truth, even without evasion, he would have been unfazed. As Yu Feng's storm-like barrage subsided, and he beheld Su Xing standing unharmed, he immediately comprehended his defeat. With a resolute landing, Yu Feng conceded, I admit my loss. At that moment, as their captain, Yu Tianheng eagerly stepped forward. Teacher, let me take the final match. With Yu Feng's surrender, he was keen on personally facing Su Xing's self-created soul skills. All right, you may proceed. Qin Ming nodded, recognizing that if Yu Tianheng did not step up, there would be no one left who could rival Su Xing. Teacher, he is only at level 27. His soul power is inherently lower than mine. And I do not intend to use my third soul skill. Yu Tianheng shook his head, pride evident in his demeanor. I'm Yu Tianheng, captain of the Tiando Royal Academy's Wuhuan battle team, at level 38 Soul Master. Your next challenger is I, but fear not. I will only employ my first and second soul skills. Once he stepped forward, Yu Tianheng did not immediately initiate the battle. After a brief moment of recovery, Su Xing stood up, nodding slightly. The exertion he had just endured was considerable, and it took him half an hour to regain his composure. Let us begin. I am eager to see what your martial spirit is. Upon witnessing Su Xing rise, Yu Tianheng approached him and spoke. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Simultaneously, Yu Tianheng summoned his martial spirit. Everyone, including the principal, was filled with anticipation regarding the nature of Su Xing's martial spirit. You may find yourselves disappointed. Su Xing smiled faintly, extending his right hand to gradually summon forth his martial spirit. A coin materialized, adorned with intertwining arcs of blue lightning. What? Is this truly his martial spirit? A mere coin? It seems implausible. Why do I sense such feebleness in this martial spirit? It certainly does not possess the qualities of a top-tier spirit, nor even a high-tier one. The essence of an individual's martial spirit is typically discernible upon its manifestation. The higher the quality of the martial spirit, the more it exudes an aura of intimidation. Yet, they felt no trace of menace emanating from Su Xing's spirit. This was in stark contrast to the prowess he exhibited, which did not align with that of one capable of defeating opponents beyond their rank. Is this truly your martial spirit? Yu Tianheng gazed at Su Xing's spirit, still in disbelief. Indeed, my martial spirit is merely one of low quality. Moreover, I possess no soul rings, as I have destroyed them all. Su Xing exhibited no concern for the low quality of his martial soul, candidly expressing his thoughts. What? You actually detonated your soul ring? Why? Upon hearing Su Xing's words, Yu Tianheng was once again taken aback, and so were Qin Ming and the others. The circumstances surrounding the awakening have truly exceeded their expectations time and again. For I require no additional soul techniques. I possess the ability to create them myself. Su Xing has always maintained this attitude towards such matters. I am a genius, and I am willful. In response to Su Xing's remarks, everyone was left as dumbfounded and speechless as the members of Shrek Academy had been in the past. Now, let me witness the true strength of your self-created soul skill. After a moment of silence, Yu Tianheng ceased his idle chatter and took immediate action. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Crackling and booming, a phantom of a dragon's claw emerged behind Yu Tianheng, subsequently enveloping his right hand, while a dazzling aura of blue lightning radiated around him, exuding an impressive might. Thunder Escape Armor. Awakening simultaneously unleashed his lightning armor, with arcs of electricity enveloping his form. As for his martial spirit, it proved futile unless he activated the electromagnetic cannon, which he promptly retracted at the onset of conflict. In that fleeting moment, both Awakening and Yu Tianheng were entwined in lightning. At first glance, their postures appeared similar. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that the lightning on Awakening was interwoven with his very flesh, whereas Yu Tianheng's was wrapped around him, external to his body. One was internal, the other external. Yu Tianheng, approaching Awakening, gazed upon the latter's self-created soul technique with a glint of excitement in his eyes, pondering how Awakening had managed to integrate the lightning within himself. Thunder Dragon's Claw. Eager to personally gauge the potency of Awakening's unique soul skill, Yu Tianheng wasted no time and launched the first offensive, charging towards Awakening with fervor. Awakening was devoid of fear, instantly darting forward to engage. Boom. The two figures collided with great force. Subsequently, they each retreated. Yu Tianheng stepped back 3 paces while Su Xing withdrew 4. In this frontal clash, Su Xing exhibited a slight disadvantage. Excellent. Let us continue. With thunderous might, Yu Tianheng was somewhat astonished to discover that Su Xing could genuinely contend with him head-on. Considering Su Xing was merely at level 27, this was indeed a considerable disparity in their ranks. Intrigued, Yu Tianheng yearned to discern the limits of Su Xing's capabilities. Thereafter, he alternated between his first and second soul skills, engaging in a fierce battle with Su Xing. After several rounds of direct confrontation, Su Xing altered his strategy, opting to leverage his speed advantage rather than engage head-on. In truth, akin to his approach with Daimubai, Su Xing could have easily secured victory. However, out of respect for the future captain, he refrained from exerting his full strength. Initially capable of holding his ground against Su Xing, Yu Tianheng soon found himself on the defensive. Unable to match Su Xing's velocity or seize the initiative, he could only respond defensively. Yet, this phase of Yu Tianheng's passivity was short-lived, as he quickly adapted to Su Xing's rhythm. Although his speed could not rival that of Su Xing, his reaction time was commendable, and his combat experience far surpassed that of Su Xing, allowing him to deflect each of Su Xing's assaults. Each time Su Xing was thwarted, he swiftly retreated. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. Yu Tianheng had not anticipated such a turn of events. Su Xing's tactics were astute, as he decisively altered his strategy after failing to confront him head-on. Moreover, neither his first nor second soul skills could effectively strike Su Xing, unless he resorted to his third soul skill, the Wrath of the Thunder Dragon, which unleashed a widespread lightning assault. However, he had previously declared he would not employ his third soul skill. Little did he know, Su Xing had yet to unleash his full power. Ultimately, it was Qin Ming who stepped forward, declaring the challenge concluded. Does this mean I have passed the challenge? Su Xing inquired with utmost clarity whether defeating Yu Tianheng was of any significance. What truly mattered was his admission into the Soul Master team. Absolutely. Qin Ming nodded in agreement. Although Su Xing lacked a soul ring, his formidable strength rendered him an invaluable asset to the team. Thus, Su Xing successfully joined the first team of the Soul Master team at the Tiando Royal Academy, replacing Osro. Osro, a sensitive attack-type Soul Master, was naturally outmatched by Su Xing's superior capabilities, resulting in his displacement. Chapter 22. The Invitation from the Nobility of Soto City. Su Xing. May I pose a question to you? In the evening, Yu Tianheng approached Su Xing, his expression somewhat hesitant. Of course, Su Xing nodded thoughtfully, although it felt somewhat presumptuous. He could not help but inquire, if this question is inappropriate, please disregard it, as I do not wish to impose upon you. How did you manage to condense lightning into your physical form with your unique soul technique? Surely, it must pose a risk to oneself? Yu Tianheng, having long wished to ask, hastily voiced his curiosity. This relates to my own fortuitous encounter. Su Xing began. I once consumed a remarkable fruit, and subsequently realized that I had developed an immunity to lightning. However, this immunity only extends to my own lightning. I cannot fully shield myself from that of my adversaries. A slight smile graced Su Xing's lips as he elaborated, having anticipated this inquiry. He was well aware that soul masters in the Douluo continent were unable to immunize themselves against their own lightning. It was only through a rigorous process of lightning body forging that he gradually adapted, enabling him to integrate lightning into his corporeal form and develop the lightning armor. Su Xing was determined to keep the details of the lightning body forging a secret, thus he had already devised a plausible explanation. After all, this world is home to various extraordinary plants. Even Tang San's martial soul, the blue silvergrass, possesses dual immunity to both water and fire. A fortuitous encounter indeed. Yu Tianheng sighed, a hint of disappointment in his tone, yet he soon found solace in the realization that without such extraordinary circumstances, no soul master could achieve the feat of melding lightning with their body unscathed. Is that fruit still available? He inquired, despite harboring little hope. Regrettably, no. Once I understood its true value, I sought it out again, but alas, I could not find it once more. Su Waking shook his head. How could something that does not exist possibly be real? Yu Tianheng could only depart in disappointment. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Xing could only express his apologies. The thunder body technique was his most crucial asset, one he would never divulge. Moreover, even if he were to reveal it, Yu Tianheng might not dare to believe or attempt it, for mastering the thunder body necessitated the destruction of the soul ring. Tianheng, what do you think? Did he inform you? After Yu Tianheng departed, Du Guyan must have been waiting outside for him. He did mention it. Yet that was due to his fortuitous encounter that bestowed him with such abilities, Yu Tianheng replied, shaking his head with a hint of regret as he understood what Du Guyan was inquiring about. He subsequently relayed Su Xing's response to Du Guyan. Mysterious fruits? I have plenty of rare flowers and herbs from my grandfather, but most are highly toxic, and even he dares not handle them carelessly. However, there are some non-toxic ones, though I am uncertain of their effects. Would you like me to take you to see them one day? Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's words, Du Guyan couldn't help but think of her grandfather Du Gubo's secret herb garden. Your grandfather's herb garden? Perhaps it is best to avoid that. Yu Tianheng lost interest immediately upon realizing it was the domain of the poison Douluo Du Gubo, instinctively assuming it was filled with his poisonous plants. Well, no need to go there. Without an antidote, ordinary people cannot enter. My grandfather has set up toxic miasma around it. Du Guyan huffed in annoyance. Knowing that Yu Tianheng was reluctant to interact with her grandfather, Yu Tianheng chuckled awkwardly, opting not to respond further and quickly shifting the topic. After all, he still did not dare to meet Du Gubo, uncertain of how the latter would react to his granddaughter having a boyfriend. Indeed, Du Guyan was aware of the existence of the Eye of Ice and Fire and had even visited it. It was only natural, as that place was beneficial for those who practiced poison techniques. Du Gubo, who cherished his granddaughter, would naturally take her there. However, he had not anticipated that Du Gubo had set up a toxic miasma there, a detail he had previously overlooked. After Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng departed, Su Xing emerged from his concealed position behind them. Su Xing did not eavesdrop intentionally, he merely happened to be leaving at the same moment. Little did he know that he would overhear Dong Guyan's words. This revelation confirmed for Su Xing that Dong Guyan was indeed aware of the location of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Furthermore, he learned that the area surrounding this treasure had been ensnared by Dong Gubo's deadly miasma, rendering it perilous. If one were to venture in unprepared, they would perish without even comprehending their fate. This predicament poses quite a challenge. I lack mastery in toxic arts and am unable to concoct an antidote. Awakening then realized that even if he successfully located the Eye of Ice and Fire, entry would not be easily granted. However, it was not insurmountable. Acquiring a set of protective clothing along with a gas mask would suffice. Alternatively, there was another option, obtaining the antidote from Du Guyan. When problems arise, solutions inevitably follow. The discovery of the issue is of utmost importance. In the ensuing months, Awakening revisited the life of the academy, albeit one that was far from idyllic. The discrimination against commoners at the Tiando Royal Academy persisted, and the scrutinizing gazes never strayed from him. Even upon learning of his inclusion in the first team of the Academy's Soul Master Battle Team, their attitudes remained unchanged. This prevailing situation rendered it exceedingly difficult for Awakening to integrate into the Academy. Xing has decided to disregard it all and focus solely on his own studies. Aside from his daily cultivation, the majority of his time is devoted to reading. The Heavendo Royal Academy offers a commendable collection of books and materials, encompassing a wide array of subjects, including geographical environments and the distribution of spirit beasts. Many of these texts are ones Xing could not have acquired even with financial expenditure before. Regrettably, there remains a lack of records pertaining to the celestial-grade medicinal herbs. Although Su Xing felt disappointment, it was not unexpected. Not only was there a lack of information in the academy, but even the entire Tiando Empire seemed devoid of it. If such information existed, as a guest elder of the Tiando Empire, Du Gubo would undoubtedly be aware of it. However, Du Gubo could not recognize those rare herbs, indicating that there were no records of them within the Tiando Empire. Of course, if one were to argue that Du Gubo had never sought to gather such information, that would be beyond my capacity to address. It is utterly implausible. Who would guard a collection of potent herbs without seeking to understand them better? Over the course of 4 months, Su Xing's soul power had surged past the 30-level threshold, reaching level 33. Nonetheless, he was aware that this enhancement did not significantly bolster his overall strength. His true power lay in his physical might, which had also improved considerably. Currently hovering around level 48, yet he had yet to break through level 50. In comparison to his peers, this was indeed formidable. However, in the realm of soul masters on Douluo continent, the levels of physical strength and soul power are generally aligned and have never been distinctly categorized, leaving no one aware of how close Su Xing was to achieving level 50 in comprehensive strength. 4 months had elapsed, and all he had discovered was that the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang I was located within the Sunset Forest. Du Guyan had never ventured there, or if Du Gubo had taken her, that would not be something I could discern. Today, nobles from Soto City approached the academy, inviting them to compete at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. This meant an imminent encounter with the Shrek 7 monsters. Chapter 23. Yu Xiaojiang's explosive ring. As Su Xing pondered the imminent arrival at a pivotal moment in the narrative, he felt a sense of helplessness. He was still unaware of the exact location of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. In such circumstances, he could not afford to recklessly search, as it posed significant danger. Encountering a 1,000-year soul beast would be manageable, but facing one over 10,000 years old would be perilous. Without surpassing level 50 in physical strength, he dared not venture into the Sunset Forest. First, he needed to devise a plan to prevent his team from facing the Shrek 7 monsters. There were numerous strategies available, and he would determine his course of action based on the circumstances at the time. He had plenty of methods to obstruct the match, the simplest being to concoct a reason for his absence, thereby leaving the Tiendo royal team short of members for a team battle, naturally averting the duel. Alternatively, he could target one of the Shrek 7 monsters in a personal competition, incapacitating one of them, which would also prevent them from participating in team combat. At Shrek Academy, everyone, including Tang San, anxiously observed Yu Xiaojiang in meditation. This was the third attempt. Yu Xiaojiang was attempting to explode the spirit ring. After extensive research and calculations, he had resolved to break through by detonating the ring. However, achieving such an explosion was no simple feat. It took several attempts before he grasped the technique. Following his initial successful explosion, Yu Xiaojiang did not achieve the desired outcome. While he felt an increase in soul power, it did not facilitate his breakthrough to level 30. Faced with the remaining spirit ring, he hesitated to continue the attempt. Little did he know how despairing that moment was for him. Not only did he fail to break through, but he also lost a spirit ring in the process. It was only days later when the spirit ring reformed that he realized it had not been completely destroyed. Initially bewildered, he could not comprehend why a spirit ring had exploded and then reappeared. It was only after gathering more information regarding the explosion that he learned it was impossible to completely obliterate a spirit ring in one attempt. Boom. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Yu Xiaojiang's first spirit ring detonated, sending a powerful wave of soul power radiating from him. Oscar and the others merely raised their hands to shield themselves. They were accustomed to such occurrences. Do you think Master can completely destroy the spirit ring this time? Oscar inquired curiously, observing Yu Xiaojiang as he prepared for another explosion. It should be possible. Master has calculated that it won't exceed 3 times. Ma Hongjin interjected. I just want to know if, once the spirit ring is completely destroyed, he can truly absorb the soul power to break through levels. Ning Rongrong expressed her curiosity about whether Yu Xiaojiang could leverage this opportunity to level up. As a little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, she was somewhat knowledgeable and understood the implications this could have for the world of soul masters on Douluo continent. It could signify a monumental shift. A multitude of soul masters stuck at various ranks might seize this chance to break through. For lower-ranked individuals, it may not be significant. But for higher ranks such as Soul Saints and Soul Douluo, if they could all achieve breakthroughs, it would be terrifying. I believe Master can certainly break through, Tang San declared, filled with hope for Yu Xiaojiang's success. I, like third brother, firmly believe that Master will succeed. Xiao Wu unconditionally supported Tang San. If this is indeed the case, could it mean we were deceived by Su Xing? His talent may not be as extraordinary as claimed. Merely catching up to our levels through the explosive method? Oscar mused, scratching his chin, suddenly raising the topic of Su Xing. Well, even so, the fact that Su Xing could conceive such a method is impressive. No one on Douluo continent has thought of it for many years. Ma Hongzhu nodded, filled with curiosity regarding Su Xing, the formidable character who had defeated Dai Mubai. Of course, he refrained from voicing this thought aloud. It's merely a matter of taking advantage of circumstances. Dai Mubai scoffed, his voice tinged with resentment at the mention of Su Xing. This scoundrel not only entangled himself with his fiancée, but also left him bedridden for over 2 months. Haha, what Dai Mubai says holds merit. Our talents are not something that scoundrel can compare to. In the future, we will only grow stronger, while he will soon fall behind. Oscar chuckled awkwardly, hastily agreeing with Dai Mubai. Internally, he scolded himself for unnecessarily bringing up Su Xing in front of him. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, the only one who remained silent was Zhu Zhuqing. Observing the explosive effects surrounding Yu Xiaojiang, her emotions were complex. She had not anticipated that Su Xing's innovation regarding spirit ring detonation would prove to be so significant. It wasn't that no one had attempted to explode their spirit rings before. Rather, none had done so to the extent that Su Xing had, completely obliterating all their spirit rings. Others feared losing their rings altogether. Awakening is indeed remarkable, especially since he deliberately chose to forego a soul ring. Consequently, his exceptional talent and age level became the catalyst for the grand revelation discovered by the esteemed Master Yu Xiaojiang. Should the Master's verification prove successful, Awakening would undoubtedly contribute to the Douluo continent and be immortalized in history. Henceforth, whenever a soul master encounters a bottleneck in their rank, they can look to this breakthrough for inspiration, making it impossible for the name of this pioneer, Awakening, to fade into obscurity. The thought of Awakenings, destined to gain renown throughout the Douluo continent, being the same individual who had audaciously stolen her first kiss, left Zhu Zhuqing in a state of unease. She found herself frequently pondering Awakening, and each recollection of his impudent advances ignited her ire. Yet she could not help but smile when reminiscing about their shared journey, particularly the moments when he amused her with his jokes. Especially vivid was the memory of Awakening, bold and brash moments before. suddenly retching after a kill. Each time she recalled it, the corners of her mouth would curve upward. Zhuqing, what are you laughing at? Xiaowu, noticing Zhuqing's distracted smile, nudged her curiously and whispered. It was not the first time she had witnessed such a sight. Nothing. I'm just happy for the master. Zhuqing quickly regained her composure and attempted to mask her feelings. Who would believe that? I know you must be thinking about that awakening again. Don't worry, I want to tell that fellow Daimobai, Xiaowu teased with a smirk. Leaning closer to Zhuqing. No way. That's impossible. Zhuqing vehemently shook her head, refusing to concede. Hee, perhaps you are merely aware of it yourself. Xiaowu chuckled playfully, then scampered back to Tang Xin's side. As Xiaowu refrained from further probing, Zhuqing initially felt a sense of relief, only to find herself wrestling with her own tumultuous thoughts. Why did she so frequently think of that scoundrel? Chapter 24. Yu Xiaojing was perplexed. Why could he no longer absorb a soul ring? Surely it was due to his earlier affront. He found himself consumed with thoughts of vengeance. Yes, that must be it. Upon identifying the source of her agitation, Zhuqing felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. However, when she caught sight of Daimubai's gaze drifting in her direction, her irritation resurfaced. Despite her disappointment in him, her decision to remain at Shrek was an opportunity for Daimubai, a hope that he might change due to her presence. Since recovering from his injuries, Daimubai had indeed shown signs of transformation, refraining from pursuing other women. Yet Zhuqing realized that, upon witnessing Daimubai's changes aligning with her expectations, she felt no joy, nor did she harbor any intention of forgiving him. As she mulled over these thoughts, a tremor of soul power reverberated through the air. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing concluded his meditative state and opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with excitement. Master? Tang Xing quickly approached, his voice laced with curiosity. Yes. The master has finally broken through. My soul power has reached level 30. Yu Xiaojing declared, exhilarated, as he marveled at the culmination of a lifelong struggle against his bottleneck. Congratulations, Xiaojing. I shall assist you in hunting a suitable soul beast to obtain the soul ring you desire. Dean Flander joyfully congratulated Yu Xiaojing at that moment. Excellent. This is the final step of verification. Yu Xiaojing nodded, not declining the offer. He was eager to complete this last phase of the verification process. Though he had successfully ascended to level 30, becoming a soul ancestor, the verification was not entirely complete. He still needed to procure a soul ring to finalize the process. Unbeknownst to Su Xing, due to his emergence, Yu Xiaojing had already achieved the remarkable feat of breaking through to the 30th level. He was also unaware that Yu Xiaojing was en route to hunt soul beasts for the acquisition of soul rings. At this moment, under the guidance of Qin Ming, Su Xing and his companions had arrived in Soto City, alongside Yu Tianhing and others. Upon their arrival, they did not hastily engage in the duels at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Instead, they were graciously hosted by certain nobles who had extended their invitations, treating Su Xing and his entourage with utmost hospitality. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Su Xing retreated to his chamber. Following his customary routine, he practiced his lightning body tempering for an hour and a quarter. After this duration, he ceased the practice, feeling a delightful tingling sensation coursing through his body. Regrettably, he could only sustain this regimen for an hour and a quarter each day. Exceeding this limit would overwhelm his physical form. The endurance of one's cellular structure has its limits. Nevertheless, as Su Xing's strength has grown, so too has the duration of his practice gradually increased. Previously, he could barely manage an hour of lightning body tempering. Now, he had extended it to an hour and a quarter. Upon concluding his body tempering, he turned his attention to the cultivation of soul power, which requires painstaking diligence, the continuous absorption and refinement of external energy into one's own soul power. In this regard, an individual's innate talent plays a crucial role. The higher one's innate soul power, the swifter the absorption of soul power becomes. This is the most significant determinant of the speed of soul power cultivation. Furthermore, the strength of the physical body can also enhance the pace of soul power training to a certain extent. Many soul masters have recognized this fact, including Yu Xiaojing, which is why Shrek Academy places such a high emphasis on physical training. Alas, they often resort to brute force, and once their levels rise, the effectiveness diminishes significantly. The rapid advancement of Su Xing's soul power can rival that of Tang San and his companions, primarily due to the formidable physical strength acquired through his body tempering with lightning. Undoubtedly, Su Xing's progress in soul power is also closely intertwined with his own relentless efforts. In contrast to the pleasurable experience akin to a massage that comes with body tempering, the cultivation of soul power is an exceedingly monotonous endeavor. The solution for awakening lies in the decision to pause and develop soul techniques when the pressure becomes unbearable. Currently, Awakening has successfully devised numerous soul techniques related to thunder and lightning, each varying in potency. Moreover, a particularly striking technique is nearing completion, Thunder Escape, Thousand Birds. With a swift motion, one can observe the intricate dance of lightning swirling within the palm of Awakening's right hand, where an immense amount of electricity has been meticulously concentrated. Ultimately, the seemingly chaotic lightning converges, fully under Awakening's control, becoming a formidable force, no longer frantically spilling over. Success. gazing at the 1,000 birds in his hand. Awakening can't help but smile with satisfaction. Although this soul technique may not possess the sheer power of the electromagnetic cannon, its development proves to be far more challenging. Of course, this is a sentiment felt solely by Awakening. Others lacking an understanding of the electromagnetic cannon's principles would find it impossible to replicate. The electromagnetic cannon serves as Awakening's trump card, reserved for critical moments, which is precisely why he has opted to develop the 1,000 birds. Consequently, when paired with the Thunder Escape armor, his offensive capabilities are significantly enhanced. Should he confront Yu Tianheng in a direct clash, Awakening feels confident of emerging victorious. As Awakening celebrates the successful development of the 1,000 birds, Yu Xiaojiang, with the assistance of Flinder, has also managed to successfully hunt a Millennium Soul Beast that meets his approval. A purple soul ring materializes from the Soul Beast, awaiting its captor to absorb its essence. Are you certain that this Soul Beast's age does not exceed your limits? Flinder inquires, his expression tinged with concern as he scrutinizes Yu Xiaojiang. He is unable to ascertain the precise age of the Soul Beast, but it feels close to 2,000 years, which would surpass Yu Xiaojiang's theoretical limits. Not at all. This dragon horn wolf is just over 700 years old, but it does not exceed 760 years. It is perfectly within my capacity to endure. Yu Xiaojiang responds excitedly, his eyes sparkling as he gazes at the fallen dragon-horned wolf. According to his calculations, the upper limit for a third soul ring is 760 years, making this soul beast ideal for absorption due to its slight draconic lineage. Then let us proceed with the absorption. Flinder urges, relieved by Yu Xiaojiang's confirmation. If we delay, the soul ring may dissipate. Yu Xiaojiang wastes no time. He settles cross-legged before the body of the dragon-horned wolf, fixated on the purple soul ring, ready to absorb it. The process should be straightforward. The soul ring responds to the one who slayed the beast with merely a thought. Initially brimming with confidence, Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor shifts dramatically as he attempts to absorb the soul ring, only for it to remain utterly unresponsive. His expression shifts to one of disbelief as he makes a second attempt, but the soul ring continues to elude him, remaining tantalizingly out of reach. What's wrong, Xiaojiang? Flinder asks, concern etched on his face. My greatest fear has come to pass. Once the soul ring detonates, it cannot be absorbed again. That brought Awakening. It's not that he did not desire the soul ring. It's that after it exploded, he was rendered incapable of absorption. Yu Xiaojiang's face is a portrait of bitterness. Chapter 25, he can hardly hope to surpass level 30. How could this be? Flinder is taken aback, unwilling to accept the implications. Yu Xiaojiang shares his disbelief, yet the reality is undeniable. I initially thought only the destroyed soul ring could not be absorbed again. Yet I never anticipated that subsequent attempts would also fail. He laments, a wry smile forming on his lips. The inability to absorb a detonated soul ring is documented in the records he studied from the Haotian sect. Otherwise, he would not have warned about the consequences of a short interval between explosions. Those from the Haotian sect must have lost soul rings previously and surely contemplated reabsorption, only to discover it was impossible, hence the notion of losing a soul ring. The absorption of soul rings should be a seamless process, one ring following another without interruption. In hindsight, he realizes he should have anticipated this outcome. His optimism led him astray. Yu Xiaojiang sighs, his spirit visibly deflated. What he once believed to be a groundbreaking discovery has turned into a mere jest. Nonetheless, it is not entirely without merit. After all, you have reached level 30, becoming a soul master, albeit without a third soul ring. Flinder attempts to console him upon witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's despondency. And without a soul ring, that rascal Awakening has managed to create such powerful soul techniques. I have faith that you too can achieve this, Flinder asserts. Your theoretical knowledge is undoubtedly superior to that little brat's. The creation of unique soul techniques should not pose a challenge for you. With Flinder's words, a flicker of realization strikes Yu Xiaojiang. Indeed, he can follow in Awakening's footsteps and innovate his soul techniques. Yet, the thought of learning from a boy he once refused as a disciple leaves him somewhat embarrassed. Nonetheless, he remains steadfast in his belief that Awakening's future accomplishments will never rival those of his own exceptional disciple, Tang San. Yes, I still have an outstanding disciple in Tang San to validate my worth. There is no need for despair. After all, his innate strength is hardly remarkable. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, the news of Yu Xiaojiang's failure to absorb the third soul ring shocks everyone. They had anticipated a momentous revelation, only to be met with disappointment. Isn't the master supposed to be formidable? How could such a grave mistake occur? Dai Mubai and the others realized that the master is not an invincible theorist after all. Yu Xiaojiang, aware of their scrutinizing gazes, feels powerless. After all, he has indeed failed this time. While the teacher may have faltered, it serves as evidence that there are no shortcuts for soul masters. With your talents, you should be even less inclined to seek easy paths. He reassures them. I believe that each of you has the potential to become remarkable soul masters, as your innate abilities are the finest I have ever encountered. Reluctantly, Yu Xiaojiang resolves to use his own failure as a cautionary tale to guide his students. Master, what is the deal with Awakening's strength? Will we truly be able to surpass him in the future? Ning Rongrong interjects, recalling Awakening. Hearing Awakening's name causes Yu Xiaojiang's expression to stiffen. His current predicament is partially attributable to that very boy. As I mentioned previously, he possesses a unique talent for creating soul techniques, but his soul power level is not higher than yours. By now, most of you have surpassed level 30. Awakening certainly has not. In fact, given that he detonated his soul ring, even if he reaches level 30, he will face the same limitations I do today. He will never surpass level 30. This is the consequence of seeking shortcuts. Without that, despite his unremarkable talent, he would have had the potential to reach the rank of Soul King. Now, however, that possibility is lost. In terms of strength, he recalls, Awakening had once managed to defeat Dai Mubai. They are certainly not weaker than you are now. However, this situation is merely temporary, and soon you shall surpass him. Yu Xiaojiang spoke with unwavering certainty. After experiencing the explosion of the spirit rings, he concluded that Su Xing's rapid ascension in spirit power levels was achieved through this explosive transformation. He also deduced that, like himself, Su Xing would be incapable of absorbing spirit rings, making further breakthroughs impossible. This is the inevitable consequence of taking shortcuts. Had Dai Mubai not been mindful of Yu Xiaojiang's presence, he would have been unable to restrain his urge to cheer upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words. What a pity. Ning Rongrong quietly lamented the situation. She still found Su Xing intriguing, only to discover that he was but a fleeting moment, destined to never become a formidable force. Conversely, Zhu Zhuqing, who initially believed she would relish Yu Xiaojiang's words, now found herself clenching her fists, feeling no joy. Instead, as she observed Yu Xiaojiang eloquently narrating Su Xing's fate, she felt a sense of discomfort. After all, she had heard of Su Xing's rejection by Yu Xiaojiang when he sought to become his disciple. It was Yu Xiaojiang's disdain for Su Xing's talent that led to his refusal. Awakening thus resolved to rely on himself, even if it meant taking shortcuts to rapidly enhance his strength. Yet, Yu Xiaojiang, devoid of any remorse, repeatedly belittled Awakening. Indeed, Awakening's talent may be modest, but at least he understands the necessity of striving to alter his fate, even in the face of failure. As for Yu Xiaojiang, rather than endeavoring to improve his own abilities, he sought merely to take on a gifted disciple to validate his own worth. But is this truly effective? It cannot conceal the undeniable truth of his own ineptitude. The greater the talent of the disciple, the more it underscores his own shortcomings. To prove oneself, should it not be the cultivation of an average disciple into a formidable warrior? Of course, these insights were beyond the original Zhu Zhuqing's contemplation. They emerged from her reflections on Awakening's earlier criticisms and just directed at Yu Xiaojiang. I am weary. I shall take my leave. Not wishing to endure more of Yu Xiaojiang's ramblings, Zhu Zhuqing found an excuse and departed. What is the matter with Zhuqing? She seems somewhat displeased. Ning Rongrong mused as she observed Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure. After all, Awakening, who had come with Zhuqing and harbored feelings for her, was being disparaged by the master, which would naturally provoke an emotional response from Zhu Zhuqing, even if she did not harbor affection for him. Who would wish for the one they liked to be a failure? Oscar, in pursuit of Ning Rongrong, glanced at Dai Mubai, who was oblivious to the exchange, and quietly began to analyze the situation for Ning Rongrong. Oh, I see. Ning Rongrong's expression brightened with realization. She was genuinely curious now. Would Awakening rejoice and leap for joy upon learning that the master had emulated his method of detonating spirit rings, leading to his current circumstances? Chapter 26. Refining combat experience. May both parties please ascend the stage. To my right stands the 35th level Soul Master, the Violent Diamond, currently boasting an impressive streak of 7 consecutive victories. To my left is a newcomer, a 33rd level Soul Master. This contestant's title is quite intriguing. Awakening, the Thunder. At the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, the host, Douluo, was introducing the combatants. A newcomer, and still a mere child. Yet do not underestimate this child. Did you not hear his rank? 33rd level, indeed a prodigy. This match is hard to predict. I place my bets on the Violent Diamond. Me too. Awakening, the Thunder. Let's just call him Thunder. Being a newcomer, he likely lacks combat experience, merely here for training. Prodigies are beyond our comprehension. I wager on Thunder. Once Douluo completed the introductions, the audience in the arena began to chatter excitedly. Those present to witness the duel were either nobles or affluent merchants, with few commoners among them. As they relished the thrill, they also placed bets, experiencing a duel excitement. Winning would yield double the joy. What do you think? How long will it take for Awakening to secure victory? If he unleashes his full power, only a few seconds. That kid is a monster, invincible against anyone below the Soul Sect. On the spectators' platform, Awakening's teammates observed the duel with relaxed expressions. They were certainly not anxious, for they all recognized Awakening's formidable prowess, truly monstrous in nature. Indeed, a true monster. He doesn't even require my guidance, Qin Ming thought as he watched Awakening in the arena. He felt immense satisfaction with Awakening, yet lamented his own inability to instruct him. Awakening needed no advice on which spirit rings to hunt or how to hone his spirit abilities. What he required was the creation of his own spirit techniques. A matter Qin Ming was ill-equipped to teach. It would be more fitting for Awakening to educate him. Great strength Diamond Ape. Boy, unleash your martial spirit. shouted Awakening's opponent upon revealing his own martial spirit. Against you, I need not even summon my martial spirit. Xing merely cast a fleeting glance at his opponent and replied slowly. It was not that he wished to speak with arrogance, but rather that he found himself with no alternative. When his adversary posed such a question, it would be rather foolish to candidly admit his lack of soul rings. Would it not? If his opponent were to believe him, it would be fortunate. However, should they doubt his words, an avalanche of inquiries would undoubtedly follow. Thus, this particular response proved most efficient, effectively igniting the opponent's competitive spirit. What did you say? You little brat, seeking your own demise. With that, he unleashed his first soul skill, Mighty Reinforcement. Indeed, upon hearing Xing's words, the violent titan erupted in fury, promptly employing his initial soul skill to enhance both his speed and power. Boom. The violent titan charged at Xing like a frenzied beast. Bang. In no time, the violent titan stood before Xing, swinging his fist in a powerful strike aimed at him. Xing did not evade. Instead, he boldly engaged head-on. In an instant, their fists collided. A tremendous surge of soul power erupted from the point of impact, radiating outward in all directions. Bam. The imposing figure of the violent diamond was forced back several steps, while Xing remained unscathed, standing firmly in place. How could this be? He managed to endure my attack without even utilizing his martial soul. The violent diamond, now reeling, wore an expression of disbelief. Incredible. How did he achieve such prowess? Indeed, without the use of his martial soul, he remained so formidable. This fellow is undoubtedly a genius. The audience was equally astonished by the scene before them. Only Qin and his companions remained unfazed. They were well aware of Xing's immense strength, particularly in terms of physical prowess. Is your strength truly limited to this? That would be a disservice to your title. It may be wise for you to concede. Awakening gazed at the astonished figure of the violent titan, and once more, he delivered a scathing taunt. How infuriating. Second soul skill, gravitational suppression. The violent titan, upon hearing this, was engulfed in fury. The revelation that the opponent's second soul ring was, in fact, gravitational suppression, was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Yet, standing before him was Awakening, who remained unperturbed, steadfast in his position. With a physical level of 48, the gravitational suppression posed little threat to him. Must we resort to such flamboyant tricks? Xing mocked once more. Had it not been for the purpose of honing his practical combat experience, he would have effortlessly vanquished his opponent long ago. Awakening has become acutely aware of his lack of practical combat experience. This time, upon arriving at the soul fighting arena, he decided to utilize it as a means to sharpen his skills. Otherwise, he had no interest in participating in personal duels. According to the classification of soul power levels, at the same rank, there were no soul masters capable of challenging him. Engaging in utterly one-sided battles held no appeal for him. Silence. The violent titan, flushed with embarrassment from Xing's mockery, roared in fury before launching another attack at him. Awakening refrained from employing any soul techniques and engaged in combat with his adversaries. Such encounters, albeit modest, contributed to the enhancement of his practical battle experience. However, after several bouts, the inadequacy of his opponents rendered little benefit to him. Consequently, Awakening swiftly altered the caliber of his challengers, selecting only those who were above level 40 in their soul ranks. In the soul arena, soul masters are prohibited from facing opponents of a lower tier, yet there exists no restriction on challenging those of a higher rank. Upon learning of Awakening's intention to engage in such elevated challenges, Qin initially expressed his disapproval, citing the inherent dangers. Indeed, Awakening, challenges at the soul rank level are perilous. Even I would not dare to undertake them. Yu Tianheng also urged Awakening to reconsider. He acknowledged Awakening's formidable strength but did not perceive himself as inferior, recalling that he had only utilized 2 soul techniques in their last encounter. Yes, Awakening, challenges at the soul rank level are exceedingly hazardous. Perhaps you should reconsider. Yu Lingling joined in the council, emphasizing the risks involved. Exactly, it is far too dangerous. We recognize your immense power, as you have no rivals at the soul master level, yet challenging those of a higher rank seems overly ambitious. Du Yin also implored Awakening to think twice. Additionally, the brothers Shimo and Shimo, along with Yu Feng, echoed the sentiments of the group. They were all aware of Awakening's strength, yet they consistently believed his ultimate capabilities were comparable to Yu Tianheng, who had merely utilized his first 2 soul techniques. How about this? I shall engage in a match with the captain, one where I will unleash my full power. Awakening would certainly not compromise. Turning to Qin and speaking. Chapter 27. The battle against Yu Tianheng once more. Are you certain? Qin was momentarily taken aback by the words, but soon realized that Awakening intended to use this opportunity to demonstrate his strength. Indeed, Xing spoke without superfluous words, exuding an air of confidence. You don't truly believe you can defeat me at my full strength, do you? Yu Tianheng gazed at Xing in astonishment. Only through combat can one ascertain the truth. Xing offered a slight smile, radiating unparalleled self-assurance. Previously, he had merely shown leniency towards Yu Tianheng. Very well, let it be as you say. Qin observed Xing's unwavering confidence and acquiesced, eager to witness the extent of Xing's prowess. Furthermore, in a contest against Yu Tianheng, the worst outcome would be mere injury, devoid of any mortal peril, unlike in the soul-fighting arena, where stakes were far more dire. Su Xing is resolutely determined to challenge beyond his current level, and there is little that can be done to deter him. However, should Su Xing fall to Yu Tianheng, it would provide a valid reason to intervene. Conversely, if Su Xing were to triumph over Yu Tianheng, he might indeed have the opportunity to pursue a challenge beyond his rank. Yu Tianheng himself is capable, yet victories in such encounters are few and far between. If Su Xing could indeed defeat Yu Tianheng, it would certainly warrant a challenge beyond his current level. Yet, is that truly feasible? Yu Tianheng possesses a top-tier beast martial soul and is already at level 39, significantly surpassing Su Xing. Qi Ming mused quietly. But he had come to know Su Xing quite well. Su Xing was an individual brimming with confidence. Since he had made such a statement, it was evident that he harbored a certain degree of assurance. Upon returning to the opulent quarters arranged for them by the nobility in Soto City, Su Xing and Yu Tianheng soon found themselves standing opposed on an open ground. Could Su Xing genuinely have the confidence to vanquish the captain? It seemed implausible. I recognize Su Xing's strength. We have never been equals in battle, yet this time he is facing the captain who is unleashing his full might. The Shimo brothers and Yu Feng observed the impending clash between the two, each speculating fervently. Is there any need for speculation? Undoubtedly, Tianheng is the stronger of the two. As Yu Tianheng's beloved, Dugu Yin unconditionally supported him. Of course, her belief was not solely rooted in her affection for him. Captain, unleash your power. You know I lack a spirit ring, Su Xing remarked, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Yu Tianheng. Very well, today I shall hold nothing back. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. With that, Yu Tianheng initiated his first spirit skill, Blue Lightning Dragon Claw. He was well aware of Su Xing's abilities. Thus he did not wait for Su Xing to summon his martial soul and charge directly at him. Bring it on, Thunder Escape Armor. Boom. In an instant, Su Xing and Yu Tianheng were engulfed in battle. Initially, the onlookers assumed that Su Xing would be overwhelmed in a direct confrontation with Yu Tianheng. However, after a considerable duration, they realized that Su Xing was not being subdued by Yu Tianheng at all. The captain is unable to dominate Su Xing in a head-on clash. No wonder Su Xing is confident in defeating the captain. The Shimo brothers and others were left in utter astonishment, having never anticipated such rapid progress in Su Xing's abilities. Yu Tianheng was equally taken aback. He had believed his own advancement to be swift, yet Su Xing had outpaced him. As Su Xing confirmed his capacity to contend with Yu Tianheng head-on, his figure suddenly shifted, initiating a change in his offensive strategy, awakening once more. He launched an assault with formidable speed. In this instance, Yu Tianheng found himself entirely at a disadvantage. He realized that while he could previously rely on experience to counterattack, he was now rendered powerless, forced to endure the onslaught without any opportunity to retaliate, as awakening denied him any chance to respond. Yu Tianheng quickly understood that if he did not employ his third soul skill, defeat would be inevitable. To his astonishment, awakening had progressed so rapidly. It was clear that he had to exert his full strength. Third soul skill, Wrath of the Thunder Dragon. Without further hesitation, Yu Tianheng unleashed his third soul skill. With a resounding crash, countless bolts of lightning erupted from his being, radiating outward from his center. This third soul skill was a group attack, known as the Wrath of the Thunder Dragon, and now, even with Awakening's remarkable speed, evasion was futile. Indeed, this was a duel. Awakening could not flee and would have to endure the full force of the captain's Thunder Dragon's wrath. Observing Yu Tianheng's approach, Yu Feng and Shimo spoke in succession. In truth, it was as they stated. Faced with Yu Tianheng's all-encompassing assault, Awakening was compelled to withstand the attack. Boom. The Thunder Dragon's wrath swept across the battlefield, striking Awakening and forcing him to stagger backwards several paces. The ground surrounding Su Xing and Yu Tianheng was still intertwined with lingering lightning. Indeed, this was my first encounter with an unavoidable soul skill. As Su Xing raised his head, he gazed at Yu Tianheng with a grin of admiration. Though he had been injured by Yu Tianheng's strike, the damage was not overly severe. You're still able to stand? Yu Tianheng was utterly astonished to see Su Xing apparently unscathed. In his estimation, having fallen victim to such a maneuver, Su Xing should have been gravely wounded, if not completely incapacitated. Yet, observing Su Xing's current state, merely a bit breathless and somewhat disheveled, he appeared to bear no significant injuries. Surely you haven't forgotten that I possess formidable immunity to lightning? An assault of this magnitude, unless it were to exceed a dozen or 20 strikes, could never bring me down. The real question is, Captain, how many times can you unleash such an attack? Awakening offered a serene smile, subtly reminding Yu Tianheng. Immunity to lightning. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng's expression shifted dramatically, nearly forgotten in the heat of battle. Now, he found himself in a predicament. His third soul skill was a group attack technique, profoundly draining on soul power, and he could not afford to unleash it excessively. Captain, be cautious. With a faint smile, Su Xing prepared to vanquish Yu Tianheng. Boom. In the next moment, Su Xing's figure vanished from its original position, launching a relentless assault on Yu Tianheng. It appeared as though Su Xing had transformed into a bolt of lightning, continuously weaving around Yu Tianheng. mounting an unceasing offensive that forced Yu Tianheng into a state of passive defense, leaving him utterly incapable of resistance. How formidable! Could this truly be possible? Was Su Xing genuinely only at level 33? Completely overwhelmed by Su Xing's prowess, Yu Tianheng found himself questioning his very existence. Chapter 28. The Arrival of the Shrek 7 Monsters. The awakening of such formidable strength took the Graphite brothers by surprise, leaving them utterly astounded by the might displayed by Su Xing. As they beheld Su Xing completely overpowering Yu Tianheng, Qin Ming's eyes were equally filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated that Su Xing could indeed defeat Yu Tianheng. Qin Ming could foresee Yu Tianheng's impending defeat, for he perceived no glimmer of hope for a turnaround. As long as Su Xing withheld opportunities, Yu Tianheng had no chance for a comeback. Furthermore, he was convinced that, given Su Xing's character, he would unequivocally deny Yu Tianheng any chance to recover. Indeed, the reality unfolded as such, for despite Yu Tianheng's reluctance, he ultimately collapsed under Su Xing's relentless assault, completely losing his fighting capability. Defeated, the captain had truly been vanquished. Su Xing, this monstrous being, was undeniably formidable. The Graphite brothers were left in a state of utter shock. Only Du Guyan glared at Su Xing with fierce eyes. She understood that Yu Tianheng was an exceedingly proud individual, and being bested by Su Xing might prove unbearable for him. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Yu Tianheng in a frenzy. Teacher Qin Ming, may I now challenge beyond my current rank? Ignoring the furious gaze of Du Guyan, Su Xing turned to Qin Ming with a smile and said, certainly. However, do take care to ensure your safety. At this juncture, Qin Ming found himself unable to dissuade Su Xing any further and could only respond with a resigned tone. Thus, the following day, Su Xing commenced his series of formidable challenges at the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. His adversaries were all soul masters of level 40 and above, making effortless victories a thing of the past for Su Xing. The soul masters here possessed a wealth of combat experience, although they could only wield soul skills. Their mastery in utilizing these abilities was nothing short of extraordinary. Nevertheless, one by one, they ultimately succumbed to Su Xing's prowess. Awaken. The name of Thunder begins to resonate throughout Soto City. Naturally, most prefer to refer to him as the Thunder War God, an invincible champion. It is widely known that a monstrous prodigy has emerged in the Soto City arena, a soul master at the mere level of 33, yet capable of defeating opponents a rank above him. What is even more astonishing is that throughout this, he has not revealed his martial soul. No one even knows what it is. I surmise his martial soul must be extraordinary. Surely, if it were not of exceptional quality, could the Thunder War God be so formidable? Might it be the supreme beast martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus? It's a possibility. Perhaps it is the Thunder Kirin? The possibilities abound, yet until the Thunder War God chooses to reveal it, no one can ascertain what his martial soul truly is, regardless of its nature. All I know is that the Thunder War God is undeniably impressive. He has shattered the record for the fastest ascent to Silver Soul Master. Who knows? He might also achieve Gold Soul Master in record time. Is it truly possible for a Soul Master to elevate to Gold Soul Master? When the group from Shrek Academy arrived at the Soto City arena, they quickly heard the legends surrounding Su Xing. At this juncture, they were unaware that the celebrated Thunder War God was, in fact, Su Xing. It is somewhat amusing that everyone has adopted the title of Thunder War God for Su Xing. Had they used his name instead, they might have guessed his identity. Is it true? There exists someone capable of challenging opponents beyond their level while maintaining an unbroken winning streak? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, incredulous. It must be true. The arena wouldn't fabricate such feats, especially with so many spectators present. Yu Xiaojiang remarked, curiosity piqued. The title of Thunder War God exudes an aura of dominance. Ning Rongrong also gasped, though her focus differed slightly. To defeat a soul ancestor at level 33 is indeed monstrous. Only Little San could achieve such feats among us. Oscar, too, was astonished, never having expected such a formidable soul master to grace the Soto City arena. Third brother, you could defeat a soul ancestor as well, right? Xiaowu turned to Tang San with eager inquiry. He should be capable. Tang San, ever modest, refrained from making guarantees, yet deep within, he did not believe he would fall short of this Thunder War God. If the Thunder War God could accomplish such feats at level 33, then at level 32. With his utmost effort, he believed he could certainly match him. With the addition of hidden weaponry, he would dare to confront even a level 50 Soul King. Hee. I knew third brother could do it. Xiao beamed with delight. The identity of this Thunder War God remains a mystery. Achieving such feats at level 33 is truly terrifying. Flinder mused. Indeed, this is my first time hearing of him. I wonder about his age. If he is of similar age to Little San and the others, it would be even more astounding. Yu Xiaojiang expressed his admiration. Let us hurry. Another duel featuring the Thunder War God is about to commence. Is that true? We cannot miss it. Of course it is true. I intend to place another bet on the Thunder War God. Yes, I too believe that wagering on the Thunder War God is the right choice. As Yu Xiaojiang and his companions discussed Su Xing, another voice chimed in nearby. It was then they realized another battle featuring Su Xing was underway. The eyes of Tang San and the others brightened, eager to witness the prowess of the Thunder War God. Let us enter and see. There is no need to linger here. Flinder, the dean, was the first to speak, his eagerness palpable. However, Ning Rongrong and the others, familiar with Flinder's character, understood he was primarily eager to place bets. Let us go and take a look. Yu Xiaojing nodded calmly, choosing not to expose Flinder's intentions as they proceeded inside. He speculated that this Thunder War god was likely from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. Chapter 29. It truly is him. Su Xing. Without utilizing his martial soul. All techniques are self-created. The same element of lightning. Could it really be him? Impossible. He cannot have leveled up that quickly. Zhu Zhiqing, who had been quietly following the group, felt an uncanny familiarity with the Thunder War god. Yet, she found it hard to believe that Su Xing could have progressed so rapidly. His previous swift ascension was due to absorbing 2 soul rings. Yet now he could no longer absorb any. Thus, it could not possibly be him. Zhu Zhiqing reasoned internally. Nevertheless, despite her analysis, a strange feeling persisted in her heart. Perhaps the Thunder War god truly is Su Xing. Regardless of his identity, it is of no concern to me. Realizing she was once again thinking of Su Xing, Zhu Zhiqing snorted internally, shaking her head to dismiss such thoughts. Yet, her steps quickened slightly. Upon entering, Yu Xiaojiang and the others discovered the arena was particularly lively that day, nearly filled to capacity with spectators. Thunder War god! Thunder War god! The audience roared in excitement. Tang San and the others assumed the Thunder War god had made his entrance, eagerly peering towards the dueling platform, but found it empty. Nothing was visible. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, beams of light illuminated the dim arena. The lights flickered in unison before converging upon a graceful figure. It was the host, Douluo, who was once again at the helm today. I am Douluo, and I welcome you once more to the Soto City Arena. The upcoming duel is one of great anticipation. While many may already know the contenders, allow me to briefly introduce the 2 combatants. Lightning Sovereign, a level 48 soul ancestor, boasts a remarkable 17 consecutive victories as a Silver Soul Master, with the martial soul of the Lightning Leopard. Awaken, Thunder, a level 33 soul master, currently on a streak of 21 victories, holds the record for the fastest ascent to Silver Soul Master in the history of the Soto City Arena. Moreover, he is the youngest to achieve such a feat. To this day, no one knows what his martial soul is, as no one has ever compelled him to reveal it. Due to his formidable record, he is heralded by all as the Thunder War god. Now, let us welcome both contestants to the stage. Douluo provided a brief introduction of the 2 combatants. Her description of the Lightning Sovereign was succinct, yet she elaborated extensively on Su Xing. From Douluo's tone, filled with admiration, it was clear that she was among the many captivated by Su Xing's achievements. Thunder War god! Thunder War god! Thunder War god! As Douluo concluded her introduction, the entire arena erupted in cheers for Su Xing. The accolades for the Lightning Sovereign were few, entirely overshadowed. Awaken? Thunder? Could it be Su Xing? Upon hearing the introduction by the host, Douluo, Tang San, and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. Douluo's description of the Thunder God resonated too closely with the essence of Su Xing previously. They had dared not entertain the notion that Su Xing could advance at such a remarkable pace. Yet now, with the revelation of the Thunder God as true title, and in light of the striking similarities, it seemed implausible that anyone but Su Xing could embody that identity. A wave of uncertainty washed over Tang San and his companions. They suspected it could be Su Xing, yet hesitated to fully accept it. Particularly for Yu Xiaojiang, disbelief coursed through his mind. Just days prior, he had confidently asserted to his students that Su Xing could not possibly surpass the 30th level. Moments ago, he had speculated that the Thunder God was likely associated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. It was inconceivable. Su Xing could not have absorbed a soul ring. Thus, he could not have transcended the 30th level. Yu Xiaojiang reassured himself internally. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, fearing that if Su Xing were to indeed appear, it would be a humiliating blow to his authority. Was Su Xing somehow at odds with me? Yu Xiaojiang lamented silently, feeling as though he had been repeatedly proven wrong since hearing Su Xing's name again, and his esteemed reputation as a master was at stake. Amidst the audience's cheers, a lean man with short yellow hair ascended the dueling platform first. However, his countenance bore a distinctly unfriendly demeanor. Understandably, as one of the challengers, it was intolerable to be met with the raucous cheers for his opponent. The Thunder God? Humph. Today, I shall demonstrate who is truly superior. A 33rd level soul master dares to challenge me? Those previous soul sects were all worthless. The Lightning Sovereign seethed inwardly, just as he contemplated how to defeat Su Xing. The latter's figure materialized on the dueling stage in a flash of lightning. The Lightning Sovereign mused, it is indeed unfortunate. The lightning attribute of his martial spirit poses no real threat to me. Su Xing gazed at his opponent, instinctively mocking him. It had become a habitual practice for Su Xing to taunt his adversaries before battle. This was not merely a result of his sharp tongue, rather. He had discovered that such provocations could provoke his opponents into a state of irrationality, rendering them easier to handle. It was indeed Su Xing. How could this be? He had reached level 33. In contrast, Xiao San, who possessed innate full soul power, was only at level 32. Was this boy cheating? Upon realizing that the thunder god on the battlefield was truly Su Xing, even those who had suspected it beforehand, like Ma Hongjun and the others, were utterly astonished. It was beyond belief. Ning Rongrong stood wide-eyed, incredulous as she beheld Su Xing. It was him. Daimobai's eyes widened in shock at the sight of Su Xing. His fists clenched tightly, filled with a desire to confront him violently. It was truly him. Zhu Zhuqin gazed at Su Xing with flickering eyes, equally unable to grasp the reality before her. She cast a glance at Yu Xiaojiang, who was equally astonished and somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed reached level 33. Zhu Zhuqin gasped softly, as if she had stumbled upon a revelation. Indeed, this was astonishingly rapid. The last time, his level had been the same as Zhu Zhuqing's. Now he had surpassed Zhao San and Xiao Wu. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's exclamation, Ma Hongjun and Oscar also began to comprehend the situation. Master had stated that Su Xing could not possibly break through. Upon realizing this was a slap in Yu Xiaojiang's face, they promptly fell silent. Ahem. Let us continue watching the match. Flinder quickly cleared his throat, redirecting everyone's attention. Previously, he had found amusement in mocking Yu Xiaojiang, reveling in his misfortune. Now, however, the situation had shifted. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if the teacher he had called back was utterly unreliable. Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted continuously, but he was powerless to alter this awkwardness. His fists were clenched, and he could only pretend not to hear. Chapter 30. Yu Xiaojiang's inquiry. How did he accomplish this? Amidst his embarrassment, Yu Xiaojiang was immensely curious to learn how Su Xing had managed to level up so swiftly, especially without the ability to absorb soul rings. Breaking through level 30. Could he achieve such a feat as well? Too slow. The lightning leopard is nothing compared to the lightning tortoise. In the arena, Su Xing engaged in combat while continuing to mock his opponent. If he were to face a soul master of different attributes, Su Xing might find it less effortless. However, against the lightning attribute, it felt as though his opponent was merely serving him a feast. The awakened lightning can inflict damage upon the opponent, while the opponent's lightning poses only a limited threat to the awakened. Consequently, the sovereign of lightning on the battlefield has been completely subdued by the awakened. How formidable! How has he accomplished this? Truly a monster, even more so than we are. The spirit sect is being overwhelmed by him. It is hard to fathom that such an impressive soul skill was created by him. His soul skills seem to enhance in tandem with his soul power level. It is truly remarkable. What a monster! Ma Hongjun and the others, witnessing the awe-inspiring prowess of the awakened in the duel arena, were left in utter amazement. Even though they had heard tales of his strength beforehand, seeing him suppress a level 48 spirit master like this was somewhat hard to believe. After all, the awakened is only at level 33. Bang! In the duel arena, feeling that his opponent could not provide him with substantial combat experience, the awakened swiftly defeated him. Well done. The Thunder War God is magnificent. The awakened has done splendidly. Upon witnessing the awakened once again triumph over a stronger opponent, the Shimo brothers were the first to cheer. Yi Lingling, gazing at the impressive display of the awakened, could not help but exhibit admiration in her sparkling eyes. Even Du Guyan, who had previously been dissatisfied with the awakened's victory over Yu Tianhing, had to concede that he was indeed formidable. At the very least, if Yu Tianhing were to take the stage, he could not achieve such a consecutive winning streak. Is that Qin Ming? Upon hearing the voice, Flinder glanced over and was suddenly struck by the sight of a familiar figure. Zhao Wujia, do you see who that is over there? Recognizing Qin Ming, Flinder immediately smiled at Zhao Wujia. Who? Zhao Wujia inquired, curiosity piqued as he looked over, his expression brightening. It's that kid Qin Ming. How did he end up here? Seeing Qin Ming, Zhao Wujia was also quite pleased, as he was considered one of the most outstanding disciples to emerge from Shrek Academy. Principal, who are you talking about? Tang San and the others were intrigued, sensing they had encountered an acquaintance. He is your senior, the most remarkable among the graduates. He was once the youngest spirit master on the Douluo continent. Flinder's face inevitably bore a proud expression when discussing Qin Ming. This is a student from our Shrek Academy. How impressive! Exclaimed Oscar and the others in astonishment. Come, let me introduce you to your senior. Flinder laughed heartily and led the way. Come on, keep up. It's been a while since I last saw that kid. Zhao Wujia followed suit. Naturally, Yu Xiaojiang and the others had no choice but to follow. Before departing, they cast a glance back at the awakened, their expressions varying. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were filled with admiration. Ning Rongrong felt similarly. Dai Mubai, however, concealed a hint of resentment. Tang San's eyes gleamed with a touch of sharpness. He was eager to ascertain who was stronger between himself and the awakened. Tang San was never one to seek competition, as no one among his peers had surpassed him. Yet, the awakened's performance had truly ignited his competitive spirit. Third brother, stop staring. Let us hurry over. Shall we tugged at Tang San's hand, for her only concern was for him, indifferent to the awakened. All right. Tang San withdrew his gaze and walked alongside Xiao Wu towards the direction of the Tiando Royal Academy Wuhuan battle team. Bringing up the rear was Zhu Xing, who cast a cold glance at the awakened before turning away. However, soon after, Tang San and the others noticed that the victorious awakened was heading in the same direction as them. Awakened, splendid work! Qin Ming exclaimed with a smile upon seeing the awakened return. Given the awakened's performance, no amount of praise could be excessive. Indeed, Indeed, the awakened is truly remarkable. Even the cool and composed Yu Lingling could not help but cheer. Qin Ming, so it turns out the awakened has joined your Tiando Royal Academy. Qin Ming had intended to say more when he suddenly heard a familiar voice from the side. It's Teacher Zhao, and the principal. Qin Ming turned, his face lighting up with surprise as he eagerly approached. Well, young man, you've become a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, haven't you? Flender joyfully clapped Qin Ming on the shoulder. He was naturally delighted to see such success from a disciple of Shrek Academy. Yes, principal. I am now a teacher and the leader of the Tiando Royal Academy Wuhuan battle team. Qin Ming responded excitedly. Awaken, Tianheng, let me introduce you. These two are the principal and teacher from my alma mater. Qin Ming then proceeded to introduce the awakened and the others. These must be my juniors, right? I can't believe so many have been recruited. The principal must be overjoyed. Qin Ming then looked towards Tang San and the others, speculating. Teacher Zhao Wujia, it's been a long time. And Tang San, Xiao Wu, I didn't expect to see you all so soon again. Awakening greeted Zhao Wuji and Tang San with a nod, then turned his gaze towards Zhu Xing. He merely acknowledged her with a slight nod, refraining from uttering any words. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor directed at him, Awakening found himself at a loss for words. However, he couldn't help but notice that after more than 4 months apart, Zhu Zhuqing's figure had become even more alluring. It was indeed a pity that he could not pursue her further. Master, I did not expect to see you here. Awakening finally turned to respectfully greet Yu Xiaojiang, maintaining a facade of reverence. Awakening, Teacher Zhao, you two know each other? Qin Ming exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpected connection between Awakening and Shrek Academy. Uncle. Following this, Yu Tianheng stepped forward to pay his respects to Yu Xiaojiang, further surprising Qin Ming. After a brief explanation, the relationships among them were clarified. Awakening, may I pose a question to you? Once introductions were concluded, Yu Xiaojiang did not hasten to reminisce with Yu Tianheng, but instead turned his attention to Awakening. What question does the master have? Awakened. Su Xing looked at Yu Xiaojiang with surprise. You were seeking my counsel? He had heard of Yu Xiaojiang's circumstances. The destruction of soul rings during cultivation was indeed an unprecedented endeavor. However, once a soul ring was obliterated, it became impossible to absorb another. Could you enlighten me on how you managed to advance to level 33? Yu Xiaojiang inquired impatiently. Chapter 31, The Utterly Awkward Master. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's question, the members of Shrek Academy turned their curious gazes towards Su Xing. Even Dai Mubai, who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Su Xing, could not suppress his desire to uncover how this scoundrel had achieved such rapid advancement and formidable combat prowess. After witnessing Su Xing's recent battle, Dai Mubai realized that despite having surpassed level 40, he seemed to pale in comparison to Su Xing. This left him feeling quite frustrated. Knowing the secret behind Su Xing's strength would certainly be advantageous, allowing for better strategies against him in the future. As for the members of the Tiando Royal Academy, they were rather perplexed by Yu Xiaojiang's inquiry. Although they were astonished by Su Xing's swift ascent in levels, they were unaware of the implications of the Soul Ring's destruction and its inability to absorb further Soul Rings. They were even less informed about the potential for increasing soul power levels through such an act. Upon hearing this, Su Xing was momentarily taken aback. He genuinely did not anticipate that Yu Xiaojiang would pose such inquiries. Were these not matters that Yu Xiaojiang would typically explore? Moreover, by what authority did he dare to question me? Is it true that one cannot absorb spirit rings after a spirit explosion? Su Xing momentarily suppressed his inner mockery towards Yu Xiaojiang and posed his own question. Surely, you cannot be unaware of this? Is it possible for you to continue absorbing spirit rings thereafter? Yu Xiaojiang, upon hearing Su Xing's words, was also momentarily stunned, followed by an eager inquiry. Could it be that Su Xing possesses the ability? I have no idea. I do not intend to absorb any spirit rings. Su Xing shrugged, indicating his ignorance. After the initial surprise, Su Xing deduced why Yu Xiaojiang had posed these questions to him. It was undoubtedly because Yu Xiaojiang had visited Shrek Academy, learned about his situation, and conducted research which prompted his probing. However, Su Xing was equally astonished by the revelation that one could not absorb spirit rings after a spirit explosion. He had always believed it was possible, merely that he did not wish to do so. Thus, whether at level 20 or level 30, he had refrained from absorbing spirit rings. His primary concern was that absorbing a spirit ring, even if it exploded, would still impose limitations on his mastery of spirit power. Thus, it turns out that even if he desired to absorb one, he was indeed unable to do so. You actually had no intention of absorbing it all. Yu Xiaojiang was equally astonished, not realizing that Su Xing had not attempted to absorb any spirit rings again. From Su Xing's tone, it was evident that he genuinely had no intention of acquiring spirit rings. Then how has your spirit power level continued to rise? However, Yu Xiaojiang quickly dismissed his curiosity and focused on the crux of the matter. How delightful. Observing the once dismissive Yu Xiaojiang now fervently seeking answers from him, Su Xing felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In that moment, he genuinely wished to utter a particular phrase. Why should I answer your questions? Are you not reputed to be invincible in theory? Yet, Su Xing refrained from expressing such impulsive thoughts, for doing so would irreparably sever ties with Shrek Academy. Until now, he had never contemplated becoming an adversary of Shrek Academy. His reluctance to join stemmed from pride. He simply did not wish to be guided by Yu Xiaojiang again. The desire to seize the celestial herb was also due to having inadvertently offended Dai Mubai previously. He could not afford to make that mistake again. No matter how displeased he might be with Yu Xiaojiang, he could not afford to openly antagonize him. Yu Xiaojiang's connections included not only the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but also Bibi Dong. However, upon reflecting on Yu Xiaojiang's question, Su Xing realized that he need not resort to mockery to counter Yu Xiaojiang. Master, are you testing me? Although I was unable to become your disciple back then, I have diligently studied your theories. This question is indeed addressed in your theoretical framework. A spirit master can continue to cultivate and enhance their spirit power even without acquiring a spirit ring breakthrough. You truly deserve the title of master. I was skeptical in the past, but through my recent cultivation, I have discovered it to be undeniably true. Upon awakening, Su Xing assumed that Yu Xiaojiang was testing him and responded with a demeanor of respect. After Yu Xiaojiang had initially rejected Su Xing, he indeed encouraged Su Xing to review the theories he had previously published. Bang! Upon hearing Su Xing's words, Yu Xiaojiang felt as though his mind had exploded, leaving him utterly bewildered. Indeed, this seemed to be a concept mentioned in the teacher's theory. Tang San, upon hearing this, was likewise taken aback, quickly recalling that there was indeed such a notion in Yu Xiaojiang's theories. However, it was not only the master who had forgotten. He himself had also overlooked it. In that moment, Tang San could empathize with the embarrassment Yu Xiaojiang felt, realizing that the question he had long wished to pursue had its answer right in his grasp. Nevertheless, Tang San felt it unfair to blame the master, although the theory was discussed, without absorbing the soul rings to continue enhancing one's soul power. The specific level remained unknown, while Su Xing was acutely aware of his own rank. Not only Tang San, but Dai Mubai and the others also sensed the awkwardness surrounding the master. Each of them wore peculiar expressions. Flinder and the others felt the discomfort. And Yu Xiaojiang himself certainly felt it too, experiencing a profound sense of shame at that moment. The answer he had long sought was, in fact, right in his possession. What a bitter irony. Ah, indeed. It appears you have taken my words to heart. Yu Xiaojiang managed to maintain a semblance of composure, though his response to Su Xing was somewhat stiff. As for the matter regarding Su Xing's rapid progression, Yu Xiaojiang did not have the fortitude to pursue the question further. At present, he merely wished to find a crevice in the ground to hide within. Dean, Teacher Zhao Wujia, you are here to provide practical training for the juniors. Are you not? Although Qin Ming was not fully aware of the situation, he sensed the atmosphere was amiss and quickly sought to divert the topic. Haha, indeed. We aim to allow Xiao San and the others to gain some practical combat experience, Flinder promptly interjected. He then engaged Qin Ming in casual conversation, ensuring that everyone's focus did not linger upon Yu Xiaojiang. That would be far too awkward. As for Su Xing, it was Flinder's first time witnessing his prowess. Observing Su Xing's performance in the duel arena, Flinder truly regretted not being present at the academy during Su Xing's enrollment. Otherwise, he would never have let him slip away. This was a genuine prodigy, more formidable than the little monsters at Shrek Academy. Just moments ago, Flinder had contemplated whether he could recruit Su Xing back to Shrek Academy. Now, however, that thought seemed far too ambitious, and Flinder believed Yu Xiaojiang would certainly not wish for it either. The humiliation had been too great. Flinder even doubted whether Yu Xiaojiang could still maintain control over the little monsters at Shrek Academy. Chapter 32. A nephew's conversation after reminiscing with Qin Ming for a while. Flinder excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to, and parted ways with the soul fighting team of the Tiando Royal Academy. It was not merely an excuse, as the Shrek 7 monsters still had their own battles to engage in. After having embarrassed Yu Xiaojiang, Su Xing turned his attention more towards Zhu Zhuqing. Although he had given up, he still yearned to know whether Zhu Zhuqing had forgiven Dai Mubai and if they had reconciled. However, from start to finish, Su Xing observed no interaction between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing was deliberately avoiding Dai Mubai. On the contrary, Dai Mubai frequently attempted to draw closer to Zhu Zhuqing, especially after noticing Su Xing's gaze upon her. Alas, Zhu Zhuqing would not permit Dai Mubai to approach. As they parted ways, Zhu Zhuqing cast a cold glance at Su Xing, as if to convey, "I have not forgotten about you." Su Xing merely responded with a smacking sound, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to turn her head in frustration. That rascal. Zhu Zhuqing cursed Su Xing internally, while others might be oblivious. She was acutely aware of Su Xing's disdainful attitude towards Yu Xiaojiang. Thus, Su Xing's earlier actions were a deliberate attempt to embarrass Yu Xiaojiang, unnoticed by the others. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of exposing him. In fact, witnessing such a scene brought her considerable delight. Yu Xiaojiang had repeatedly belittled Su Xing at Shrek Academy, and she had long harbored a dislike for him. No, it is not because of him that I harbor grievances against the master. It is the flaws in the master's theories that have led me to question him. Uncle, where have you been all this time? In the evening, Yu Xiaojiang met with his nephew, Yu Tianheng, in a tranquil location. I am currently teaching at Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojing replied without elaborating on the circumstances at the academy. Trusting that Yu Tianheng had likely inquired with Qin Ming. Is uncle still unwilling to return? Yu Tianheng asked, a hint of sadness in his voice. There will be opportunities in the future. Yu Xiaojing sighed, revealing his reluctance to return. Well then, did uncle summon me today for a specific matter? Yu Tianheng sighed, realizing that further persuasion would be futile. Could you provide me with a detailed account of Su Xing's situation? Yu Xiaojing was uncertain about Su Xing's thoughts, after all. He felt he had lost the right to inquire directly. Yet, his curiosity about Su Xing's circumstances compelled him to seek out Yu Tianheng for information. The words of Su Xing served as a reminder to him that the enhancement of soul power is indeed not restricted by soul rings. However, this does not elucidate why Su Xing advanced so swiftly. Speaking of Su Xing caused Yu Tianheng's expression to falter slightly, having previously lost to Su Xing. He had yet to fully come to terms with it. If it were not for the fact that the inquirer was his uncle, Yu Xiaojing, he would have preferred to avoid discussing Su Xing altogether. Nevertheless, since it was his uncle who asked, Yu Tianheng felt obliged to share what he knew. Uncle, I believe his rapid increase in soul power level may be linked to that fruit he consumed. Yu Tianheng disclosed the information about Su Xing's consumption of the exotic fruit without a second thought, unaware that he was inadvertently betraying Su Xing's circumstances. The exotic fruit. Indeed. Only legendary treasures could account for Su Xing's situation. One could only wonder what mythical treasure he had ingested. Alas, with his soul ring destroyed, he would no longer be able to absorb any soul rings, rendering that exotic fruit a wasted opportunity. This fruit had enabled the naturally gifted Su Xing, who possessed merely a level 3 soul power, to advance so rapidly, and without the absorption of a soul ring, it must be extraordinarily precious. Such a waste. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing's expression shifted to one of realization. It finally made sense. Once he comprehended the situation, he wore a look of regret, feeling that allowing Su Xing to consume the exotic fruit after the destruction of his soul ring was a pure waste. Not entirely, though. Su Xing's self-created soul skills remained quite formidable. Yu Tianheng felt compelled to defend Su Xing, concerned that admitting defeat to Su Xing would further diminish his own standing. That may be true for now, but reaching level 70 will mark a turning point. Only soul masters who have absorbed soul rings can utilize their martial soul's true form, which will be impossible for him. Lacking the martial soul's true form, even if he were to reach level 70, he would inevitably struggle against opponents who possessed it. Furthermore, his self-created soul skills may not keep pace with his soul power level, as lower-level skills are easier to create, while higher-level skills are decidedly more complex. Yu Xiaojing shook his head, now understanding Su Xing's situation, and began analyzing it thoroughly. Do you think his progress will slow down? Yu Tianheng frowned at this. Although a part of him felt a sense of joy, the impending high-level Martial Soul Academy competition across the continent made him hope for Su Xing's continued advancement. I cannot guarantee his soul power level will progress, but it is highly likely that his soul skills will lag behind, Yu Xiaojing asserted. Soul skills of soul masters become increasingly powerful. He must rely solely on his self-created skills. Do you believe his self-created skills can keep up? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yu Xiaojing felt inclined to undermine Su Xing, unwilling to witness his success. Perhaps it was because Su Xing's achievement served as a stark reminder of how blind he had been to reject Su Xing as his disciple. Zhu Zhiqing, what can I do to earn your forgiveness? Just tell me, and I, Dai Mubai, will ensure it is done. At Zhu Zhiqing's doorstep, Dai Mubai gazed at the aloof Zhu Zhiqing, speaking with a tone of submission. He cared for her deeply, and since her arrival, he had resolved to amend his ways. Yet she had persistently ignored him. This infuriated Dai Mubai, though he recognized the fault lay with him and understood that Zhu Zhiqing's presence was an opportunity for him. However, he found himself powerless to change the situation, leading to his frustration. Today, after encountering Su Xing once more, feelings of animosity resurfaced. And Dai Mubai began to feel truly anxious, knowing that Su Xing harbored feelings for Zhu Zhiqing as well. Thus, for the first time, he lowered his proud head and directly sought Zhu Zhiqing's forgiveness. Observing the submissive Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhiqing's beautiful eyes flickered. In her plans, Dai Mubai's current demeanor was sufficient for her to consider forgiving him. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words of forgiveness. Instead, she pondered whether such a submissive Dai Mubai could ever regain his former stature. Furthermore, the thought of Su Xing inexplicably surfaced in her mind, prompting a comparison between Su Xing and Dai Mubai. Damn it! Realizing this, Zhu Zhiqing felt a surge of frustration, though reluctant to admit it. She sorrowfully recognized that Su Xing's previous forceful kiss had not only incited her hatred, but had also indelibly etched his image upon her heart. Zhu Zhiqing was acutely aware that she ought not to feel this way. Chapter 33. A night with Zhu Zhiqing. When you defeat Su Xing, I will forgive you. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zhiqing spoke coldly. She was still offering Dai Mubai a chance, believing that if he could best Su Xing, it would erase Su Xing's lingering presence in her heart. Very well, I shall defeat him and prove that I alone am worthy of you. Dai Mubai readily agreed, his eyes ablaze with fury. He was enraged that Zhu Zhiqing would dare to compare him to Su Xing, Otherwise, she would not have laid down such a condition. With that, Dai Mubai turned on his heel and departed, fearing that if he lingered, he would utter something unkind. I hope you can achieve it, Zhu Zhuqing whispered to herself as she stepped onto the hotel balcony, seeking to cool her head with the evening breeze. However, when her gaze fell upon a couple on the distant street below, her expression grew cold. That bastard resembles Dai Mubai. Brother Su Xing, do you think these are beautiful? On the brightly lit street, Yi Lingling held a pair of exquisite earrings before her earlobes, turning back to inquire of Su Xing. Indeed, they suit you perfectly. Su Xing glanced at it and found it quite satisfactory. I will take this, boss, he declared. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling felt a surge of joy and promptly turned to the boss to finalize the purchase. Xing silently observed. Harboring an unwillingness to accompany Yi Lingling on her shopping excursion, he had discerned her affections for him, yet despite her beauty, she failed to ignite any fervent emotions within him. There was no intense urge to possess her. Additionally, Xing sensed that his departure from the Tiando Royal Academy might be imminent, which further dissuaded him from pursuing Yi Lingling. Were it not for the weight of responsibility, he would have already taken her to a private chamber. Do not scoff. In the Douluo continent, one is considered an adult at the tender age of 10. Ma Hongjun had long ago been introduced to such establishments by Flandra. His current outing with Yi Lingling was a result of her relentless charm and playful entreaties, which he found difficult to resist. Typically aloof and unapproachable, Yi Lingling's playful demeanor left Xing in a state of contemplation. Should he indeed take her to a hotel this evening? Suddenly, an unusual sensation washed over him, prompting him to glance upward. There stood Zhu Zhuqing. Upon locking eyes with Xing, she huffed disdainfully and retreated into her room. So, they were residing in this very hotel. Awakening silently contemplated within himself. Zhu Zhuqing was just above. For a moment, he felt an urge to engage her in conversation. Brother Su, what are you looking at? Yi Lingling turned around and, upon seeing Su's expression, inquired with genuine curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, Lingling. I suddenly recalled some other matters to attend to. Let us conclude our outing here for today. Su Xing turned around and smiled, then said, let's refrain from heading to the hotel and perhaps save that for another time. She pondered, is it really time to go back already? Very well. However, you must not decline when I invite you out next time, Brother Su Xing. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she was content, having spent over an hour with Su Xing. If Yi Lingling were to discover that Su Xing had intended to abandon her to seek out Zhu Zhuqing, she would undoubtedly label him a scoundrel. Well then, allow me to escort you back. Su Xing nodded, unwilling to let Yi Lingling return alone. Even within the city, danger lurked, especially for a young and beautiful girl like her. Yi Lingling's martial soul lacked combat prowess, making her vulnerable to ill-intentioned individuals. Ugh, they are all scoundrels. Good-for-nothings. Zhu Zhuqing sat on her bed, her hands incessantly tearing at her pillow, treating it as a stand-in for someone else. She was acutely aware that her anger was unwarranted, that she had no right to be upset. It was she who had denied Su Xing the opportunity, and Su Xing had long since relinquished his pursuit of her. Yet, the sight of the man who had stolen her first kiss accompanying another girl shopping filled her with ire. Suddenly, as Zhu Zhuqing vented her frustrations on the pillow, a sharp sound pierced the air. Who? Startled, she leapt to her feet and looked down, only to discover a coin had fallen from the direction of the balcony. Almost immediately, she watched as the coin vanished into thin air. It's his martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned icy as she deduced that the coin belonged to Su Xing. This meant he was outside. Humph. With a cold huff, she donned her shoes and made her way to the balcony. Indeed, there stood Su Xing, that scoundrel. On her balcony. What are you doing here? Trespassing on private property? I could summon the guards of Suotawa City to apprehend you. Zhu Zhuqing glared at Su Xing, her voice frosty with accusation. Must you be so harsh? I merely came to see you and inquire about a few matters. Xing smiled lightly, undeterred by Zhu Zhuqing's threats. After all, they were both invited by the nobles of Soto City. As long as no grave offenses were committed, those nobles would surely resolve the matter. Aren't you with your girlfriend? Aren't you worried she might misinterpret your visit? Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly, choosing not to dwell on the previous topic. Don't speak nonsense. She is not my girlfriend yet. Xing countered. Not yet. Then it must be imminent. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, realizing her tone was somewhat misplaced, revealing a hint of jealousy. Zhu Zhuqing chastised herself internally. This isn't you, Zhu Zhuqing. Be normal. Upon this realization, she felt a mix of shame and annoyance, maintaining a faade of icy indifference to prevent Xing from noticing her unusual demeanor. There is nothing between us. Lingling likes me, but she doesn't evoke that thrilling sensation in my heart. Thus far, only you have ever done so, Xing asserted, shaking his head in denial. Although he had briefly considered inviting Yi Lingling to a hotel, that hadn't come to fruition, so it didn't count. Bang, 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 bang. Upon Xing's revelation, Zhu Zhuqing felt her heart race unexpectedly, a wave of secret delight surging within her. However, she quickly suppressed it. This was not the response she desired. I see that you and Dai Mubai have not reconciled at all. You have no intention of forgiving him, do you? Indeed, that waste is unworthy of your grace. Leave Shrek with me. You witnessed it yourself during the day. Yu Xiaojiang is also a useless fool, and remaining there will only lead to your own downfall. Xing continued, noting Zhu Zhuqing's silence. Although he had previously relinquished his pursuit of her, now that they had crossed paths again, he felt no harm in trying once more. What if he succeeded? Yet, Xing was acutely aware that had Zhu Zhuqing accepted his feelings in the past, he would have cherished her deeply. Now, perhaps yes, perhaps no. Chapter 34. Xiao Wu in danger. Zhu Zhuqing's cold gaze flickered slightly. Truth be told, there was a moment when she considered acquiescing, abandoning the so-called fate dictated by her family. However, that fleeting impulse was swiftly suppressed. She would not concede defeat so easily. Moreover, she remained uncertain about her feelings for Xing. She refused to believe that she could develop affection for him merely due to his previous transgressions. Nor did she wish to acknowledge such a notion. It felt as though she was surrendering, which was utterly impossible. You are mistaken. Dai Mubai and I have merely yet to reconcile. I told him that the day he defeats you, I will forgive him. Zhu Zhuqing huffed. Even though she cared for Xing in her heart, seeing him with Yu Lingling would undoubtedly anger her, yet she would never let him discover her true feelings. Really? Upon hearing this, Su Xing's eyes brightened, and a hint of excitement flickered across his expression. What does this scoundrel mean? Is he so certain that Dai Mubai cannot defeat you? Observing Su Xing's countenance, Zhu Zhuqing clenched her teeth in silence. If you have merely come to convey these words, then you may leave once you have finished. The sight of Su Xing in the company of Yu Lingling irked her. But her ire was even more directed at Su Xing himself. It was precisely this scoundrel's provocation that rendered her behavior erratic. That good-for-nothing Dai Mubai could never surpass me. Then you shall never forgive him, which is a fortunate turn of events. Zhu Zhuqing, could it be that you never intended to pardon that worthless fool? Hence your imposition of such a request? Xing paid no heed to Zhu Zhuqing's urging to leave, continuing to speak to himself. Ultimately, he cast a skeptical glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing Xing's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a slight pang of anxiety in her heart. Although she had intended for Dai Mubai to defeat Xing in order to eradicate the imprint he left in her heart, she couldn't deny that a part of her resonated with Xing's sentiments. While Dai Mubai may not yet be your match, he is undeniably a genius endowed with a top-tier beast martial soul, destined to grow stronger. As for you, you can no longer absorb soul rings to acquire soul skills. In the future, will your self-created soul skills keep pace with your soul power level? Sooner or later, Dai Mubai will triumph over you. Zhu Zhuqing retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Su Xing's expression stiffened. It is only natural for Zhu Zhuqing, unaware of his true nature, to harbor such thoughts. How infuriating. It seems that Zhu Zhuqing still contemplates forgiving Dai Mubai, perhaps intending to use him as a means of teaching a lesson. Regardless of whether Dai Mubai is capable of such a feat, Zhu Zhuqing's choice undoubtedly ignited his anger. Has he truly succumbed to that useless Dai Mubai? Rest assured, such a day will never come. Su Xing's expression was icy as he gazed at her. Observing his anger, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of exhilaration within her. Regardless of her true feelings for Su Xing, the fact that he harbored affection for her was undeniably genuine. I believe Dai Mubai is capable of this. If you have said all that you wish to convey, you may take your leave, Zhu Zhuqing asserted once more on Dai Mubai's behalf, signaling for him to depart. With that, she turned gracefully and retreated indoors. Watching Zhu Zhuqing's departing figure, Su Xing's countenance darkened with frustration. Unbeknownst to him, due to Zhu Zhuqing's perpetual cold demeanor and concealed sentiments, he had unwittingly disrupted her heart long ago. At this moment, Su Xing felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Had he known, he would have refrained from coming here. Accompanying Yu Lingling to the hotel would have been far more pleasant. Zhu Zhuqing made him acutely aware of his defeat at the hands of a worthless individual like Dai Mubai. Humph. With a snort of indignation, Su Xing finally turned to leave. Upon entering, Zhu Zhuqing noticed Su Xing's furious departure and a slight smile graced her lips. Awakening in a fit of anger, she found herself in high spirits. With a gentle smile, Zhu Zhuqing turned off the lights and drifted into slumber. Suddenly, a violent commotion erupted, thuds and crashes resonated through the air. A figure was relentlessly kicked back and forth by a smaller, yet fierce presence, ultimately crashing down to the ground. Upon being struck down, Douluo coughed up blood and lost consciousness. In his final moments of awareness, he lamented his poor judgment in provoking such a merciless little girl, feeling as if all his bones had shattered. Yet, who could have known that this seemingly delicate and adorable girl harbored such ferocity? Humph! How dare you target your auntie? You deserve this. After landing, Xiao Wu looked at Bu Li's pitiful state, clapping her hands in triumphant delight. Then, she noticed a handkerchief clutched in Bu Li's grasp. Still trying to drug your auntie, are you? Humph. Instantly, Xiao Wu surmised that the handkerchief was laced with poison. Her beautiful eyes gleamed as she crouched before Bu Li, unfolding the handkerchief to reveal the incriminating powder. Indeed, it contained drugs, and a rather vile concoction at that. Xiao Wu, with a cautious sniff, recoiled in disgust. To her dismay, she recognized the effects of the powder. It was a combination of an aphrodisiac and a mind-altering substance. You intend to harm your auntie? Well, let us see how you enjoy your own concoction. Filled with indignation, she prepared to pour the powder over the unconscious Bu Li. wishing him to reap the consequences of his actions. Douluo, did you think you could have your way? You mustn't indulge yourself. Just then, voices from two men echoed from outside the alley. Alarmed, Xiaowu realized that there were accomplices nearby. Startled by the sudden noise, she inadvertently inhaled a significant amount of the powder from the handkerchief. Oh no! As she recognized the gravity of the situation, her expression soured. She needed to flee immediately. To find Sango. In a state of panic, Xiaowu felt a wave of dizziness and heat wash over her. At that moment, she had no time to chastise Tang San for neglecting her company in favor of training. Her sole focus was to locate him. She believed that he would possess the means to counteract the poison, and if all else failed, she would surrender herself to him. Thus, disregarding her dwindling soul power, Xiaowu intermittently utilized her third soul skill for swift movement. By the time Buli's companions entered the alley, her figure had already vanished into thin air. After Su Xing departed from the hotel with Zhu Zhiqing and the others, he felt a sudden dimness before his eyes just a few minutes later. Raising his head, he discovered a petite figure colliding towards him. Xiaowu. Upon recognizing her, Su Xing did not shy away, instead opening his arms to embrace her. He could sense that something was amiss with Xiaowu. San, I feel so hot, she exclaimed, having stumbled into his arms. Upon glancing up at Su Xing, recognition dawned upon her, and upon realizing he resembled Tang San, she tightened her grip around him. What on earth is happening? Xiaowu has been drugged. Where's Tang San? Observing Xiaowu's condition, Su Xing swiftly deduced the cause. Chapter 35. Everything is too late, San. I have been poisoned. You must help me antidote it. Xiaowu clung to Su Xing as he held her in a princess carry. Let me take you back, he replied with a smile, despite her mistaken identity. Yet, with each step, Su Xing's pace gradually slowed until he finally came to a halt. Awakening's initial reaction was indeed to return Xiaowu to Tang San, for he believed that with Tang San's mastery of toxicology, he would have no difficulty in alleviating her poisoning. However, after taking just a few steps, cradling the feverish form of Xiaowu, he felt her delicate body, as if it were made of nothing but ethereal softness, causing his breath to quicken slightly. Xiaowu was now poisoned, and given the nature of the toxin, if Tang San could not employ alternative methods to detoxify her, he would inevitably resort to physiological means, which would be rather advantageous for Tang San. Though it was true that Xiaowu's affections lay with Tang San, that was of little consequence to him. It would be far better for him to attempt to cure her himself, as they both sought to save her. Pausing in place, Awakening found himself engulfed in uncertainty. He harbored no qualms about taking advantage of the situation. After all, this was a matter of saving a life. Awakening. Su Xing hesitated at the thought of having truly compromised Xiaowu, fully aware that such an act would irrevocably offend Tang San. However, a realization soon dawned upon him. Xiaowu had not recognized him, mistakenly identifying him as Tang San under the influence of the drug. Thus, as long as his identity remained concealed, there would be no repercussions. Moreover, when Xiaowu eventually awakened to her predicament, she would undoubtedly feel too embarrassed to confide in Tang San. This presented a rare opportunity, one that bore little consequence. Furthermore, despite her youthful appearance, Xiaowu had lived for 100,000 years, rendering her a legally recognized entity. Having made his decision, Su Xing adjusted his hold on Xiaowu and changed direction. Brother San, this is not the way back, she murmured, still mistaking Su Xing for Tang San, yet somehow managing to recall the route. Just wait a moment. Brother San will detoxify you. The commotion will not be trivial, so let us change hotels to avoid disturbing the dean and the others. Su Xing smiled gently and offered a casual defense. Xiaowu responded affirmatively, expressing no further objections. Awakening ceased to indulge in idle chatter, hastening towards the nearest hotel while cradling Xiaowu in his arms. Within the hotel where Tang San and his companions were residing, the stimulus from Awakening caused Tang San, who had been diligently cultivating, to abruptly halt his practice. What was amiss? A sudden sense of unease enveloped him, as if foreboding misfortune was imminent. Xiaowu. Tang San was seized by an impulsive concern for Xiaowu. After inquiring, he soon discovered that she had yet to return, intensifying his worry. Little San, is something wrong? Yu Xiaojiang, sensing his disciple's distress, inquired. I suspect something has happened to Xiaowu. I must go search for her, Tang San declared, leaping from the window of the hotel in pursuit of her last known direction. Regrettably, he was already too late to intervene. Once the dust had settled, Awakening adjusted his trousers and nonchalantly departed, internally musing, apologies, Little San, I have inadvertently placed a green hat upon you. Despite this inner monologue, he felt no genuine remorse for the betrayal of Tang San. By midday, Xiaowu emerged from the hotel, bearing a countenance of desolation. At this juncture, she had come to comprehend that the man from the previous night was not her beloved third brother. The realization that her purity had been tarnished by an unknown man had brought her to tears within the confines of the hotel room. Contemplating escape back to the Tiando forest or even death, she ultimately could not bear to part with Tang San. Resolving to act as if nothing had transpired and to keep her ordeal a secret from him, Xiaowu. Upon returning to the original hotel, she heard Tang San's voice. Her body trembled slightly, but she swiftly concealed her sorrow, donning a sweet, charming smile once more. Third brother, how wonderful to see you safe. Where have you been? Why didn't you return last night? Tang Sen rushed to her side, relief washing over him upon seeing her unharmed, his heart brimming with joy. How could I be fine? I am no longer pure. Xiao Wu's heart ached. It's nothing. I encountered some ruffians last night. After defeating them, I lost my way in the darkness and had to find a nearby hotel to stay. She chuckled lightly. You wouldn't believe how thoroughly I dealt with that villain. I suspect he will be bedridden for months. This explanation was a carefully devised excuse, and her demeanor remained unruffled, as her subsequent words held a kernel of truth. Now I understand. You nearly frightened me to death. Promise me you won't venture out alone again. Tang Sen chuckled, imagining the misfortune of the villain. Xiao Wu's technique would be unbearable for any adversary. Shortly thereafter, Yu Xiaojiang and the others arrived, their relief evident upon confirming that Xiao Wu was safe. Teacher, our team has achieved numerous victories. There are hardly any worthy opponents left. When shall we return to school? After yet another triumph at the Soto City Soul Arena, Awakening proposed to Qin Ming that they depart. His desire to evade Xiao Wu and avoid being recognized was matched by a reluctance for the Tiando Royal Academy's Soul team to clash with the Shrek 7 monsters, which had long been his intention. This can wait. The principal of Shrek Academy wishes for our team to compete against theirs, to showcase the prowess of a top-tier squad. Thus, we shall engage in a friendly match. Qin Ming replied with a smile, elucidating the reasons for their continued stay. Chapter 36, Dai Mubai, Prepare for Battle. Su Xing had not anticipated that they were on the verge of departing, only to confront the Shrek 7 monsters once again. Moreover, this confrontation was arranged in his absence, with Qin Ming already having conferred with Shrek Academy. Now, it was impossible for Qin Ming to leave directly. This unexpected turn of events was beyond Su Xing's control. It would be challenging to fabricate an excuse or incapacitate one of the Shrek 7 monsters. They were not in a hurry to return to school, as Shrek Academy had only just arrived and would not depart swiftly. If today were unfeasible, tomorrow would suffice, since Qin Ming and Shrek had made their agreement. A battle was inevitable. Alas, the beauty of the situation had led to complications. Had Qin Ming been present during the agreement with Shrek the night before, things might have been different. Nonetheless, if given another chance, he would make the same choice once more. Unable to intervene, Su Xing chose to refrain from hindering the course of events. Dugu Yin would undoubtedly notice Tang San and mention him to Dugu Bo, primarily because her snake venom had been cleverly neutralized by Tang San using strong liquor and realgar. As long as this particular scene could be avoided, all would be well. Furthermore, it would provide an opportunity to teach Dai Mubai a lesson, demonstrating to Zhu Zhuqing that the inept would always remain inept. The two teams sought to clash within the soul fighting arena. Arranging a confrontation with the arena's overseer was still feasible, especially upon hearing that the Heaven-Do Royal Academy's martial soul team would soon depart after this match. They promptly made the necessary arrangements. During this period, they had suffered numerous defeats and were eager for the Heaven-Do Royal Academy to leave swiftly. As for the Shrek 7 monsters, their overall talent was indeed superior. Therefore, they could not afford to underestimate today's bout, particularly against Tang San. Vigilance was paramount. As for Dugu Yin, she was advised not to employ poison during this duel, but rather to enhance her teammates' capabilities, thereby avoiding any casualties. Qin Ming then provided additional insights for Su Xing and his companions regarding the forthcoming battle. When confronted with the assertion that their talents paled in comparison to those of Shrek, the group felt a sense of indignation. Yet they could not dispute the fact that the Shrek 7 monsters were, on average, younger than them by a few years. At their age, they had not been as formidable as the Shrek 7 monsters. Save for Yu Tianheng and Su Xing, Yi Lingling's abilities were comparable to those of Zhu Zhuqing, the least proficient among the Shrek 7 monsters. I understand, teacher. Dugu Yin nodded. As a control-type soul master, she could restrict enemies with her poisonous aura. However, the potency of the toxins posed a risk of inadvertently harming her adversaries. Aware that the Shrek 7 monsters were all juniors of Qin Ming, Dugu Yin felt it reasonable to show some leniency. She could also contribute by providing a stimulating toxin to enhance her teammate states. With Su Xing present, she was unconcerned about significant issues arising. Although she harbored some resentment towards Su Xing for defeating Yu Tianheng, she found him to be a dependable ally. As the team competition progressed, Su Xing had yet to unleash his full potential. Not only Dugu Yin but also the Shurimo brothers, upon hearing Qin Ming's words, did not take them too seriously. In their team, Yu Tianheng could occasionally single-handedly challenge entire opposing teams, and with Su Xing having bested Yu Tianheng, they felt little apprehension. They acknowledged the Shrek 7 monsters' outstanding talent. However, that was merely talent, and currently, the Shrek 7 monsters were at a lower level than they were. Just be cautious and avoid losing too disgracefully. Qin Ming sighed, as he himself did not perceive the Shrek 7 monsters as a significant threat to Su Xing and his companions. Beside him, Su Xing remained silent. Initially, he intended to suggest that Dugu Yin refrain from using snake venom, but Qin Ming preempted him, rendering his input unnecessary. As Qin Ming and his companions conducted their pre-battle preparations, so too did Shrek Academy. The instructors hoped that you would approach this confrontation with the intent of honing your skills. To aspire for victory may prove exceedingly arduous. Xiao-san, for this match, I permit you to employ the 8 spider lances and concealed weapons, as long as they are not designed to inflict fatal harm. You may utilize such devices throughout the contest. Yu Xiaojing imparted this directive to Tang San in conclusion. Nearby, Flinder, having overheard Yu Xiaojing's words, contemplated speaking but ultimately refrained. Allowing Tang San to wield concealed weapons was indeed a formidable decision, one that could even pose a risk to Zhao Wujia's safety. Nonetheless, Flinder understood the rationale. Yu Xiaojing wished to prevent Tang San from succumbing to Su Xing recently. Yu Xiaojing's authority had diminished considerably in the eyes of the students. Should the Shrek 7 monsters manage to triumph over Su Xing and his team, it would indeed restore some semblance of dignity to Yu Xiaojing. However, Flinder harbored concerns that a defeat would further erode Yu Xiaojing's standing as an instructor. Greetings, everyone. I am your host, Douluo. Welcome once again to the Soul Arena of Soto City, where a team soul battle is about to commence, with the ever-charming Douluo hosting. The Shrek 7 monsters and Su Xing's team took to the stage, facing each other across the arena. In the forefront, Su Xing and Yu Tianheng stood resolutely at the head of their formation, while the Shimo brothers positioned themselves centrally, tasked with the vital duty of guarding and defending. Behind them, Yu Feng engaged in ranged attacks and disruptions, orchestrating control over the battlefield. At the rear, Yi Lingling and Du Guyan provided support, ensuring a well-organized and predictable arrangement that left little to the imagination regarding each member's role within the team. However, it was precisely this meticulous adherence to formation that cast a shadow of concern over Tang San and his comrades. The rigid positioning made it exceedingly difficult for them to find an opening to vanquish Su Xing and his cohort. The Shrek 7 must first confront and defeat Su Xing and Yu Tianheng head-on. Now, may both sides unleash your martial souls. Naturally, we shall forego Su Xing's thunder, for our Thunder War God is well known for not manifesting his martial soul. As the host, Douluo, made this announcement, every participant, save for Su Xing, summoned their martial souls. Instantly, the dual platform shimmered with a kaleidoscope of soul rings and martial souls, each more dazzling than the last. Should I perhaps devise an entrance of my own? Upon witnessing the scene, Su Xing felt for the first time that he too required a dramatic entrance. Not for any other reason than to exude an air of charisma, unlike his counterpart, who stood motionless without any semblance of special effects. Su Xing decided to unveil his lightning armor. He unleashed his formidable lightning armor, his entire being shimmering with dazzling bolts of electricity. Captain, I'll take care of Dai Mubai, he declared, turning his gaze towards Dai Mubai and addressing the nearby Yu Tianheng. All right. Although Yu Tianheng was somewhat perplexed, he harbored no objections. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, Dai Mubai held the highest rank. Awakening is willing to tackle the most challenging obstacles, for it brings him greater ease. Dai Mubai, let us engage in battle. Su Xing stepped forward without hesitation, gazing fiercely at Dai Mubai across from him. Chapter 37. Xiao Wu, it's you. After uttering those words, Su Xing cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her frosty demeanor, revealing nothing of her thoughts. Xiao Wu appeared just as she always did, showing no signs of the previous night's impact. Upon noticing that she regarded him with no peculiar sentiment, Su Xing immediately felt at ease. What is there to fear? Even if she were to discover his true identity, she would not dare to speak of it. Summoning De Ming and Air Ming was even more implausible. Daring to leave the starry forest would be tantamount to courting death. In the depths of his heart, Su Xing silently muttered twice, choosing to disregard Xiao Wu entirely. Third soul skill, White Tiger's Dreadnought Transformation. In response to Su Xing's provocation, Dai Mubai bellowed in anger and charged towards him. Tang San took on the role of controlling the situation, for apart from him, no one else in the team could pose a threat to Su Xing. First soul skill, Blue Lightning Dragon Claw. As Su Xing and Dai Mubai engaged, Yu Tianheng also rushed forward to confront them. With a resounding crash, the moment the battle commenced, Su Xing swiftly maneuvered in front of Dai Mubai, sending him sprawling backward. After months of recuperation from injuries, Dai Mubai was now merely at level 38, making him no match for Su Xing. Those below level 40 stood no chance against Su Xing. How is this possible? Dai Mubai was filled with disbelief as he was launched away by Su Xing. Just a few months prior, he could hold his own against Su Xing. Yet now he found himself unable to withstand even a single strike. Although he had witnessed Su Xing's overwhelming prowess in previous challenges, Dai Mubai had never anticipated the vast disparity between their strengths. This realization left him momentarily dazed, as he had been consumed with thoughts of avenging himself against Su Xing and seeking Zhu Zhuqing's forgiveness. Boss Dai. Ultimately, it was Tang San who controlled the blue-silver grass to catch Dai Mubai and rouse him from his stupor. As he stabilized Dai Mubai, Tang San's expression turned grave as he regarded Su Xing. He, too, had not expected Dai Mubai to be so utterly defenseless against Su Xing. This battle was proving to be exceedingly difficult. How can he be this strong? In the audience, Yu Xiaojing and Flinder were equally astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Su Xing was indeed a true monster. Even Yu Tianheng had fallen to him. Only Qin Ming seemed unfazed. Really? Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback, for this was news to him. With Su Xing and Yu Tianheng in the fray, to be candid, the chances of victory for the Shrek 7 monsters are virtually non-existent. Qin Ming nodded, stating this to prepare Yu Xiaojiang and the others, ensuring they did not harbor excessive expectations regarding the Shrek 7 monsters' performance. Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang fell silent upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Su Xing had once again charged toward Dai Mubai. Boss Dai? Tang Sen warned Dai Mubai while simultaneously launching hidden projectiles to restrain Su Xing. The sound of clashing metal echoed as Tang San's projectiles flew swiftly. Should Su Xing continue his assault on Dai Mubai, he would inevitably be struck and would have to evade. Apart from Dai Mubai's predicament, Yu Tianheng also exerted formidable pressure on Ma Hongjun and the others. Faced with such circumstances, Tang Sen no longer held back, unleashing a variety of hidden weapons in support. Su Xing launched a series of relentless attacks on Dai Mubai, yet each was thwarted. In light of this, I shall first attend to you. Awakening, feeling somewhat impatient, let out a cold snort and turned to launch an attack on Tang San. Third brother, second soul skill, instant teleportation. Upon noticing Tang San in peril, Xiao Wu promptly materialized in front of Su Xing. Second soul skill, enchantment. After appearing before Su Xing, Xiao Wu swiftly unleashed her second soul skill, enchantment. Xiao Wu, it's up to you now. Tang San thought to himself. He had long been aware of Su Xing's formidable strength. However, Su Xing's soul power was merely at level 33, just 2 levels higher than Xiao Wu, making the disparity minimal. Thus, Tang San was eager to see whether Xiao Wu's second soul skill, enchantment, could yield any significant results. He was aware of the characteristics of awakening. It was astonishingly swift, outpacing even his blue silver grass. However, as long as Xiao Wu's soul power could exert an influence on him, he could swiftly ensnare her with his blue silver grass. Enchantment? Observing Xiao Wu standing before him, casting her enchanting gaze, a subtle smile graced Su Xing's lips. His thunderclap armor constantly invigorated his spirit, rendering enchantment skills largely ineffective against him. Moreover, having thoroughly indulged in Xiao Wu's essence the previous night, he was hardly susceptible to the allure of her eyes. Alas! Xiao Wu, retreat quickly. Upon noticing the expression on Su Xing's face, Tang Sen urgently urged Xiao Wu to fall back. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Xing's figure had swiftly closed the distance to stand before Xiao Wu. With his injuries from the previous night still unhealed, she ought not to be bouncing about. It was time for her to rest. With such thoughts in mind, Su Xing delivered a powerful punch to Xiao Wu's abdomen. Zzzzz. Simultaneously, a surge of lightning converged, enveloping Xiao Wu's entire form from the impact of Su Xing's fist. Xing is not a heartless individual. His moves, though seemingly terrifying, possess little true harm. They merely incapacitate Xiao Wu, rendering her unable to continue the fight. With a soft grunt, Xiao Wu collapses. Yet, Xing, feeling a pang of conscience, gently lays her down on the ground. Shiwu. In the distance, Tang San, witnessing Xiao Wu's injury, cries out in fury and rushes towards her, simultaneously launching a multitude of concealed weapons aimed at Xing. Rest assured, she has merely lost her combat ability. Awakening sprang back, calmly uttering a single phrase, "It's you." However, what took Awakening by surprise was the furious gaze directed at him by the girl on the ground, Xiao Wu. She recognized him as the man who had violated her the previous night, although she had not remembered Awakening's appearance and had consistently mistaken him for Tang San. Being a spirit beast endowed her with a keen sense of smell, she retained the memory of his scent. If he had kept his distance, she might not have detected it, but given how close Awakening had just been, Xiao Wu instantly identified him. Her eyes locked onto Awakening with intensity, disbelief coursing through her. How could it possibly be him? What? Awakening felt somewhat perplexed, initially unaware of what Xiao Wu was saying. However, upon catching a glimpse of Xiao Wu's gaze, a sudden realization struck Awakening, understanding that Xiao Wu had discovered the truth. How could it be that he was recognized so unexpectedly? Awakening felt an undeniable stroke of misfortune, yet he remained composed. Prior to encountering Xiao Wu once more, he had anticipated that she would recognize him. This was of little concern. He was confident she would keep it to herself. "Xiao Wu, are you all right? What did he do to you?" Tang Sen rushed over, eager to assess Xiao Wu's injuries. "I'm fine, Brother San. You must help me avenge myself. He is utterly despicable for having defeated me so swiftly." Indeed, upon Tang San's arrival, Xiao Wu quickly concealed any unusual emotions from her eyes. Chapter 38. The use of hidden weapons. Hearing that Xiao Wu had refrained from revealing anything, Awakening felt a wave of relief wash over him. The true grievance she ought to voice was not merely being defeated, but rather enduring a relentless onslaught until she was utterly incapacitated. A chuckle escaped Awakening as he contemplated Xiao Wu's predicament. "Fear not, I shall avenge you." Upon realizing that Xiao Wu had merely lost her fighting spirit and was otherwise unharmed, Tang San finally felt at ease. Nevertheless, he would heed Xiao Wu's request. As he spoke, Tang San utilized his blue silver grass to lift Xiao Wu and carry her off the battlefield, signifying her defeat. Before departing, Xiao Wu cast a lingering glance back at Awakening, her eyes filled with a mixture of anger, humiliation, and a flicker of hope. She wished for him to keep last night's event a secret. In that moment, she felt a pang of regret for having allowed Awakening to recognize her. How much better it would have been to act as if nothing had transpired. Awakening, you have harmed Xiao Wu. Beware, I shall not be merciful. Tang San glared at Awakening, his voice laced with fury. As if you could truly defeat me. Awakening replied with a hint of disdain in his smile. Truth be told, I have long desired to face you in combat, to witness firsthand the strength of a disciple trained by the master. Since you once deemed me unworthy, I am eager to discover who among us is truly stronger. With that, Awakening's demeanor shifted to one of solemn seriousness. Awakening's heart was not expansive, in fact. It was marked by a thirst for retribution, tinged with a hint of selfishness. He had grown disdainful of Yu Xiaojiang, whom he deemed a useless individual. Yet he could not erase the memory of the rejection he had faced. Whenever an opportunity arose to humiliate Yu Xiaojiang, Awakening would seize it without hesitation. Defeating Tang San would undeniably serve as a significant affront to Yu Xiaojiang. You indeed still care about this matter. Tang San remarked solemnly upon hearing Awakening's words. He had sensed it earlier, yet he understood that, were he in Awakening's position, he would likely feel the same. It was essential to prove to Yu Xiaojiang that he had misjudged him. I will give it my all. Be cautious. With that, the 8 spider lances, an external soul bone, erupted forth from Tang San's back, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a spider spirit. First soul skill, bind. Tang San pressed his hand against the ground, causing numerous blue-silver grasses to rise from around Awakening, reaching out to ensnare him. In response to Tang San's assault, Awakening deftly evaded, closing the distance between them with remarkable agility. Purple Extreme Magic Eyes. Observing Awakening's ghostly speed, Tang San quickly activated his Purple Extreme Magic Eyes, which allowed him to perceive Awakening's movements clearly. Subsequently, he hurled a series of hidden weapons, blocking Awakening's path forward. Bang! The figure of Su Xing retreated, skillfully evading the hidden weapons. Excellent. Truly worthy of being the third partner. In the audience, Yu Xiaojiang, upon witnessing Tang San manage to restrain Su Xing, felt a surge of satisfaction and his expression brightened. His third partner had certainly not disappointed him. Alas, it bore little significance. For Dai Mubai and the others were on the verge of collapse. Flander, standing nearby, let out a sigh. Although Tang San had managed to impede Su Xing, he too was unable to assist his comrades due to being occupied with her. With Tang San's influence diminished, Yu Tianheng, under the continuous healing from Yi Lingling, found himself capable of overpowering Dai Mubai and his companion single-handedly. Coupled with Yu Feng's long-range attacks, Yu Tianheng unleashed a relentless barrage, putting Dai Mubai and his group in grave peril. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's initial joy swiftly transformed into a grave demeanor. Whether Tang San could defeat Su Xing was still uncertain. However, the team's defeat seemed inevitable. If the others succumbed, it would only be a matter of time before the third partner met the same fate. Utilizing hidden weapons, after being repelled once more by Yu Tianheng, Dai Mubai bellowed in fury. Hearing his words, Oscar and the others did not hesitate and brandished their concealed weapons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One cannot help but remark that the Tang sect's hidden weapons, brought from his past life by Tang San, were indeed an unfair advantage, effortlessly challenging those beyond his rank. In an instant, Yu Tianheng was forced back, having sustained numerous injuries from the hidden weapons. Were these weapons to be poisoned, it would likely spell his demise. Damn it. What kind of weapons are these? An injured Yu Tianheng cursed, feeling as though the rhythm of battle was entirely different from what he was accustomed to. Awakening had never anticipated that Yu Xiaojiang would actually instruct the Shrek 7 monsters to employ hidden weapons collectively. No wonder they dared to confront them. If they all utilized concealed armaments, it was indeed possible for them to suffer defeat inadvertently. Tianheng. At the rear, the auxiliary fighter Douluo, upon witnessing Yu Tianheng injured and ambushed by a group wielding inexplicable weapons, was instantly consumed by fury. Enraged, Douluo stepped forward. Would she resort to the venom of the emerald-scaled serpent? Fatty, prepare yourself. Tang San, noticing the situation, hastily alerted Ma Hongjun. He had already devised a strategy to counter Douluo's serpent poison. A potent concoction of liquor and realgar, ignited by Ma Hongjun's phoenix flames, would neutralize any serpent venom. Douluo, cease your actions. Lingling will attend to the captain's wounds, and then he need not worry about consumption. You shall entangle Tang San while I clear away the others. Upon seeing Douluo's intention to use serpent poison, Awakening swiftly intervened. His primary objective today was to prevent Tang San from resolving Douluo's serpent poison incident, and he was willing to accept defeat in the duel for this cause. Thus, he spoke up to halt her. Hearing Awakening's words, Douluo hesitated before retreating. Third soul skill, Thunder Dragon's Fury. Yu Tianheng did not oppose Awakening's arrangement. After rising with Lingling's healing, he unleashed his ultimate move directed at Tang San. Roar. A dragon silhouette composed of thunder surged forth, roaring towards Tang San with astounding momentum. This is bad. Sensing himself targeted, Tang San realized the gravity of the situation and promptly enveloped himself in blue-silver grass. The 8 spider spears on his back also shielded him in front. Little San, third brother, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing Tang San in peril. Ning Rongrong quickly empowered Tang San. Xiao Wu, from the sidelines, could only fret helplessly. At this moment, you should be more concerned about your own safety. Just as Ning Rongrong had bestowed her support upon Tang San, awakening appeared before her. He was uncertain whether Yu Tianheng's ultimate move could directly vanquish Tang San. He suspected it could not, yet he did not care. His current task was to eliminate the others while Tang San was preoccupied. Otherwise, even if he could evade the hidden weapons, Ling Ling and the others could not, ultimately inciting Dugu Yin to resort to serpent poison. Ning Rongrong then realized awakening was before her, and her face fell in shock. Rongrong! Oscar cried out in alarm, rushing over to save Ning Rongrong. Bang! However, Oscar's speed was insufficient. Awakening swiftly, akin to how Xiao Wu had just acted, brought Ning Rongrong down. Chapter 39, One-on-One, Let Them All Fall Together. After Su Xing incapacitated Ning Rongrong, he noticed Oscar and effortlessly knocked him down as well. Bang! However, unlike Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, Oscar did not receive the same leniency. With precise control over his strength and the intensity of his lightning, Oscar bore the full brunt of Su Xing's formidable punch, spewing blood before losing consciousness and rolling his eyes. Bang! Even after Oscar collapsed, Su Xing showed no inclination to assist him. This left Ning Rongrong, witnessing the scene, shivering in fear, relieved that her fate had not been as dire. This fellow is indeed extraordinarily powerful. At the same time, he displays a tenderness that is remarkable. Ning Rongrong mused, experiencing firsthand the enormity of Su Xing's strength. Fortunately, her inner thoughts went unheard by Oscar. Otherwise, he would surely have teased her for her apparent misunderstanding of the term gentleness. Soon after, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai also fell victim to Su Xing's prowess. In an attempt to repel him, they resorted to hidden weapons. Alas, they were no match for Tang San. The same weapons wielded by him operated on an entirely different level. Tang San could perceive their movements through his purple extreme magic eye. Employing his skills with finesse to confine Su Xing's mobility, a feat far beyond Ma Hongjun and the others, they could barely catch a glimpse of Su Xing's figure, leading to their swift defeat. Ma Hongjun succumbed to unconsciousness similar to Oscar, while Dai Mubai fared worse, suffering several fractured ribs. Finally, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn. I concede. Zhu Zhuqing, unwilling to grant Su Xing any opportunity to approach, declared her surrender upon witnessing and take down Dai Mubai. Though her nature resisted easy defeat, circumstances dictated her decision. Acknowledging that she was outmatched, especially since this was not a life-and-death struggle, she deemed it foolish to persist further. Boom. Upon awakening, Su Xing has dealt with all of Dai Mubai and his companions, and Yu Tianheng's assault has ceased. Awakening turned to Tang San, realizing that his opponent was indeed not so easily vanquished. Apart from retreating a few meters in a somewhat disheveled manner, Tang San had not sustained any significant injuries. The primary credit for this resilience belonged to his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. How could this be? Yu Tianheng, taken aback, was astonished that Tang San had withstood his assault unscathed. Tang San, you have lost. The Shrek 7 monsters are left with you alone. However, despite his shock, a glance around revealed that Dai Mubai and the others had all been eliminated by awakening, prompting Yu Tianheng to break into a smile. They had triumphed. Awakening brother is truly formidable. Yu Lingling admired him from behind. This is victory. The brothers Shimo and Shimo felt somewhat embarrassed, having exerted no effort whatsoever, merely releasing their martial souls without further action. Defeated. Upon seeing that all the Shrek 7 monsters, except for Tang San, had been eliminated, Yu Xiaojing felt a wave of despondency wash over him. It's fine. Letting them encounter a stronger opponent is also beneficial. Flander had mentally prepared for this outcome, and thus did not feel overly disheartened. Instead, he smiled openly. While his sentiments were not unfounded, Yu Xiaojing could not shake off the discomfort of seeing the Shrek 7 monsters lose to a team with awakening in it. Qin Ming observed Yu Xiaojing as struggle to accept this defeat, but refrained from offering any words of consolation, deeming such remarks too insincere. After all, was it truly necessary to be so affected by a single loss? Qin Ming was oblivious to the fact that Awakening had once sought to apprentice under Yu Xiaojing, only to be rejected. The members of the Tiandu Royal Academy were unaware of this embarrassing incident, and Awakening had no intention of bringing it up. Previously, he had mentioned it in front of Zhu Shiqing to diminish Yu Xiaojing's stature in her eyes. Tang San, witnessing the elimination of Dai Mubai and the others, helplessly lowered his hands and retracted the external soul bone from his back. He was about to concede defeat. Wait. Awakening called out to Tang San, stating, "We have yet to determine a victor. Captain, you all should step down. I wish to engage him in a one-on-one battle." He then turned to Yu Tianheng and the others. "What? Why?" Yu Tianheng was bewildered. "It's nothing. We will return eventually. Before we do, let me indulge myself a bit." Awakening shook his head, unable to provide a clearer explanation. "Very well, if you insist." Seeing that Awakening was not jesting, Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow but ultimately consented. Although he was uncertain of the reason, if Awakening desired to face Tang San alone, he would grant that wish. He was also curious to see what sort of sparks would fly in a confrontation between the Tang San who had just astonished him and Awakening. "Are you serious?" Tang San looked at Awakening in surprise. Indeed. Why? Do you not wish to settle this matter of victory and defeat? Awakening gazed at Tang San, doubting that he would concede so easily. Tang San had only considered surrendering because he felt hopeless with all of Awakening's companions present. If it were just Awakening alone, Tang San would undoubtedly not back down. All right. Tang San nodded in agreement. However, he added that this result would not count towards the team standings, regardless of the outcome. The team battle had been lost by the Shrek 7 monsters. He did not wish to take advantage of the situation. Tang San's agreement to continue fighting stemmed from his own desire to see if he could defeat Awakening. Additionally, although Yu Xiaojing had not voiced it, Tang San sensed that his mentor did not wish for him to lose to Awakening. Driven by his own competitive spirit and his teacher's expectations, Tang San had no reason to succumb. What is happening? We see our Thunder War God has eliminated 6 members of the Shrek 7 monsters. Now, aside from the Thunder War God, the other members of the Thunder team are also stepping down from the battle platform. Are the 2 contestants preparing for a solo duel? The host, Douluo, observed the scene and began to provide historical commentary and analysis. The audience, initially believing the outcome was already settled, grew excited at the prospect of a one-on-one clash. Could Tang San defeat him? Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had already stepped down, looked up in astonishment, not expecting Tang San and Awakening to face off in a final duel. Third brother, go for it. Give him a good lesson. Xiao Wu cheered for Tang San. That opportunistic scoundrel. Third brother, you must avenge me. Xiao Wu thought to herself. Chapter 40. Magnetic Escape. The sword approaches. They are to engage in a one-on-one battle? It makes sense. They both wish to prove themselves. Flander, witnessing the unfolding scenario, was initially taken aback, but soon felt a sense of relief. He understood that Awakening wanted to demonstrate that Yu Xiaojing had misjudged him. Tang San sought to affirm that Yu Xiaojing had not erred in his assessment of his abilities. Alas, Flander shook his head slightly, choosing to remain silent. In truth, he believed that once Awakening was capable of standing opposite Tang San for a one-on-one battle, it had already proven Yu Xiaojing's oversight, regardless of Awakening's future achievements. At such a young age, the strength he currently possessed, given his original talents, was indeed formidable. Little San. Yu Xiaojing observed the scene with a complex expression. He had not anticipated such a day would arrive, where the disciple he valued would face off against the one he had rejected. To be honest, Awakening's accomplishments had exceeded his expectations time and again, leaving him in awe. Yet, to say he regretted his decision? No. Yu Xiaojing was acutely aware that his various research theories could only be validated by spirit masters with top-tier talent. Those lacking in talent might not even withstand the limits of spirit rings, let alone validate his theories. Defeat him, Little San. Your talent is undoubtedly the strongest I have ever encountered. As he watched Tang San summon the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, Yu Xiaojing silently encouraged him. Observing the fully armed Tang San, Awakening slowly extended his right hand, crackling with electricity as he pressed it against the ground. Magnetic Escape. The sword approaches. With a sizzling sound, as Awakening's right hand rose, a superalloy sword was extracted from the earth. It seemed as though a sword had been buried there all along. Accompanied by the flickering lightning, a slender 2-meter sword blade was gripped firmly in Awakening's hand, its tip aimed directly at Tang San. This was Awakening's magnetic escape. Developed from his research into lightning spirit power, utilizing it to extract various metallic minerals from underground and forge them into superalloy. However, this technique was not yet fully developed. The magnetic force still relied on the lightning and could not be used independently. Otherwise, using magnetic escape against Tang San's hidden weapons would be exceedingly simple, particularly concerning those metallic projectiles. Regrettably, the circumstances are unfavorable at present. Xing can only extract a superalloy sword from incomplete magnetic evasion. This predicament arises from the fact that without a weapon in hand, Xing finds it exceedingly challenging to approach Tang San, who wields the formidable 8 spider lances. Xing is acutely aware of the devastating toxicity of the 8 spider lances. With his current physical resilience, he remains vulnerable to its effects. Any injury could spell his defeat. How dashing. Brother Xing has created another soul skill. The audience, particularly Yi Lingling, erupted in cheers, her usual icy demeanor completely absent. This girl. Her eyes are solely fixed on Xing. The brothers Shimo and Shimo, alongside Yufeng, felt an undeniable discomfort upon witnessing this. It was evident that this woman harbored feelings for him. Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at Yi Lingling, her beautiful eyes flickering with emotion. Xiao Wu also stole a glance, and her mood soured instantaneously. Of course, she was not envious. How could that be? Her affections were solely reserved for her third brother. Her discontent stemmed from the realization that Xing had attracted admirers, including Zhu Zhuqing, while she felt sullied by his actions, truly unthinkable. If circumstances permitted, she would have summoned Ming and Ming to exact vengeance upon Xing. This soul skill is of little utility, it merely creates a weapon. Yu Xiaojing observed Xing's latest self-created soul skill, shaking his head. Nonetheless, despite his outward dismissal, he was secretly astonished that Xing could forge a metallic weapon using lightning attribute soul power. He was baffled by his inability to discern the underlying principles of this soul skill and wondered how Su Xing accomplished such a feat. Is self-creation of soul skills truly this effortless? Perhaps I should give it a try? Observing Su Xing's ingenuity ignited a spark of ambition within Yu Xiaojing. Now a level 30 soul master, he possessed only one soul ring and one soul skill, a source of embarrassment, especially in contrast to Su Xing, who had no soul rings yet boasted more soul skills than he did. He could not allow himself to be overshadowed by anyone, least of all Su Xing. Come, let us see who is stronger. With the newfound weapon, Su Xing's figure flickered and he charged toward Tang San, sword in hand. Enveloped in crackling electricity, he transformed into a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Tang San. Purple Extreme Magic Eye? With no time to waste, Tang San activated his Purple Extreme Magic Eye to discern Su Xing's trajectory before unleashing his first soul skill. Puff, puff, puff. Numerous blue-silver grasses erupted between him and Su Xing, forming a barrier. Tang San understood that under normal circumstances, his blue-silver grass would be incapable of ensnaring Su Xing. Thus, he did not intend to capture him, but rather to create a distraction. Swish, swish, swish. Following this, his hidden weapons were launched towards Su Xing. Your hidden weapons can no longer impede me. Su Xing, wielding the super alloy sword, scoffed and charged forward without evasion. Clang, 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 puff, puff, puff. Every obstacle in Su Xing's path, be it blue-silver grass or hidden weapons, was effortlessly cleaved asunder by the blade in his hand. What a remarkably sharp sword. Is it forged from composite metal? The instantaneous creation of such a composite metallic weapon left Tang San astounded. Subsequently, he felt an intense yearning for the abilities Su Xing possessed. If he could master such a skill, crafting hidden weapons would be remarkably convenient. However, Tang San swiftly reined in his other thoughts. As Su Xing approached, he did not retreat but instead advanced, preparing to confront Su Xing head-on. Awakening sought to draw nearer to him, and how could he not long for the same? At the pace of awakening, the distance rendered his hidden weapons and blue-silver grass nearly ineffective. His sole reliance lay in the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Shadowy steps. Masterfully wielding the 8 spider lances, Tang San also executed his shadowy steps. Clang, clang, clang. The figures of Su Xing and Tang San collided, producing a continuous symphony of metallic clinks. Both displayed astonishing speed, rendering the spectators outside only able to catch fleeting glimpses of their forms, with only brief moments of contact leaving behind ephemeral afterimages. Remarkably, Tang San was able to keep pace with Su Xing's velocity. Yu Shenheng and the others, aware of Su Xing's swiftness, were secretly astonished. They had not anticipated such an anomaly among the Shrek 7 monsters. Although I can barely match his speed, his strength far surpasses mine. I can feel my 8 spider lances nearing their breaking point. What should I do? If this continues, I shall surely lose. Should I resort to my second martial soul? Yet, at this moment, Tang San, engaged in combat with Su Xing, was inwardly anxious. Chapter 41. The fierce battle. Yuxiagang could not discern Tang San's true condition and mistakenly believed that Tang San's strength was indeed on par with Su Xing's. Feeling invigorated and silently commending him. However, he failed to consider how much of Tang San's current prowess was due to his own teachings. The external spirit bone, 8 spider lances, was acquired by Tang San himself, while the hidden weapons, such as the Purple Extreme Magic Eyes, were remnants from his past life. His instruction on how to augment the blue-silver grass with spirit rings had little impact, serving merely to slightly restrain Su Xing or offer some self-protection without notable effect. Ding ding ding. The fierce struggle between Su Xing and Tang San continued, though both of their breaths had become disordered. They had expended a significant portion of their soul power, with Tang San having consumed slightly more. Utilizing the Purple Extreme Magic Eyes and Ghost Shadow Misty Steps required considerable energy. At last, after yet another clash, Tang San quietly summoned his Houten hammer, launching it towards Su Xing as a concealed weapon. Su Xing initially perceived the object as a mere concealed weapon, determined to sever it with the superalloy sword in his grasp. However, a sudden realization struck him. It was the Houten hammer. In that fleeting moment, he recognized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late to evade. Su Xing promptly abandoned his slashing motion and instead positioned the sword horizontally before him to defend. He held no illusions about the might of Tang San's Houten hammer. Even the formidable Zhao Wujia, a level 73 soul sage, had suffered a swollen visage from a single strike of Tang San's hammer. Indeed, a true testament to its power. Thud. Upon Su Xing's transition to defense, the Houten hammer collided forcefully with the blade of his sword. Upon awakening, Su Xing felt a tremendous force surge towards him, causing his hands to tremble. Crack. Bang. Subsequently, the alloy sword in Su Xing's grasp shattered into pieces. Humph. Awakening let out a muffled groan, his figure retreating under the force of the heavenly hammer. An opportunity. Although the heavenly hammer did not vanquish awakening, Tang San felt a twinge of regret. However, he swiftly seized the moment. First soul skill, bind. Taking advantage of awakening's unsteady stance after being struck back, Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared him directly. Upon awakening, Su Xing felt a sudden constriction in his feet, and his body was immediately ensnared by the blue-silver grass. Excellent. With a surge of determination, victory seemed within reach. Outside the arena, Yu Xiaojiang was filled with excitement as he observed that Tang San had discreetly launched a surprise attack with the Haotian hammer. Although Su Xing had managed to fend it off, he had lost his weapon in the process. Given the toll the battle had taken thus far, Su Xing's energy reserves were significantly depleted. Ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass, escape appeared nearly impossible. Even if he managed to break free from Tang San's first soul skill, he would surely be caught by the second soul skill, parasite. Yu Xiaojiang was confident that while binding Su Xing, Tang San had surely scattered the seeds of parasite upon him. What was that hidden weapon just now? Its power was formidable. At that moment, Flender remained unaware that Tang San possessed dual martial souls, merely marveling at the potency of Tang San's hidden weapon. That little hammer, last time, it had left my face bruised. Zhao Wujia's hand instinctively touched his right cheek, still recalling the lingering pain. They were all monsters. Truly unbelievable that they were merely soul ancestors of over 30 levels. Qin Ming, standing nearby, was equally astonished, casting worried glances at Su Xing in the arena. Could it be that he might truly face defeat? Su Xing, brother, do your best. Yi Lingling was unwilling to witness Su Xing's failure, her hands clenched tightly in anxiety. It would be beneficial for this fellow to experience defeat just once. Zhu Zhuqing watched Su Xing with delight, eager to see him stumble. Go, third brother. Strike him. Strike him. Xiao Wu's sentiments echoed, urging to strike, and strike again. Humph. Regrettably, on the battlefield, Su Xing was not about to fulfill their wishes. Suddenly, a more intense surge of lightning erupted from Su Xing, and he broke free from the entanglement of the blue-silver grass. Observing this, Tang San remained unperturbed, preparing to unleash the seeds of blue-silver grass he had previously sown. However, midway through the execution of his soul skill, Tang San halted. He realized that he could not sense the presence of the blue-silver grass seeds on Su Xing. They had been eradicated along with the recent lightning. Tang San sighed inwardly, astonished that Su Xing had anticipated his second soul skill and managed to effectively eliminate those blue-silver grass seeds in a timely manner. He had initially intended to deploy both his second and third soul skills simultaneously, but now he had no choice but to forego that plan. Without the constraint of his second soul skill, he lacked the confidence to ensnare Su Xing with his third soul skill, Spider Webbind. Truly deserving of Master S attention. You are indeed formidable. However, your soul power must be nearly exhausted, correct? Awakening distanced himself slightly, casting a glance at Tang San with a faint smile. At that moment, his breath had grown somewhat labored, a testament to the considerable depletion of both his soul power and physical stamina. This struggle surpassed any previous encounters he had endured against soul masters. Tang San, exerting his full strength, was indeed formidable. It was no wonder he could leave Zhao Wujia with a battered visage at the mere age of 29. Had he truly intended to kill, Tang San could have easily vanquished Zhao Wujia, particularly when considering the potent poison he wielded at that level. Thus, Awakening was not taken aback by Tang San's might. You too, Tang San replied breathlessly. It was time to bring this to a conclusion. Su Xing remained silent, unwilling to grant Tang San the opportunity to recover. His Xiantian skill allowed his soul power to regenerate endlessly, and prolonging the confrontation could lead to an uncertain outcome regarding whose soul power would deplete first. Magnetic escape, sword. Come forth. With that declaration, Su Xing once again employed the magnetic escape technique. This time, however, he did not extract superalloy from beneath the ground. Instead, he summoned the previously severed superalloy sword through the extension of lightning. Magnetic escape, shatter. Immediately following this, rather than reintegrating the shards, Su Xing shattered them, transforming them into a cloud of superalloy metallic dust. With a resounding boom, countless particles erupted around Su Xing, enveloping the entire arena in a veil of fine metal dust. Tang San, uncertain of Su Xing's intentions, attempted to dispel the cloud, but found it impossible to do so in that moment. Cautiously, he remained on guard, awaiting Su Xing's next move. Lightning escape. Thunder moves in all directions. Awakening certainly does not disappoint. As he trembles, an astonishing surge of lightning erupts from his being. This is dire. The moment Su Xing unleashes the lightning, Tang San realizes the gravity of the situation. Metal conducts electricity, and he has nowhere to evade. Reluctantly, he employs his third spirit skill, web binding. Tang San is compelled to ensnare himself within it, utilizing this binding technique defensively before the lightning spreads. Crackle. At the very instant Tang San binds himself, the heaven's fury engulfs his entire web. Amidst the cacophony of crackling thunder, an even denser sound of intertwined lightning resonates from Su Xing's position. Chapter 42. How much of Tang San's prowess did you impart to him? Lightning release. 1,000 birds. The intensified symphony of lightning is undoubtedly the result of Su Xing's spirit skill, 1,000 birds. The previous technique, thunderous storm, possessed limited lethality. It merely boasted a wide range and a certain paralyzing effect, momentarily delaying the enemy's movements. However, this subsequent technique, 1,000 birds, is Su Xing's true lethal strike. What is this? How can this be? He has managed to coalesce a vast amount of lightning in his hands without causing harm to himself or triggering an energy disturbance. The audience, including Yu Xiaojiang and others, is utterly astounded by Su Xing's display of thousand birds. They can sense the terrifying destructive power contained within this skill. This ability is formidable. It surpasses even my blue electric dragon speed. Yu Tianhing, witnessing Su Xing unveil yet another novel spirit skill, is equally astonished. How many self-created spirit skills has this rascal yet to reveal? Each one is astonishing in its might and effect. It seems that during their previous encounters, Su Xing did not unleash his full potential. Does he truly lack spirit rings? His spirit skills outnumber ours, despite our possessing spirit rings. Ning Rongrong is equally taken aback. Her admiration for Su Xing's self-created skills burgeoning for the first time. He is truly remarkable. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes glimmer, having witnessed Su Xing's electromagnetic cannon. She realizes the sum of his abilities is even greater. How impressive. I always knew brother Su Xing was the best. This sentiment is undoubtedly shared by Yi Lingling, who is increasingly becoming a devoted admirer of Su Xing. Meanwhile, the Shimo brothers express their jealousy, not only at Su Xing's adoration from Yi Lingling, but also at his superior array of spirit skills. Only Xiao Wu, with a face full of concern, gazes at Tang San, who has just been swept by the thunder. She fears that if Tang San is struck by Su Xing's attack, it could prove perilous. So formidable. His body is paralyzed, and there is no escape. 8 spider lances, I can only rely on you now. At that moment, through the narrow gaps of the blue-silver grass, Tang San catches sight of Su Xing, wielding 1,000 birds, charging towards him, his expression gravely serious. Boom. Awakening would not afford Tang San a moment's respite from his paralysis. The 1,000 birds in his grasp swiftly approached Tang San, striking with tremendous force. Bang! The blue-silver grass surrounding Tang San was the first to shatter under the assault of Awakening's 1,000 birds, exploding into fragments. Crackle, accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder. After obliterating the blue-silver grass, the 1,000 birds continued unabated, crashing once more against Tang San's 8 spider lances. Clang! The 8 spider lances, locked together in defense, withstood the onslaught of Awakening's 1,000 birds. A staggering explosion of lightning erupted between the two. After a brief stalemate, a sharp cracking sound echoed as Tang San's 8 spider lances began to splinter. Boom. Ultimately, it was Tang San's weapon that succumbed to Awakening's relentless assault. This was compounded by the numerous prior encounters with Awakening, which had already marred the 8 spider lances with numerous scars. Otherwise, it is uncertain whether Awakening could have shattered it at all. The myriad birds in Su Xing's grasp had now expended most of their power. It was over. However, what remained was sufficient for Su Xing to vanquish Tang San. Boom. As the awakened myriad birds successively shattered Tang San's blue-silver grass and 8 spider lances, they finally descended upon him. Bang. At that moment, Tang San found himself devoid of the strength to employ the mystic jade hand for another defense, and was directly struck by the onslaught, his form hurtling backward. Little San, Tang San, third brother. Upon witnessing Tang San being ejected from the dueling platform, Yu Xiaojiang and the others exclaimed in alarm, hastily rushing towards the spot where he had fallen. Rest assured, I held back in the end. He will not perish. Upon witnessing their expressions, Su Xing smiled calmly. If circumstances permitted, he might have entertained the thought of eliminating Tang San directly. After having turned Tang San green, Su Xing realized that he and Tang San would no longer walk the same path. He understood that Xiao Wu would conceal that matter. Yet he could not guarantee that she would remain silent forever. Unfortunately, he dared not act, not even to cripple Tang San. For Tang Hao might be lurking in the shadows somewhere. In truth, after turning Tang San green, Su Xing was filled with trepidation. He had forgotten that Tang Hao was indeed protecting Tang San from the shadows, and he was the first to discover Xiao Wu's true identity. After last night's encounter with Xiao Wu, Su Xing pondered whether Tang Hao was aware of it. Logically, he should not have known. If Tang Hao had been covertly safeguarding Xiao Wu, Su Xing might have already faced dire consequences. Yet, he could not completely wager that Tang Hao was unaware. It was possible that Tang Hao had already learned of his actions toward Xiao Wu. The reason for his inaction could very well stem from his lack of faith in his son's future with a soul beast. Wishing to prevent Tang San from suffering a fate akin to his own, thus choosing to sabotage the bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu through Su Xing's hand. Regardless of the reasoning, Su Xing was presently too apprehensive to confront Tang San. After examining Tang San's injuries, Yu Xiaojiang and the others discovered that he was merely unconscious, with injuries not even as severe as those of Daimyo Bai, which brought them a sense of relief. Su Xing, you have triumphed. Yu Xiaojiang looked up at Su Xing, his expression a complex mixture of admiration and resignation. I know, and I do not require your validation. In a moment of curiosity, he inquired, Master, how much of Tang San's prowess can be attributed to your teachings? Perhaps due to the exhilaration of having just bested Tang San, Su Xing, overwhelmed with emotion, could not help but question Yu Xiaojiang. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that Tang San's abilities have no connection to my guidance? In response to Su Xing's challenge, Yu Xiaojiang's fists clenched in anger. However, he ultimately fell silent, a wave of shame washing over him. for he suddenly realized that many of Tang San's skills seemed to bear no relation to his own teachings. Overcome with embarrassment at his inability to counter Su Xing's assertion, Yu Xiaojiang's face oscillated between shades of green and white. He had never endured such humiliation. Xiaogang, the children are injured. We should take them back. Flender, noticing the tension, interjected hastily. While he refrained from commenting on the situation between Yu Xiaojiang and Su Xing, he could not bear to see Yu Xiaojiang humiliated. Su Xing, the master is a guiding teacher at our Shrek Academy. I kindly ask that you refrain from questioning our faculty so casually. My apologies for my rashness. Furthermore, regarding their injuries, I have already done my utmost to hold back. I hope that Principal Flender does not take offense. Upon hearing Flender's intervention, Su Xing readily conceded, feeling that humiliating Yu Xiaojing sufficed without further antagonizing Flender and the others. Even if they might become adversaries in the future, it was better to maintain civility than to risk further conflict. It's quite all right. You need not blame yourself. Upon awakening, Su Xing conceded, leaving Flanders at a loss for words. Just as he prepared to lecture Su Xing, his words fell flat, akin to striking a pillow, ineffectual and disheartening. Chapter 43. Hand in hand with Yu Lingling thus, this confrontation has come to a close. Su Xing has demonstrated through his prowess that his chosen path is indeed the right one. The performances of Su Xing and Tang San left everyone in awe. This was hardly a battle befitting a soul master. It could easily be mistaken for a clash of soul kings. The Heaven Do Royal Academy's spirit battle team had successfully accomplished their mission, not only enriching the nobility of Soto City but also achieving their training objectives. Subsequently, Qin Ming instructed Yu Lingling to heal all the injured, reviving the unconscious Oscar and others. Yu Lingling's martial spirit, the Nine-Heart Begonia, truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier martial spirit, swiftly awakening everyone. Even Dai Mubai's fractured ribs were largely healed under Yu Lingling's care, allowing him to move normally. Su Xing could not intervene in this, for Qin Ming hailed from Shrek Academy, and Yu Lingling was not in a position to defy his orders. Once everyone was well, Qin Ming proposed a celebratory meal. Flender readily agreed, and through their conversations, the two teams quickly became familiar with one another again. Yu Xiaojiang had many questions he wished to pose to Su Xing, but after Su Xing's recent skepticism, he felt too embarrassed to inquire further. It was then that he realized Su Xing harbored some grievances against him. He had previously thought that if he arrived at Shrek Academy earlier, Su Xing would have stayed upon learning of his presence. Su Xing, I am Ning Rongrong. Do you remember me? Could you share how many soul skills you possess? It's truly astonishing that you have so many despite lacking soul rings. Ning Rongrong approached Su Xing directly, exhibiting a rather familiar demeanor. Upon hearing her words, others expressed their curiosity as well. Rongrong, that is someone else's secret. How can you inquire so freely? Flender, although equally intrigued, recognized Ning Rongrong's impertinence and quickly interjected to stop her. Oh, Ning Rongrong responded weakly, realizing her overstep and refraining from pressing further. It's nothing. I've mentioned before that I am a genius in creating my own soul skills. For me, inventing soul skills is as effortless as drinking water. The soul skills I have developed so far were all compelled out of me by Tang San today. Currently, there are no others. As Su Xing casually waved his hand in response, he remarked, Really? Could you teach me how to create my own soul skills? Upon hearing Su Xing's willingness to engage, Ning Rongrong's spirits lifted, prompting her to press further. Of course not. At that moment, Yu Lingling, unable to contain herself any longer, stepped between Su Xing and Ning Rongrong, effectively separating them. Why not? You are not Su Xing. What gives you the right to say that? Ning Rongrong retorted upon recognizing Yu Lingling. The heir of the Nine-Heart Begonia and the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School were indeed rivals. Because Su Xing hasn't even taught me yet. Naturally, I cannot teach you, Yu Lingling replied, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. So that's how it is. Haha. Rongrong, it seems someone is feeling jealous. Perhaps you should refrain from asking further. Ma Hongjun chuckled heartily at the revelation. Indeed, Rongrong. Oscar quickly chimed in. Indifferent to the intricacies of soul skill creation, his focus solely on not allowing Ning Rongrong to get too close to other men. Haha. Flander, observing the playful banter among the youngsters, found their antics amusing. Hehe. Qin Ming couldn't help but laugh as well. The jealousy between Yu Lingling and Oscar was indeed a source of amusement, evident to all. Only Zhao Wujia, scratching his head in confusion, remained oblivious to the humor shared by Flander and the others. I shall not converse with you any longer. Yu Lingling, her face flushed from embarrassment, turned on her heel and fled, unable to bear the teasing any longer. Su Xing, why are you not chasing after her? Du Guyan urged Su Xing, noticing his lack of action. Oh, you all go ahead. I will bring Lingling along shortly. With a soft acknowledgement, Su Xing hurried towards the direction of Yu Lingling. He had always intended to pursue her, as he was reluctant to divulge the intricacies of his self-created soul techniques. Even though Yu Xiaojiang and the others might not be able to replicate them, Su Xing was not generous enough to share what he had painstakingly developed. Observing Su Xing's retreating figure, Zhu Zhiqing instinctively clenched her hands. Humph, what a scoundrel, claiming that he had only ever been moved by her. Yet, despite her inner reproaches, Zhu Zhiqing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. So he already has a girlfriend. Dai Mubai, harboring resentment, remarked that it was despicable for this man to pursue Zhu Zhuqing when he was already taken. It was inevitable, with someone as beautiful as Lingling. It was only a matter of time before Su Xing would accept her. Donggu Yin explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's heart tightened. Indeed, Yi Lingling was stunning, and the possibility felt all too real. Otherwise, Su Xing wouldn't have accompanied her on shopping trips or pursued her this time. The thought deepened her discomfort. She herself was still uncertain about her feelings, yet Su Xing was ready to move on. And yet, she could say nothing. Having turned him down multiple times, he had every right to seek affection elsewhere. Perhaps it was for the best. This way, he would swiftly fade from her heart. Zhu Zhuqing reassured herself internally. Nonetheless, she remained infuriated and distressed. Yi Lingling had not run far, and Su Xing quickly caught up with her. Perhaps due to her thoughts being laid bare, Yi Lingling felt shy in the face of Su Xing's pursuit yet hesitated to flee. Silly girl, if you like me, just embrace it. There's no need to be bashful. Noticing her flushed face as she avoided his gaze, Su Xing gently ruffled her hair. What about brother Su Xing? Feeling his hand, Yi Lingling's cheeks deepened in color, but she soon lifted her head, boldly meeting his eyes. Su Xing smiled softly. How could any man resist someone as lovely and charming as Lingling, especially when she was so willingly presenting herself? Faced with a woman who adored him, especially one as exquisite as she, Su Xing believed that to push her away would be utterly unmanly. Furthermore, after his encounter with Xiao Wu the day before, he had rediscovered the allure of womanhood, and he found himself in need of a companion to rekindle those sensations. After so many years of rebirth, he had nearly forgotten the pleasures of a woman's company. This simply would not do. Really? Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing Su Xing's words. Of course. Su Xing smiled gently, then reached out to grasp Yi Lingling's icy hand. Let us hurry back. We must not keep Teacher Qin and the others waiting for too long. Yi Lingling, taken aback by Su Xing's gesture, was momentarily bewildered, completely oblivious to his words, and could only respond instinctively. After walking alongside Su Xing for a while, it dawned on Yi Lingling what was happening. Amidst her shyness and surprise, she tightly clutched Su Xing's hand, unwilling to let go. Chapter 44. The interrogation of Xiao Wu. Well done, Su Xing. Yi Lingling is quite remarkable. She has finally captured our Su Xing's heart. Upon witnessing Su Xing return hand in hand with Yi Lingling, the Sher Mo brothers erupted in playful jeers. I know you are envious. But what can you do when you lack my charm? There is no reason for Su Xing to feel embarrassed. Instead, he playfully teased them. Yi Lingling, however, was blushing profusely, yet her grip on Su Xing's hand remained unwavering. Yu Tianheng and the others felt genuinely pleased for Su Xing and Yi Lingling. While the Shrek Academy contingent exchanged glances with Zhu Zhuqing, fully aware of Su Xing's prior affection for her. Zhu Zhuqing, maintaining a stoic demeanor, exhibited no outward reaction. Yet her hands beneath the table clenched tightly. This scoundrel, this cat. Zhu Zhuqing silently chastised him, feeling a wave of distress wash over her. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu harbored no feelings of jealousy towards Su Xing holding hands with Yi Lingling, as she had no affection for him. However, it was undeniable that she felt irritated. To her, Su Xing represented an adversary, and witnessing her foe's happiness was certainly vexing. After the meal, Yu Xiaojiang, true to the original narrative, approached Qin Ming with the proposal of having the Shrek 7 monsters join the Tian-Do Royal Academy. The purpose was to secure a spot in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition set to take place over a year later. For the Tian-Do Royal Academy possessed 2 such vacancies. As Shrek Academy was not even officially recognized as a school, they lacked the qualification to participate. Yu Xiaojiang was determined that Tang San and the others should not miss such a grand event. This consideration had been on his mind for some time, though he had previously been uncertain about which academy to choose. Now, having encountered Qin Ming of the Tian-Do Royal Academy, who happened to be an alumnus of Shrek Academy, and given that the Tian-Do Royal Academy had 2 team slots available, Yu Xiaojiang deemed it the perfect opportunity. He had faith that the Tian-Do Royal Academy, provided they were not foolish, would certainly agree. Naturally, Yu Xiaojiang had stipulations of his own. The Tian-Do Royal Academy must accept all the teachers from Shrek Academy, and the original mentors should continue to instruct the Shrek 7 monsters without any interference from the school. Upon hearing the words, Su Xing curled his lips in disdain and remained silent. As for their countenance, a group of exceptionally talented students who could possibly fail to nurture them. They could thrive even in a hands-off approach. Su Xing remained silent. After all, they would eventually be expelled by Flander. Qin Ming expressed his welcome but harbored concerns regarding the substantial effort Flander had invested. Was this truly a wise course of action? Yu Xiaojiang then interjected with remarks, asserting that all actions taken were for the benefit of the students, discussing matters such as simulated training and competition quotas, which could only be accessed by joining the Tian-Do Royal Academy, resources that their Shrek Academy utterly lacked. With that, he inquired about the purpose of being summoned. Su Xing gazed at Xiao Wu, feigning ignorance as he spoke. After all, he would not voluntarily acknowledge that the person from last night was indeed himself if Xiao Wu remained silent. That person from last night was you, wasn't it? Xiao Wu glared at Su Xing with resentment and questioned him. She had come to find Su Xing secretly, wanting to inquire about the matter. Why did you have to recognize me? Wouldn't it have been better for everyone to pretend that nothing happened? Awakening gazed at Xiaowu in silence, genuinely astonished that she had approached him. How could he possibly dismiss the matter of his innocence, as if nothing had transpired? Hearing his words, Xiaowu was infuriated. You clearly harbor feelings for Zhu Zhuqing and have Yilingling who adores you. Why treat me this way? You must understand this. It was I who saved you last night. Awakening replied, if it weren't for me last night, it would have been someone else. Perhaps even more than one. I believe you should not harbor hatred towards me. Of course, there is no need for gratitude either. Upon hearing his words, Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback. She had been preoccupied with her anger over the loss of her innocence, but upon reflection, it was indeed as Awakening had stated. However, she would absolutely never feel grateful to him. Then why didn't you return me to Sango? Even though Xiaowu recognized the truth in Awakening's words, she could not relinquish her resentment towards him. Her innocence was meant solely for her Sango. I do not know where your hotel is. Su Xing shrugged, and then turned to Xiaowu, inquiring, have you come to seek my accountability? Upon hearing Su Xing's words, Xiaowu was momentarily rendered speechless. According to Su Xing, it seemed that last night's events could indeed not be blamed solely on him. Whose fault was it then? It was her own carelessness. Realizing this, Xiaowu felt a wave of despondency and regret wash over her. It was entirely her fault. No, I do not wish for you to take responsibility. As you suggested, let us consider that nothing ever transpired between us, Xiaowu declared, fixing her gaze on Su Xing in rejection. Her anger stemmed from the fact that she felt sullied by him. She had merely come to confront him, never intending to hold him accountable. Now, discovering that it seemed unjust to blame Su Xing, she could only demand his silence. I only require your assurance that yesterday's events must remain confidential. Xiaowu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, yet they could not conceal her lingering resentment. No problem, Su Xing replied with a smile, readily agreeing. Only a fool would divulge such matters. Humph. Remember your words, otherwise, I shall not let you off the hook. Although Xiaowu remained irritated, she recognized that it appeared unjust to blame Su Xing, and with a huff of annoyance, she warned him before turning to leave. In a short while, Xiaowu's figure vanished from Su Xing's sight. The implication was clear. If I keep your secret, will you let me be? Su X Awakening smiled lightly, not paying much heed, for he would never venture into the Stardow forest, especially if Xiaowu might be present. Who is the most discreet? Who can keep secrets the best? The dead. Observing Xiaowu, it was evident that she had not fully let go. She still harbored resentment towards Su X. Initially, it was due to Dai Mubai, and now with Xiaowu's situation added to the mix, I must ensure that Tang San does not acquire those celestial herbs. Upon returning, I must explore the Sunset Forest. Wait, however, it soon dawned on Su X that something seemed amiss. After careful contemplation, he discerned the irregularity. Tang San and his companions would not arrive at the Tiando Royal Academy for several months, thus deviating from the original narrative. Would they still be expelled by Prince Xuexing? If Prince Xuexing refrains from expelling them, the Tiando Royal Academy would undoubtedly accept the faculty and students of Shrek Academy. Consequently, the two teams would eventually clash again. And not just once. Tang San's potent liquor and the yellow wine that neutralizes snake venom would inevitably come to the attention of Duga Yan. Once she learns of it, Dugabo will soon follow suit, and events will revert to their original course. Damn it, I must swiftly locate the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye. Even if I cannot obtain those celestial herbs, I must ensure their complete destruction. Having clarified these thoughts, Su X's expression darkened. Chapter 45, The Undying Sect. Yilingling the following day, Qin Ming led them back to the Tiando Royal Academy. The Shrek 7 monsters had only just begun their trials in the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, which would require at least a month's time. After a month of arduous training, Su Xing and his companions took time to recuperate before ultimately heading to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Upon returning to the academy, Su Xing did not rush to embark on his journey to the Sunset Forest. During his month at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, his physical level had risen to 49. He resolved to wait until he reached level 50 before setting out, ensuring the utmost safety for himself. After all, the members of Shrek Academy were not expected to arrive anytime soon, granting him a little more time. On the first night back at school, Yilingling, who had just solidified her relationship with Su Xing, visited his dormitory to spend time with him. As she lay in his arms, they engaged in heartfelt conversation about her life. Brother Su Xing, are you afraid of the Spirit Hall? Yilingling asked, her tone suddenly tinged with unease. The Spirit Hall? What is there for me to fear? Su Xing replied. Upon hearing the words, Su Xing instinctively responded. Subsequently, a flicker of realization stirred within him as he recalled that Yilingling was purportedly a descendant of the Undying Sect, one of the so-called Three Earth Sects, which the Spirit Hall sought to eradicate with fervor. The Three Earth Sects, War Soul, Undying, and Blazing constitute three exceptionally unique sects, each possessing but a singular heir, resulting in a sparse population. Yet, even in such circumstances, the Spirit Hall harbored profound trepidation towards them, for each individual from the Three Earth Sects bore immense potential, which, once fully realized, would render them impervious to annihilation by the spirit hall. Ma Hongjun, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters, belonged to the blazing sect, wielding the 9 heavens phoenix martial soul. Tragically, his father fell victim to the spirit hall's relentless pursuit before he had even turned 10. It was not until Ma Hongjun undertook trials at Sea God Island that he learned the truth about his family, previously believing them to possess mere grass chicken martial souls, an elaborate fabrication devised by Dean Flanders for his protection. As for the War Soul sect, it too has but a solitary heir remaining, residing within the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, namely, the sword Douluo Xin. This sword Douluo wields the 7-killing sword martial soul, a unique war soul possessed solely by him. And his father met his demise at the hands of the spirit hall's Qian Douluo. The Undying sect, however, is easily explicable. It embodies supreme healing capabilities. As long as a single breath remains, healing is possible. In this context, the only individual that fits this description within the 3 Earth sects is Yu Lingling of the Emperor Do battle team. She possesses the 9 hearts begonia martial soul, which, regardless of the number of soul rings it may have, ultimately grants but one soul skill, healing. Yet, these notions seem to be original to the comic version of Douluo Continent, or perhaps serve as a supplement to the original work. Su Xing was uncertain of their authenticity. All he knew was that he had traversed into the animated adaptation of Douluo Continent. Thus, Yu Lingling's inquiry hinted at the possibility that the Spirit Hall was indeed her adversary. If the Spirit Hall were to target him, would Su Xing, her brother, protect her? Yu Lingling lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes firmly fixed upon Su Xing's. Certainly, there is no need for further contemplation, Su Xing replied with a smile. Regardless of the outcome, the answer at that moment was unequivocally this. Should the dire situation arise, and provided he could ensure their safe retreat, Su Xing would undoubtedly safeguard her. Therefore, his words were not deceitful. He responded with utmost sincerity. Yes, I knew my brother Su Xing would surely protect me. Upon sensing the unwavering conviction and sincerity in Su Xing's words, Yu Lingling's face brightened with joy, burying her cheeks in his embrace, happily writhing in delight. Do you harbor a grudge against the Spirit Hall? Awakening was filled with curiosity. Was Yu Lingling truly the heir of the Undying sect? Upon hearing his words, Yu Lingling's delicate frame trembled slightly, as if gripped by fear, her voice quavering. Yes, my parents were slain by the people of the Spirit Hall. I only managed to escape to the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, where they dared not pursue me. Subsequently, Yu Lingling unveiled her origins to Awakening. Indeed, she was the descendant of the Undying sect. Apart from her escape to the capital, all others had perished. The only reason she remained unharmed was that the Spirit Hall did not dare to act overtly within the imperial city. However, should the Spirit Hall find an opportunity, they would undoubtedly strike at her again. As she spoke of these matters, Awakening could sense her trembling, a manifestation of her fear. The Spirit Hall is utterly despicable. Once I grow stronger, I shall avenge you, Awakening declared fiercely, holding Yu Lingling tightly. No, please, don't, Yu Lingling exclaimed in alarm upon hearing his words. I do not wish for your vengeance, Brother Awakening. We need only to evade the Spirit Hall. My parents cautioned me never to entertain thoughts of revenge, for the Spirit Hall is far too powerful. Yu Lingling gazed up at Awakening with trepidation, hoping he would not pursue vengeance on her behalf. Xing felt deeply moved by such thoughts. Mother, I truly did not misjudge you, she exclaimed. But do you not harbor hatred towards them? Xing tenderly embraced Yu Lingling, as the Spirit Hall loomed over her like a nightmare. No, I do not hate them. I do not wish for revenge. Yu Lingling fervently shook her head. Very well, then we shall not seek vengeance. Xing continued to comfort Yu Lingling, sensing that while Yu Lingling still held resentment towards the Spirit Hall, she was simply too fearful to entertain thoughts of retribution. After all, the Spirit Hall was overwhelmingly powerful. Su Xing had never anticipated such a turn of events. In truth, he held a favorable impression of the Spirit Hall, as most of its members hailed from ordinary backgrounds rather than noble lineages. The Spirit Hall stood in solidarity with the common folk, granting the awakening of martial spirits to all eligible civilians. In contrast, those sects and royal aristocrats would only facilitate the awakening for their own privileged offspring. It was the Spirit Hall that bestowed numerous opportunities upon the ordinary populace. However, the Spirit Hall's methods at times bordered on tyranny. All right, it is settled. We shall seek no vengeance. Yu Lingling embraced Su Xing tightly. Indeed, Su Xing nodded, tenderly comforting Yu Lingling. I want to go back to sleep. Yu Lingling, her face flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly attempted to rise from Su Xing's embrace. Eager to escape the situation, although she harbored feelings for him, she was not ready to surrender herself so soon. Thus, she needed to leave quickly, otherwise, Su Xing might take advantage of the moment. It was easy to doze off here, after all, as they were now in a romantic relationship. And sharing a bed was a natural part of being a couple. However, the audacious Su Xing would not allow the unsuspecting Yu Lingling to slip away so easily. Chapter 46. Yu Xiaojiang's self-assessment. The following day, when Yu Qianheng and the others laid eyes on Yu Lingling, they sensed a subtle change within her. Though they could not pinpoint its nature, Lingling seems to have become even more beautiful. Surely, it cannot be just my imagination? One mused. No, there is indeed something different about her. Although it feels like she hasn't changed at all, she undeniably appears more stunning. They remarked. Such beauty truly seems to be wasted on Su Xing. How fortunate he is to have won Lingling's affection. Indeed, if only you possessed Su Xing's prowess, Lingling might have taken a liking to you. Another teased. Well, that is a tall order for me. Graphite and his companions whispered among themselves. Lingling, your relationship is progressing remarkably quickly. You're already basking in the sweetness of love. Only Dogu Yin noticed the change and playfully pulled Yi Lingling aside to tease her. And no, Sister Yin, don't say such things. Yi Lingling stammered, her face burning with shyness. Recalling the events of the previous night, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her that lingered even now. All right, if you say there's nothing, then there's nothing. Dogu Yin chuckled, ceasing her teasing upon witnessing Yi Lingling's bashful reaction. Nevertheless, Lingling's response confirmed Dogu Yan's suspicions. Who would have thought that Su Xing, usually so quiet, would act so swiftly once their relationship was established? Dogu Yin silently chuckled to herself. Upon returning to school, Su Xing resumed his daily training in the development of soul techniques, but with one added activity. Every night, he would accompany Yi Lingling in reviewing matters concerning their romantic relationship, for learning brought him joy. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder, could this lead to unforeseen complications? Su Xing couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Xiaowu. If something were to happen, she would undoubtedly be unable to conceal it any longer. Please, let it not be so. I am not yet ready to unexpectedly become a father. In his heart, Su Xing silently prayed, hoping that no lives would be lost. After a month and a half, Su Xing's physical strength finally ascended to level 50, while his soul power reached level 34. With a crackling sound, Su Xing stood up, his body shimmering with arcs of lightning. Su Xing clenched his fist, acutely aware that after his physical body transcended level 50, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, should he engage in combat with Tang San, victory would undoubtedly come with greater ease. It is time to journey to the sunset forest. Awakening released his hands. Retracting the intertwining lightning that coursed through his body, his gaze directed towards the sunset-drenched forest beyond the dormitory. He had inquired with Qin Ming, and there was news from Shrek Academy. Within less than a month, they would collectively arrive at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Time was slipping away from him. Half a month prior, Tang San and the others had completed the second phase of training devised by Yu Xiaojiang, which entailed rigorous trials at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, resulting in both team and individual accolades of Silver Spirit Souls. Upon their return to Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang advised them to rest for a month before setting off for the Heaven Do Royal Academy. However, following their previous defeat against Awakening, Tang San and his companions were reluctant to squander any more time. Without needing Yu Xiaojiang's directions, they engaged in daily training of their own accord. It seemed that their earlier setback had, in fact, served as a catalyst for their determination. Seeing the children toil with such diligence filled Flandra with a sense of gratification. Indeed, allowing them to train independently would enable them to absorb and internalize the lessons learned at the Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement, his heart also swelling with pride. By the way, how goes your endeavor in creating your own spirit technique? Flandra suddenly inquired about Yu Xiaojiang's personal pursuits. A month prior, he had learned of Yu Xiaojiang's secretive experimentation with the self-created spirit technique. Now, a month later, he had yet to see any progress, prompting his curiosity. He believed that, given Yu Xiaojiang's intelligence, developing a unique spirit technique should not pose a significant challenge. Upon hearing Flandra's question, Yu Xiaojiang's expression froze momentarily. Surely, he hadn't failed to create even a single technique? Observing Yu Xiaojiang's countenance, Flandra's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, it seemed effortless for Awakening to develop his own techniques, akin to drinking water. Of course, he wouldn't divulge his own unsuccessful attempts at creation. It's not entirely true. I did manage to develop a restoration of my second spirit technique after my previous mishap with the spirit ring. However, aside from restoring that, I truly cannot conceive any additional techniques. You know, my martial spirit possesses only a singular offensive capability, and no matter how I ponder, I cannot envision a new technique. Yu Xiaojiang sighed, reluctantly acknowledging his inability to create any further spirit techniques. It was only after personally engaging in research that Yu Xiaojiang recognized the difficulty of creating one's own techniques. He excelled at conceptualizing combinations of existing techniques into composite ones, but when it came to innovating based on the characteristics of his martial spirit, he found himself utterly powerless. He simply could not fathom how to develop anything. His martial spirit, the three canon, was limited to mere flatulence. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words and considering the nature of his martial spirit, Flandra's expression faltered, realizing the true complexity of the matter. But how then did Awakening manage to create so many techniques? Although he knew he shouldn't mention Awakening in Yu Xiaojiang's presence, Flandra could not restrain his inquiry. That likely has to do with the extraordinary fruit he consumed. Nevertheless, I must concede that he is indeed a genius in the realm of self-created techniques, surpassing even myself. Upon hearing Awakening's name, Yu Xiaojiang's expression became somewhat awkward, Yet he ultimately resigned himself to acknowledging awakening's superiority in this domain. You are not wrong. Yet I still believe you possess greater ability, Xiao Gang. His achievements today are largely attributable to your theoretical foundations. While that lad may excel in creating techniques, his theoretical knowledge cannot compare to yours. Moreover, it is merely that your martial spirit lacks potency. It is not a reflection of your capabilities. Were your 3 cannon bestowed upon him, he too would struggle to produce any remarkable techniques. Observing Yu Xiaozhang's despondency, Flandre hastened to encourage him. Chapter 47. Tang Hao's arrival forces Xiao Wu away. You simply possess a martial spirit that lacks efficacy. Upon hearing Flandre's attempts at consolation, Yu Xiaozhang found himself at a loss for words. Was this really meant to be comforting? Enough. I am not so fragile as to require your consolation. Interrupting Flandre, Yu Xiaozhang asserted his independence. All right, haha. Seeing that Yu Xiaozhang was no longer troubled, Flandre decided to refrain from continuing the topic. By the way, have you noticed anything unusual about Xiao Wu in recent days? Flandre then shifted the conversation to the students, mentioning that he had observed Xiao Wu appearing distracted and lost in thought. I inquired with Xiao Wu, and she mentioned she was feeling homesick. Yu Xiaozhang replied, not perceiving any issue. Is that so? Flandre sighed in relief upon hearing this. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Wu, lost in her own thoughts once again, was indeed facing a grave dilemma. What should I do? Xiao Wu's delicate hand rested on her abdomen, her face a canvas of confusion and helplessness. She was at a loss for how to proceed. Just days prior, she had begun to experience persistent dry heaving. Xiao Wu was not an ordinary girl. She was a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. After a few episodes of retching and reflecting upon the timing of her previous encounter with Awakening, she realized the truth. She was pregnant. And it was Awakening's child she carried. Awakening's concerns have indeed come to fruition. He has unexpectedly become a father. At this point, however, Awakening remains oblivious to the fact that Xiao Wu has no intention of informing him or demanding responsibility. Xiao Wu is torn, grappling with the decision of whether to terminate the life growing within her. If she chooses not to, she must leave Shrek Academy and Tang Sen behind, for soon enough, it will be impossible to conceal her pregnancy. Xiao Wu does not wish to part ways with Tang Sen. Yet, the thought of terminating the life inside her is unbearable. She is, after all, the mother of that child. The thought of her own mother arises, who had sacrificed herself to protect Xiao Wu during their escape. Reflecting on her mother's actions, Xiao Wu finds it even more difficult to contemplate such a decision. Nonetheless, the idea of leaving Tang San weighs heavily on her heart, leaving her in a state of turmoil in the days that follow. She has considered revealing the truth to Tang San, believing he would accept her regardless. However, if he were to discover that her innocence has been taken from her, she would feel unworthy of remaining by his side. As Xiao Wu contemplates her predicament, a deep voice suddenly resonates beside her. Startled, she looks up to see an unfamiliar figure before her, one she had not noticed approaching. Who are you? She inquires, her heart racing with unease. I am Tang San's father, the stranger reveals, lifting his hat to reveal a weathered, mature face. You are his father? Xiao Wu gasps in disbelief, struggling to reconcile this with the image of an ordinary blacksmith she had been given. The presence before her suggests someone of considerable power, at least a soul sage, capable of approaching her unnoticed. Though she has transformed into a human, much of her spiritual strength remains intact. You are mistaken. Tang San's father is merely a blacksmith, she protests. In response to her skepticism, Tang Hao releases his soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. As the number of rings increases, Xiao Wu's astonishment escalates. Upon seeing the glaring 10,000-year soul ring, she collapses to the ground. You are a titled Douluo. The realization of Tang Hao's identity floods Xiao Wu with despair, for she understands he must have discerned her true nature. Do you still believe I have any need to deceive you? Tang Hao observes, noting her shock. With a heavy heart, he retracts his soul rings and continues. I discovered your identity long ago, during our encounter in Nodding City. I have remained close, silently protecting Tang Sen all these years. Guilt washes over him as he reflects on Xiao Wu's current predicament, recognizing that his inaction contributed to her plight. Indeed, Awakening's suspicions were not unfounded. Tang Hao had been present that fateful night. Ultimately, he had chosen to remain passive, allowing Xiao Wu to be tarnished by Awakening. Xiao Wu was taken aback, realizing that Tang San's father had known of her identity all along yet refrained from hunting her for her soul rings. With her heart racing, she questions, so, you were aware of what transpired that night? Indeed, he admits after a moment of silence. Why? She implores, her eyes brimming with tears, seeking to understand why he did not intervene on her behalf. You are a soul beast, and such unions with humans seldom yield favorable outcomes. Soon, Tang San and the others will journey to the imperial capital of the Heaven Do Empire, where your identity may be exposed at any time. Even if, by chance, you remain undiscovered, the Soul Master competition a year from now will certainly reveal your true nature. I cannot bear to see Tang San suffer because of you. Hence I hope to facilitate your departure from his life. Tang Hao's expression softens as he observes Xiao Wu's sorrow, and he acknowledges, perhaps I underestimated your feelings for him. However, The situation has reached this point, and I still hope you will leave Tang-san. Xiao Wu struggles to comprehend Tang Hao's intentions. If you disapprove of my relationship with Tang-san, why not have expelled me earlier or taken my life from my soul bone? Tang Hao reflects, having contemplated such actions, but ultimately decided against them, considering Tang-san's affections for Xiao Wu. He had hoped to protect her from the shadows. Yet, after the incident, he believed it was best to let circumstances unfold, allowing awakening to tarnish her. In truth, I should have acted sooner. However, killing you would only bring sorrow to Tang-san, so I chose to let you go. Write a letter explaining your departure to him. How you phrase it is entirely up to you. I will ensure he receives it, Tang Hao says with a sigh, providing her with paper and ink. Very well. I shall comply. I will leave, Xiao Wu replies tearfully, knowing she has no choice but to abide. As she pens her farewell, she reflects on the secret she has kept from them all. Tang-san, I am leaving. I regret that I cannot accompany you to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do. I have been concealing a monumental secret. I am a 10,000-year soul beast. Though I have taken on human form, I am currently weak and must begin my training anew. As a transformed soul beast, I must interact with humans to absorb their life force for growth. Thus, I have been relying on Tang-san. Yet I believe he would not be angered by the truth. The reason for my departure is that traveling to the Heaven Do Empire's capital would compromise my safety. I risk exposure and potential hunting by powerful soul masters. Therefore, I must return to where I belong, a place where I can grow in safety. I cannot bid Tang-san farewell in person, as I fear I would be unable to leave. Please convey my goodbyes to him and the others. I am leaving. And I do not wish for you to seek me out. I must return to my rightful place. Until we meet again, I hope that at that time, Tang-san will not wish to hunt me for my soul ring and bone. I trust he will not. Your sister, Xiao Wu, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Wu penned her letter. In truth, had she the courage, she would have expressed her anguish over Tang Hao's indifference to her defilement. Yet, fear held her back. Although Tang Hao permitted her to write freely, certain truths remained unutterable. After glancing at the letter, Tang Hao tucked it into his bosom and said, Very well. You may leave now. Xiao Wu cast a lingering glance towards the direction of Shrek Academy, her heart heavy, before resolutely departing. Sighing as he watched her retreating figure, Tang Hao lamented. He understood that once he divulged his passive complicity in Xiao Wu's violation, allowing her to leave would have been a grave mistake. He doubted that Xiao Wu would not harbor resentment against him. Yet, he feared the dire consequence of harming her. Should Tang-san discover the truth, it would spell disaster. Thus, Tang Hao ultimately refrained from taking any action against Xiao Wu, particularly knowing that she bore a new life within her. If Su Xing were present, he would not be overly surprised by Tang Hao's choice. For Su Xing, despite Tang Hao's imposing presence each time he appears, a closer examination reveals him to be a hesitant and indecisive individual. Much like the Houghton school, he lacks the ruthlessness and decisiveness necessary. Otherwise, he would not have spared Qin Xuanji. It is essential to remember that Qin Xuanji was responsible for the death of his wife, Ayin. Yet Tang Hao, fearing retribution from the sect, chose to let Qin Xuanji go free, making him utterly worthless. That evening, when Tang San and the others did not see Xiao Wu return, they searched for a while before Tang San eventually discovered a letter left by Xiao Wu on his bed. Naturally, this was placed there by Tang Hao. Tang San swiftly picked up the letter and began to read. Upon seeing the opening lines, Tang San panicked. Xiao Wu had actually left. As he continued reading, he began to understand why Xiao Wu felt compelled to depart. Fool, Brother San would never blame you. Rest assured, you will always be my sister. How could a brother ever hunt down his sister for a soul ring? Tang San murmured in response to Xiao Wu's letter. Although he was astonished to learn that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast, he found it challenging to accept her departure. Nevertheless, since this was Xiao Wu's choice, he resolved to understand her decision. He could only lament why she didn't tell him directly, fearing that he might choose to hunt her down. Initially, Tang San felt angered by this, but upon reflection, he appreciated Xiao Wu's caution. It at least minimized the potential for mishaps. Where could you have gone? He pondered, speculating on Xiao Wu's possible destination. To the Stardow Forest, perhaps? His eyes brightened as he recalled Xiao Wu's peculiar behavior during her last visit there. The Titan giant ape must have recognized Xiao Wu, which is why it did not harm her. Once he gains sufficient strength, he will know the truth. After a while, Tang San stepped out of the dormitory and shared the news of Xiao Wu's departure with everyone. He did not disclose that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast. He simply stated that she had matters to attend to back home and could not continue with him. Though Ning Rongrong and the others found it hard to believe that Xiao Wu had left so stealthily, there was nothing to be done now. They could only criticize Xiao Wu for her lack of forthrightness in leaving without a word. They subsequently turned to comfort Tang San, who was undoubtedly the most reluctant to accept Xiao Wu's departure and felt the deepest sadness. I'm fine. You don't need to comfort me. I will find Xiao Wu when I have the chance. Tang San responded with a calm smile. Although he felt a pang of discomfort, he accepted that Xiao Wu had left for a reason. At that very moment, far from Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu suddenly halted, glancing back toward the academy. Brother San, you must have realized I am gone by now, right? What you don't know is that I was driven away by your father. And on the day of my ordeal, he chose to remain indifferent. I am filled with rage, Xiao Wu murmured, her eyes ablaze with resentment. If she had previously loathed Su Xing for tarnishing her, her current animosity was directed squarely at Tang Hao. However, since Tang Hao was Tang San's father, Xiao Wu was uncertain whether she should seek revenge. Suddenly, she was seized by waves of nausea, retching uncontrollably. Once her discomfort subsided, she placed a hand on her belly. Feeling the life within, the hatred in her eyes dissipated. My dear, although your arrival was not by my choosing, now that you are here, I shall not abandon you. I will forego my vengeance. Let us return home. Once filled with animosity, Xiao Wu now caressed her belly, her face illuminated by a tender maternal smile. Yet, a hint of worry lingered. She was still below level 60 and had not fully transformed into a human. She pondered what form her child would take upon birth. At the center of the Douluo forest, upon seeing Xiao Wu's return, the Titan giant ape was instantly filled with joy. Sister Xiao Wu. As the giant's head emerged from the lake, the Tianqing bull python also surfaced. Sister Xiao Wu, what happened to you? Deming immediately noticed something amiss and hurriedly inquired. What? Sister Xiao Wu, are you hurt? Erming asked, scanning Xiao Wu for any signs of injury but found nothing. Deming felt exasperated at Erming's foolishness, nearly swatting him away with his tail. Sister Xiao Wu is merely not in the right mental state. She is not injured. Deming, Erming. Xiao Wu looked at her concerned friends and felt a warm surge in her heart before finally speaking. I am pregnant. What? Sister Xiao Wu, you are pregnant? Deming and Erming's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Xiao Wu. Is it with that little one from last time? Erming recalled how Tang San had rushed to take Xiao Wu away. Sister Xiao Wu, how could you be pregnant? You should know that you are not yet level 60 and have not fully transitioned into a human. Deming furrowed his brow, not concerned with who had made Xiao Wu pregnant. I know, but this was not my choice. I was inadvertently harmed by a villain. Xiao Wu recounted the events without any desire to hide the truth from Deming and Erming. How dare those humans? I will avenge you, Sister Xiao Wu. The impulsive Erming roared in anger, ready to seek retribution for Xiao Wu. His thunderous roar startled soul beasts within a vast radius, sending them fleeing. Silence. Deming chastised Erming with a swift sweep of his tail to calm him down. So, the father of the child is not the one you like. Does he know Sister Xiao Wu is pregnant? Deming continued to probe. No, he does not know. The one I like is not him. So I have no intention of informing him. Besides, he already has someone he cares for. Xiao Wu shook her head, determined to keep Su Xing in the dark. What? Sister Xiao Wu? Why not let him take responsibility? Deming exclaimed, his anger rising. I do not want him to take responsibility. Xiao Wu insisted. Humph. Deming was unconvinced, believing it to be Su Xing's unwillingness to take responsibility. He resolved that if that man came here, he would surely make Su Xing pay. Meanwhile, at the Tiando Royal Academy, Su Xing remained blissfully unaware that he was about to become a father, while Deming kept him in his thoughts. If Su Xing were aware of the situation, he would undoubtedly cry out in protest. He had indeed inquired whether Xiao Wu required him to take responsibility. Furthermore, had he known of Xiao Wu's pregnancy, he would certainly have accepted his obligations. Despite his flaws, certain responsibilities must be embraced. Regrettably, Su Xing remains oblivious. And even if he were aware, he would not dare venture into the Douluo forest to confront Xiao Wu about his responsibilities. Who can fathom Xiao Wu's thoughts? Or those of Deming and Erming? Until he possesses the strength for self-preservation, even knowledge would not compel him to act. But I digress. Returning to Su Xing's dormitory, one can see him meticulously assembling something, a 3-meter-long cannon barrel, exuding a futuristic metallic essence. Click. It is finally complete. Impressive. Su Ying gazed upon the 3-meter-long cannon he had assembled, lifting it effortlessly with both hands. This was a spirit-guiding device of his own creation, uniquely designed for his use alone, as it did not rely on soul power like other such devices. The soul-guiding device crafted by Su Xing is propelled by his formidable lightning and electromagnetic powers. In essence, the long cannon in Su Xing's possession is a semi-finished electromagnetic cannon. Others may possess it yet remain unable to wield it. Only Su Xing himself can utilize its capabilities. Unless one comprehends the principles of the electromagnetic cannon and possesses the ability to transform soul power into electromagnetic force, they remain incapable of harnessing its might. The reason for Su Xing's creation of such a super electromagnetic cannon soul guide is undoubtedly the pursuit of greater destructive power. Tang San, even before reaching level 50, was capable of slaying soul saints, and with a surprise attack, he could potentially take down a tidal Douluo, relying solely on his hidden weapons. My own capabilities are not to be underestimated. Even a tidal Douluo, without any defensive measures, would meet their demise at the hands of my super electromagnetic cannon. Moreover, while Tang San's hidden weapons primarily depended on poison, mine possessed genuine destructive power. It is even conceivable to eliminate a tidal Douluo under defensive circumstances. Though the formidable strength of the super electromagnetic cannon soul guide makes it challenging to land a hit on a tidal Douluo, as they merely need to evade the cannon's muzzle in advance. Unlike the self-utilized super electromagnetic cannon, which does not rely on a soul guide and allows for quicker and more flexible directional adjustments. Su Xing is well aware of the advantages and disadvantages of the super electromagnetic canon soul guide. Nevertheless, it matters not, as long as the power is greater. That is sufficient. Su Xing intends to locate the Eye of Ice and Fire, and should he fail to obtain the celestial herb, or should he encounter the formidable Douluo within, he plans to unleash a devastating electromagnetic cannon to obliterate everything within. The destruction of all would render Tang San's numerous hidden weapons impossible to manufacture. Many may find it amusing that Tang San's concealed weapons could vanquish a deity. However, Su Xing holds a differing perspective. Such minute projectiles are unlikely to slay a god. It is the venom upon the weapons that poses the true threat. Su Xing harbors deep suspicions that the toxins used in Tang San's creations were largely pilfered from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Whether the potency meets expectations remains to be seen, necessitating further experimentation. Testing within the confines of the academy is unfeasible. Thus, he resolves to conduct his trials in the Sunset Forest. With that, Su Xing carefully stows away his completed electromagnetic canon soul guide. While he possesses a storage soul guide, it pales in comparison to the exquisite one gifted by Yu Xiaojing to Tang San. The awakening is merely a storage device, measuring 4 meters in length, width, and height. Purchasing this soul guide would undoubtedly cause great distress to Su Xing's father. However, in pursuit of Su Xing's ambition to become a formidable soul master, Su Jinlong gritted his teeth and made the purchase for him. Once everything was prepared, Su Xing resolved to embark on his journey. Yet, prior to that, he needed to ascertain the whereabouts of Douluo. A discreet inquiry through Donggu Yan would suffice. Douluo is a revered figure in the Heaven Do Empire, often residing there. And Su Xing naturally hoped that when he discovered the coveted ice and fire in Yagai, Douluo would not be present. Chapter 50, The Canon Regrettably. Su Xing soon learned from Donggu Yan that she too was unaware of her grandfather's recent whereabouts. With no further information to uncover, Su Xing had no choice but to set out on his expedition. He would assess the situation as it unfolded. First, he would locate the ice and fire in Yagai. After requesting leave from Qin Ming and bidding farewell to Yi Lingling, Su Xing embarked on his journey. The Sunset Forest is not far from the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Within a single day, he reached the outskirts of the forest. As this area is not a soul beast forest managed by the Spirit Hall, no formalities were required, allowing Su Xing to enter directly. This was not Su Xing's first foray into a soul beast forest, yet it was the first time he ventured in alone. To be honest, he felt a twinge of anxiety. While the periphery posed little danger, the interior likely harbored 10,000-year soul beasts, which he had yet to confront. Generally, only soul kings of level 50 are capable of absorbing 10,000-year soul rings. Correspondingly, the strength of 10,000-year soul beasts is on par with that of soul king level soul masters. At merely level 34, Su Xing's physical form has only just transcended level 50, making it impossible for him to feel entirely at ease. However, he possesses his own advantages. After surpassing level 50, his speed has significantly increased. Even if he cannot defeat an opponent, he is confident in his ability to escape. Moreover, he wields the formidable electromagnetic cannon along with its corresponding soul guide device. Without a solid assurance of self-preservation, he would not dare to venture forth. Shortly after entering the Twilight Forest, Su Xing encountered a soul beast. The creatures in the outer regions were relatively feeble, most fleeing at the sight of him. It was not until a rather foolish century-old soul beast launched an attack that Su Xing swiftly struck it down. Gazing at the yellow soul ring materializing upon the beast's form, Su Xing's pace momentarily faltered. After a moment of hesitation, Su Xing attempted to absorb the soul ring before him. Ever since he had heard from Yu Xiaojing about it, Su Xing had secretly acquired a slave to experiment with, only to discover that absorption was indeed impossible. Following this verification, the unfortunate slave was disposed of by Su Xing. In the past, when he was at home, it was his father who dealt with those slaves. Su Xing bore no psychological burden. For the slaves he purchased were those wicked individuals who had been captured and condemned to servitude for their crimes. Indeed, I find myself unable to absorb it. Upon confirming this inability, Su Xing proceeded deeper into the Sunset Forest. It is somewhat regrettable, to say the least. Su Xing had initially contemplated waiting until his strength had sufficiently increased, rendering him impervious to the constraints posed by the century-old soul rings, before attempting to absorb another soul ring to acquire additional attributes. However, it now appeared that such an endeavor was unattainable. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Possessing the lightning attribute was paramount. Among all attributes, he held the lightning attribute in the highest regard. Upon entering the outskirts of the Twilight Forest, Su Xing commenced an exhaustive search, leaving no potential location for the ice and fire duality eyes overlooked. Awakening still remembers that the Eye of Ice and Fire was accessed through an entrance concealed within a canyon. In such a location, the search is not exceedingly difficult. Many areas are readily apparent as unsuitable for hiding the eye, allowing them to be bypassed. Furthermore, the perimeter is encircled by a poisonous miasma set by the solitary master, Douluo. With this knowledge, locating it should not pose a significant challenge, though the duration required remains uncertain. alternatively, to ensure a swift and precise discovery. Awakening could resort to abducting Douluo Yin for interrogation. However, valuing camaraderie, Awakening remains confident in his ability to find it without resorting to such measures. Yet, after 2 days of searching, Awakening realizes his miscalculation. The deeper he ventures, the more soul beasts emerge, hindering his focus. Additionally, encounters with formidable soul beasts lead to relentless pursuits, causing him to either miss potential locations of the eye or stray off course. For instance, at this moment, Awakening is being chased by a soul beast approximately 10,000 years old. Such a beast equates to a soul master of the Soul King level. It is a fire attribute explosive fire wolf, possessing remarkable speed. Even beneath his thunder escape armor, Awakening can only outpace it slightly. In the dense jungle, he is unable to utilize his full velocity. Otherwise, he would have long evaded the creature. The explosive fire wolf capitalizes on its familiarity with the terrain, nimbly navigating through the thickets. Brother Wolf, if you pursue me any longer, I shall take matters into my own hands. After a relentless half-hour chase, Awakening suddenly comes to a halt. Awakening preferred to avoid conflict whenever possible, for engaging in battle not only squandered spiritual energy, but also risked attracting unwanted attention. However, it became increasingly apparent that unless he vanquished his foe, the explosive fire wolf would not relent. With a fierce howl, the fire wolf disregarded Awakening's entreaties and lunged at him, having finally caught up. Simultaneously, a fireball, brimming with explosive energy, erupted from its maw, hurtling towards Awakening with great force. Awakening chose not to confront directly, instead swiftly evading the attack. Boom. The fireball descended, instantly igniting a tempest of flames, sending trees and rocks scattering in all directions. Silly dog, over here. The figure of Xing appeared on the opposite side, gazing provocatively at the explosive fire wolf. Upon turning its head, the wolf beheld Xing holding a 3-meter-long electromagnetic cannon soul guide, the muzzle aimed directly at it. Naturally, the explosive fire wolf was unaware of what this apparatus was, merely assuming it to be a human weapon or martial soul, and did not pay it much heed. In its eyes, this human was of a significantly inferior rank, possessing only a modicum of speed. Otherwise, it would have been devoured long ago. Perfectly. This presented an opportunity to test the might of the electromagnetic cannon soul guide. Observing the explosive fire wolf, which remained oblivious to the cannon's power, Xing unleashed a surge of soul energy, channeling a substantial amount into the soul guide in his grasp. The martial soul coin was summoned directly into the soul guide, poised for launch. Awakening could hardly recall how long it had been since he last summoned his long-forgotten martial spirit. This was undoubtedly one of the least frequently manifested martial spirits. As he infused his soul power into the device, the soul guide in his hand soon radiated a brilliant azure light, with dozens of bolts of lightning interweaving across its surface. Upon witnessing the activation of the electromagnetic cannon, the explosive fire wolf, though unaware of its nature, instinctively sensed a looming threat. In an instant, its fur bristled, and it retreated several steps, preferring to maintain a safe distance and observe what Awakening intended to do. Perish. Electromagnetic cannon. With an air of detached anticipation, Awakening whispered as he aimed the cannon at the explosive firewolf. In a flash, the electromagnetic cannon unleashed its power. Boom. A blinding flash of lightning erupted, and Awakening's coin martial spirit, propelled by the electromagnetic cannon, pierced through the air with unparalleled speed, directly sweeping past the form of the explosive firewolf. The wolf felt a sudden brightness before plunging into oblivion. Am I dead? Slain by a human far beneath my level? In the final moments of the explosive firewolf's soul, a profound sense of unwillingness lingered. Chapter 51. The Soul Bone Boom. The electromagnetic cannon not only swept past the explosive firewolf, but continued to extend for an indeterminate distance behind it, with Awakening unable to discern where it would end. Roar. Howl. The aftermath of the electromagnetic cannon's passage sent countless soul beasts into a frenzied panic, their cries mingling in a cacophony of alarm. Excellent. Quite impressive. Xing swallowed hard and offered a commendation. Indeed, the power was impressive. However, he also discerned a critical issue. His electromagnetic cannon inflicted damage in a linear radius of approximately 2 meters, penetrating all in its path. This was not explosive damage. Relying on it to obliterate the Ice Fire 2 instrument's eye from a distance was an impossibility, unless he could strike precisely, delivering a fatal blow directly to the eye, which was nearly unfeasible. Furthermore, even if fortune favored him and he did destroy the eye, the surrounding celestial herbs would still remain intact. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to venture inside. After some contemplation, Xing resolved to depart. The commotion he had caused might attract some formidable beings. However, just as he began to move, he abruptly halted. He beheld a black soul ring materializing in the very location where his electromagnetic cannon had rendered the explosive fire wolf to mere ashes. Accompanying the emergence of the soul ring was a translucent bone radiating red soul energy. The bone was gradually taking shape from nothingness. Ultimately, it transformed into a soul bone resembling a forearm guard. Remarkably, a soul bone had been unearthed. Upon witnessing this, Xing's expression brightened. and he swiftly approached to gather the items. Then, in a flash, he vanished from the scene. It was only after he had distanced himself considerably that Xing found a concealed spot to rest, all the while taking out the soul bone for inspection. However, this could hardly be termed a soul bone. It would be more accurate to refer to it as equipment, as it bore no resemblance to a bone at all. The phenomenon of monsters dropping equipment truly renders this world extraordinary. Xing gazed at the flickering red soul power emanating from the soul bone and smiled. He had long desired to find a soul bone to study, but never expected that on his first solitary venture into the soul beast forest, he would uncover such a precious treasure. His fortune was indeed remarkable. Yet, it would be unjust to attribute it solely to luck. There was also an element of skill involved. Successfully hunting soul beasts alone, particularly those of higher ranks, significantly increases the likelihood of obtaining soul bones. With my current abilities, could it be that I am now capable of specializing in the acquisition of soul bones? In this moment, Xing felt a surge of impulse. However, he quickly reined it in, for his intention was merely to study the soul bone. He did not require an abundance. Furthermore, he had no immediate plans to integrate the soul bone into himself. Soul bones not only come with soul skills but also enhance soul power. And without needing to verify it, Xing understood that their influence on his mastery of soul power would be substantial, perhaps even more significant than that of soul rings. The essence of awakening lies in the absolute mastery over one's own soul power. Thus, awakening shall not merge with the soul bone. As for the research, it is driven by the desire to explore the possibility of creating a soul bone independently. Observing the remains of the explosive fire wolf, which disintegrated yet still yielded a soul bone, suggests that soul bones are not genuine bones, but rather a manifestation of the energy concentrated after a soul beast's demise. Is it merely pure soul power, or has it been infused with other energies? It seems it cannot be solely pure soul power, considering that soul bones are often accompanied by soul skills, which is precisely what renders them so valuable. However, this does not appear to be of much utility to me. Soul skills are something I can generate at will, creating an abundance over time. The other function seems to be protective, akin to donning equipment. Further investigation is indeed warranted. After a moment of contemplation, Xing decided to store away the soul bone. This place was not suitable for the study of soul bones. In any case, the emergence of a soul bone was a delightful surprise. Even if he could not utilize it himself, it could be sold or perhaps gifted to Yi Lingling. Awakening, despite his flaws, still finds himself reminiscing about the girls he has wronged during moments of clarity. This must be the right place. It was not until a week later that he arrived at what appeared to be the location of the elusive ice and fire duality eye. It resembled a mountain, yet it could very well conceal a canyon within. Outside, he discovered an entrance to a cave, shrouded in a miasma of toxins. Furthermore, there were no signs of any soul beasts in the vicinity. Xing concealed himself from afar, skillfully restraining his soul power from leaking. This task was relatively simple for him, as his strength lay in his mastery of soul energy, a skill honed through the destruction of soul rings. His next course of action was to wait, to observe whether Douluo would emerge or enter the vicinity. However, Xing was wary of lingering in this location, apprehensive that he might attract Douluo's attention. At that moment, he produced another item, a surveillance camera. In this world, technology had advanced significantly, with computers and display screens already in existence. Yet, such innovations were seldom seen and not widely accessible, particularly in the homes of common folk. Primarily residing within the domain of the nobility, within the soul arena of Soto City, numerous high-tech devices could be found. After acquiring the materials he required, Xing ingeniously assembled a surveillance system of his own design. Regrettably, he was only able to establish a wired connection, rather than a wireless one. Once he installed the cameras, Xing meticulously connected the wires and concealed them all with great care. Awakening meticulously buried the wires, extending them for several hundred meters before finally pausing. This endeavor consumed an entire day of his time. Once everything was installed, his task was to conceal himself and wait. The gaze of a human eye, particularly one as perceptive as that of a tidal Douluo like Douluo, could detect his presence, yet a camera should remain oblivious. Awakening had previously tested this and felt no sensation whatsoever. Patience was key. As long as he avoided intruding into Douluo's domain, he would be safe. It had only been 10 days, and he could afford to wait. However, during this period of waiting, he was unable to cultivate, as it would create disturbances. Nevertheless, it was a small price to pay for the chance to obtain celestial herbs or to destroy them. In the cave of the ice and fire duality eye, Douluo sat cross-legged in meditation. After completing his cultivation, he rose to wander through his medicinal garden. Unfortunately, he was unfamiliar with the potent herbs that emitted significant energy fluctuations. He had initially thought that joining the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire would provide him with such knowledge, but to his dismay, no such information was available. He pondered whether the spirit hall possessed any records of these miraculous herbs. As he strolled past the various herbs, Douluo felt a deep sense of helplessness. He recognized that these herbs were extraordinary, yet he could not identify them. He had even picked a few to study. But one particularly powerful herb had nearly cost him his life, leading him to be cautious about experimenting with unknown herbs. Eventually, Douluo arrived before a particular herb. It was one he both recognized and did not, for while he was aware of its name, he was ignorant of its effects. It was the celestial mushroom, associated with the spirit of the chrysanthemum. Chapter 52. The destruction of the ice and fire duality. 10 days had passed, yet he still lingered. Did he truly consider this place his home? As a devotee of the Heaven Do Empire, did he not need to check in? If this continued, he risked expulsion from the empire. Concealed in the shadows, Awakening could not help but mock Douluo. On the first day of surveillance, he had witnessed Douluo emerging from within. Naturally, Xing did not enter immediately. Who could ascertain whether Douluo had departed? Indeed, Xing's decision proved to be astute. As Douluo soon returned within, it is not difficult for Xing to ascertain that Douluo has ventured out in search of sustenance. For aside from medicinal herbs, there are no other living beings within the vicinity. Over the course of the following 10 days, Douluo would embark on his excursions daily, returning swiftly within half an hour. This time frame, while sufficient for Xing to infiltrate and exit, posed a risk of encountering Douluo returning prematurely. On 2 occasions, Douluo returned in under 10 minutes. However, Xing remained unperturbed, confident that Douluo would eventually return to the heavenly dual empire. As anticipated, after 2 more days of vigilance, Xing finally observed that Douluo had been absent for half a day. The night had fallen, and had he intended to return, he would have done so by now. The Eye of Ice and Fire, I have arrived. Once assured of Douluo's absence, Xing murmured softly and swiftly made his way to the entrance of the cave leading to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Employing magnetic escape and armor of lightning, Xing enveloped himself in a suit of armor crafted from metal, while simultaneously activating the lightning armor. With this dual protection, along with the poison-resistant mask he had prepared earlier, Xing traversed the toxic miasma unharmed. Upon entering the poisonous realm, he dispensed with the cumbersome metallic armor. Finding it impractical for movement, he opted to maintain the lightning armor, as the original narrative suggested the absence of poison within. Yet it allowed Xing to remain attuned to his own condition at all times. The environment within was rather confined, and it did not take long for Xing to explore the area. Aside from a handful of medicinal herbs, he was unfamiliar with the rest of the flora. What Xing recognized were the remarkably memorable elements from the anime, among which the Qi Rong Tong Tianju was undoubtedly one. The Ju Douluo frequently employed this spirit. Additionally, the Shi Si Duan Chang Hong was also identified by Xing. Furthermore, he recalled the Qi Luo Eugene Xiang consumed by Ning Rong. He remembered the name of this celestial herb, although its shape eluded him. Nonetheless, there was only one herb resembling a tulip, leaving little room for error. Unlike the Shui Se Tian Yuan, whose name Xing did remember, he was entirely ignorant of what the swan kiss entailed. The term Shui Se merely referred to a white herb, of which there were many, and he was uncertain which one was the correct specimen. Of course, there were numerous herbs that Xing recognized, yet those were merely ordinary plants he had learned about throughout his life, albeit with superior growth and efficacy due to the favorable conditions here. Lastly, there were the 2 celestial herbs that Tang Sen consumed, granting him immunity to both ice and fire. Although Xing had long forgotten their names, this did not hinder his ability to identify them, for their characteristics were exceedingly distinct. One herb, when approached, would incinerate, while the other would freeze. Aside from these 2 celestial herbs, no other herbs posed any danger upon proximity, as only those infused with the power of the ice and fire duality from the ice and fire yin-yang well possess such formidable abilities. At this moment, Xing stands between the 2 celestial herbs, gazing at them with a countenance filled with uncertainty. Awakening found himself in a dilemma, uncertain whether he should consume them. Although the original author, Tang San, had provided a method for ingestion, Awakening harbored concerns that consuming the celestial herbs might impose restrictions on his control over soul power, a prospect he absolutely could not tolerate. Without the celestial herbs, he retained confidence in his ability to continually grow stronger. The consumption of the herbs would merely enhance his physical form and perhaps evolve his martial soul. However, Awakening did not rely on his martial soul, thus, its evolution was of little consequence, for even if it were to metamorphose into a supreme martial soul, he would still be unable to absorb soul rings. Ultimately, he resolved to forego the immediate risk and opted to take them back for experimentation later. After weighing his options, Awakening decided against immediate absorption, choosing instead to transport them for further examination. He was aware of the method for extraction by employing magnetic evasion to coalesce 2 metallic strands. He simultaneously extracted and gathered them together. In doing so, the formidable ice and fire energies residing within them neutralized each other. Truly remarkable. Xing grasped them in his hand, smiled gently, and then stored them away. His storage device could not maintain the vitality of the celestial herbs, yet one could presume that being a celestial herb, it would not perish so easily. Moreover, death does not necessarily equate to a loss of value. After harvesting all the celestial herbs he recognized, Xing also collected a considerable number of herbs that he could not identify but which possessed distinctive characteristics. It was only when his storage device could hold no more that Xing decided to cease his gathering. During this process, There were certain herbs that required special harvesting methods, which Xing was unaware of, resulting in considerable destruction. However, this was merely a minor setback. What was lost could easily be disregarded. Subsequently, Xing initiated another extensive sweep. Yet this time, rather than harvesting, he sought annihilation. Anything that could not be taken was to be utterly destroyed, leaving no possibility for Tang San to benefit. Awakening extracted all of them, ultimately accumulating them into a towering mound of herbs, a testament to the sheer abundance of medicinal plants contained within. Awakening claimed less than 5%. The electromagnetic cannon, gazing upon the mountain of herbs, which could be deemed invaluable by anyone. Awakening felt neither hesitation nor remorse as he unleashed the electromagnetic cannon without delay. Boom, 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 regulating the output of his soul force. He ensured that the electromagnetic cannon did not project too far, its power sufficient only to obliterate the herbs. After a relentless barrage of 7 or 8 electromagnetic blasts, he finally annihilated all the medicinal plants. With one last glance at the source of these celestial herbs, the eye of ice and fire, he declared, "I am sorry, but your fate ends here." Xing remained uncertain about whether Tang San would ever arrive here again. However, he understood that as long as the eye of ice and fire existed in this place, it would not be long before the land blossomed anew with celestial herbs. In the original tale, Tang San's mother, Ayin, was resurrected in just a few years, illustrating the formidable enhancement that the eye of ice and fire bestows upon medicinal plants. With a decisive spirit, Xing brandished the electromagnetic cannon soul guiding device towards the eye of ice and fire. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled a substantial amount of soul power, and with a thunderous roar, the electromagnetic cannon was unleashed. Boom! The awakened railgun descended from above, as if piercing through the heavens and the earth, causing the entire sunset forest to tremble and rouse countless soul beasts. When the awakened one gazed upon the location of the ice and fire duality eye, it had vanished, leaving behind a bottomless abyss. Mission accomplished. It was time to make a hasty retreat. Otherwise, if Douluo returned, it would be a wonder if he did not seek my demise. Awakening clapped his hands, somewhat breathless. The consumption of soul power from the electromagnetic cannon just now exceeded that of previous encounters. However, before he could turn around, an unexpected event transpired. Chapter 53. The domain of ice and fire. A resonant hum echoed as, before awakening, 2 intertwining beams of blue and red light emerged above a vast chasm, ultimately coalescing into a blue-red taiji symbol. What is this? A soul bone. I am aware that the eye of ice and fire was formed from the remains of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Furthermore, due to the residual dragon might following their demise, the celestial herbs here, despite their astonishing growth rate, could not attain sentience and transform into soul beasts. Even the unique Scarlet Heartbreak could not become a soul beast. In the later parts of Douluo, the dragon might left behind by the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King dissipated, allowing many of the newly sprouted celestial herbs to evolve into soul beasts. But what is this? Is the eye of ice and fire alive as well? Surely, having slain it should yield a soul ring. Gazing at the ice and fire taiji symbol materializing before him, Awakening could not suppress his curiosity, pondering whether this phenomenon was indeed a soul bone. Whatever the case, it must be something valuable. I shall collect it and ponder later. Not wishing to dwell on the thought, Awakening reached out to grasp it, preparing to secure it. However, as soon as he made contact, the diminutive ice and fire taiji symbol swiftly darted into his being with a whoosh. By the time Awakening realized what had transpired, it was already too late. Curse it. The expression on Su Xing's face instantly shifted. This situation was something he had not anticipated. Awakening yearned to extract it from his being, yet found himself at a loss. The yin-yang diagram of ice and fire had seamlessly merged with his heart upon entering his body. Boom. Immediately, he was engulfed by a simultaneous surge of searing heat and icy cold emanating from his heart, spreading throughout his entire being. Awakening, he let out a curse, feeling an unbearable discomfort coursing through his entire being. It seemed that aside from gritting his teeth and enduring, he had no recourse. Upon awakening, it became apparent that the infusion of this substance bore a striking resemblance to the effects of the 2 celestial herbs consumed by Tang San, perhaps even surpassing them in potency. He could sense discomfort coursing through him, yet the dual forces of ice and fire were concurrently fortifying his physique. However, he was unwilling. He had never desired to partake in the ice and fire celestial herbs, and now, it seemed he was confronted with an even more formidable alternative. Awakening in discomfort. He could not help but let out a wretched cry. Thunder and lightning, tempering the body. Awakening gritted his teeth and entered a meditative state, commencing the thunderous forging of his body. Crackling sounds resonated as countless bolts of lightning erupted from his being. Awakening, indifferent to whether the transformation brought by the yin-yang taiji diagram of ice and fire was beneficial or detrimental, resolutely rejected it. He endeavored for a while, only to discover that he could not expel the power of the ice and fire taiji diagram. Ultimately, he opted for a compromise. While the diagram enhanced his physical form, he simultaneously engaged in thunderous body tempering, not seeking immediate results, but rather striving to strengthen his mastery over his own soul power. He then attempted to harness the energies of the ice and fire Taiji diagram within him. Thus, for 2 full days, he radiated with the dual energies of ice and fire, intertwined with the force of thunder. It was only after this duration that he opened his eyes from meditation. A flash of ice, fire, and thunder flickered through his gaze. Fortunately, the transformation wrought by the ice and fire Taiji diagram did not impose limitations on his control over soul power. This was neither a soul bone nor a soul ring. It seemed to be the primordial force emanating from the eye of ice and fire. At this moment, a flicker of excitement sparkled in Su Xing's eyes. Having absorbed the ice and fire Taiji diagram, he reaped tremendous benefits. Most importantly, there were no restrictions on his control over soul power. As for the advantages, his soul power merely increased by 1 level, from level 34 to 35, which could be deemed negligible. However, his physical level surged by 2 levels, reaching level 52. While this may not seem remarkable, Su Xing understood that the implications were far more profound. Firstly, his physical body had attained dual immunity against both ice and fire attributes, rendering him impervious to such attacks. He even possessed a degree of immunity against foes of higher ranks. Moreover, previously, he had envied Tang San's ability to ceaselessly transform soul power through the Shantian skill. Now, he no longer needed to feel envy. He had acquired such a capability himself. As the heart of the ice and fire Taiji diagram continuously converted some soul power for him. Yet, this was not the pinnacle of his gains. The true strength lay in the immense vitality inherent in the ice and fire duality eye. Now, Su Xing's heart resembled a miniature version of the ice and fire duality eye, allowing him to recover as long as he did not sustain fatal injuries. The ice and fire duality eye could nurture the surrounding herbs precisely because of its formidable life force. Lastly, there was this, the ice and fire domain. With a firm step of his right foot forward, the ice and fire Taiji diagram materialized beneath him, gradually expanding until it reached a diameter of 10 meters. Ultimately, a colossal ice and fire Taiji diagram took shape beneath Su Xing's feet. This manifestation was merely a visualization of the ice and fire domain, which, in reality, radiated within a 10-meter radius around Su Xing, encompassing both the air and ground. Anyone within Su Xing's ice and fire domain would suffer corresponding damage. Those enveloped by the ice domain would endure freezing damage, and vice versa. Furthermore, Su Xing could freely rotate the ice and fire Taiji diagram, alternating between the 2 types of damage effects. The magnitude of this harvest was truly staggering. Awakening clenched his fists, reveling in his newfound self, exhilaration coursing through him. Though the journey was fraught with trepidation, he feared the constraints it might impose on his control over his soul power. This apprehension stemmed from his astonishment at how the ice and fire duality eye, once destroyed, unleashed the ice and fire Taiji diagram, which swiftly integrated into his being. Too rapidly for him to halt it. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed, urging him to depart without delay. He remained oblivious to the duration of his meditation. Yet he sensed it had been considerable. Having reaped the benefits, he must avoid being cornered by Douluo, as that would be an injustice indeed. Employing the same method. After exiting the poisonous mist, he distanced himself before shedding the metallic armor and thunder escape armor. Sighing with relief, he pressed onward. After traversing several hundred meters, he cast a glance back at the original side of the ice and fire duality eye before resolutely turning away. Young man, you discerned the toxic miasma and refrained from recklessly entering. Commendable. However, just as he prepared to make his escape, he was met with a voice imbued with arrogance. The awakened heart suddenly tightened, as he had not perceived the presence of another, whose strength far surpassed his own. Could it be that Douluo had returned? Upon awakening, Su Xing raised his head and, with a slight narrowing of his eyes, beheld none other than the venerable Douluo. Young one pays his respects to the esteemed elder. Su Xing hastily feigned the demeanor of a weakling encountering a powerful adversary and respectfully replied, Douluo, perched upon the branch, nonchalantly uttered a sound of acknowledgement before inquiring, what level are you, little one? How dare you venture so deeply into this place alone? Currently, I am at level 41. The young man responded. The awakened one's attitude remains unchanged. He answers every inquiry, albeit with a degree of nonsensical chatter. Regardless, his truthfulness cannot unlock the soul ring verification. So he might as well speak whimsically. Indeed, he is quite the genius, though his audacity is still rather excessive. Begone. I hope you manage to leave this place alive. After satisfying his curiosity with a mere grunt, Douluo dismissed the awakened one. Yes, the lad shall take his leave. Su Xing respectfully acknowledged and then departed. Soon breaking into a run, Douluo, observing this, paid little mind. After all, what was there to fear if he was not behaving unusually? Chapter 54. Strike first. After running for a while, Su Xing glanced back and found no trace of Douluo. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that once Douluo entered and discovered that his lair had been ravaged, he would undoubtedly be consumed by rage. Naturally, Su Xing would become the prime suspect in his eyes. Even though it was evident that Su Xing lacked the power to obliterate the Eye of Ice and Fire, Douluo only needed a seed of suspicion to justify his ire. Capturing Xing would allow him to seek evidence from him, even if he found none. The fury of an enraged Douluo could very well lead him to take out his wrath on Xing, potentially resulting in his demise. Douluo was never a virtuous man. In the original narrative, he had attempted to kill Tang Xin multiple times before they eventually became close friends. One must not overlook his ruthless nature simply because he later displayed loyalty and affection. Now, Xing faced two choices, to continue fleeing or to find a place to hide. Continuing to run would make him an easy target for Douluo, whose speed, despite being formidable, could not rival that of a tidal Douluo. Conversely, seeking refuge was fraught with danger, as there was a significant chance of being discovered. Awakening possesses the ability to conceal one's soul force aura, yet this remains imperceptible under the ordinary state of a tidal Douluo. When a tidal Douluo activates their perception to sense soul power, Awakening harbors little confidence in evading their awareness. Being discovered becomes highly probable. Thus, whether to flee at full speed or to hide, Awakening opts for neither. It is better to strike first. In Xing's eyes flickered a blend of madness and reason, prompting him to take the initiative. The entrance to the dual realms of ice and fire was marked by that very opening, from which Douluo would undoubtedly emerge. Without hesitation, Xing swiftly turned around and paused only when he could see the entrance. He then retrieved the electromagnetic cannon soul guide, channeling his soul power directly into it, awaiting Douluo's appearance. The distance from Xing to the entrance spanned several hundred meters. However, for the speed of the electromagnetic cannon, this distance was negligible. Bang, bang, bang. As Xing became aware of the rapid beating of his heart, a mixture of anxiety and excitement coursed through him. He was poised to ambush a tidal Douluo. Who was it that had devastated his medicinal garden? I shall kill you. Just as Xing aimed his weapon toward the entrance, a thunderous roar erupted from within, reverberating with the immense soul power of Douluo, echoing throughout the sunset forest. In an instant, countless soul beasts were startled into panic, either fleeing wildly or trembling in fear as they huddled on the ground. Douluo was truly infuriated. He had never anticipated that upon returning home after a mere 2 days, he would find his sanctuary in ruins. The loss of countless precious herbs was bad enough, but the destruction of the ice and fire yin-yang was utterly intolerable. That impudent brat? Douluo's thoughts quickly turned to Xing. Although he couldn't fathom that someone of Xing's caliber could achieve such destruction, the boy had indeed been nearby, warranting suspicion. With no trace of the thief to pursue, Douluo resolved to confront Xing and extract the truth. Regardless of the outcome, he simply yearned to unleash his pin-up fury. If that young rascal was responsible, he would exact his vengeance and reclaim his herbs. If not, the unfortunate soul would still meet a grim fate. In a flash, Douluo vanished from sight, reappearing at the cave's entrance. At that very moment, an instinctive shiver ran down his spine, and a profound sense of danger enveloped him. Without hesitation, Douluo leaped into action. Boom. At the instant Douluo sprang upward, a terrifying bolt of lightning shot past him from below. Simultaneously, a sharp pain coursed through him. Glancing down, Douluo was incredulous to discover that his right calf had vanished. Shocked, he quickly retreated to a safe distance. Boom. In a flurry, Douluo summoned his martial spirit, entering a state of full power. This very attack had been responsible for the destruction of my ice and fire springs. Who could it be? It was only now that Douluo had the opportunity to sense the enemy's location. What? How is this possible? When Douluo finally beheld the assailant as Xing, disbelief washed over him. Could it truly be that brat? How could this be? Had he merely been injured? Upon witnessing that his electromagnetic cannon had failed to eliminate Douluo, merely incapacitating his right leg, Xing furrowed his brow. However, he swiftly realigned the cannon, preparing to fire once more. Yet, as expected of a tidal Douluo, Douluo was not one to be easily caught off guard. Having suffered once, he would not allow Xing another opportunity to aim the weapon at him. Douluo, astute and cunning, recognized the weapon in Xing's possession and the devastation it wrought, discerning it to be a linear, high-velocity ranged soul skill, denying Xing any chance to target him again. Who are you truly? Why have you come to ravage my sacred ground? All my herbs are surely in your possession, are they not? Moreover, what manner of weapon do you wield? Douluo inquired coldly, maintaining his distance from Xing. Determined not to afford him the chance to aim the cannon his way, he was enveloped in a tempest of fury and humiliation, finding it disgraceful to have been injured by one so young. At the same time, an insatiable curiosity consumed him. He yearned to uncover the nature of the weapon that could unleash such rapid and devastating attacks. Xing did not respond to Douluo, knowing that he could no longer strike him. With a helpless sigh, he realized he truly had to flee. Fortunately, he had incapacitated one of Douluo's legs, which should allow him to escape. After sighing internally a couple of times, Xing swiftly stowed away his electromagnetic cannon soul guide and, without looking back, activated his lightning armor to flee at full speed. Douluo was momentarily taken aback when Xing not only failed to answer his question but also turned on his heel to run away. His anger surged. You won't get away, brat, he bellowed, swiftly giving chase. Aside from the weapon, Douluo did not sense any significant strength in Xing's soul power, which led him to feel no fear. Setting aside the fact that Xing had destroyed his medicinal garden, Douluo could never let go of the humiliation of being outsmarted by someone of lesser strength. That detestable brat's soul power was undoubtedly above level 41, and his speed could rival that of a soul sage. Upon catching up, Douluo soon realized Xing's speed was indeed remarkable, leading him to deduce that Xing's soul power was far from merely level 41. It turned out he had already been tricked by Xing once before. Damn it. You are finished, brat. I will kill you today. Chapter 55. The true form of the martial spirit is also shattered. Xing paid no heed to Douluo's furious roar and fled with all his might. Empowered by the lightning armor, Xing's speed was astonishingly swift, darting through the forest like a bolt of lightning. Douluo soon realized that, in his normal state, he was only slightly faster than Xing, and catching up would require a considerable amount of time. In a fit of rage, Douluo, unwilling to waste a moment, unleashed his 7th soul skill, transforming into the true form of the abyssal phosphor serpent emperor. In an instant, Douluo's figure morphed into a 100-meter-long serpent, whooshing through the air as he pursued Xing. In the form of the abyssal phosphor serpent emperor, Douluo's speed was astonishing, rapidly closing the distance to Xing by 1/10, and then continuously narrowing the gap. Upon awakening, I perceived the swift approach of Douluo ahead. Turning back to glance, I exclaimed, "Alas, this is cheating. One need not walk." With a silent curse, Xing turned back and continued his flight. As Su awakened, he ran while surveying the terrain, seeking advantageous features in the landscape. Douluo, employing the true form of his martial soul, pursued him relentlessly. Aware that it was only a matter of time before he was caught, Su began to contemplate a counterattack. Soon, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. Ahead lay a hill, but it was not the elevation itself that captured his attention. Rather, it was the bend at the foot of the mountain. Upon rounding the corner, Xing swiftly altered his course, vanishing from Douluo's line of sight. Humph! Douluo merely snorted coldly, and within mere seconds, he reached the corner. This is not good. However, as he just entered the turn, Douluo, sensing something amiss even before catching sight of Xing, realized that his figure did not follow the turn but instead surged straight ahead. Boom! Indeed, a resounding explosion reverberated, prompting Douluo to curse Xing for his treachery. It was exceedingly insidious. Following that, Douluo spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, only then realizing that the latter half of his martial soul's true form had not evaded Xing's electromagnetic cannon and had been struck down. The state of his martial soul was forcibly disrupted, and Douluo consequently suffered some backlash. Damn it, what on earth is that weapon? Douluo silently cursed. Feeling a lingering terror, the speed of the electromagnetic cannon's attack was truly astonishing. He only recognized his injuries after experiencing the aftermath of the backlash. Once again, he had narrowly avoided disaster. Douluo cursed inwardly, and was Xing any different? With 2 consecutive electromagnetic cannon blasts, both powered by full output of soul energy, Xing had consumed 1/3 of his soul energy in an instant. Old man, if you seek death, then continue your pursuit. With a cold glance over his shoulder, Xing issued a warning to Douluo before continuing his frantic escape. Whether the warning would prove effective was uncertain, but he felt it worthwhile to attempt. If it could intimidate Douluo into ceasing his pursuit, that would be splendid. That wretched little ghost, it seems you are devoid of soul power. Unfortunately, Xing's warning failed to intimidate Douluo. Instead, it only led the relentless pursuer to deduce something. Having just suffered the shattering of his martial soul manifestation, Douluo was unable to employ it again in the short term and could only rely on his own speed to catch up. Consequently, with his right foot impaired, Douluo's speed was merely slightly faster than Xing's, preventing him from closing the distance swiftly. Upon realizing that the formidable Douluo was not intimidated, Xing ceased his words and continued his flight. Simultaneously, he attuned himself to the soul power within, which remained quite satisfactory. In this predicament, as long as he refrained from employing the electromagnetic cannon, the heart, fortified by the ice and fire Taiji diagram, continuously replenished his soul power, allowing him to maintain a balanced state. Thus, as long as Douluo could not swiftly close the distance, Xing had no fear of exhaustion. After a relentless pursuit lasting half an hour, Douluo began to question his own existence. How could this young man possess such an abundance of soul power? An hour later, the situation remained unchanged. Although astonished, Douluo did not relinquish his pursuit. He was unfazed by Xing's soul power, knowing it could never surpass his own. As a titled Douluo, he could traverse for 10 days and nights without employing any soul skills. Even with one leg incapacitated, he could still gather soul power to manifest a leg, enduring for 3 days and nights without substantial difficulty. Fortunately, Douluo decided not to rush in his pursuit, opting instead for a leisurely pace, intent on depleting Xing's soul power. He feared that another blast from the electromagnetic cannon might spell his doom. Such formidable force could even claim the life of a titled Douluo. Sensing Douluo's deliberate pace, Xing began to realize that this course of action was unsustainable. Once Douluo's martial soul could be employed again, he would soon be caught. A strategy for a counterattack was imperative. as Su Xing's expression flickered. He had already confirmed the formidable power of the electromagnetic cannon after injuring Douluo twice. It was indeed capable of wounding or even slaying a titled Douluo. Thus, he was not devoid of the opportunity to counterattack Douluo provided that Douluo did not simply close the distance and strike him down immediately. He had a chance for retaliation. Contemplating this, Su Xing gradually began to reduce his speed. Behind him, Douluo's expression brightened. Haha, boy. Your soul power is nearly depleted, isn't it? Although Douluo laughed, his mirth was laced with an astonishing murderous intent. He had never experienced such humiliation. Having been severely injured by someone whose strength was far inferior to his own, he was accustomed to overpowering others beyond his level. Therefore, this disgrace must be avenged. Boom. Upon hearing Douluo's voice, Su Xing suddenly unleashed an even more astonishing burst of speed, creating a significant distance between them once again. Douluo was momentarily taken aback. But as he pursued and noticed Su Xing's pace slowing, he let out a cold snort, a desperate struggle. This realization only solidified his belief that Su Xing's soul power was critically diminished. Nevertheless, having suffered losses twice, Douluo did not grow complacent. He maintained a steady pace behind Su Xing. After another hour, Su Xing and Douluo had reached the outskirts of the sunset forest. Su Xing feigned an appearance of exhaustion, leaning despondently against a massive rock as he halted. Old man, you have won. To have severely injured a titled Douluo. I have no regrets. You may do as you please. Xing gasped for breath, raising his head to gaze at the slowly approaching Douluo, who wore a smile that was both resigned and triumphant. Young man, all my herbs must be with you. Douluo stepped closer, his icy gaze fixated on Xing. Indeed, Xing directly acknowledged the situation, casually waving his hand as a multitude of herbs were discarded onto the ground with the same disregard one might show towards refuse. Excellent. The herbs remain. I can ensure your demise is swift and painless. Observing the scattered herbs, Douluo let out a cold snort. He then approached once more. Yet he sensed an unsettling compliance in Xing that piqued his suspicions. Realizing that Xing concealed something, Douluo deliberately relaxed his demeanor, all the while remaining ever vigilant. Just at that moment when Douluo appeared to ease, Xing's eyes gleamed with intensity as he swiftly retrieved the electromagnetic cannon soul guide. Channeling his soul power, he unleashed it. The electromagnetic cannon. Boom. Chapter 56. First kill of the titled Douluo. Boom. The earth-shattering electromagnetic cannon was fired once more. Had it struck down? Who? Su Xing murmured softly, attempting to discern whether Douluo had perished. Suddenly, without allowing Su Xing a moment to clarify, a tremendous force struck him in the abdomen. The entirety of Su Xing's figure was impaled upon the colossal stone behind him. Well, with a piercing scream, Su Xing finally collapsed slowly to the ground. It was evident that the blow was not lethal after all. Amidst the agony of his cry, a sense of relief washed over Su Xing's heart. Su Xing was aware that his gamble had paid off. The super electromagnetic cannon soul guiding device in his possession had been seized. At this moment, Douluo would likely lower his guard. Indeed, Su Xing was wagering on this very outcome, aiming to elicit a sense of complacency in Douluo. His recent performance had been somewhat feigned, deliberately designed to be noticed by Douluo. Su Xing was acutely aware that the greatest caution from Douluo stemmed from the electromagnetic cannon soul guide in his possession. Therefore, he resolved to discard the electromagnetic cannon soul guide. Discarding it himself would appear rather foolish, so Su Xing orchestrated a scene reminiscent of what had just transpired, compelling Douluo to seize the electromagnetic cannon soul guide voluntarily. Regardless, even if Douluo obtained it, it would serve him no purpose, and Su Xing's ability to unleash the electromagnetic cannon would remain unaffected. At this juncture, it seemed that Douluo had finally begun to lower his guard. However, such an opportunity was rare and would only present itself once. At this moment, Su Xing remains remarkably composed, yet his expression is one of pallor and despair. You actually managed to evade him. Awakening with an expression of disbelief, he gazed at Douluo and said reluctantly, "Humph. Indeed, a cunning little imp. Fortunately, I had taken precautions." Before Su Xing stood the formidable Douluo, clutching the pilfered super electromagnetic cannon soul guide. His expression was far from pleasant. This wretched fellow still harbored intentions to undermine him. Fortunately, the old man possessed superior skills. As he gazed at the soul guide in his grasp, Douluo indeed let his guard down. Despite the residual soul power emanating from Su Xing, he perceived it to be quite limited. His wariness towards Su Xing was solely rooted in the super electromagnetic cannon soul guide. He held little regard for Su Xing himself. "Boy, if you answer a few of my questions, I shall grant you a swifter demise," Douluo remarked coldly, his curiosity, or rather, excitement, palpable. He harbored suspicions that the weapon in Su Xing's possession might be an artifact of immense power. If the super electromagnetic cannon soul guide he had seized truly was such an artifact, then perhaps his actions today would not be in vain. Humph. Do you think I would divulge anything to you? I am well aware of my fate, yet you, old man, shall not extract any information from my lips. I shall reveal nothing. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Su Xing repressed his despair and resentment, scoffing defiantly as he struggled to activate his lightning escape armor. positioning his hands towards Douluo in a gesture of unwavering resistance. Awakening knew that the moment to showcase his acting prowess had arrived. As he activated the Thunder Escape armor, he was quietly constructing an electromagnetic acceleration track. This track, concealed within the armor, was far from conspicuous. However, prior to this, Awakening needed to further lower Douluo's guard. With a flourish of energy, he unleashed his fourth soul skill, Thunder Surge. He gathered a substantial amount of lightning in his hands, condensing it into a bolt the size of a bowl, which he then hurled fiercely towards Douluo. Upon witnessing Awakening's assault, Douluo's figure flickered, evading the blow instead of confronting it directly. With a thunderous crash, a wide crater was formed where Douluo once stood. As he narrowly escaped, Douluo breathed a sigh of relief, reflecting on his overcautiousness. Without the weapon he had seized, he mused that the young man's strength was indeed less formidable than it appeared. Although he was undeniably a prodigy among his peers, what did it truly matter? How infuriating. Upon realizing that he had failed to strike the formidable Douluo, Xing displayed a countenance of ire and disappointment. Redirecting his gaze towards Douluo, Xing once more raised his hands in his direction, as bolts of lightning intertwined once again. Old man, I shall return the herbs to you, and I will also bestow upon you the Thunder God's wrath. I am aware of your desire for it. If you release me, I can divulge its method of utilization to you. Otherwise, without such knowledge, you shall be incapable of harnessing the true power of this divine artifact. Awakening. Xing displayed a reluctant demeanor as he coldly addressed Douluo. Even at this juncture, he showed no sign of submission. Douluo found this aspect of Xing rather commendable, yet it only reinforced his resolve to eliminate him. Indeed, it was a divine artifact. However, at that moment, Douluo's attention was primarily focused on the electromagnetic cannon soul-guiding device he had seized. To his astonishment, it truly was a divine artifact. The name Wrath of the Thunder God was so imposing, and its power matched its grandeur. Douluo marveled, yet he remained skeptical of Xing's claims. Upon attempting to wield the artifact, he discovered that it indeed required a specific method of usage, and he found himself at a loss for how to operate it. Kid. Douluo lifted his gaze towards Xing, determined to extract the method of using the artifact. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning erupted before him. Douluo, startled, attempted to evade. However, alas, as soon as the thought of escape crossed his mind, his consciousness was swallowed by an abyss of darkness. Have I been killed by a sinister plot? Does that kid possess another divine artifact? Yet he made no movements to wield it. With these ambiguous grievances, Douluo's awareness faded into oblivion. In Xing's eyes, his electromagnetic cannon had accurately struck Douluo, utterly obliterating his upper body, while his lower half collapsed. Blood gushing forth. At long last, he was dead. I have triumphed. Observing Douluo's dire state, Xing felt no revulsion akin to his first act of murder, but rather an exhilarating sense of victory. He had slain a titled Douluo. After a considerable time, Xing staggered to his feet. At that moment, he was nearly depleted of soul power. Yet, it mattered not. He had emerged victorious, having gambled and defeated Douluo. If given the choice, he would have preferred not to gamble, to avoid such peril. However, it was unavoidable. From the moment he encountered Douluo after emerging from the ice and fire yin-yang well, it was destined that either he or Douluo would perish. Suddenly, a peculiar disturbance emanated from Douluo's corpse. Awakened with a start, he looked up only to discover that it was the soul bone of Douluo, which had fallen out after his demise. Awakening was acutely aware of the soul bone, the millennia-old Medusa skull, whose soul skill was truly remarkable, the petrifying gaze of Medusa. He hastily approached to collect the soul bone, and then recalled that Douluo had yet to present Tang San with the soul tool, a treasure pouch capable of storing living beings. After a brief search, he successfully retrieved it, fortunate that it had not been destroyed by the electromagnetic cannon. Upon sensing the contents within, he swiftly discarded the 9-segmented emerald snake, having no desire to carry a serpent with him. Subsequently, he utilized the treasure pouch to gather the herbs he had carelessly cast aside. Chapter 57. Is this a bit shameless? Upon departing from the sunset forest, Awakening's steps were light and buoyant. Although his journey through the forest was fraught with unexpected events, it bore significant rewards. Firstly, he had acquired 2 soul bones. Obtaining 2 within a month would undoubtedly evoke envy among those titled Douluo. Additionally, he had procured celestial herbs and destroyed the ice and fire yin-yang eye, severing Tang San and his companion's fortunes. His physical form had also undergone enhancement, an outcome he had not initially sought. Yet now he could only exclaim how delightful it truly was. He had just withstood a strike from Douluo, and although Douluo had held back, the injury was still considerable. Remarkably, within a mere half hour following the completion of the ice and fire Taiji diagram, his heart surged with vitality, and he had fully recovered in no time. Ultimately, he had achieved the feat of being the first to slay a titled Douluo. Though this was not a game and brought no tangible rewards, for Awakening, it was a significant boost to his confidence. He realized he could indeed vanquish a titled Douluo. However, he knew the importance of discretion. He must not become complacent. After leaving the Sunset Forest, Awakening did not rush back to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Instead, he sought out his family's branch store in the nearest town. With the assistance of his employees, he established a laboratory and acquired several slaves. Embarking on his research of the soul bones, Xing only took out the soul bone dropped by the explosive firewolf for study, refraining from casually examining the Medusa's skull. If the enslaved subjects were not properly controlled, or if they simply chose not to be, a maddening gaze from Medusa could lead to chaos. Moreover, should he inadvertently falter, he too could fall victim to petrification. The risks were too great, prompting Xing to forego any research on the Medusa's skull. After studying the soul bone of the explosive firewolf, he discerned that it was a right-arm soul bone, endowed with a unique soul skill, the blazing wolf head shield. Upon activation, this skill conjures a shield in the shape of a wolf's head, capable of absorbing a direct strike from a soul king. If the shield were to shatter, it would explode outward, merging both offensive and defensive capabilities. If this item retains its integrity after further examination, it would make a splendid gift for Yi Lingling. As Xing delved into the study of the soul bones, memories of Yi Lingling began to surface. Remarkably, after so many days apart, he realized how much he missed her. She was obedient and agreeable, always willing to comply. After several days of research, however, Xing had made little progress. He was certain that the soul bones were manifestations of condensed energy, yet he could not ascertain in what form the soul skills were stored within them. Aside from the soul power, Xing realized that he lacked sufficient information regarding soul bones. If he were to rely solely on his own research to comprehend everything, it would undoubtedly take an immeasurable amount of time. If only there were readily available resources, the task would be significantly easier. There was none to be found within the school. Perhaps only the spirit hall possessed such knowledge. It appeared that no sect had documented any research on soul bones. And even the spirit hall itself might have scant records, as most of their soul bones had already been utilized. With a sigh, he decided to suspend his research. Acknowledging that he would not achieve breakthroughs in studying soul bones in the near future, Xing chose to abandon the pursuit. He felt that delving into the creation of soul-guiding devices might yield more fruitful results. The last soul-guiding device, a super electromagnetic cannon, had been destroyed during his confrontation with Douluo, but in recent days, he had procured materials anew and forged another one. Having successfully reconstructed the super electromagnetic cannon and temporarily set aside the study of soul bones, Xing initially intended to explore the properties of various herbs. However, a sudden inspiration struck him. While he may be unfamiliar with the effects of those divine herbs, Tang San certainly was. If all went according to plan, Tang San and his companions would likely be able to join the Tiando Royal Academy. After all, the ally sought by Prince Xuexing, Douluo, had already been vanquished by him. Thus, it was highly probable that Tang San and his group would indeed enter the academy. This presented an opportunity for Xing to acquire information about those divine herbs from Tang San. The question remained, how should he approach this endeavor? Xing began to ponder and ultimately instructed his subordinates to procure the materials he required. Awakening is preparing to author a tome chronicling herbal remedies. This volume will undoubtedly encompass all the mystical herbs he has acquired, interspersed with some fictitious concoctions, such as the previously fabricated thunderfruit. The text will be inscribed in an obscure alphabet, unfamiliar to anyone in this realm. He plans to weather the pages, and when the opportunity arises, he intends to consult Tang San. However, he feels a twinge of guilt for having deceived Tang San and taken advantage of his relationship with Xiao Wu. At this moment, Awakening perceives a hint of shame within himself. Yet, considering that he and Tang San are destined to be adversaries, he dismisses any feelings of embarrassment. Thus, for the ensuing days, Awakening dedicates himself entirely to his manuscript, cataloging over 100 herbal specimens alongside his own whimsical creations, a considerable undertaking indeed. After aging the pages, he ultimately produces an ancient tome that chronicles 168 varieties of herbs. Each page features an illustration of a specific herb, accompanied by a written description. Naturally, he employs the English alphabet, ensuring that others cannot decipher its contents, allowing him to feign ignorance as well. In truth, should anyone proficient in English come across it, they would comprehend his writings. The manuscript is replete with intriguing details, even documenting the events of that fateful night when Xiao Wu was in peril. Of course, there are no illustrations beyond the depictions of the herbs. This serves as a wicked amusement for Awakening, a subtle jab at those who are oblivious. He also includes numerous jests about Yu Xiaojiang's ineptitude and remarks that Tang San has squandered his blue-silver grass martial spirit. If Tang San were to lay eyes on this book and grasp its contents, he would likely be infuriated. Upon Awakening's return to the Heavendo Royal Academy, precisely a month and a half has passed since his departure. Brother Awakening, Yi Lingling is the first to spot his return, disregarding the gazes of others in the academy. She leaps into his arms, embracing him tightly. This scene leaves the onlooking student's heart shattered. Damn it, Yi Lingling is truly with that commoner. How outrageous. What right does he have? My goddess Yi Lingling. Awakening is well accustomed to the disdain of his peers and pays them no mind. After releasing Yi Lingling, he intertwines his fingers with hers and strides forth. Lingling, let's head back to the dormitory. I have missed you dearly. Chapter 58. Xiao Wu hasn't come? Could it be Ignoring the envious and resentful glances from the surrounding boys, Awakening leads Yi Lingling back to her dormitory. After a month and a half of absence, Xing needed to tidy up his dormitory, making it unsuitable for him and Yi Lingling to review their studies together. Both were diligent and eager learners, fearing that their academic skills might wane. Thus they devoted an entire afternoon to thorough revision. It was only then that Xing remembered to inquire, Lingling, did Tang San and the others join our school? Yes, they joined last week. Shortly after, they faced off against Team 2, and despite having only 6 members, they triumphed over them. Yi Lingling replied softly, resting against Xing. As a result, Tang San and his group became the new Team 2 of our school, displacing the original team, which now consists solely of Osro and has managed to gather 7 members. 6 members? Who was missing? Xing asked, intrigued. Upon hearing this, Xing was momentarily taken aback. Ah, indeed, there is someone absent, the one named Xiao Wu. Yi Lingling replied. Oh, if you're tired, you may rest for now, Xing gently said, having noticed Yi Lingling's weariness. Moreover, pressing for information about other girls in front of someone who has affections for you could lead to discontent. Nonetheless, Xing was genuinely curious about the reason behind Xiao Wu's absence. Yi Lingling acknowledged, truly fatigued, and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, Xing's thoughts lingered on the mystery of Xiao Wu's absence. It was quite unusual for her not to show up. Surely, it could not be due to the shame of facing Tang San. If that were the case, she would have left the very next day after he tarnished her reputation. Something must have transpired, for Xiao Wu would not simply fail to appear without reason. As Xing contemplated the potential troubles Xiao Wu might be facing, a sudden pang of anxiety struck his heart. Could it be that she is truly with child? Xing found it hard to believe the possibility that such a situation could arise. It was only under such circumstances that Xiao Wu would choose to leave. Regardless of whether she opted to terminate the pregnancy or carry it to term, her departure seemed inevitable. If she chose to terminate, there was a chance she might return. If she decided to give birth, then her departure would be final. The thought that Xiao Wu might be pregnant left Xing in a state of bewilderment. Though he recognized her flaws, he was resolute in acknowledging the responsibilities that came with such a situation. It would be prudent to ascertain the true reason behind Xiao Wu's departure before proceeding further. Even if she were indeed pregnant, childbirth was not an immediate concern. Perhaps Xiao Wu had resolved to terminate the pregnancy. Only after some time, when it became clear that she would not return to Tang San, could he ascertain her intention to bear the child, at which point he would address the matter. All of this remained mere speculation on Xing's part, and he chose not to dwell on it further. The thought of potentially having descendants filled his mind with a buzzing sensation. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he rose to retrieve his aged herbal compendium. Given the possibility that Xiao Wu might be carrying his child, he resolved not to retain any information pertaining to her, even if Tang San could not comprehend it. Upon opening the page that contained such details, Xing decisively tore it out with a swift motion. The following day, he rejoined his comrades. Upon encountering Douluo, Xing's expression remained unchanged, although he had slain Douluo, rendering them adversaries. This enmity existed only under the assumption that Douluo was aware of his role in Douluo's demise. However, it was inconceivable for Douluo to possess such knowledge. Before returning to the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, Xing had indeed made another visit to the Sunset Forest. Upon returning, Xing meticulously erased all traces left by his electromagnetic cannon. This revelation unveiled yet another function of the ice and fire domain. He possessed the remarkable ability to seamlessly integrate the two elements, harmonizing them into a singular entity. Following this fusion, the distinctive traits of freezing and burning dissipated, giving way to a burgeoning domain. Perhaps one could even call it a domain of life. Within this domain, he could accelerate the growth of flora at an astonishing rate, drawing upon the energy stored within the Taiji diagram of ice and fire nestled within his heart. Awakening occurs through the realm of life, nurturing the flora that emerges from the traces left by the super electromagnetic cannon, allowing the plants to flourish and conceal those remnants. Regrettably, this realm of life is solely effective for vegetation. Otherwise, Awakening could have offered some auxiliary support. Moreover, the profound pit of the ice and fire dual eyes was filled by the cascading waterfall above, rendering any action from Awakening unnecessary. Lastly, the only item that could potentially expose Awakening's act of eliminating Douluo, the treasure pouch, was cleverly altered in shape and appearance by Awakening. This was done to prevent Douluo from discovering that her grandfather had met his demise at Awakening's hands. After all, they shared a bond as comrades, and Awakening was not so ruthless as to eradicate every trace. Of course, should all of Awakening's efforts ultimately lead to an inadvertent revelation to Douluo regarding her grandfather's fate, it would be a different matter altogether, as Awakening would not hesitate to take decisive action. Regarding Awakening's return, Qin Ming felt a sense of relief. The duration of Awakening's absence had been quite prolonged, and he harbored genuine concerns for his safety. Subsequently, Awakening resumed campus life, and interactions with Tang San and others mirrored those of the previous second team. Lacking in significant engagement, only during team combat training did their paths cross. Xing had not even the opportunity to inquire about Xiao Wu. It was only after a fortnight that he learned the truth. Xiaowu had indeed departed and had no intention of returning. At this point, Su Xing felt a growing certainty that Xiaowu was most likely pregnant and had resolved to carry the child to term. As for her whereabouts, it was undoubtedly the Stardow Forest. This realization left Su Xing in a state of turmoil, uncertain whether he should venture into the Stardow Forest. For the truth was, such a journey was fraught with peril. After several months of inner turmoil, Su Xing finally seized the opportunity to consult Tang San, who had demonstrated a considerable understanding and expertise in pharmacology. He presented the fabricated herbal manuscript he had concocted. To be honest, if he were not an adversary, Tang San would be quite admirable. Su Wei sought guidance, and Tang San generously shared the information he possessed about various celestial herbs. It was only at this moment that Su Wei became aware of the functions of the exquisite herbs contained within his treasure pouch. Among them, the Sanziguanyan lotus stood out as a supreme celestial herb specifically for expectant mothers, renowned for its properties that stabilize the foundation, secure the fetus, enhance maternal health, and promote fetal development. It seemed imperative that a journey to the Stardow Forest was in order. That evening, after uncovering such a celestial herb, Su Wei resolved to embark on a trip to the Stardow Forest. Chapter 59. Delving into the Stardow Forest in the central region of the Stardow Forest. Xiaowu sat by the lake in a state of ennui, occasionally splashing the water with her bare feet. Over the course of several months, Xiaowu had grown, especially in her abdomen. Suddenly, a gentle exclamation escaped her lips as she cradled her belly, playfully chiding, "Naughty baby, kicking your mother again. Xiaowu, are you all right?" In a moment, Deming's head appeared in front of her. "I'm fine, it's just the baby kicking me," Xiaowu replied with a tender smile. Observing her gentle demeanor, Deming remained silent, yet a sense of worry lingered in his heart. Xiaowu had not yet fully transformed into a human, yet she was expecting a human child, creating a deep concern about what the baby might become. He feared that Xiaowu might struggle with the reality of it. He had suggested to her previously that she consider terminating the pregnancy, but Xiaowu had firmly refused. Now, all he could do was hope for the best for the developing child within her. "What? You're planning to take leave again?" Upon hearing that Su Wei intended to venture out once more, Qinming felt an overwhelming headache. "Yes, teacher Qinming, I must create my own soul skill, and for that, I need to go out and experience the world. The school's simulated training is ineffective for me." Su Wei nodded, fabricating a tail with wide eyes. "You want to create your own soul skill?" Qinming's eyes widened in disbelief. "You, a soul master, already possess numerous skills, yet you wish to create more? Are you trying to deprive other soul masters of their chance?" "Indeed, teacher Qinming, the more soul skills, the better," Su Wei continued. "I understand." Qinming sighed, then cautioned. While having many soul skills is beneficial, soul power, he paused, realizing that Su Wei's soul power had already reached level 38. With no further arguments to present, he granted Su Wei his leave. Students like Su Xing can indeed be quite challenging. There seems to be little one can impart to them. Once Su Xing departed, Tang San and the others quickly realized that he had left the school again. While the others felt indifferent, Yu Xiaojiang experienced a sense of relief and ease. Throughout his time at the academy, Yu Xiaojiang had made every effort to avoid Su Xing, aiming to spare both of them from any awkward encounters. Had it not been for Tang San and the others, he would have had no desire to enroll in the Tiando Royal Academy. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she merely huffed at Su Xing's departure. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing had been particularly aloof lately, even colder than before her arrival at the Tiando Royal Academy. This chill stemmed from her frequent observations of Su Xing and Yi Lingling's intimate interactions. Zhu Zhuqing found herself in turmoil. She had initially believed that upon learning of Su Xing's relationship, he would gradually fade from her thoughts. Yet, to her dismay, this was far from the case. In fact, it had become even more pronounced. Moreover, her feelings for Dai Mubai had waned considerably, regardless of how Dai Mubai attempted to change. She harbored no inclination to reconsider her feelings for him. In comparison to Su Xing, Dai Mubai's efforts fell woefully short. Su Xing remained entirely oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing's transformation. Noting only that she had grown colder, her face perpetually etched with disdain whenever she encountered him. With Yi Lingling by his side, Su Xing chose to ignore her. Had he been aware of Zhu Zhuqing's true circumstances, he would undoubtedly have attempted to tease her at every opportunity. However, for the time being, he remained in the dark, his thoughts predominantly occupied with Xiaowu. Xiaowu had yet to reach level 60, and was not fully transformed into a human, under normal circumstances. Conception should have been impossible for her. Yet, in this moment of unexpected pregnancy, her situation was likely fraught with difficulty, and my divine herb, Xiaowu, would prove invaluable. Deming should possess some knowledge of medicinal herbs, as the original narrative hints at Tang San's quest for specific herbs to resurrect Xiaowu. Thus, armed with this divine herb, even if Xiaowu harbored animosity towards me, she would hardly resort to killing me. Moreover, I am the father of her child. As Su Xing embarked on his journey into the Stardow Forest, he reaffirmed that he would not encounter any life-threatening dangers. Indeed, in the realm of Deming and Air Ming, such risks were negligible. It was this assurance that emboldened Su Xing to venture forth. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to undertake the journey. The Stardow Forest was quite distant, and it took Su Xing a week to reach its outskirts. Despite having previously vanquished the tidal Douluo, he approached this expedition with caution, delving deeper into the forest with utmost care. Whenever possible, he endeavored to avoid confrontation with soul beasts, for slaying them bore him no advantage unless they yielded soul bones, which was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Even with his ability to significantly enhance the drop rate of soul bones by defeating soul beasts of higher ranks, the odds remained dishearteningly low. However, much like his experiences in the Sunset Forest, despite his efforts to elude soul beasts, formidable creatures nonetheless pursued him relentlessly. Fortunately, facing a 10,000-year soul beast this time was no longer as daunting for Su Xing. With a flourish, he unleashed his ice and fire domain. The moment it activated, the ice and fire Tai Chi diagram unfurled, freezing the charging 10,000-year soul beast, the earth-splitting beast, in its tracks. The creature was subjected to alternating blasts of heat and cold, leaving it in a state of confusion and agony. Once the earth-splitting beast regained its composure, it was met with the swift onslaught of Su Xing's coin projectile. A brilliant flash of thunder erupted, and the beast's lifeless body collapsed with a resounding thud. Half of it obliterated. Subsequently, a black 10,000-year soul ring emerged from the remains, radiating an ominous glow. Why bother? I have no need for soul rings. Su Xing lamented as he turned away, disheartened by yet another wasted opportunity. For him, the act of slaying soul beasts was a laborious endeavor, especially when no soul bones were obtained. Continuing on his path, he evaded soul beasts whenever possible, resorting to violence only when absolutely necessary. Along the way, he encountered other hunting parties within the forest. These groups, astonished by the sight of a mere child daring to navigate the Star Doe forest alone, offered warnings to leave promptly or to join their ranks for safety. Nonetheless, the majority regarded him with disdain, some even mocking him, wagering on how long he would survive in the perilous depths. It was not long before Su Xing found himself encircled by a group of 4, 3 men and 1 woman. "Kid, you dare to venture this deep alone? You must be quite the genius," sneered a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, his cruel smile betraying his disdain. "I have always loathed geniuses. My greatest pleasure lies in extinguishing talents like yours." Upon hearing the man's taunt, Su Xing nearly mistook him for a certain tutor from the Hui Academy. Known for his dreaming martial soul and his failed attempt to kill Tang, sent only to meet his own demise. A closer examination revealed that this was not the case. "So, you have slain many geniuses, have you?" Su Xing, unfazed and composed, responded with a subtle question. "Indeed, how remarkable it is to remain so calm under such circumstances." The middle-aged man chuckled, a wicked glint in his eye as he licked his lips. "Come now, unleash your martial spirit. Allow me to witness its nature. Surely, killing me would not serve your interests. How about this? Name your price, and I shall grant it to you." Awakening devoid of a soul ring, he found no inclination to elucidate the manifestation of his martial spirit, choosing instead to disregard it entirely. He resolved to confront the situation with composure. For the individuals before him had yet to reveal their martial spirits, leaving him uncertain of their capabilities. However, this uncertainty did not instill fear in him, as he harbored confidence in his ability to escape or even counterattack, provided they did not exceed the rank of Soul Sage. Despite having already vanquished a tidal Douluo, he remained grounded, aware that such an achievement did not confer upon him invincibility. Douluo Bo had been entirely outmaneuvered. He had fallen victim to 2 strikes from the super electromagnetic cannon, first sustaining grievous injury, followed by the shattering of his martial spirit's true form. When Douluo Bo had pursued him afterward, his strength had dwindled to less than half of its usual capacity. "Haha, boy, are you frightened? Do you know what my martial spirit is?" The middle-aged man laughed heartily, responding with a question of his own. "The soul-devouring insect. My martial spirit is the soul-devouring insect, which allows me to enhance myself by slaying soul masters and devouring their martial spirits. The higher the rank, the more pronounced the effect. Thus, young one, encountering me today means you shall not leave this place alive. Submit to your demise and contribute your martial spirit as nourishment for my burgeoning power." Without presuming that the youth might deduce his martial spirit, the man boldly proclaimed it, subsequently unleashing it. A shadowy insect, imbued with a malevolent aura, materialized behind him, as 6 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, black, blazed forth. The middle-aged man was a soul emperor with 6 soul rings. With a resounding boom, as the middle-aged man released his martial spirit, the other 3 also unveiled their own, each boasting 5 soul rings, classifying them as soul kings. "Phew, I expected greater strength from you, yet it appears you are merely a band of refuse. Not a single soul sage among you dares to challenge me." Upon witnessing the situation, Su Xing let out a sigh of relief, followed by a cold laugh. The domain of ice and fire. With that, Su Xing swiftly activated the domain of ice and fire, taking the initiative. Electromagnetic cannon. As the domain was unleashed, those who entered were immediately met with either searing burns or freezing cold. Su Xing then aimed his right hand at the middle-aged man and unleashed a powerful blast. Su Xing refrained from utilizing the electromagnetic cannon soul, as a surprise attack would yield more effective results. The adversary might not anticipate it. The electromagnetic cannon soul, however, was an entirely different matter. Its 3-meter-long barrel was indicative of its formidable nature, and any wise opponent would instinctively choose to evade it. What transpired? Indeed. While the onlookers were still in awe of Su Xing's ice and fire domain, the Soul Emperor wielding the soul-devouring insect martial spirit, upon witnessing the assault from Su Xing's right hand, did not take it seriously. Instead of evading immediately, he opted to wait and assess Su Xing's soul skill before deciding whether to dodge or confront it head-on. Boom. And then there was no further development. A dignified Soul Emperor was instantaneously vanquished by Su Xing's cunning strike. Boss, this is impossible. The other three, upon witnessing their leader, the Soul Emperor, fall victim to Su Xing's singular attack, were left in utter shock. To be capable of dispatching a Soul Emperor in an instant was an achievement even a Soul Sage could scarcely attain. Had they inadvertently provoked a Soul Douluo? Flee. The three, exhibiting a remarkable synergy, or perhaps driven by a primal instinct for survival, promptly scattered in 3 different directions. But could they truly escape? Those who had witnessed my electromagnetic cannon would invariably meet their doom. Lightning escape armor. Su Xing let out a cold snort and immediately pursued one of the Soul Kings. With the 5th soul skill, Ghost Vine Cage, the Soul King, sensing Su Xing's relentless chase, swiftly unleashed a soul skill of his own. A botanical martial soul, Ghost Vine? With a disdainful smile, Su Xing paid no heed to the unfolding scene, not even flinching. Under the influence of the ice and fire domain, the ghostly vines barely reached him before either being incinerated or frozen. The Soul King, who had not yet unleashed their soul skills, gazed at this spectacle with eyes filled with disbelief and despair. Bang! Awakening is indifferent to the despair of others. Those who dare to kill must be prepared for the possibility of being slain in return. After eliminating his opponent, Awakening swiftly pursued and vanquished the other 2 Soul Kings one after another. The previous Soul Emperor, who relied on the hunting of Soul Masters to enhance his own strength, epitomizes the so-called evil Soul Master within the realm of Douluo 2. As Su Xing continued to delve deeper into the Douluo forest, his thoughts lingered on the recently encountered Soul Emperor. The term Evil Soul Master is a designation that emerged in later eras, specifically in the world of Douluo 2. Although there existed malevolent Soul Masters during this time, the specific title of Evil Soul Master had yet to be coined. If one were to apply the contemporary definition of Evil Soul Masters to the current Douluo continent, many individuals, including Tang San, would undoubtedly qualify. Tang San's 8 spider lances, capable of absorbing soul power from soul beasts or other soul masters, exemplify the traits of an evil soul master. Characters such as Bone Douluo and Bibi Dong epitomize the essence of evil soul masters, possessing inherently sinister martial spirits. The later interpretations of evil soul masters are rather naive, as an inherently malevolent martial spirit does not necessarily dictate that one will become an evil soul master. However, such distinctions are of little consequence. What truly matters is whether I can discover a means to absorb soul power without it imposing limitations on my control over said power. Presently, my rate of soul power enhancement remains swift, yet it is beginning to wane. As I progress, the vast amounts of soul power required for advancement will become increasingly significant. Tang San, after absorbing the spirits of the Great Ming and Heir Ming, has only managed to elevate his level by a few ranks. Ultimately, no matter how quickly I cultivate my soul power, I cannot surpass the rapid gains of other soul masters who effortlessly absorb tens of thousands of years' worth of soul rings. The most common source of soul power originates from the soul rings of deceased soul beasts. I must investigate the possibility of capturing and storing them, then devise a method for absorption. Traditional methods employed by soul masters are insufficient. Perhaps it is time to explore scientific approaches. This has been a matter of contemplation for Su Xing lately. While the implications are not yet apparent, he believes that after reaching level 40, the rate of his soul power advancement will significantly slow. With thoughts of feasible strategies, Su Xing finally arrived at the central region of the Douluo forest 2 days later. However, this central expanse is vast, and he remains uncertain of Xiao Wu's exact location. Awakening with a sudden thought, he leaped to the top of a grand tree. Daming, Erming, come out and return my Xiao Wu. Chapter 61. Encountering Xiao Wu upon his arrival. Su Xing had already prepared an explanation for how he knew Xiao Wu was a soul beast, and that her home resided in the Douluo forest. He would claim that Xiao Wu had revealed this information to him on the night she was drugged. Indeed, during that fateful evening, Xiao Wu had indeed disclosed her identity as a soul beast. However, she had not mentioned Daming and Erming, nor had she spoken of her original residence in the Douluo forest. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Su Xing was aware that Xiao Wu had no choice but to believe him. For apart from her, he had no other means of acquiring such secrets. Roar. As Su X's awakening voice faded, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance. Subsequently, an overwhelming surge of spiritual pressure descended upon him. With a resounding crash, a figure resembling a small mountain soared from its hidden lair, soaring over the towering forest before hurtling directly towards Su X. Boom. The mountain-like form plummeted down, unleashing a tempest of fierce winds in its wake. Awakening. He felt as though he might be swept away. Alas, it was Erming who had arrived. Su Xing smiled wryly, aware that Erming was rather foolish, lacking in eloquence, and prone to impulsiveness. He feared that Erming might act without hesitation. You are Erming, aren't you? Please, do not act rashly. I am here in search of Xiaowu. Xing, shedding his earlier bravado, humbly expressed his intentions. At this moment, his lightning armor was activated, ready for any eventuality. Roar. Upon hearing Xing's words, a glint of intelligence flickered in Erming's eyes. He realized he had not misheard. Moreover, Xing had the audacity to mention both his and Daming's names, an indication that Xiaowu must have informed him, leaving no room for doubt. Even if he had erred, he could simply inquire with Xiaowu later. With this thought in mind, Erming extended his massive hand towards Xing. Whoosh. However, Xing was not about to allow Erming to seize him. That would be perilously reckless. He discerned that Erming did not intend to attack him and quickly added, Erming, please lead the way. I shall follow closely behind. Roar. Enraged, Erming detected Xing's evident distrust. Whoosh. In retaliation, he swung his hand down, aiming to knock Xing unconscious to carry him away. Ice and fire domain. In an instant, Xing unleashed the realm of ice and fire, seeking to restrain Erming's movements. However, the once invincible realm of ice and fire proved utterly ineffective against the resilient Erming, failing to impede his actions in the slightest. Awakening could only evade with swiftness. Roar. Upon witnessing that Awakening dared to dodge and successfully did so, Erming was instantly filled with indignation, his soul power surging as he prepared to strike. However, before Erming could make a move, a thunderous bellow resonated from afar, halting his actions. He cast a displeased glance at Awakening before turning away in frustration. The overwhelming sense of pressure was far greater than that emanating from Douluo. Xing exhaled and hurriedly followed in Erming's footsteps. Meanwhile, at the location of Xiaowu and the others, Deming gazed at Xiaowu with a serious expression. Xiaowu, have you revealed your identity to anyone? He inquired. He even knows my name in Erming's. Xiaowu was taken aback by the earlier voice, though it did seem somewhat familiar. It was him. Soon. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that Xing would find his way here. As for how Xing learned of her identity, she had a vague recollection of that night, when she mistakenly identified him as Tang San and inadvertently disclosed her identity. However, she had long resisted recalling the fragmented memories of that evening and had thus forgotten. Who is it? Deming pressed urgently. It's the father of my child. Xiaowu hesitated before confessing. Is it really him? He actually found this place? Deming's tone turned incredulous. You disclosed your identity and whereabouts to him, yet you claim not to have feelings for him? His disbelief intensified, suspecting that Xiaowu had deceived him. No, I mistook him for Sango before, which is why I revealed my identity. Xiaowu quickly refuted, adamant that she held no affection for Xing. That is no longer significant. The only thing I need to know is that he is the father of your child. I'm curious about his intentions in coming here. Does he wish to take you back? Does he think we are preventing you from leaving the Stardow Forest? How audacious. Deming's tone became increasingly hostile, suggesting that he and Erming were imprisoning Xiaowu. Xiaowu realized that Deming had shifted his focus away from her feelings and chose not to elaborate further. She was in turmoil about whether to hide. She wished to avoid Xing and conceal her pregnancy from him. If not for the fact that Xing was also the father of her child, she would have wanted Deming and Erming to eliminate him on the spot. Xiaowu, just stay here and see what he intends to do. You can clarify things. Deming seemed to sense her thoughts and advised her not to hide. All right. Xiaowu reluctantly agreed after a moment of contemplation. Roar. Bang. Shortly thereafter, Erming arrived first. Bang. The awakened figure soon followed, revealing the even more imposing presence of Daming. It was then that attention was drawn to Xiaowu. Upon noticing her noticeably rounder abdomen, Xing instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, his assumptions had not led him astray. Had he been mistaken and Xiaowu not been with child, he would have found himself in a precarious situation, uncertain of whether Xiaowu would show him mercy. Nevertheless, he had prepared for such an eventuality, though fortunately, it was no longer necessary. Xiaowu, at last, I have found you. Xing gazed at Xiaowu, a smile gracing his lips. What do you seek from me? I have already told you to regard that day's events as if they had never transpired. Moreover, I am still a soul beast that has transformed after 100,000 years. Xiaowu regarded Xing with cold eyes, offering him no kindness. This scoundrel not only tarnished her innocence but also left her with child, forcing her to part ways with Tang San under Tang Hao's coercion. That she had not allowed Deming and Erming to eliminate Xing was already a considerable mercy. I was aware, even then, of what you uttered that night. Initially, I had consented to treat it as if nothing had occurred, but now you are with child, are you not? Thus, I can no longer pretend that nothing happened. Xing replied with a serious demeanor. How did you come to know? Xiaowu, lightly touching her abdomen, was somewhat perplexed as to how Xing had this knowledge. Had Sanji's father informed him? What was his intention? Chapter 62. The astonishment of Daming. I surmised it. Your affection for Tang San is so profound that, aside from the matter of pregnancy, I cannot fathom any other reason that would compel you to part ways with him. Xing replied, you actually guessed it. Xiao Wu had considered that Xing might have learned from Tang Hao, but she was astonished to discover that he had deduced it on his own. For a moment, she was utterly surprised, especially by how well Xing understood her. So speak up. What is it that you seek from Sister Xiao Wu? At this point, Daming interjected, his tone indifferent, leaving his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Oh, and I nearly forgot. Xiao Wu, you are still under level 60 and have not fully transformed into a human. It would be unwise for you to become pregnant, as it poses risks to both adults and children. I have brought this along, which should prove beneficial to you. As Su Xing spoke, he retrieved the miraculous son of the goddess Lotus from his treasure pouch. Upon witnessing this extraordinary herb, Deming's expression transformed, revealing a hint of astonishment and barely concealed excitement. What is this, Deming? Xiao Wu inquired, perplexed by Deming's sudden enthusiasm. Ming, scratching his head nearby, failed to discern any particular significance in the son of the goddess Lotus that Su Xing held. This is a son of the goddess Lotus, an exceptionally rare treasure. Xiao Wu, I was initially concerned that your child might exhibit deformities due to your insufficient level of 60, perhaps possessing a rabbit's head with human limbs, or human hands and rabbit feet. However, with this herb, such scenarios can be averted. While it cannot guarantee that your unborn child will fully evolve into a human form, it will significantly enhance the likelihood of human-like traits, leaving only minimal soul-beast characteristics. With a stroke of good fortune, it may even achieve complete human evolution. Moreover, this herb will also benefit you, Xiao Wu, by compensating for the fundamental damage incurred due to your premature pregnancy. Young man, what is your name? I shall accept this herb on behalf of Sister Xiao Wu. Do you have any requests? Deming inquired of Su Xing, his tone markedly improved. Su Xing, I have no demands. I simply wish to remain here to protect Xiao Wu as she brings our child into the world. As for whether Xiao Wu chooses to accompany me in the future, that decision rests entirely with her. Su Xing shook his head, refraining from making any demands. He was simply content to remain. Such behavior, evidently, bordered on obsequiousness. Before awakening, Su Xing detested being a sycophant, yet this time, he willingly embraced the role. No. You cannot stay. I have acknowledged your intentions. This precious herb shall serve as compensation for the pain you have caused me, and from now on, we shall owe each other nothing. Hearing Su Xing's words, Xiao Wu promptly declined. She was not truly fond of Su Xing and had no desire for him to remain. Naturally, she felt gratitude for the rare herb he had procured, which she desperately needed. In that moment, she no longer harbored hatred towards Su Xing, but she also wished to keep him at a distance. Xiao Wu, please do not be so resolute. After all, I am the father of your child. Grant me a chance, for it is also an opportunity for you, and, equally, for our future child. Allow me to protect you until the child is born. If you still refuse my responsibility then, I shall take my leave. Awakening gazed at Xiao Wu earnestly and spoke. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback by his words. They were indeed quite reasonable. However, she felt an inexplicable resistance, for her affections did not lie with Awakening. For a brief moment, doubt clouded her mind. Sister Xiao Wu, let him stay. At that moment of inner turmoil, Deming spoke up once more. It had come to realize that it was not Awakening's unwillingness to shoulder responsibility, but rather Xiao Wu's reluctance to allow it. With Awakening's recent words and the thoughtful gift of celestial herbs, Deming's perception of him shifted dramatically. It began to see Awakening as an exceptional human, far superior to most it had encountered. Very well, but unless I seek you out, you shall not disturb me. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Of course, I shall find a suitable place to settle nearby. Upon hearing this, Su Xing smiled lightly. The fact that she was willing to let him stay was an opportunity in itself. I shall not disturb you any further, Xiao Wu. Allow Ming and Ming to watch over you. You should consume the celestial herb as soon as possible. After uttering these words, Su Xing gracefully departed. At present, Xiao Wu was not particularly inclined to see him, so he decided to take things slowly. That lad is not so bad. Why does Sister Xiao Wu reject him? Once Su Xing left, Ming could no longer restrain his curiosity. Of course, Ming did not articulate human language, but communicated through the thoughts of soul beasts. What reason is there? The one I admire is not him, Xiao Wu muttered, and that reason alone sufficed. Xiao Wu, do elaborate on Su Xing for us. Deming, not rushing to a conclusion, wished to gather more insight about Su Xing through Xiao Wu's words, even though he sensed that Su Xing was commendable. Very well. Xiao Wu sighed, wanting Deming and Ming to understand that Su Xing was not a good person. Her aversion to him was entirely reasonable. Thus, she began to recount her knowledge of Su Xing's intentions. The first time I encountered him was at the Nodding Academy. He came to the academy with the intention of seeking Master as his mentor. Unfortunately, his innate soul power was merely level 3, and Master dismissed him without consideration. Xiao Wu started with her recollection of their first meeting. What did you say? His innate soul power is only level 3? Ming felt indifferent. But Deming was taken aback by Xiao Wu's revelation. He was quite knowledgeable about the cultivation of human soul masters. How could one with such low innate soul power possibly progress so rapidly? The soul power he sensed emanating from Su Xing was no less than Xiao Wu's. After all, Xiao Wu was a 10,000-year soul beast, equivalent to a human with full innate soul power. Awakening, despite being of the same age as Xiao Wu, astonishingly cultivates at a pace surpassing hers, which defies logic. Of course, here, Daming refers to Xiao Wu's age in her transformed state. Indeed, it is true, otherwise she would not have been disregarded by the master. Xiao Wu nodded in affirmation. So what is his martial soul? Daming continued to inquire with curiosity. His martial soul is merely an ordinary coin. During combat, he seldom utilizes it, to the point that one might almost forget it exists. Moreover, not only does he never employ his martial soul in battle, but it is also devoid of any soul rings. Chapter 63, starting with the 3 daily meals. What? No soul rings. How did he manage to enter here alone? I previously engaged him in combat. His strength is no trivial matter. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Erming also expressed his astonishment. Daming remained silent, aware that Erming had previously confronted Su Xing. He merely gazed at Xiao Wu, awaiting her explanation. Su Xing has absorbed only 1 soul ring, which he subsequently detonated. He has stated that he does not require soul rings, aspiring instead to become a titled Douluo without any. Xiao Wu spoke. The situation regarding Su Xing is indeed peculiar. Even though she had previously paid little attention to him, she was aware of certain aspects of his circumstances. From her time at Shrek Academy, she had always harbored a less than favorable impression of Su Xing. However, she found his aspiration quite commendable. The ability to grow stronger without the need to absorb soul rings is remarkable. How has he achieved this? At this moment, Deming felt a genuine curiosity towards Su Xing. In the Douluo continent, soul masters typically enhance their abilities by hunting soul beasts for their soul rings. If Su Xing's method could be applicable to other soul masters, could it mean that the soul master community would no longer need to hunt soul beasts to elevate their ranks? Even if it were only partially true, it would be a fortunate development for the soul beast of Douluo continent. Deming wished to inquire directly with Su Xing, but he decided to hold back, knowing there would be ample opportunities to do so later. Ideally, it would be best to ask Xiao Wu. But Deming could tell that she was currently resistant towards Su Xing. It was already a feat that she had agreed to let him stay. For her to initiate a conversation about these matters seemed implausible. Xiao Wu shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge, suggesting it might relate to the extraordinary fruit Su Xing had once consumed. Deming did not argue with her assertion. Although he understood that it could not solely be the case, Su Xing's continued growth without soul rings must involve additional factors. Xiao Wu proceeded to elaborate on Su Xing's situation, emphasizing that he initially had affections for Zhu Zhuqing and had pursued her, only to later become involved with Yu Lingling from the Tiando Royal Academy. So, Xiao Wu's earlier claims were indeed true. It appears that lad is quite the flirt, Deming murmured. Yet, one could hardly blame him. If the girls from Shrek Academy rejected his advances, it was only natural for him to seek companionship elsewhere. Deming even defended Su Xing. I say, Deming, why are you speaking up for that fellow? Could it possibly be because of that herb? Erming looked at Deming with curiosity, having never witnessed this before. What do you know? Deming scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further. He quickly turned to Xiao Wu and exclaimed, I almost forgot. Xiao Wu, Erming and I will protect you. So hurry and consume the guanyin lotus. This divine herb will benefit both you and the child within you. The sooner the better. Xiao Wu did not hesitate upon hearing this. She recognized the importance of considering not only herself but also the baby she carried. Subsequently, under the protection of Deming and Erming, Xiao Wu sat down and consumed the guanyin lotus that Su Xing had given her. It melted upon entry, and a soft, milky glow soon radiated from her, enveloping her entire being. All that remained was to wait for Xiao Wu to gradually absorb the herb's potent essence. After departing from Xiao Wu, Su Xing did not venture far, instead finding a place to settle a few hundred meters away. It would be unsafe to go too far, as this area was within the territory of the Great Ming and Second Ming, where other formidable soul beasts seldom dared to encroach. Aware that he might remain here for an extended period, Su Xing utilized the life domain transformed from the ice and fire domain to construct a treehouse. The process was quite simple. He fixed the growth direction of the trees, then stimulated their growth, adjusted as necessary, and repeated the process, much like the diverse potted plants of his previous life. In the end, a treehouse formed from the interwoven branches and trunks of dozens of giant trees was created by Su Xing. At the pinnacle, all the tree branches intertwined to form a canopy, giving the appearance of a single tree from a distance, with the trunk taking on an elliptical shape, inside which lay Su Xing's dwelling. Once the treehouse was completed, Su Xing could only continue his cultivation. After entering the Stardow forest, he had been unable to properly train, constantly alert to the sounds around him. Now, within the domains of the Great Ming and Second Ming, he could finally rest easy without the fear of sudden attacks from soul beasts. The following day, Su Xing visited Xiao Wu again, thoughtfully bringing breakfast for her. Why are you here again? Xiao Wu frowned upon seeing Su Xing, still reluctant to let him approach her. Upon seeing her again, Su Xing noted a remarkable change in her demeanor. She no longer looked haggard, but instead radiated vitality, clearly having consumed that miraculous herb. I merely came to check on you. If you do not wish to see me, I shall leave immediately. It brings me relief to see your complexion has improved. This is breakfast I brought for you. From now on, I shall take care of your meals. I see you have no cooking utensils here. And you must be subsisting on fruit alone, which simply will not suffice for proper nutrition. Awakening understood that Xiao Wu still harbored resistance towards him. So he did not linger. After placing the breakfast he had prepared for her down, he departed. Observing his abrupt exit, Xiao Wu found herself unable to express her rejection in time. The recollection of his recent words caused a faint blush to graze her delicate face. She had been discovered for her inability to cook. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, her stomach grumbled in response. Fortunately, no one was around to witness it. I shall indulge, she rationalized. This is merely for you, dear. It is not for my own appetite. After conjuring this excuse, she felt justified in taking the breakfast that Su Xing had delivered. Having accepted the morning meal, she also acquiesced to receiving lunch and dinner. It was primarily due to Su Xing's perceptiveness. He understood that Xiao Wu might still feel reluctant or shy, thus he always chose to deliver and depart swiftly, sparing her any embarrassment. In this manner, Su Xing remained in the Star Dough Forest, diligently attending to Xiao Wu's 3 meals each day, alongside his training and research into soul techniques. However, he had significantly slowed his pace in researching soul techniques, as he dedicated more of his time to exploring how to capture and store the soul rings of soul beasts after their demise. Naturally, Su Xing would not conduct such research under the watchful eyes of Deming and Ming. He reserved the steps for capturing the soul rings for a later time. Awakening primarily involves researching soul-guiding devices capable of storing one's soul power. The soul power of a soul master is akin to that of soul beasts, or perhaps even more challenging to capture and retain, as the soul rings of soul beasts are inherently elusive. To progress further, he must first develop a device that can store his own soul power. Deming and Ming have both observed Su Xing's endeavors and have begun to regard him favorably. Ming, go seek out Su Xing and inform him that training must be complemented by combat for rapid advancement. Additionally, serve as his sparring partner. Take the opportunity to assess his true strength. On that day, Deming suddenly instructed Ming. Chapter 64. The Frustration of Ming. In the awakened treehouse, Su Xing was diligently manipulating a short cannon-like soul guide device. This particular soul guide bore a resemblance to the electromagnetic cannon variant, albeit in a significantly reduced size, measuring merely half a meter in length with a barrel diameter of 10 centimeters. It was an unintended outcome stemming from Su Xing's unsuccessful experiments with a soul guide designed for storing soul power. In the latest iteration of the soul guide device, Su Xing endeavored to incorporate a circuit design. Unexpectedly, the soul power could not be stored, yet it manifested other remarkable effects. This included the condensation and compression of soul power. Based on the characteristics of this condensed and compressed soul power, Su Xing fashioned the soul guide device in his hands, which could also be referred to as a soul cannon. By inputting soul power, one could directly launch a soul cannon projectile. The soul cannon, formed through extreme condensation and compression, possesses a lethality surpassing that of ordinary soul techniques. Moreover, it requires significantly less soul power for use. Although its power pales in comparison to that of a railgun, it represents an epic-making achievement, as any soul master endowed with soul power can wield it. If the soul techniques of ordinary soul masters resemble swords, then my soul cannon is akin to artillery. Within the same tier, the soul cannon demands less soul power while delivering greater force, enabling challenges beyond one's rank. Compared to Tang San's hidden weapons, it is undeniably superior, with the only advantage of Tang San's devices being their exquisite craftsmanship and lack of soul power consumption. The soul cannons designed for lower-tier soul masters are relatively easy to produce, but for higher-tier masters, the task becomes exceedingly complex, necessitating the design of additional circuits and the sourcing of specific materials. Nonetheless, even so, its unveiling would undoubtedly create a sensation across the Douluo continent. Of course, I cannot reveal the soul cannon just yet, for it is an invention coveted by all aspiring individuals. As he toyed with the soul cannon in his hands, Su Xing felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, an exclamation from Ming broke the silence, resonating within Su Xing's mind. Su Xing understood that it was Ming communicating with him through the consciousness of the soul beast. There was no alternative, after all. Ming was too simple-minded to grasp the intricacies of human speech. Setting aside what he was holding, Su Xing stepped outside and inquired eagerly, Ming, esteemed elder, do you seek me for a purpose? Has something happened with Xiao Wu? Roar. No, I have come to challenge you to a duel. Ming declared his intention candidly. What? Esteemed elder Ming, you cannot be serious. How could I possibly stand as your opponent? Awakened, Su Xing gazed at Ming in astonishment, perplexed by his intentions. Nevertheless, he humbly acknowledged that targeting a soul beast of such considerable size with his electromagnetic cannon was relatively manageable. Of course not. It was Deming who instructed me to engage you. Hurry, step forward and face me in battle, or I shall dismantle this place. Ming reiterated, his tone growing increasingly impatient. In the distance, Deming nearly struck Ming in irritation upon hearing his words, while the meaning remained unchanged. He wished his intent not to be misinterpreted. Su Xing, it was I who directed Ming. I understand that your kind-est training cannot solely consist of theoretical practice without real combat experience. Hence I arranged for Ming to serve as your sparring partner. Ming's voice resonated from afar, revealing the truth. I see, but Ming's prowess far exceeds my own. I am utterly no match for him. Upon hearing this, Xing finally understood the situation. He then spoke, it matters not. What is your level? I shall instruct Ming to suppress his soul power to a commensurate degree with yours. Ming responded, I see. In that case, there shall be no issue. Upon hearing this, Su Awakening immediately smiled and turned to Ming, saying, esteemed Ming, my soul power level is 38, and you heard Senior Ming's words. With a mighty roar, Ming's soul power began to be suppressed, ultimately stabilizing at a level comparable to Su Awakening's. In an instant, the formidable pressure from Ming's immense soul power dissipated. Yet this did not imply that Ming had truly weakened. Its physical strength remained formidable. Nevertheless, it mattered not, as Su Awakening sought precisely that robust resilience, providing the perfect opportunity to test his newly invented soul-guided cannon. Esteemed Ming, please wait a moment. Xing promptly entered to retrieve the soul-guiding cannon, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Upon witnessing Xing's smiling countenance as he turned to go inside, Ming inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being watched by some unseen entity. Roar, kid, make your move. Just remember not to weep when I defeat you. Upon discovering an appropriate battleground, Ming boldly provoked Xing. Eagerly rubbing his fists, he had long harbored a desire to confront Xing, especially after learning that it was he who had tarnished the purity of Sister Xiaowu. Beyond the bond of brotherly affection he shared with Xiaowu, Ming also harbored feelings of love for her. He cherished her dearly. S Awakening can be regarded as its rival in love. Dear Senior Ming, be cautious. Of course. Xing could sense Ming's desire to strike him and understood the reason behind it. However, it was futile, in a state of suppressed soul power. It was impossible for you to land a blow on me. Boom. As the words left his lips, Xing channeled his soul energy and unleashed a soul-guided cannon at Ming. Knowing full well of your intentions, I felt no hesitation in retaliating. Bang! Ming was taken aback by Xing's sudden offensive, astonished by his speed. Yet, upon discerning the feeble power of the soul cannon, he dismissed it, thinking, how could such a weak attack possibly harm me? Boom! Roar! Then, Ming stumbled back, letting out a painful cry. He had forgotten that he had compressed his soul energy to match Xing's level. The soul energy that once surged within him had been significantly diminished. Although Xing's cannon could not pierce his flesh, it could still inflict pain. You have provoked my ire. Roar! Awakened by the pain, Ming's rage ignited. With a furious roar, he leaped into the air, his massive arms swinging down towards Xing. Nevertheless, despite his fury, he had yet to lift the restrictions on his soul power. Boom! Ming's colossal form descended, but Xing had already evaded the attack. Ming's speed was inherently sluggish, although he could convert his strength into speed when at full power. The current limitations on his soul energy prevented him from unleashing his full potential. The awakened physical form has surpassed level 50, excelling in speed, leaving Ming utterly incapable of keeping up. He has suffered a grievous setback. Elder Ming, your speed is woefully inadequate. Allow me to strike you once more with my soul guidance cannon. Boom. After Xing stepped aside, he smiled and teased Ming before launching the soul guiding cannon once more. Bang! The azure soul guiding cannon shot forth and exploded upon impact with Ming. This time, Ming, having prepared himself, did not stagger backward, yet he still felt the sting of pain. The roar of frustration from Ming echoed through the air. Chapter 65. Then I shall address you as Ming and Ming. Has something occurred? Ming seems rather aggrieved. Xiaowu, having heard Ming's furious roar from afar, approached the lakeside to inquire. She was not particularly worried about Ming's well-being. If there were any trouble, Ming would have rushed to assist already. It's nothing. Ming is merely sparring with Xing and is currently being outmatched, Ming replied, keeping a distant watch on the battle between Xing and Ming. From his tone, it was evident that he was subtly astonished. He truly did not anticipate that, under equal soul power, Ming would be the one at a disadvantage. After all, the robustness of Ming's physique was undeniable. What? Ming is being outmatched? That cannot be true, Xiaowu exclaimed, her surprise palpable. It was difficult for her to fathom that Xing could contend with someone at the title Douluo level like Ming. Not exactly. I instructed Ming to suppress his soul power level. However, that fellow is indeed formidable. I am unsure what weapon he wields, but it can unleash concentrated soul power attacks. Despite his soul power level being merely 38, the potency of his attacks could overwhelm even those at level 50. His speed further belies that of a mere 38th level soul master. Ming elaborated, subsequently expressing admiration for Xing's strength. It was no wonder he could venture so deep into this place. It appeared that Xing had yet to unleash his full potential. Is that so? But what prompted their conflict? Ming, please take me over to see. Xiaowu, now enlightened, urged Ming to lead her to the scene. Although Ming had not explicitly stated Ming's condition, it was not difficult to deduce. All right, Sister Xiaowu. Ming lowered his head. allowing Xiaowu to perch upon it. Sister Xiaowu, it was I who sent Erming to find Su Xing. I wish to learn more about that young man. After accommodating Xiaowu, Deming recounted why Erming had engaged in battle with Su Xing. Why? Is there something special about Su Xing? Xiaowu inquired. Indeed. Sister Xiaowu, do you not think that his proposal of not absorbing soul rings to gain strength would be beneficial for us soul beasts? Deming seized the opportunity to articulate his thoughts. If he were merely acting alone, it would be inconsequential. But what if his method could be applied to all human soul masters? Would that not mean we soul beasts would no longer face mass extermination due to soul ring hunting? Deming continued, his voice imbued with hope. Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback by Deming's words. Having interacted with Su Xing frequently, she had never contemplated this issue. The desire for soul beasts to cease being hunted by human soul masters had long been her dream, or perhaps her fantasy. Previously, she believed it was an impossibility. As human soul masters must hunt soul beasts to strengthen and upgrade themselves, even her beloved Sangu was no exception. Is it truly feasible? Xiaowu murmured, suddenly realizing that Su Xing might indeed be significant for their kind. I do not know. That is why I wish to see. Deming sighed and suggested to Xiaowu, the simplest approach would be to ask him directly. Neither Erming nor I are suited for it. You, Sister Xiaowu, would be the most appropriate to inquire. Xiaowu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Very well, I shall ask him when the opportunity arises. She understood the importance of this matter for the soul beasts. Before long, Xiaowu, standing atop Deming's head, caught sight of the distant struggle between Su Xing and Erming. The spectacle was almost unbearable to witness. Their brother Erming was utterly unable to catch up with Su Xing, instead being relentlessly bombarded by the soul-guiding cannon in Su Xing's possession, while Erming could do little to evade the onslaught. Even with the use of gravitational suppression, he could not close the gap and continued to be outmatched. Despite knowing that Erming had suppressed his soul power, Xiaowu was still astonished by the scene before her, especially the weapon in Su Xing's hands, which she found to be remarkably intriguing, perhaps even more powerful than the hidden weapons wielded by her Sangu. What else does this fellow possess? Xiaowu felt an authentic curiosity towards Su Xing for the first time. A youth of seemingly average talent, whom she initially disregarded, had somehow become so formidable, leaving her far behind. After all, she was a 100,000-year soul beast. Finally, after enduring relentless oppression, Erming could no longer contain his fury, unleashing his soul power in a dramatic display. As the gravitational suppression activated, he rendered Su Xing immobile. Erming, cease this at once. Deming quickly admonished him upon witnessing Erming's explosive rage. Hearing Deming's voice, Erming managed to regain his composure. Yet his gaze towards Su Xing remained filled with disdain. I am a dignified 100,000-year soul beast, yet I am being toyed with by a mere human. This is utterly humiliating. Tell me, what exactly is that weapon you wield? Despite his irritation, he could not help but feel a grudging respect. I have developed this soul-guiding device myself. I call it the soul-guiding cannon. Upon hearing this, Su Xing smiled. He had been ready to unleash the ice and fire domain. While it could not completely restrain Erming, it could certainly counteract his gravitational suppression. Su Xing was aware of Deming's watchful presence, which emboldened him to engage Erming without fear of provoking a violent reaction. Deming, little Wu. Su Xing greeted the pair who had accompanied him. From now on, you need not call me senior. Simply refer to us by our names, as you do with little Wu. Deming lowered his head, allowing little Wu to gracefully alight in front of Su Xing before speaking. This gesture signified a preliminary acknowledgement of Su Xing's capabilities. However, this recognition was solely that of Deming and did not necessarily extend to little Wu. Xing did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at Xiaowu. It's up to you. Upon realizing that Xing was actually seeking her opinion, Xiaowu felt an inexplicable surge of emotion and replied, Then I shall call you Deming and Erming from now on. Xing, upon hearing this, could not help but break into a joyful smile. Although the meanings were identical, Xing's utterance lent an air of ambiguity that was rather amusing. Xiaowu, however, found herself at a loss for words to counter this and could only silently gnash her teeth, wishing to reclaim the feelings of gratitude she had just experienced. Erming, come with me. Your performance today was utterly inadequate. Allow me to offer you some guidance. At this moment, Deming, ever perceptive, interjected, fabricating an excuse to whisk Erming away. Reluctantly, Erming followed, leaving only Xing and Xiaowu in the vicinity. The atmosphere quickly turned awkward, as Xiaowu was not keen on spending time alone with Xing. Yet, she understood that Deming's intention was twofold, not only to foster a connection between them, but also to provide her a chance to inquire about Xing's refusal to cultivate with soul rings. Xiaowu, let me take you to see my treehouse. If you like it, I can construct one for you as well. In this awkward ambience, it was naturally Xing who took the initiative to break the silence. What do you wish to do? Upon hearing Xing directly invite her to his dwelling, Xiaowu's demeanor instantly shifted to one of caution. I want to go inside. I just want to take a look. My treehouse is quite unique, and I believe you would appreciate it. Xing, noticing Xiaowu's reaction, felt somewhat exasperated. I'm not that inappropriate, you know. Besides, you are expecting a child. How could I even think of such things? Humph. Observing Suxing's innocent expression, Xiao began to feel that perhaps she had misinterpreted him, though she would never apologize. I don't believe there is anything special about it. If you doubt it, come and see for yourself. Suxing, discerning her willingness to go, smiled and led the way. Xiao followed, her thoughts more occupied with how to broach the subject of cultivation rather than the treehouse itself. Here we are, ahead lies the treehouse I built. It was only when Suxing spoke that Xiao lifted her gaze. Upon seeing Suxing's treehouse, her earlier indifference vanished, replaced by wonder as she gazed at the enchanting structure. How could such a place exist? How did you accomplish this? She questioned, initially puzzled but then recalling that Suxing had claimed to have created it. It's quite simple. Suxing smiled, pleased that he had piqued Xiao's curiosity. He surmised that she would be enchanted by this treehouse, infused with the essence of nature, the realm of life. Subsequently, Suxing demonstrated before Xiao how he could stimulate plant growth and shape them to flourish according to his vision. This was indeed a domain. Witnessing Suxing manifest his domain, Xiao was even more astonished. After all, he was a soul master who had yet to absorb a soul ring. How could he possess such a powerful domain? Indeed, this is a gift I acquired through my fortuitous encounters. Suxing nodded, affirming that it was indeed a domain. Now, let us return. I shall construct a treehouse for you as well. Consider what design you would prefer. Awakening knew that Xiao must desire such a treehouse. Without inquiring, lest she respond with her typical haughty reticence, he proceeded to take action. I haven't even expressed my wish, murmured Xiao, discontent as she watched his retreating figure. Yet, recalling her earlier disdain, it would indeed be awkward to voice her desire. So perhaps this was for the best. What kind of dwelling should I create? It must be more exquisite than Su Xing's. Wait for me. Casting one last glance at the enchanting treehouse infused with the essence of nature, her fondness for it grew. The thought of soon possessing one herself made Xiao abandon her reservations and hastily pursue Su Xing. The space here need not be so vast. In this area, let us raise it a bit higher. We should plant some orchids and roses here. The place where Xiao once resided underwent a remarkable transformation, morphing into a dwelling strikingly similar to Su Xing's treehouse. However, in contrast to Su Xing's abode, Xiao's was adorned with an abundance of flowers and plants, radiating youthful charm. Altogether, it certainly appeared more visually appealing than Su Xing's. In the end, Su Xing even planted a rare, fragrant herb in Xiao's treehouse. This exquisite plant served as a potent antidote, ensuring that no toxins dared to approach, as its essence purified the air of any noxious fumes. Su Xing did not inform Xiao that it was a celestial item. He merely remarked that it was exceedingly rare and should not be discarded. After Su Xing departed, Xiao continued to delight in her new abode. Sister Xiao, did you inquire with Su Xing? The voice of Deming broke through, causing Xiao to momentarily pause in surprise. Then, her delicate face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. I forgot. Deming was rendered speechless after waiting for so long. He was met with such a response. Even Sister Xiao has her unreliable moments. Ahem, do not fret. I shall find an opportunity to ask him. Xiao chuckled awkwardly, attempting to remedy the situation. All right, Sister Xiao, just remember not to forget. Deming refrained from further comments, recognizing that there was no need to rush. From that day forth, when Su Xing brought Xiao her meals, he no longer departed immediately but instead gradually extended his stay, seeking opportunities to engage her in conversation. After all, the meals were provided by him, and he had constructed the dwelling for her. Xiao felt it inappropriate to ignore Su Xing. Moreover, she needed to find a chance to inquire about him, which naturally led to a burgeoning exchange of dialogue between them. As time passed, Xiao's belly grew rounder, and her temperament became increasingly erratic. At times, she would be willing to converse with Su Xing, while at other moments, she would demand that he leave her presence. The research conducted by Su Xing has not made significant progress. He remains unable to develop a soul guide capable of storing soul power. As the day of Xiao's delivery approaches, Su Xing finds himself increasingly disinterested in research. Eventually, he abandons his studies altogether, opting instead to hone his skills in the crafting of soul cannons. One day, while observing Ming, an idea suddenly strikes him. Perhaps he could forge a soul cannon for Ming. He is uncertain whether Xiao will choose to accompany him after her delivery. Yet he knows he cannot remain here indefinitely. Should Xiao decide against following him, it becomes imperative for him to enhance his protective capabilities over her. Currently, he is unable to create a soul cannon suitable for a titled Douluo-level soul master due to the unavailability of appropriate materials. However, crafting one for Ming does not necessitate such meticulous resources. It merely requires a sufficiently large size. Many inventions grow increasingly difficult as they shrink, and the soul cannon exemplifies this notion. Conversely, enlarging its dimensions simplifies the process considerably. Before Xiao gives birth, Su Xing successfully constructs a colossal soul cannon. The cannon measures 15 meters in length, with a mouth diameter of 1.5 meters. With this creation, Su Xing is confident that Ming can stand toe-to-toe with Deming. The soul cannon, when fired, is likely no less formidable than Su Xing's own electromagnetic cannon. Naturally, it demands a substantial amount of soul power. However, under equivalent soul power conditions, Its destructive capability far surpasses that of Ming's own abilities, boasting several times the strength. Yet, this is not the primary advantage. The most significant aspect is that with this giant soul cannon, Ming now possesses sufficient long-range attack capabilities, no longer needing to fear being kite. Su Xing, is this truly for me? Upon receiving the soul cannon gifted by Su Xing, Ming's eyes gleam with excitement. The massive cannon embodies not only a man's romance but also the grandeur of the Titan Great Ape. When Ming hoists the enormous soul cannon, his demeanor transforms dramatically, shifting from a foolish warm-heartedness to a fierce ferocity. Of course, you have seen me use it. Input your soul power and experience its might for yourself. Su Xing nodded and then instructed Ming to conduct the final power test. Everything was merely speculative. The true extent of the power could only be discerned through actual testing. This step could only be undertaken by Ming, as Su Xing lacked even the soul power to fire a shot. Roar. I'm on it. Chapter 67. The Delivery Boom. A small mountain, located over 1,000 meters away, erupted under a beam of crimson light. Roar. Witnessing the devastation unleashed by his own shot, Ming let out a triumphant roar of excitement. Su Xing. Regardless of whether Sister Xiaowu acknowledges you, I, Ming do. He turned and pounded his chest in exuberance towards Su Xing. Only after utilizing the soul-guided cannon did he truly comprehend its might. Wielding the soul-guided cannon felt as though his strength had doubled. Furthermore, the exhilaration of being able to strike from such a distance was indescribable. What did you say, Ming? Xiaowu. Overhearing Ming's words while resting her head onto Ming's, immediately glared with anger. This traitor. Although the soul-guided cannon Su Xing provided you is formidable, it shouldn't lead you to betray Sister Xiaowu. Ming, as long as you are satisfied, that is good. However, in the presence of human soul masters, it is best to keep this under wraps. If discovered, do your utmost to eliminate them. Su Xing smiled and offered a word of caution. Understood. I'll go hide it right away. Ming, quick-witted, seized the excuse and hurriedly made his exit. Seeing Ming flee, Xiaowu turned back to glare at Su Xing. You have led him astray. Awakened, feeling speechless about being caught in the crossfire. Awakened, how did you achieve this? Before Awakened could respond, Xiaowu, undeterred, curiously pressed on with her inquiries. What is it that you accomplished? Awakened was perplexed by Xiaowu's question. It is about creating such an extraordinary soul-guiding cannon. And regarding your cultivation as well, you are merely an ordinary individual with an innate soul power of level 3, yet how have you progressed so rapidly? Moreover, you have even developed so many soul skills? Xiaowu directly questioned Awakened. Below Xiaowu's feet, Deming's expression subtly shifted, remaining silent as he awaited Awakened's reply to Xiaowu. To be honest, Deming was equally astonished by the soul-guiding cannon crafted by Awakened. Because I am a genius. A genius is one who, through sheer effort, shatters all impossibilities. Upon hearing Xiaowu's words, Su Xing responded with candor, his voice imbued with confidence and pride. A prodigy. Xiaowu had not anticipated Su Xing's explanation to be so straightforward. However, upon reflection, she recognized the complexity of it, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. She simply understood that Su Xing had indeed become remarkable through his own relentless efforts. You once expressed a desire to become a title Douluo without relying on spirit rings. Is that truly achievable? Xiaowu inquired once more. Indeed, it is merely a matter of time. Xing responded with unwavering confidence. Is your method attainable by other spirit masters? After posing numerous inquiries, Xiaowu finally articulated the question she yearned to ask the most. Observing Xiaowu's expression brimming with anticipation, Xing comprehended that this query was indeed the crux of her curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, he discerned the reason behind Xiaowu's interest. As a spirit beast herself, she naturally considered the welfare of her kind. If more individuals could ascend in rank without the necessity of hunting spirit rings, it would undoubtedly be a boon for spirit beasts. I perceive your question. Indeed, my cultivation method is accessible to any spirit master. Su Xing smiled gently and replied with conviction. In truth, there were unspoken words lingering in his mind. He believed that even if the information were disseminated, it would hold little significance for the spirit beast realm. The dwindling numbers of spirit beasts were primarily attributed to the rampant slaughter by human soul masters. Under normal circumstances, the extraction of soul rings would have minimal impact on the spirit beast community. Really? Xiaowu exclaimed, her eyes alight with joy. Will you share your cultivation methods? If you wish, I can make them public, but that will have to wait until I become a title Douluo, Su Xing promised as he gazed into Xiaowu's eyes. Awakening would not miss any opportunity to win over Xiaowu's favor. Upon hearing Awakening's words, Xiaowu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Awakening's demeanor, she realized that whatever she said, he would surely fulfill. However, this was something of his own invention. If it were to be made public, the loss would fall solely on him. That seemed profoundly unjust to Awakening. Well, I understand your thoughts. Once I become a title Douluo, I shall disclose it. And you won't have to sacrifice anything, he declared with a subtle smile, exuding a sense of grandeur. Xiaowu, upon hearing this, merely pursed her lips in silence, believing Awakening spoke thus to alleviate her mental burden. Sister Xiaowu, if you find it unfair to Awakening, all you need to do is choose to be with him. Deming encouraged her after Awakening's departure. No, how could you think like that, Deming? Xiaowu immediately shook her head. Her feelings for Awakening had grown increasingly favorable. Yet this was unrelated to love. Her heart remained tethered to Tang San. For the sake of you and the baby in your womb. Deming continued, Sister Xiaowu, I know you harbor feelings for Tang San, but given your current situation, do you believe he would still care for you? He is unaware of your identity as a spirit beast, while Awakening seems unfazed by it. Moreover, if you truly end up with Tang San, what will happen to the child soon to be born? Deming was aware that meddling in Xiaowu's emotions was inappropriate, yet under the present circumstances, he firmly believed that her being with Awakening was the best outcome. Xiaowu fell into a brief silence, acutely aware of these dilemmas, including the truth that Tang San had always regarded her as a sister. Yet, letting go was easier said than done. Suddenly, Xiaowu cried out in pain, clutching her abdomen. Deming, hurry, take me back. It feels like the baby is about to come. Her panicked voice echoed through the air. All right, Sister Xiaowu. Deming responded, his expression shifting with urgency as he swiftly led her home. Awakening, come back quickly. Sister Xiaowu is going to give birth. At the same time, Deming sent a message to the recently departed Awakening. It's time. Upon hearing this, Su was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly turned and made his way towards Xiaowu. As he arrived, he could hear her cries of pain emanating from within. Deming, lingering outside, was utterly helpless and unable to gain entry. I shall enter to assist. Su Xing exchanged a few words with Deming before stepping inside. You should leave quickly. Your assistance is unnecessary here. This is not the time for such considerations, especially since I have seen everything I ought not to have. It hurts so much. Please. You must go. At that moment, Su Xing was resolute in not heeding Xiaowu's pleas, for the act of childbirth involved the safety of both mother and child. Realizing she could not dismiss Su Xing, Xiaowu blushed and reluctantly accepted his help. Chapter 68. Su Xiaotu. Though Su Xing possessed no knowledge of childbirth, he was endowed with soul power, a skill others struggled to wield with finesse. He needed only to assist the little one in positioning herself correctly and gently encourage her with his soul energy. With Su Xing's guidance, Xiaowu successfully welcomed a baby girl into the world. As he cradled the newborn, Su Xing experienced an instinctive and profound sense of connection, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. Typically, newborns are wrinkled and rather unappealing, yet his daughter defied this norm. Perhaps due to Xiaowu's consumption of the miraculous conception lotus, the little one was undeniably beautiful, her round, curious eyes gazing up at Su Xing without a single cry. Adorning her delicate head were a pair of rabid ears, reminiscent of a soul beast, which only added to her charm, making Su Xing find her even more endearing. Su Wuling, he declared, you shall henceforth be known as Su Wuling, the beautiful little princess of your father and mother. Su Xing gazed at his daughter, a smile spreading across his face, before carefully handing her over to Xiaowu. No, the baby absolutely cannot call you that, Xiaowu exclaimed, eagerly embracing the child, while simultaneously countering Su Xing's suggestion. The very name hinted at a fusion of Su Xing's name with hers, and she was unwilling to accept such a notion. This is my daughter, and I have already decided on her name. Su Xiaotu, regardless of whether she is a boy or a girl, for her mother is a rabbit, she declared affectionately while cradling her daughter. All right, you have the final say, as long as her surname is Su, Su Xing replied, not opposing her choice, a grin spreading across his face. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Calling her Su Xiaotu inadvertently acknowledged that the child belonged to Su Xing as well. However, since it was she who had uttered the name, retracting it now would be quite awkward. Let us set that aside for now. Typically, newborns are expected to cry, aren't they? What if Su Xiaotu doesn't cry? Su Xing quickly shifted the topic, simultaneously solidifying his daughter's name with the stipulation that she must bear the surname Su. Is that so? What should we do? Xiaowu, noticing that Su Xiaotu appeared genuinely silent, began to panic. It's all right. Just give her a little smack on the bottom, and she will surely cry, Su Xing suggested, confident in his understanding of such matters. Really? Xiaowu replied, her skepticism evident as she gazed at her adorable daughter, finding it difficult to bring herself to follow through. Why don't you do it? That way, if the baby holds a grudge, it will be directed at you. Unable to muster the courage to act, Xiaowu ultimately deferred to Su Xing. Upon hearing this, Su Xing fell into a moment of speechlessness. How could little Su Xiaotu possibly hold a grudge at such a tender age? However, when he gazed into his daughter's sparkling, watery eyes, uncertainty crept in. Should he just let it be? Her lack of tears was a testament to their daughter's cheerful disposition. Therefore, Su Xing declared, no, it won't do. Naturally, Xiaowu was unwilling to relent and ignored Su Xing's vague words, urging him, hurry, come here. Reluctantly, Su Xing acquiesced when he noticed Xiaowu throwing a tantrum. To his surprise, Su Xiaotu, perhaps sensing impending distress, began to wail without any prompting from him. Oh no, she is crying, Xiaowu exclaimed with initial delight. But her expression quickly shifted to panic as the realization struck her. What should we do? The baby won't stop crying. It's all your fault. You must have frightened her. In her fluster, Xiao Wu didn't hesitate to place the blame squarely on Su Xing. Once again, he found himself at a loss for words, but a thought struck him. Su Xiaotu is probably hungry. You should feed her. Really? Xiao Wu, while soothing Su Xiaotu, expressed her doubt. Indeed, Su Xing was confident in his assessment. Very well. Xiao Wu then cradled Su Xiaotu, preparing to nurse her. However, just as she lifted her shirt halfway, she paused, turning back to Su Xing with urgency. You need to leave. How can I feed our daughter if you stay? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed. She was too shy to articulate her point directly. Come now. I've seen you before. Let me gaze upon Su Xiaotu a little longer. Su Xing shook his head vigorously, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Xiao Wu's neckline. Absolutely not. You must go, Xiao Wu insisted, pulling the blanket over her feet for good measure. All right, I'll leave. Awakened and feeling helpless, Su Xing had no choice but to rise and step outside, casting one last glance at his daughter, Su Xiaotu, and Xiao Wu. He longed to tell his daughter, it's not just you who is tempted, I am tempted too. Su Xing, is everything all right with you, Xiao Wu, and the child? Daming, who had been waiting outside, immediately inquired with concern upon seeing Su Xing emerge. Roar, I seem to hear a cry. Is it a boy or a girl? Diming had also come over to wait eagerly. It's a girl, a remarkably beautiful and adorable girl. Xiao Wu is fine too, Su Xing replied with a broad smile. With the arrival of a daughter, Su Xing found himself surprisingly at ease, filled with immense joy. He was elated. A girl, how delightful. She will surely grow up to be as lovely as Xiao Wu, Diming exclaimed with glee. As long as the baby and Xiao Wu are safe, that is all that matters. Daming, being the more composed one, then asked Su Xing, how is the baby doing? Daming's inquiry was naturally about Su Xiaotu's development. Since Su Xing had declared her to be very cute, Daming felt reassured but still sought confirmation. Everything is fine. She just has a pair of adorable bunny ears. I find it utterly charming. Su Xing chuckled, showing no sign of discontent, which further solidified Daming's approval of him. That is wonderful. Seeing Su Xing's satisfaction, Daming silently nodded in agreement, growing increasingly fond of him. Are you confident you can leave with Xiao Wu? Daming then shifted to the matter at hand. No. It's highly likely that Xiao Wu will not wish to accompany me. Su Xing shook his head, sensing that while Xiao Wu no longer resisted him, she still did not fully accept him. Are you planning to leave then? Daming asked. No. I'll wait a few more months until Su Xiaotu is a bit older. Besides, I need to teach Xiao Wu how to cook. I only need to return before the commencement of the prestigious Soul Master competition across the continent. After that, I shall return here to see Xiao Wu and Su Xiaotu. I am certain Xiao Wu will eventually be moved by me. By the way, Su Xiaotu is the name of the baby, chosen by Xiao Wu. Su Xing shook his head, indicating that he would not be returning so soon. Little rabbit Su had just been born, and he too felt a sense of reluctance. Daming nodded slightly, saying nothing further. For he could not make decisions on behalf of Sister Xiao Wu. He could only remark, this is perhaps for the best, after all. It would be far too perilous for Sister Xiao Wu to venture into your human world. Here, I, along with Erming, shall protect you. In the following days, Su Xing and Xiao Wu found themselves in a flurry of activity, as they had no experience in caring for a child. Each time little rabbit Su cried, they were at a loss to discern whether he was hungry or in need of something else. To facilitate close care, Su Xing constructed a house adjacent to Xiao Wu's, a gesture she tacitly accepted. It was not until a week later that they began to manage things with a semblance of proficiency. During this period, Su Xing also inquired if Xiao Wu would be willing to leave with him, but, as he had anticipated, she steadfastly declined his proposition. Su Xing was not angered. It was to be expected. However, he remained confident that Xiao Wu would eventually accept him. Whenever time permitted, he would frequently return. Naturally, Xiao Wu agreed to his offer of teaching her how to cook and approached the learning with great seriousness. After all, she would soon need to prepare meals for their little daughter, Su Xiaotu, and aspired to be an exceptional mother, just like her own had been. At that moment, Su Xing was amusing himself by making funny faces to entertain Su Xiaotu, who responded with delightful laughter. Observing the joy on Su Xiaotu's face brought a smile to Xiao Wu's lips. Particularly heartening was Su Xing's evident affection for the rabbit ears adorning Su Xiaotu's head, which led Xiao Wu to believe that he was indeed a commendable father. At times, Xiao Wu found this arrangement quite agreeable. However, she still struggled to fully accept it. For now, she was content with her identity as Su Xiaotu's mother. While Su Xing remained simply Su Xing, her daughter's father, she felt that their current relationship was sufficient and had no desire to take it further. Moreover, she recognized the inherent dangers of returning to the human world. In the past, she had no choice, but now she could advance without further contact with humanity. With Su Xiaotu in her life, the prospect of risking a return to the human realm was even less appealing. Time, filled with joy and busyness, passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by, and Su Xiaotu had grown significantly. She could now roll over and climb, though she had yet to utter a word. Meanwhile, Su Xing was preparing to return to the Heavenly Fighting Royal Academy as the Elite Soul Master competition, held once every 5 years across the continent, was about to commence. He was determined not to miss this opportunity. especially since the ultimate prize for the champion was 3 soul bones. Although Su Xing has made some progress, it is evident that further research is always beneficial. At this moment, Su Xing's soul power has reached level 44, marking a 6-level increase over the past 6 months, which is not insignificant. However, the advancement beyond level 40 has indeed been somewhat sluggish. As for his physical level, it has attained level 56, yet he remains far from breaking through to level 60. Nevertheless, he feels confident about securing the first place in the Soul Master competition. At this juncture, Xiao Wu's level has also reached 40, akin to the original narrative, despite her circumstances of pregnancy and childbirth. This remarkable achievement is largely attributed to the divine herb, the fertility lotus, which has enabled her to maintain her strength. Otherwise, she might have struggled to even reach level 35 without risking her foundational essence. I will return shortly. This soul-guided cannon is intended for you. Now that you have reached level 40, this cannon will allow you to easily injure soul masters below level 60. And even those above level 60 may fall victim to a surprise attack. Consider it a precaution. Before departing, Su Xing also gifted Xiao Wu a soul-guided device for her protection. Be careful, he advised. Xiao Wu nodded, accepting the gift, fully aware of the cannon's formidable power, which surpasses that of her third brother's hidden weapons. Thinking of Tang San, Xiao Wu initially considered asking Su Xing to convey her well-being to him, reassuring him not to worry. However, she ultimately decided against it. Although she still harbors feelings for Tang San, she recognizes the impossibility of their relationship. I must take my leave now. May I have a hug before I go? Mama Su Xiao Rabbit? Su Xing initially had no intention of delivering a message to Tang San. However, Xiao Wu suggested it was fine since he was eager for it. With that, she opened her arms and requested a hug from Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu furrowed her brow but ultimately approached and embraced Su Xing, doing so out of consideration for Su Xiao Tuesday. It was the same situation. Su Xiao too was asleep, and after a brief glance, he decided to leave. Su Xing smiled and made his way to the door of Su Xiao Tu's room. Observing her peaceful slumber, he refrained from entering and quietly retreated. Xiao Wu, close your eyes. I almost forgot that I have a gift for you. He suddenly recalled, addressing Xiao Wu upon exiting. No, just bring it out directly. Xiao Wu shook her head in refusal. Well then, I shall save it for my next visit, Su Xing replied regretfully as he turned to leave. Wait. Xiao Wu finally called out to him as he genuinely began to walk away. Curiosity still lingered within her. Then close your eyes, Su Xing said with a triumphant smile. If I dislike it, you'll be in trouble. Xiao Wu shot him a glare before shutting her eyes. Seeing her eyes closed, Su Xing swiftly planted a light kiss on her lips, retreating immediately without further advance. I've wanted to kiss you for a long time. Now I'm leaving. Remember to think of me. As soon as Su Xing finished the kiss, he dashed away, not granting Xiao Wu an opportunity to express her anger. Xiao Wu, blushing with indignation, opened her eyes only to discover that Su Xing had already fled, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration. What an infuriating scoundrel. How dare he trick me? Who would long for you? She spat, hastily wiping her lips that had been stolen from her. She had never anticipated such a sudden ambush from Su Xing. When she had embraced him moments earlier, she had been on guard against his potential mischief. Yet, she had let down her defenses, believing he had closed his eyes innocently. How detestable. He must have been deliberately lowering my guard. So cunning, she muttered, hurling a few more curses into the air. After a while, Xiao Wu absent-mindedly touched the corner of her lips, pondering, why do I seem not to be that angry? Su Xing had left, yet it appeared that Sister Xiao Wu was still reluctant to follow him. Meanwhile, from a distance by the lakeside, Ming murmured as he watched Su Xing's figure vanish. He had hoped to see Sister Xiao Wu and Su Xing together, through their time spent together. He had come to regard Su Xing quite favorably. Sooner or later, after the birth of Su Xiao Tu, Sister Xiao Wu would surely begin to accept Su Xing. With a huff, Ming declared, I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. With that, he submerged into the water. Content to have seen Su Xing depart. All he does is sleep. At least Su Xing was entertaining. What a pity he is gone. Ming grumbled, resigning himself to amuse himself alone. Chapter 70. Hu Laina, when will brother Su Xing return? Surely he hasn't encountered any trouble? In the Tangdo Royal Academy, Yi Lingling frequently glanced towards the school gate from her dormitory balcony, her heart filled with longing. Su Xing had been absent for an extended period, and without any news of his whereabouts, Yi Lingling was consumed with worry. Although she was aware of Su Xing's formidable abilities, the ambiguity surrounding his destination only heightened her anxiety. On several occasions, she had voiced her grievances to teacher Qin, lamenting how Su Xing could take such a lengthy leave. Qin was equally perplexed. He had assumed Su Xing would be away for merely a month. Yet it had been over half a year without a word. While Qin felt discontented, Yu Xiaojiang found solace in the progress of the students from Shrek Academy. The advancements they had made at such a young age were indeed remarkable. Daimubai had reached level 42. Tang San was at level 40, Oscar at level 39. Ma Hongjun at level 38, Ning Rongrong at level 38, and Zhu Zhuqing at level 37. Additionally, Osro, who originally belonged to the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy's Wuhuan team, was at level 35. Yu Xiaojing was quite pleased with their achievements for their age. Yet he refrained from harboring lofty expectations for the upcoming Soul Master competition. With only 2 individuals having attained the rank of Soul Zone, they were at a distinct disadvantage, especially when compared to the first team of the Tiando Royal Academy, let alone the formidable golden generation of the Spirit Hall. If only Yu Xiaojing were aware of their levels in the original storyline, he would undoubtedly be left astounded. The original Shrek 7 monsters had all reached the rank of Soul Zone, and they had collectively gained 4 to 5 levels by this time. Run. Damn it. We VE encountered a 30,000-year-old soul beast. We are utterly defenseless. A group of teachers, leading a frantic escape in the Stardoe forest, urged each other to flee. Behind them loomed a 30,000-year-old man-faced spider, equivalent in strength to a soul sage. Among the teachers, only one was a soul emperor, while the others were soul kings, rendering them incapable of facing such a formidable foe. Elder Ju, please assist them. From a distance, another team observed the impending crisis and a stunning young woman, upon witnessing the peril faced by the group, implored the nearby Ju Yuiguan for help. All right, since our dear Na has spoken, I shall extend my aid. Ju Douluo replied with a smile, his tone languid and laced with a hint of flamboyance, which made Hulaina feel slightly uncomfortable despite her familiarity with his character. Let us act swiftly. The accompanying ghost Douluo interjected brusquely. All right, why the rush? No one has perished yet. Ju Douluo retorted with feigned melancholy before leisurely approaching the beleaguered group. The Ju Douluo's pace appeared slow, he soon reached the front of the team. The chrysanthemum withers, leaving wounds upon the earth. Flowers fall as hearts break. After leisurely strolling over, he unleashed his martial spirit, summoning countless chrysanthemum petals that transformed into sharp blades, encircling the man-faced spider. Instantly, the creature was paralyzed with fear, contemplating escape, but found itself ensnared by Ju Douluo's chrysanthemum blades. It is a tidal Douluo, the Ju Douluo of the Spirit Hall. How fortunate we are to be saved. The teachers quickly recognized Ju Douluo's intervention and expressed their profound gratitude. Do not thank me. Direct your gratitude toward our Na. Ju Douluo replied with a grin, turning to Hulaina, who had approached him. Na, do you wish for it to be slain? He inquired. Hulaina glanced at the immobilized man-faced spider and nodded. Yes, let us kill it. Such soul beasts often attack human soul masters, causing numerous casualties each year. The man-faced spider seemed to comprehend her words and let out a desperate cry, attempting to flee despite its injuries. Then we shall heed Na's wishes, Ju Douluo chuckled, commanding the chrysanthemum blades to pierce the creature. With a series of swift thrusts, the man-faced spider stood no chance against the tidal Douluo and was swiftly dispatched. With astonished expressions, the group watched as the once menacing creature was effortlessly vanquished by Ju Douluo. They marveled at his prowess, realizing the true strength of a tidal Douluo. Simultaneously, they couldn't help but glance at Hulaina, pondering her identity, as she commanded such influence over a tidal Douluo. There is no need for further gratitude. You may leave now, but be cautious not to venture too deep, Hulaina remarked, sensing the weight of their gazes before she moved past them without a second glance. Yes, thank you, esteemed members of the Spirit Hall. The teachers and students expressed their respect before hastily departing. Is there someone else here? Ghost Douluo suddenly inquired after the others had left, turning to look at a certain spot. What? Is there someone else? Hulaina responded, startled, as she had not noticed anyone else nearby. Awakening reluctantly emerged from behind a tree, realizing that he could not escape the perception of the tidal Douluo. To his astonishment, he found himself face to face with Hulaina and the 2 formidable Douluos of the Spirit Hall's golden generation, namely the Ghost Douluo and the Ju Douluo. Moments earlier, as he witnessed the frantic escape of those being pursued, he had chosen to conceal himself, intending merely to wait for them to pass by, with no intention of intervening. After all, slaying a 30,000-year-old spider demon would require him to reveal far too much. Little did he expect that the Spirit Hall would arrive to render assistance, right in the very spot where he had sought refuge. I shall take my leave now. Continue on, esteemed members of the Spirit Hall. Su Xing originally intended to assert that he was not affiliated with them, but he changed his mind at the last moment, deciding it was best to depart without further ado. However, before he could leave, Hulaina called out to him. Wait, you are not from the same school. You are an individual? Hulaina observed Su Xing's attire, which starkly contrasted with the distinct style of the group he had just encountered. Indeed, I am but an individual. Awakening, realizing that deception was futile, had no choice but to concede. You dare to come here alone? Hulaina exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at him in astonishment. He was quite handsome, yet his audacity was rather excessive, was it not? She herself would never venture in alone, and he appeared considerably younger than her. Moreover, she sensed something peculiar emanating from him, a connection tied to her martial soul. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to the bond she shared with her brother, Xieyu. It was a resonance between martial souls that allowed for the manifestation of fusion techniques. However, the sensation was exceedingly faint. Had she not been observing him closely, she might have dismissed it entirely. Not only was Hulaina taken aback, but Awakening was also astonished. He was well aware of the prerequisites for martial soul fusion techniques. Could it be that his martial soul resonated with Hulaina's? The potential for a fusion technique existed. Her martial soul was that of a captivating fox, while his was associated with the wealth of gold. Thus, their souls might indeed combine to form a technique of monetary allure or wealth temptation. No, that would be rather trivial. Consequently, upon sensing the connection, Awakening instinctively suppressed the fluctuations of his soul power. What is your name? Which academy do you belong to? Hulaina inquired, her curiosity about him intensifying. I am from the Royal Academy of Tiendo, he replied, finding no reason to withhold this information. Given Hulaina's earlier behavior, he surmised that as long as he was not a disciple of one of the sects, he would likely face no repercussions. He had previously expressed a favorable regard for the Spirit Hall, had it not been for the allure of the immortal herb. He would have considered joining the Spirit Hall first. Naturally, now in the presence of Hulaina and her companions, he was determined not to reveal any of the sentiments that ought to remain concealed. Thus, he resolved to comply with Hulaina's inquiries and depart post-haste. For the presence of two titled Douluos nearby rendered the situation rather perilous. Were it only Hulaina present, he would feel little apprehension and might even flirt with her a bit. The Royal Academy of Tiendo, then. You must be a member of the martial soul team. Hulaina conjectured confidently as she regarded him. She found it hard to believe that someone bold enough to venture here alone could be anything other than a member of the Academy's martial soul team. Indeed. May I take my leave now? Xing nodded slightly, then let out a sigh. Xing expressed that he had no inquiries to make and pleaded for her to let him be. It is far too perilous for you to remain here alone. Join us, and do not refuse. Hulaina found Xing's demeanor amusing and responded with a playful smile. Upon meeting Hulaina's gaze, Xing momentarily froze, only to quickly regain his composure. He could not help but inwardly lament the potency of Hulaina's alluring abilities, especially considering she had not yet unleashed her soul skills. Xing was familiar with Hulaina, having taken the time to learn about her after encountering her as a captivating figure in the animation. Her martial spirit, the demon fox, inherently possessed an enchanting quality, requiring no soul skills to manifest its charm. Consequently, in order to maximize this martial spirit's advantages, Hulaina exclusively absorbed soul rings focused on allure, embodying a style of extreme seduction. The two titled Douluo, Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo, exchanged glances, sensing that Hulaina's eagerness to retain Xing must stem from some underlying reason. However, they chose to remain uninvolved in the affairs of the youth, content to observe from a distance. This is quite inappropriate. I shall manage on my own. Xing naturally preferred solitude over their company, with two titled Douluo accompanying him. He certainly did not find solace in that arrangement. Hulaina, surprised by how swiftly Xing had emerged from her enchantment, cast him a subtle yet threatening glance. Are you truly intending to reject me, dear brother? I shall accompany you regardless. Noting Hulaina's intimidating gaze, Xing sighed inwardly. There was no room for refusal. Women are notoriously unreasonable, and one could never predict the consequences of inciting Hulaina's ire. It was evident that her curiosity about him was piqued, and she was reluctant to let him depart without further elucidation. Curse this soul resonance. Thus, Xing found himself reluctantly ensnared by Hulaina into joining their ranks. It appeared that Hulaina was unperturbed by the prospect of Xing discerning their strength, as she spoke freely in his presence without any reservations. Xing thus learned that this time, both Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo had come together to assist Hulaina in selecting her soul rings. Hulaina was still seeking a soul beast possessing enchanting abilities, and it needed to be a 10,000-year soul beast. Ideally, it would be a fox-type soul beast. As they walked, Hulaina suddenly turned around, her smile radiant, and spoke to Xing. Since I've shared so much with you, shouldn't you tell me what your martial soul is? Every aspect of her presence, from her voice to her smile, and even the slightest movement, exuded an overwhelming allure. Goodness! This girl is truly captivating. Awakening could not help but exclaim in disbelief at the overwhelming prowess displayed before him. While watching the animation, Hulaina seemed to exhibit little strength. However, it was only upon personally confronting her that Awakening comprehended the true terror of Hulaina. Indeed, one could easily find themselves ensnared by the captivating allure of Hulaina without even realizing it. Awakening, Su awakened without hesitation, relinquishing the concealment of his soul power. He subtly activated his faint thunder escape armor, allowing it to circulate within him, constantly stimulating his consciousness, which enabled him to swiftly break free from Hulaina's enchanting influence. Once Su ceased to obscure the fluctuations of his soul power, Hulaina distinctly sensed the resonance between her martial spirit and Su's. Indeed, my intuition was not mistaken. This is undeniably real. At this moment, Hulaina truly confirmed her suspicions, her gaze upon Su shifting subtly, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. My martial spirit is merely an ordinary coin. Xing realized that it was futile to deny Hulaina's curiosity. Thus, he could only summon his own martial soul. What a feeble martial soul! How peculiar! Upon witnessing Xing's martial soul, both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo exchanged glances once more. If the awakened martial soul were powerful, it would not be surprising for one to venture alone into the star forest. Such a person would undoubtedly possess considerable strength. However, the current reality is that the awakened martial soul is rather ordinary, which is quite perplexing. Indeed, I am not mistaken. Your martial soul has truly resonated with mine. Hulaina, undeterred by the strength of Su Xing's martial soul, further confirmed the connection between their souls upon witnessing his awakening. What? Nana, are you serious? Chapter 72. Wealth can open doors, bestowed by the thunder god. Upon hearing Hulaina's words, both Douluo and Douluo exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. They finally understood why Hulaina had chosen to keep Su Xing around. It was to verify this very matter. Nana, are you certain? Douluo inquired directly, his tone laced with uncertainty, especially since Hulaina had already formed a martial soul fusion technique with her brother, Xiaoyu. It is true. I cannot be mistaken. Hulaina affirmed with a nod, expressing her unwavering confidence. This revelation sparked genuine curiosity in both Douluo and Douluo regarding Su Xing. The awakened martial soul, indeed, is not particularly formidable. However, how is it that it resonates with Hulaina's martial soul? Young man, what about you? Surely, you have sensed it as well? The ghost Douluo pressed on with inquiries. I should have, indeed. Faced with the presence of two titled Douluos, Su Awakening felt it prudent to refrain from deceit. If his response differed from Hulaina's, the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo would undoubtedly place their trust in her, thus rendering him a deceiver, with consequences difficult to predict. Young man, release your soul rings for us to observe. Given the confirmation of the resonance between Su Awakening's martial soul and Hulaina's, the ghost Douluo spoke directly, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Well, I would like to, but I am unable to release my soul rings. Su Awakening displayed an awkward yet courteous smile. Oh, why is that? The ghost Douluo continued his inquiry. It is due to my second soul skill. It is called Wealth Concealed, which possesses no offensive capabilities and cannot be activated voluntarily. Its effect is to conceal all of my soul rings. As Su Xing's mind swiftly churned, he was reluctant to reveal his lack of soul rings before the spirit hall. Oh, what an intriguing soul skill. Why don't you demonstrate some of your other abilities for us to observe? Duke Ju inquired, his curiosity piqued. Of course. There was also an underlying intent to ascertain whether Su Xing was being truthful. After all, while one could unleash their martial spirit without displaying soul rings, the usage of soul skills would inevitably reveal them. If Su Xing were to unleash his soul skill without any manifestation of soul rings, it would undoubtedly indicate that he is not deceiving us. If this holds true, their perception of Su Xing's martial soul as feeble and unremarkable might stem from the notion that true wealth does not flaunt itself. Such an intriguing ability, I must say. Sister is equally eager to witness it. Hulaina, standing by, is filled with immense curiosity. Is there truly such a wondrous soul skill? One that conceals all soul rings. First soul skill, Thunderstrike. Su Xing found himself unable to refuse and promptly unleashed his first soul skill. Boom. With a coin in hand, Su Xing launched a bolt of lightning from it, striking a distant target and causing considerable destruction. Indeed, this was Su Xing's first soul skill, though the soul ring had long since been obliterated. However, for Su Xing, this skill was as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Its power surpassed that of his genuine first soul skill from before. After all, a person brave enough to venture alone into the Star Do forest could not afford to appear weak. The sight of Su Xing executing his soul skill without the illumination of a soul ring genuinely astonished Douluo, Douluo, and Hulaina. It was their first encounter with such a soul skill. Is there more? I find your martial spirit quite intriguing, young man. Please, showcase your other soul skills. Douluo exclaimed, his eyes glinting with interest, urging Su Xing to demonstrate his remaining abilities. Very well, Su Xing replied. As Su Xing nodded helplessly, he once again pinched his coin martial spirit between his index and middle fingers. Third soul skill. Money can communicate with the divine, bestowed by the thunder god. With his words, a surge of lightning erupted from the coin in his hand, enveloping his entire figure. Ah, so this is the thunder escape armor. This is my third soul skill, granting a 50% increase in all attributes, and the lightning can also paralyze my opponents, while maintaining the thunder escape armor. Su Xing earnestly introduced his third soul skill. Money can communicate with the divine is indeed an intriguing soul skill. Witnessing Su Xing's ability, Douluo felt as though he had uncovered a new realm, filled with immense curiosity. Indeed, you are hunting thunder attribute soul beasts, right? If you were to hunt fire attribute soul beasts, could you then communicate with the fire god? Hulina chuckled, finding Su Xing's martial spirit and soul skills quite amusing. Young man, do you possess another soul skill? What might that be? Douluo, now even more curious about Su Xing's fourth soul skill, eagerly pressed for an answer. At this moment, he, along with Ghost Douluo and Hulina, had come to believe Su Xing's words, recognizing that his soul rings were concealed. They also speculated that although Su Xing's martial spirit appeared ordinary, it was indeed his soul skill that concealed its true value. Moreover, they surmised that Su Xing's martial spirit quality must be exceptional, Otherwise, he would not have reached the soul master level at such a young age. Am I able to refuse this? I intend to keep it as my trump card for the championship in the tournament. Although Su Xing could easily conjure another soul skill to deceive, he found a reason to decline. Impressive, young man, to dare refuse me, Douluo remarked with a smile. Winning the championship is quite simple. Just join our spirit hall, and I will ensure you are placed directly in Nana's martial spirit team. What do you say? Upon hearing Su Xing's refusal, Douluo was not angered. Instead, he smiled in appreciation. Since learning that Su Xing could resonate with Hulina's martial spirit, he had been intrigued. Now, witnessing the fascinating nature of Su Xing's martial spirit, he was even more eager to recruit him into the spirit hall. Indeed, if you join us, my sister will help you win the championship. Hulina chimed in with a flirtatious smile, exuding confidence as if to say that she could guarantee his victory. No, I refuse to rely on a woman. Awakening directly rebuffed Douluo, just as Hulina spoke up, casting a disapproving glance towards him. What did you say? Do you look down upon women? Upon hearing this, Hulina's beautiful eyes flashed momentarily, her gaze directed at Su Xing with a hint of menace. No, I merely wish to rely on myself and my teammates. Su Xing shook his head. He would never dare to belittle women. He simply preferred not to join the spirit hall. Little one, you do not wish to join the spirit hall, do you? Douluo astutely uncovered the truth. No, in fact, I am a commoner and hold a favorable view of the spirit hall. I just cannot abandon my teammates. Would it be possible for me to join the spirit hall after I graduate? Su Xing hurriedly shook his head, asserting that only a fool would speak ill of the spirit hall. For now, that was sufficient. Chapter 73. Su Xing's first rejection of flirting. As for whether to join the spirit hall or what to pursue after graduation at the conclusion of this competition, Su Xing had yet to reach a decision. It is undoubtedly certain that Su Xing will graduate, as attaining a soul power level of 40 is sufficient for immediate graduation. After the conclusion of this competition, Su Xing has no desire to remain in school and will certainly proceed to graduate. S Awakening is aware that in 5 years, the conflicts between the spirit hall and the two great empires, along with various sects, will begin to intensify gradually. In the future, the entirety of the Douluo continent will find itself aligned either with the empires and sects or with the spirit hall. Awakening has yet to determine the path ahead. And for now, this response suffices for Douluo and the others. Upon hearing Awakening's words, despite their fervent desire to have him immediately join the spirit hall, they could not press further. Little fellow, you said it yourself. I shall be waiting for you at the spirit hall, Douluo remarked. Interpreting Awakening's statement as an implicit agreement, yet he felt compelled to elaborate. Douluo was confident that his words would compel Awakening to honor his commitment. Nana, we have been out for quite some time. You and this little one should rest here for a spell while I, an old ghost, venture forth to seek a suitable spirit beast for you. After a brief moment, Douluo, having offered his instructions, departed with Ghost Douluo to search for an appropriate spirit beast for Hulina. Left behind were only Awakening and Hulina. Awakening, you are familiar with the martial soul fusion technique, are you not? Leaning casually against a tree, Hulina winked at Awakening. Indeed I am. Su Xing curled his lip in disdain. How could he possibly be unaware? Miss, could you please refrain from using your powers and stop teasing me? He implored, adopting a sincere expression as he gazed at Hulina. Su Xing was acutely aware of his own flaws. He was captivated by beauty, particularly by the exquisite allure of Hulina. However, he found himself reluctant to immediately pursue another woman right after parting ways with Xiao Wu and his daughter, Su Xiaodu. If possible, Su Xing believed it would be wiser to refrain from entangling himself with other women in the future. After all, he was a man with a wife and child, even though Xiao Wu had yet to be officially recognized as his spouse. What? Was he not fond of captivating beauties like her? Upon hearing Su Xing's remarks and entreaties, Hulina found them both intriguing and amusing, prompting her to engage even more playfully. Continue your antics, she seemed to suggest. Su X wakes with a faint hum, choosing instead to close his eyes and meditate. Disregarding Hulina, in his mind, he conjures images of Xiao Wu and Su Xiaotu, using them as a shield against Hulina's allure. Strangely enough, the mere thought of Xiao Wu and Su Xiaotu instantly dispels Hulina's influence over him. Upon reflection, Su X realizes that he had once harbored a slight aversion towards Xiao Wu, initially driven by a desire for vengeance when he had dealt with her. Yet now, he finds that he has genuinely developed feelings for her, no longer merely craving her sweet, enticing presence. Acceptance blossoms within him, after all. She is the mother of his child, and there is nothing amiss in that affection. A subtle smile graces Su X's lips as he embraces this realization without resistance. On the other side, Hulina, noticing Su X's indifference, feels a surge of imbalance. This is the first time someone has treated her in such a manner. Her charm is renowned, captivating individuals of all ages and genders. Particularly vexing is the sight of Su X smiling faintly in his meditative state. Stirring her intuition to suspect he is preoccupied with thoughts of another woman. This is intolerable. How could such a stunning beauty as herself be ignored in favor of another? Humph. Why should I feel anger? It makes me seem overly concerned. However, soon after, Hulina, sensing an unsettling dissonance within her. Lets out a quiet huff and also closes her eyes, choosing to disregard Su X. As for why she feels this way, Hulaina is aware that she has been subconsciously contemplating the possibility of Su X being her counterpart. The resonance of martial souls between men and women often signifies a bond beyond mere kinship, with couples being the most common connection. Thus, it is understandable that Hulaina entertains such thoughts, perhaps getting a bit carried away. Of course, the primary reason remains Su X's striking handsomeness. Otherwise, she would not be inclined to ponder such matters. She is, after all, quite the connoisseur of beauty. Hey, you insolent brat. Aren't you curious about what kind of martial soul fusion technique we could create? After a brief moment, Hulaina can no longer suppress her curiosity and addresses Su X once more. This time, her tone is considerably more composed, devoid of any intentional allure. What is there to be curious about? Your martial soul embodies seduction, while mine leans towards the allure of wealth. This merely highlights a shared characteristic of our martial souls. If we were to fuse them, it would likely result in something akin to a blend of wealth and seduction, which holds little practical value. Without even opening his eyes, Su Xing casually remarked, the phenomenon of martial soul resonance arises from the existence of commonalities between two martial souls. And the techniques of martial soul fusion generally serve to enhance this shared trait. Hulaina, taken aback by Su Xing's unexpected depth of understanding, continued. While your insight is commendable, do you not wish to experiment with me in merging our soul techniques? However, mere curiosity is insufficient. The execution of martial soul fusion demands an absolute trust between both parties. Given our recent acquaintance, such an attempt would be futile and unlikely to succeed. Xing once again softly declined. It's simple, dear sister. I believe in you. Do you not trust your sister? Xing's words were clear to Hulaina. Yet she couldn't help but smile. Indeed, I do not trust you. Xing retorted with unvarnished candor. Hulaina suddenly felt as if her heart had been pierced, her expression shifting to one of embarrassment and anger. How can you say that I am so untrustworthy? Hulaina exclaimed, flustered and furious. Oh, it is often the most beautiful women who are the most deceitful. Su Xing then opened his eyes and glanced at Hulaina, saying, with your demeanor, I may never fully trust you in this lifetime. Hence, let us forego the soul fusion technique. Su Xing held no genuine interest in the soul fusion technique. Moreover, his martial spirit had yet to absorb any soul rings, and he believed that even if the combination succeeded, its power would be negligible at best. You are the true deceiver. Upon hearing Su Xing's words, Hulaina became infuriated once more. Humph. This time, Hulaina was genuinely angry, turning her head away with a huff, refusing to engage with Su Xing any further. Awakening found pleasure in his situation, disregarding Hulaina, and began to ponder whether he could escape before Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo returned. Meanwhile, an irate Hulaina felt that his earlier remarks were somewhat peculiar. Could they imply that she was too beautiful? Upon contemplating this notion, she ceased to be angry and turned to tease Awakening instead. However, upon turning around, she was taken aback to find that his figure had vanished. Gone? Until the competition, then. Only a few words remained on the ground. Hulaina was utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that Awakening would simply flee. She quickly stood up and surveyed her surroundings, but there was no trace of him, leaving her unaware of the direction he had taken. How swift! Hulaina gasped in disbelief. She had barely been angry for a moment, and yet he had quietly slipped away without her noticing. Now, not a single shadow remained. This fellow's strength must be no less than mine. No wonder he dared to claim he would win the championship on his own. No wonder he came here alone. It was at that moment Hulaina realized that Awakening's prowess was indeed formidable. Otherwise, how could he have departed so silently without her awareness? Well, I shall see you in the competition. Recognizing that she could no longer pursue him, Hulaina could only huff in dissatisfaction. It was the first time someone had been apprehensive about being in her presence. Others would leap at the chance to be alone with her. Boom. After a brief interval, Chrysanthemum Douluo returned, bringing with him a barely alive spirit beast. Nana quickly absorbed the spirit ring from this beast. How fortunate. It's the alluring spirit fox you've been longing for, and its age is just right. Chrysanthemum Douluo exclaimed with a smile upon landing. Where's that little rascal? He then inquired, noticing the absence of Awakening. Don't mind him. He left on his own. Hulaina responded. Grateful to Chrysanthemum Douluo but choosing not to mention Awakening's departure, concerned it might lead to misunderstandings. Thank you, Elder Jew. I'm going to absorb the spirit ring now. This is the spirit beast I've always desired. With that, Hulaina took a dagger and swiftly killed the alluring spirit fox. Blood splattered, and the creature's vitality dimmed instantaneously. Buzz! A black 10,000-year spirit ring floated up from the fox's lifeless body, and without hesitation, Hulaina absorbed it. After parting from Hulaina, Awakening swiftly exited the Star Doe forest, fearing he might be pursued. Although he knew the likelihood was slim, a slight apprehension lingered. Fortunately, there were no unforeseen complications, and Awakening left the Star Doe forest the following day. Before returning to the Heaven Doe Imperial Academy, he made a brief visit home to see his father and mother. Their surprise at his sudden return was palpable, especially from his mother, who bombarded him with questions, anxious that he had faced any hardships outside. Embracing his parents' affection, Awakening accepted it with grace, thoroughly enjoying the moment. He nearly divulged the news of having a daughter, but fortunately restrained himself. Now was not the time. During his 2-day stay at home, Awakening gifted both his father and mother a celestial herb, each possessing life-extending properties. After consuming the celestial herbs, Su Xing's parents appeared rejuvenated by several years, and their soul power levels significantly increased. Such transformations left them utterly astonished. They were acutely aware of the immense value of the celestial herbs that Su Xing had bestowed upon them, feeling that consuming them was a tremendous waste. However, what is truly wasteful? Their health is of paramount importance. Upon awakening, he uttered a single phrase that brought his parents to tears, exclaiming how perceptive their little one had become. Upon awakening, Su Xing felt a twinge of irritation. Must you still call him baby? After all, she is now a mother herself. Once he departed from home, Su Xing made his way to the Royal Academy of Tiando. Brother Su Xing. As he stepped into the school, he was greeted by the exuberant Yi Lingling. At last, you're back. Lingling has missed you dearly. Yi Lingling embraced Su Xing tightly, completely oblivious to the gazes of those around them. To others, she appeared aloof and rarely spoke, yet in Su Xing's presence, she transformed into an affectionate little sprite. Awakening, naturally, became indifferent to the gazes of others at school, and once again, just as before, she led Yi Lingling back to her dormitory. So you finally remembered to return? I thought you had no intention of participating in this grand competition. Moreover, you didn't even think to inform the teacher of your return. It was only through the gossip of other students that I became aware. You must admit, don't you think? The next day, when Awakening sought out Qin Ming to report in, she inevitably found herself on the receiving end of a thorough reprimand. Su Xing obediently listened, finding Qin Ming to be quite an admirable teacher, albeit one who possessed little to impart. Unaware of Su Xing's inner thoughts, Qin Ming continued his admonitions, oblivious to the fact that such a situation would surely elicit exasperation. A teacher who has little to teach their students represents the most profound failure. Observing Su Xing's reprimand, Yu Tianheng and the others could hardly suppress their amusement, secretly reveling in the moment. Only Yi Lingling, with a blush adorning her cheeks, kept her gaze lowered, too shy to look up. The reason Su Xing did not report to teacher Qin Ming at the earliest opportunity was entirely due to her. After an extended period of absence, how much has her soul power increased? After a while, Qin Ming ceased his admonishments towards Su Xing and inquired about her current level of soul power. Upon hearing teacher Qin Ming's words, Yu Tianheng and De Guyan immediately perked up, eager to discover the extent of Su Xing's progress during her time away. The stronger Su Xing becomes, the greater their chances of securing the championship in the competition. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. My soul power has now reached level 44. Su Xing smiled and inquired, how much? Teacher Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Su Xing would advance rapidly, yet the pace exceeded his expectations. Having been away for over half a year, Su Xing had ascended from level 38 to a remarkable level 44, effortlessly surpassing the 40-level threshold. Qin Ming struggled to recall anyone who had achieved such swift progress. In his view, Tang San from the second team was already impressively fast. Yet he had only reached level 41, and he possessed innate full soul power. Now, however, Su Xing, with only level 3 innate soul power, was advancing even more rapidly than Tang San. Impressive. Indeed, I am only at level 45, and I am a few years older than Su Xing. Such prowess is commendable. It enhances our confidence in securing victory in the upcoming competition. The brothers Shermosi and Imo brothers, along with Yu Tianheng and the others, were filled with astonishment, soon followed by delight. Chapter 75. So, you possess a soul ring, correct? Teacher Qin Ming, there is something I wish to discuss with you regarding my soul ring. After revealing his level, Su Xing gazed at Qin Ming and suddenly spoke. What is it? What is the matter with your soul ring? Upon hearing Su Xing's words, Qin Ming's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. It is this, Teacher Qin Ming, regarding my lack of a soul ring, I wish to create a facade. Su Xing offered a gentle smile, indicating that it was nothing of great importance, and then spoke slowly. Su Xing promptly recounted his fabricated explanation to Zhu Douluo and the others. Employing his so-called second soul skill, wealth cannot be exposed, to disguise the fact that he possessed no soul rings. In the past, Su Xing had regarded the absence of soul rings as an exceptionally cool trait and took pride in it, believing that his strength was undeniable despite their absence. However, he now realized that such uniqueness could attract unwanted attention, leading others to probe into its secrets. Particularly, given Su Xing's current lack of strength, he could not delude himself into thinking that having killed a title Douluo made him formidable. It could only be said that he possessed some powerful trump cards. Therefore, Su Xing sought to cloak the absence of his soul rings. After all, it was far more palatable to acknowledge a special soul skill that concealed the soul rings than to admit their complete absence. Once this narrative circulated, even if someone claimed Su Xing lacked soul rings, few would believe it. No one on Douluo continent had ever exhibited such terrifying strength without relying on soul rings. While they could comprehend a soul skill that masked soul rings, the concept of having none at all was utterly beyond their imagination. Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng, among others, appeared somewhat doubtful after hearing Su Xing's words. Su Xing, you haven't always had soul rings, have you? Were we deceived all along? Yu Feng exclaimed dramatically. Indeed. Even Su Xing's teammates began to question the authenticity of his previous claims regarding the absence of soul rings. It seemed only logical. Effortlessly creating a soul skill and being stronger without soul rings was simply abnormal. If you choose to believe that, then so be it. Su Xing chuckled, welcoming their assumptions. All right, regardless of the circumstances, let us just say my former deceptions have been unveiled, Qin Ming commented, now catching on to Su Xing's intention and joining in the laughter. Understood. We were duped by you all along. Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin echoed in agreement. What? So Su Xing has been misleading us this whole time. The Shimo brothers genuinely believed they had been tricked by Su Xing, their tone tinged with reproach for being deceived for so long. Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng chuckled at this realization. They were not surprised, for even they held lingering doubts about the true nature of Su Xing's soul rings. However, it mattered little. They would simply follow Su Xing's lead in whatever he wished them to say. Uncle, what do you think the situation regarding Su Xing's soul rings is? After class that evening, Yu Tianheng approached Yu Xiaojiang to inquire about Su Xing. His curiosity was purely innocent. The second soul skill, wealth cannot be exposed, somewhat aligns with his martial soul. He mused. There is no doubt he truly lacks soul rings. The soul rings might be concealed. But one must summon their martial soul before using a soul skill, right? Have you ever seen him summon his martial soul? Moreover, using a soul skill requires one to announce its name. This is an essential incantation. Su Xing has often used soul skills without uttering the names. Unless he had somehow concealed both the soul skill and its incantation, which was nearly impossible, merely possessing a second soul skill that could obscure soul rings was already remarkable. If he could also hide the incantation, it would be akin to a divine ability, one that could not possibly manifest in a second soul skill. Initially astonished, Yu Xiaojiang soon provided a clear and structured analysis. More importantly, he had also successfully upgraded through the ring explosion, though the outcome was not as he had anticipated. Nevertheless, his reasoning was sound. Lacking soul rings was indeed too extraordinary, and concealing such a fact was beneficial. Yu Xiaojiang expressed his agreement with Su Xing's choice to mask his lack of soul rings, remarking, only he could conceive such an explanation. I wouldn't have thought to disguise it in this manner. By the way, what level has Su Xing's soul power reached now? After endorsing Su Xing's actions, Yu Xiaojiang inquired about his current level. While he admired Su Xing's rapid advancement despite his low innate talent, he still wished to compare Su Xing with Tang San. He firmly believed that while Su Xing might surpass Tang San in the short term, his disciple would ultimately prove to be the stronger one in the future. The advantages of possessing dual martial souls could not be matched by merely creating a soul skill. However, dual martial souls also came with a significant drawback. They could lead to conflicts, and if unresolved, the risks of bodily explosion increased with higher levels. For Xiaosan's sake, I should perhaps consult Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaojiang resolved inwardly, deciding to seek out the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Uncle, Su Xing's soul power has already reached level 44. Soon, I might even be surpassed by him in levels. Yu Tianheng admitted, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had once considered himself a genius, only to discover that several students from Shrek Academy possessed even greater talent, and within his own team, there was the extraordinary Su Xing. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Yu Tianheng's revelation. Su Xing had indeed reached level 44, surpassing Tang San. This contradicted some of his earlier speculations. Don't dwell on it too much. As I've said, you will surely surpass him in the future. Seeing Yu Tianheng's disheartened demeanor, Yu Xiaojiang comfortingly patted his shoulder. However, this time, his words were merely a consolation, for he could not ascertain whether the future would unfold as he had predicted. The speed at which Su Xing elevated his level completely surpassed Yu Xiaojiang's previous analysis. Could it be that Su Xing truly possesses a soul ring? Chapter 76, Bibi Dong's speculation. What is the nature of his martial spirit and soul ring? How could his level increase so rapidly? After Yu Tianheng's departure, Yu Xiaojiang fell into deep contemplation once more. Ultimately, he shook his head in frustration, unable to comprehend it. Perhaps he could directly inquire with Su Xing. But he was a person of pride, and the thought was promptly extinguished. However, another idea began to solidify in Yu Xiaojiang's mind, to seek out Bibi Dong and clarify how to overcome the conflict associated with twin martial spirits. At the same time, Bibi Dong, adorned with a gentle smile, welcomed her beloved disciple, Hulaina, upon her return. How was it? Did you achieve satisfactory results this time? Bibi Dong inquired with concern as Hulaina approached. Teacher, I was fortunate this time. Elder Ju assisted me in locating the alluring spirit fox I had long desired. Hulaina replied with a respectful yet affectionate tone. Your Holiness! Your Holiness! Elder Ju and Ghost Douluo followed closely behind Hulaina, respectfully greeting Bibi Dong. Indeed, you have worked hard this time, Bibi Dong replied with a casual acknowledgement, offering her encouragement. Now, do share your experiences with me. She then disregarded Ghost Douluo and Elder Ju, taking Hulaina's hand gently. Accustomed to Bibi Dong's lofty demeanor, Ghost Douluo and Elder Ju merely bowed slightly and stepped aside. Yes, teacher. Hulaina smiled slightly and began recounting the effects of the soul ring she had absorbed. By the way, teacher, I also encountered someone whose martial spirit resonates with mine. She then spoke of Su Xing. Oh, who is this person? Bibi Dong inquired with newfound curiosity. His name is Su Xing, a student from the Tiando Royal Academy. At this moment, Hulaina, being entirely loyal to Bibi Dong, did not hold back and recounted her encounter with Su Xing, including his martial spirit, soul ring, and that intriguing third soul skill. Can money truly connect one to the divine, bestowed by the Thunder God? Upon hearing about Su Xing's third soul skill, Bibi Dong's expression subtly shifted. She contemplated a certain possibility. If that possibility were accurate, the resonance with Hulaina's martial spirit might become inconsequential. Since he resonates with your martial spirit and possesses such remarkable talent, why not invite him to join our spirit hall? Suppressing her astonishment, Bibi Dong smiled as she gazed at Hulaina. We extended an invitation, but he stated that he cannot abandon his teammates and would only be willing to join the spirit hall after this tournament concludes, Hulaina recounted, recalling Su Xing's abrupt departure. Thus, she felt uncertain whether Su Xing would indeed wish to join the spirit hall post-tournament. However, she withheld this speculation. Well, that is satisfactory. Such a genius, resonating with your martial spirit, is always welcome to join our spirit hall, Bibi Dong said with a satisfied smile. After discussing various other matters with Hulaina, she then allowed both Hulaina and the ghost Douluo to leave. Can money truly bridge the gap to the divine? I hope your words regarding joining the spirit hall are sincere. Otherwise, the spirit hall shall not permit your growth. Once Hulaina and the others had departed, Bibi Dong murmured to herself. She harbored doubts about whether Su Xing could genuinely connect with the divine, as this could lead to divine trials and the potential to become a deity. If he possessed the potential to ascend to divinity, Bibi Dong would absolutely not allow him to flourish unless he were one of their own. Xing could hardly have anticipated that his third soul skill, intended to deceive, would garner such considerable attention from Bibi Dong. Is he your disciple from the Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Xiaojing? She inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. Clearly, Bibi Dong had been discreetly observing Yu Xiaojing, aware of his whereabouts. However, the specifics eluded her, leading her to suspect that Xing might be a disciple of Yu Xiaojing. Even if he is your disciple, should he pose a threat to me, he must perish. Bibi Dong's expression ultimately turned icy. If Su Xing were to learn that he was perceived as a threat by Bibi Dong and mistakenly believed to be a disciple of Yu Xiaojing, he would undoubtedly feel disheartened. Setting aside the question of divinity, it would simply be a matter of self-deception. A disciple of Yu Xiaojing? How absurd. It would be utterly vexing. How could I possibly be considered a disciple of Yu Xiaojing? Ling, come, take this medicinal herb. At this moment, Su Xing found himself in the dormitory of Yi Lingling. Upon awakening in his dormitory, Su Xing realized that he had not returned since coming back, nor did he have any desire to tidy up. Thus, he decided to reside in Yi Lingling's dormitory instead. Awakening revealed a rare celestial herb, the 9th rank purple Ji, known for its remarkable abilities to consolidate the foundation and enhance vitality. This extraordinary herb was originally prepared by Tang San for Yu Xiaojing, facilitating his breakthrough to level 30 and significantly augmenting his innate talent, transforming him from a seemingly useless individual into one with the potential to become a title de law. One can only imagine the profound effects of this celestial herb. Now, Awakening intends to bestow it upon Yi Lingling, aiming to bolster her strength and further elevate her innate abilities. As for its previous owner, Yu Xiaojing, who cares? So wait, what is this? Yi Lingling inquired. Having just emerged from the shower, wrapped only in a towel, she gazed curiously at the 9th rank purple Ji that Awakening had produced. Although unfamiliar with the nature of this celestial product, she could sense a comforting aura emanating from it. This celestial herb possesses the power to directly elevate your level, enhance the quality of your martial soul, all without any adverse effects. Awakening gazed at Yi Lingling and inquired, what? Is this the celestial herb you sought counsel about with Tang San? Upon hearing his words, Yi Lingling's eyes widened in astonishment as she realized the existence of such a celestial herb and that it had been found by Awakening. Looking at him, her eyes brimmed with gratitude. She never anticipated that he would offer her such a precious herb. I cannot accept this. You should consume this celestial herb yourself, Brother Awakening. She insisted, shaking her head in refusal. Such a rare treasure rightfully belonged to him. Foolish girl. I have already consumed other celestial herbs and have no further need for this one. If you do not wish to take it, I shall give it to someone else. Awakening replied. Hearing his words, Yi Lingling felt that her pains had not been in vain. It was precisely because he knew that she held him dear in her heart that he was willing to bestow the herb upon her. Really? Yi Lingling asked, her skepticism evident. Of course, it would be of no use to me now. Hurry and consume it. Once you do, you will surely break through to level 40, thus enhancing our chances of winning the championship in this competition. Chapter 77, The Toxic Milk, Then I Shall Eat It. After hearing Awakening's words, Yi Lingling finally ceased her protests, placing her trust in him. Go ahead and eat. Su Xing nodded. Yi Lingling, no longer hesitating, swiftly consumed the ninth-grade purple herb. As she felt the medicinal power of the celestial herb begin to take effect, Yi Lingling immediately adopted a meditative posture. Upon witnessing Yi Lingling absorbing the celestial herb, Su Xing took his place beside her, vigilantly guarding her. After 2 hours, Yi Lingling finally opened her eyes, her expression brimming with delight. The moment she beheld Su Xing's unwavering presence, her joy intensified. "Brother Su Xing, I have truly broken through to level 40, she exclaimed, immediately leaping into his embrace. "Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to hunt soul beasts. Has your martial soul undergone any transformations?" Su Xing promptly caught Yi Lingling and inquired. Assisting her in hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings was a task of utmost simplicity. The selection of soul beasts was inconsequential as long as their age was appropriate. Regardless of the type of soul beast, the soul skills bestowed upon Yi Lingling would invariably be of a healing nature. However, it would be relatively easier to hunt plant-type soul beasts, as the residual souls within the soul rings would lead to minimal conflict among soul masters of the same category. "Let me see." Yi Lingling then rose from Su Xing's arms and summoned her martial soul. The 9-heart begonia shimmered more brilliantly than before, radiating a soft, dark blue glow. Yet the transformation was not drastic. It remained the 9-heart begonia. Suddenly, a change occurred. The soul rings belonging to the 9-heart begonia began to materialize, revealing 3 rings of yellow and purple. When all the soul rings affixed to the 9-heart begonia illuminated, an additional light ring emerged, identical to the soul rings, and its hue was black. "Is this a soul ring? But I haven't absorbed a 4th soul ring." Yi Lingling gazed at the unexpected 4th soul ring, a 10,000-year soul ring, with astonishment directed at Su Xing. Having just recently achieved level 40, it seemed implausible for her to possess a 4th soul ring, especially one of such age. This is a self-generated soul ring, born from the 9-heart begonia itself. Self-generated soul rings are quite remarkable. Take a moment to sense the changes. Observing Yi Lingling's condition, Su Xing speculated that her 9-heart begonia might have experienced a secondary awakening, much like Tang San's blue silvergrass in the original narrative. Alright. Although Yi Lingling was uncertain, she trusted her brother Su Xing completely and began to carefully perceive the alterations in her martial soul's soul rings. Moments later, her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Xing and stammered, "Brother Su Xing, it seems I have acquired an additional soul skill." "Oh? What is this new soul skill?" Su Xing inquired with curiosity. "It is still a healing skill, but its efficacy is enhanced. However, intriguingly, after the healing effect concludes, it manifests as a potent toxin." Yi Lingling's expression bore an air of peculiarity. Although she was a healing-type soul master, she could now use healing to inflict harm. The fact that enhanced healing ultimately transformed into poison was undeniably paradoxical, a true embodiment of a toxic healer. Upon hearing this, Su Xing was somewhat astonished. Indeed, the idea that milk could be lethal to such an extent was quite remarkable. Excellent, excellent. With this, Lingling has gained an offensive capability. Subsequently, Su Xing praised her with a smile, declaring that this new soul skill was rather impressive, particularly when employed against foes, who might mistakenly believe it to be a healing spell, only to realize too late that it was, in fact, a poison. After Su Xing shared this insight with Yi Lingling, she too was filled with joy, for every support character harbors a desire to unleash their own damage potential. Yi Lingling was no exception. "Brother Su Xing, you are simply wonderful," she exclaimed, overwhelmed with delight, expressing her gratitude through her fervor. Before long, she discarded her robe. That night, Yi Lingling's enthusiasm nearly overwhelmed Su Xing. The following day, Yi Lingling intended to inform teacher Qin Ming about her breakthrough to Soul Master at level 40. However, before she could speak, teacher Qin Ming announced that their team would engage in a practice duel against Team 2. Since Su Xing's departure, it had been quite some time since the two teams had trained together. With only a few days left before the preliminary rounds of the elite competition at the Advanced Martial Spirit Academy, Qin Ming thought it prudent to arrange for another practice session to regain their sense of team dynamics. With Su Xing in attendance, Qin Ming felt that Team 2, led by Tang San, posed no significant threat to Team 1. Upon hearing teacher Qin Ming's words, Yi Lingling decided to hold her tongue, considering it might be delightful to surprise everyone later. Was there really a need for a match? Aside from the captain and vice-captain, both Shi Mo and Shi Mogu had also reached level 40 as soul masters. With Su Xing on their side, Team 2's Tang San and his companions were hardly a match for them. They only had Dai Mubai and Tang San as soul masters. After hearing teacher Qin Ming's comments, Yu Feng murmured with skepticism. The disparity in strength was evident. A practice session seemed unnecessary. It was evident that Su Xing had been away for too long, and they needed to re-establish their synergy if they hoped to clinch the championship in the final competition. It was imperative to cultivate their teamwork. The Spirit Hall's team had produced what was referred to as the Golden Generation, and it was rumored that someone among them had already broken through to the rank of Soul King. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming shot a disapproving glance at Yu Feng and offered an explanation. "What? A Soul King? How is that possible?" "Teacher, you must be joking," Yu Feng exclaimed, astonished. as were the others, for this was their first encounter with information regarding the Spirit Hall S team. They had known the Spirit Hall team was formidable, but they were taken aback to learn that someone had actually reached the rank of Soul King. It's true, I encountered one of them during my travels, who had just broken through to level 50 as a Soul King, and was preparing to hunt soul beasts in the Star Doe forest with the assistance of 2 titled Douluos. Upon witnessing their astonished expressions, Xing could not help but chuckle inwardly, simultaneously revealing a noteworthy piece of information. The focal point was not the Spirit King, but rather the astonishing fact that the other party was accompanied by 2 titled Douluos. What? 2 titled Douluos? My heavens! 2 titled Douluos. The significance of this Spirit King must be extraordinary, indeed. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Xing's words, even teacher Qin was left utterly astounded. In an instant, they all felt the weight of pressure. It seemed this competition would not be as straightforward as they had anticipated. Well, it suffices for everyone to understand that the Wuhuan Temple team is formidable, thus you must further enhance your cohesion. Teacher Qin was the first to regain his composure from the shock, then encouraged everyone with his words. Chapter 78. Let the second team have the guaranteed spot. Teacher Qin. Since we are to enhance our teamwork, why not simply grant our Tianshou Royal Academy's guaranteed spot to the second team, or perhaps we could swap, allowing them to take our first team position while we assume theirs. Xing suddenly interjected upon hearing teacher Qin's remarks. This was a thought Xing had harbored since his return, but he had yet to find the opportunity to express it until now. In every major competition, there are 3 seed teams that directly enter the final round. The main team of Tianshou Royal Academy, which is their first team, the main team of Xingluo Empire Academy, and the Wuhuan Temple Academy team. With a guaranteed spot, there would be no need to participate in the preliminary rounds or the advancement matches. However, this would diminish much of the excitement. For Xing's motivation for participating in the competition was not only to claim the championship but also to relish the joy of the contest. What? Xing? Are you jesting? Exclaimed Yu Tianheng and the others in astonishment. Absolutely not. With our strength, entering the final round is certainly within our grasp. So we could utilize the preliminary and advancement matches to refine our team. Xing clarified. Of course, this is merely my suggestion. If you disagree, feel free to dismiss it. Xing smiled gently, exuding confidence as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, Yu Tianheng and the others pondered thoughtfully, realizing that he was indeed correct. With their strength, they could undoubtedly advance to the finals with ease. Thus, using the competition to enhance the team's synergy seemed like a viable option. Xing, are you serious? Qin inquired earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Xing for confirmation. Upon considering X's Awakening's recent words, he realized that the proposal was indeed feasible. There is no method more effective for team cohesion than participating directly in matches. Of course, this is contingent upon the team's strength and the certainty of advancing. Otherwise, it would be folly. Additionally, Qin harbored another layer of contemplation, as this arrangement would also allow his junior colleagues to enter the final competition. Indeed, the decision lies with you, the captain. X smiled proudly, casting his gaze towards Yu Tianheng, Duguyan, and the others. Hearing X's reiteration, Yu Tianheng and his companions fell into a moment of silence. I support brother X. The first to speak up was, of course, Yi Lingling, who offered her unconditional backing to her brother. I will defer to the captain's judgment. Yu Feng chimed in. So do we. The Shimo brothers quickly echoed Yu Tianheng's lead. Duguyan's stance was clear. She would support whatever Yu Tianheng decided. Thus, the question of whether to grant the main team spot to Tang San and his group hinged entirely upon Yu Tianheng's decision. I also believe we can easily reach the final round, so participating in the preliminaries for some practice would be beneficial. After contemplating for a moment, Yu Tianheng raised his head and smiled. There was no difficulty in this choice. His initial surprise had faded, and upon reflection, X's suggestion appeared quite sound. Very well. It is settled then. I will speak with the master shortly. Seeing the team had unified in their opinion, teacher Qin smiled and confirmed the decision. Before long, teacher Qin, along with X and the second team led by Tang San, convened. Upon encountering X, Daimobai's expression shifted slightly before he quickly masked it. He would never forget the humiliation X had brought him. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze brightened momentarily upon seeing X, though she soon resumed her aloof demeanor. X, you have finally returned. I thought you had no intention of participating in the competition. Ning Rongrong, who always found X intriguing, greeted him with a wave. Oscar, who had previously displayed a friendly smile towards X, immediately subdued his grin and positioned himself slightly in front of Ning Rongrong. Yi Lingling was not to be outdone. She approached with a smile and took X's hand. After exchanging pleasantries, the group proceeded into the training arena. Teacher Qin chose to postpone mentioning the transfer of the main team's position to the second team for the time being. As both parties adeptly entered the training ground, each member, except for X, released their martial spirits, accompanied by the manifestation of their soul rings. Money brings me joy. As Xing observed everyone summoning their martial spirits, he contemplated his own impending disguise and subsequently unleashed his martial spirit. Upon witnessing Su Xing's manifestation, Yu Tianheng and the others were momentarily astonished, quickly realizing the reason behind his summon. To their surprise, he had indeed called forth his martial spirit. Ma Hongjun and his companions were particularly taken aback, for despite their numerous encounters with Su Xing, they had never before seen him summon his spirit. They acknowledged Su Xing's formidable strength, yet they did not belittle his martial spirit. Rather, they instinctively viewed it as weak, akin to a mere coin. They had never witnessed him utilize it, leading them to assume it lacked potency. The reality, however, confirmed their assumptions. Unless Su Xing intended to employ it for launching an electromagnetic cannon. What was this? A black soul ring, a 10,000-year soul ring. How could that be? When did Yu Lingling break through to the soul master level, and how could she absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Soon enough, the crowd's attention was captivated by the suddenly radiant black soul ring. Everyone, including Yu Tianheng and the teachers outside the arena, gazed in astonishment at Yu Lingling's fourth soul ring, mesmerized by the breathtaking black halo. How could it be possible? The limit for the fourth soul ring should not exceed 10,000 years. Yu Xiaojiang stared blankly at Yu Lingling's fourth soul ring, feeling as though it were an unreal spectacle. More than this, he was curious about how quickly Lingling had progressed. Just yesterday, she was only at level 38. Qin Ming was equally shocked and murmured in disbelief. What? She was still at level 38 just yesterday? Flender and Zhao Wujia were equally astonished, realizing that they had been primarily responsible for instructing Tang San and were thus unaware of the levels of Yu Tianheng and the others. It dawned on them that Yu Lingling had achieved such a remarkable leap in just one day. Their expressions were filled with shock, followed by immense curiosity regarding how she had advanced so swiftly and acquired a 10,000-year soul ring. Feeling the awe of those around her, Yu Lingling proudly raised her chin, basking in her sense of accomplishment. All of this, she thought, was thanks to her brother Su Xing. Little did she know that such admiration was originally meant for Tang San. However, Tang San, though he had surpassed level 40, had not absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring. Diverging from the original narrative. Chapter 79. Tang San's fourth soul skill. Su Xing also beheld Tang San's fourth spirit ring, which, unlike in the original narrative, was merely a 1,000-year spirit ring. This is, however, quite reasonable in the original story. Tang San only dared to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring after enhancing his physical strength through the consumption of several divine herbs, without the fortifying elixirs. It is only natural that Tang San would hesitate to absorb a spirit ring of such magnitude. As for Lingling's spirit ring, we shall discuss that later. Su Xing then spoke, indicating that they should first engage in their practice combat. Indeed, let us prioritize our training. Yu Tianheng quickly regained his composure, reminding everyone, including Tang San and his companions across the way. As per our usual arrangement, I will take on Tang San, while the rest of you handle the others. From the outset, Su Xing made the first move, charging towards Tang San. In previous practice sessions, Su Xing had always selected Tang San as his opponent, recognizing him as the strongest. He would not deliberately seek out Dai Mu Bai each time, for that would suggest he still held concern for Zhu Zhuqing. Awakening is out of the question. The 8 spider lances. In the face of Awakening's assault, Tang San's expression shifted slightly as he immediately unleashed the 8 spider lances from his external spirit bone. Having practiced several times, Tang San was acutely aware that without the use of concealed weaponry, he would be unable to contend with Awakening unless he utilized the 8 spider lances from the very beginning. As for his first, second, and even third spirit abilities, they were merely employed to restrict Awakening's movements. Otherwise, they would be a futile expenditure of spirit power. Third spirit ability. Money can transcend the divine, bestowed by the god of thunder. As Su Xing offered a faint smile, he summoned his third soul skill, manifesting his lightning armor. The manner of his summoning had been altered, with the energy coursing through his body from the coin at his fingertips. Fourth soul skill, Blade of the Thunder God, he declared. Subsequently, he pressed down against the ground, slowly extracting an ultra-alloy blade from the earth. Although his heart had fused with the Tai Chi diagram of ice and fire, and his body had been augmented, Su Xing was reluctant to endure the venom of the 8 spider lances. On the opposite side, Tang San, upon hearing Su Xing invoke both the third and fourth soul skills, felt a flicker of confusion. What was the situation? Had he reabsorbed his soul rings? It was inconceivable, for his mentor had stated that once a soul ring was detonated, it could not be reabsorbed. Upon observing the effects of Su Xing's soul skills, Tang San realized that these were indeed Su Xing's previous techniques. Although he did not comprehend why Su Xing had transformed his self-created soul skills into the nomenclature of soul ring abilities, he dismissed the thought, for they were still engaged in battle. Clang, clang, clang. Su Xing swiftly advanced, wielding the ultra-alloy blade as he clashed with Tang San. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 8 spider lances behind Tang San, under his command, sliced through the air towards Su Xing like a flurry of sharp blades. If the octopus man from the world of One Piece, Little 8, were to witness this, he would undoubtedly exclaim that Tang San had pilfered his 8-sword style. In such a predicament, Su Xing found it challenging to strike Tang San directly, as he was not adept in swordsmanship. Awakening wielded the alloy blade with the intent of gradually severing Tang San's 8 spider lances. However, given that this was merely a practice match. To completely sever the 8 spider lances would be rather excessive. Thus, Awakening swiftly altered his strategy, channeling a potent surge of lightning into his left hand before striking it against the alloy blade in his right. With a decisive thrust into the ground, a fierce bolt of lightning surged from the blade into the earth, subsequently erupting upward towards Tang San. The speed was remarkably swift. Ghost Shadow Mirage. Tang San's pupils constricted slightly as he swiftly employed the Ghost Shadow Mirage to evade. In the blink of an eye, his figure flickered like a specter, narrowly avoiding Awakening's onslaught. Indeed, within the Spirit Master realm, only you, Tang San, could evade such an attack. Once more, lightning release, multiple earth walks. Upon witnessing Tang San evade his attack, Su Xing felt little surprise. After offering a brief commendation, he once more summoned a dazzling orb of lightning in his left hand, which he deftly drove into the ground. With a crackling sound, this time, instead of a singular bolt of lightning, a multitude of over a dozen arcs surged forth from the tip of his blade. Tang San's expression shifted once again upon seeing this. The velocity of the lightning was too rapid for him to restrain it with his blue-silver grasp, compelling him to utilize the Ghost Shadow displacement step to evade. Remarkably, he had innovated yet another soul skill, executed with such flair. On the sidelines, Zhao Wujia's eyes sparkled at Su Xing's display of consecutive soul skills. Unable to contain his admiration, the effectiveness of this soul skill appeared undeniably impressive. Excellent, let us see more. Upon observing Tang San evade once more, Su Xing laughed heartily. Su Xing intended to practice his soul skill using Tang San as a means of honing his abilities, while simultaneously depleting Tang San's soul power. Aware that the Ghost Shadow Misty steps consumed considerable soul energy, Tang San realized he could not allow this to continue unchecked. He needed to impose some limitations on Su Xing. Understanding Su Xing's intentions, Tang San promptly made a decision. With a flourish, he activated his 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Sword. As he deftly evaded Su Xing's lightning strikes, he swiftly summoned a sprig of blue-silver grass. The leaves of the grass transformed into slender, sharp blades, reminiscent of the petal-like blades of the chrysanthemum Douluo, albeit distinct in form, whereas the former was blade-like. Tang San's were sword-like. This remarkable transformation stemmed from his absorption of the soul skill derived from a 5,000-year-old soul beast, the sword bamboo, enabling his blue-silver grass leaves to morph into delicate sword blades. It was through his encounters with Su Xing that Tang San recognized the practicality of using hidden weapons. Considering the tournament's restrictions on concealed armaments, he conceived the notion that the leaves of his blue-silver grass could serve as effective projectiles. Moreover, this soul skill did not impede his control abilities. Should his leaf blades strike the enemy, they would implant seeds of blue-silver grass, allowing him to execute his 2nd soul skill, parasitism. In fact, this method proved more advantageous than directly employing the grass to ensnare foes, as it facilitated a more subtle approach. With a swift motion, Tang San gathered all the leaves of the blue-silver grass, using them as hidden weapons to relentlessly launch at Su Xing. At last, Su Xing found himself unable to practice his soul skills with such ease. Marvelous! Tang San finally recognized the potential of utilizing his formidable hidden weapon techniques. Upon witnessing this, Su Xing could not help but express admiration for Tang San's choice of soul abilities. Previously, he had believed that Tang San's evolution path for the blue-silver grass was misguided. He should have focused on continually enhancing its toxicity and sharpness. This way, Tang San could wield as many hidden weapons as he desired, truly embodying the essence of a 1,000-handed Shura. However, while Su Xing had understood this in his mind, he refrained from offering any advice to Tang San. To his surprise, Tang San had arrived at this realization on his own. Chapter 80. Xiao Wu's Envy in the Stardow Forest. Xiao Wu was playfully teasing Su Xiao Tuesday. Oh wow. Hee 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 hee. Wow. Hee 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 hee. Under the playful teasing of Xiao Wu, Su Xiao Tu laughed joyfully, her bunny ears bobbing adorably. The laughter was pure and melodious, enchanting all who heard it. Naughty little bunny, I adore the way your father entertains you. Xiao Wu chuckled while tickling Su Xiao Tu, playfully chiding her. She had just learned to make silly faces from Su Xing to elicit laughter from Su Xiao Tuesday. This was the most effective method she had discovered since Su Xing's departure to make Su Xiao Tu burst into fits of giggles. I wonder if your father has returned, or if the Soul Master competition has begun yet. And then there's San Go. The thought of Tang San brought a slight gloom to Xiao Wu. It was still difficult to let go. Yet, she realized that her thoughts of Tang San had diminished, replaced instead by frequent recollections of Su Xing, especially when Su Xiao Tu was crying. It seemed that if Su Xing were present, he would always find a way to bring joy to Su Xiao Tuesday. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Su Xiao Tu seemed to have caught a familiar phrase, and for the first time, began to murmur. Although her articulation was still unclear, she was indeed calling for daddy. Wow, baby, you can talk now? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled upon realizing that Su Xiao Tu had spoken. However, when she comprehended that Su Xiao Tu was calling for her father, a pang of jealousy struck her. No, darling, you must first learn to call for mommy. Come, repeat after mommy, mommy. With a hint of envy, Xiao Wu promptly scooped Su Xiao Tu into her arms, planted a kiss on her cheek, and began her lesson. Baba, Baba. Unfortunately. Su Xiaotu echoed back with another Baba. No, you're supposed to say Mommy. Come on, Mommy. At this, Xiaowu pouted, suppressing her disappointment as she continued to teach Su Xiaotu's day Baba. Su Xiaotu giggled, finding Xiao Wu's pouting expression amusing, and burst into laughter. Oh, that scoundrel Su Xing. He will pay for this next time. Xiao Wu, feeling exasperated, realized she could not express her frustration towards her daughter and redirected her ire towards Su Xing instead. At this moment, Su Xing was entirely oblivious to the events unfolding in the Starry Forest. He remained unaware of the fact that he had become the target of Xiao Wu's ire. Nor did he know that Su Xiaotu had begun to call him daddy. Had he been informed, he would undoubtedly have been overwhelmed with joy. As Su Xing continued to engage in a fierce battle with Tang San, honing the use of his soul skills, an inexplicable wave of discomfort swept over him. Suddenly, the rest of Team 2, save for Tang San, collapsed to the ground in distress. What could possibly be the cause of this? Witnessing their sudden fall, Yu Tianheng and the others were taken aback and hurried to assess their condition, perplexed by the abrupt turn of events. Just moments ago, they had been fierce and relentless in their combat, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. Tianheng, what has happened to them? What is going on? Yu Xiaojiang, Flander, and Qin Ming also rushed over, each seeking to understand the plight of Ma Hongjun and the others. It appears they have been poisoned. How could this be? Qin Ming, examining Oscar's condition, quickly discerned signs of poisoning and immediately inquired of Du Goyan, did you administer poison? No, I didn't. Du Goyan replied, her innocence evident. Indeed. Oscar is afflicted as well. Ma Hongjun is suffering too. Dai Mubai as well. The realization spread rapidly among the group. They were all poisoned. At this moment, Su Xing and Tang San ceased their confrontation. Ling Ling, it was you who made the move, wasn't it? Su Xing turned to Yi Lingling with a smile. Although it was his first time witnessing the effects of Yi Lingling's toxic milk, he was certain it was indeed her doing. What? Was it Lingling's poison? How could that be? Isn't she only capable of using a healing soul skill? Upon hearing Su Xing's words, everyone turned in shock to gaze at the bewildered Yi Lingling. She herself was taken aback by the potency of her toxic milk, which had incapacitated her opponents entirely. Yet, amid her embarrassment, Yi Lingling felt a surge of joy within her heart. What a wonderful feeling. I can output damage too. Ling Ling, did you do this? Qin Ming hurriedly approached Yi Lingling for clarification. At that moment, Dai Mubai and the others, who lay on the ground with a hint of purple in their faces, all looked toward Yi Lingling in disbelief. Could it really be her doing? Yes, it was my other soul skill. Yi Lingling replied timidly. I'll treat them right away. She then realized she should first detoxify them. Yi Lingling swiftly cast her healing spell on Dai Mubai and the others, quickly alleviating the effects of the poison. I'm fine now. I'm okay too. Under Yi Lingling's care, Ma Hongjun and the others soon recovered. However, once they stood up, they all gazed curiously at Yi Lingling, eager to understand how she had poisoned them. It's my second soul skill, which is also a healing skill, but after the healing effect ends, signs of poisoning will appear. I was continuously healing them just now, under the scrutiny of many eyes. Yi Lingling felt a bit nervous before revealing the nature of her toxic milk soul skill. I see, but how is that possible? Ling Ling, how did you acquire a second soul skill? And why is its effect so unique and difficult to guard against? Indeed, we initially thought your healing was to prevent us from losing too quickly. Who would have guessed it was poison? Upon hearing Yi Lingling's explanation, everyone was astounded to learn of such a soul skill. By the way, Ling Ling, can you now tell the teacher how you leveled up to 40 and obtained a 10,000-year soul ring? And also about your second soul skill? Qin Ming, recognizing the significance of Yi Lingling's sudden advancement, directly inquired. Yes, it was Brother Su Xing who gave me a celestial herb, and that allowed me to break through to level 40. The 10,000-year soul ring was born from my martial soul after the breakthrough, and it also granted me an additional soul skill, which was the one I just used. Yi Lingling had intended to inform teacher Qin Ming, and now she shared it naturally. Chapter 81. Did the Master S ring explode? Celestial herb? Does such a thing truly exist? And its effects are this remarkable? After hearing Yi Lingling's words, everyone was astonished. They had a slight understanding of celestial herbs, having overheard Su Xing inquire about them with Tang San and being curious to learn a bit. However, they had subsequently dismissed it, merely perceiving celestial herbs as rare without comprehending their true effects. Even knowing that Su Xing had consumed one did not lead them to believe that his rapid advancement was solely due to the extraordinary fruit. The self-created soul skills were not something that could be brought about by extraordinary fruits, so they had always viewed Su Xing's strength as a product of his own efforts. Now, upon hearing Yi Lingling's revelation, they realized the incredible efficacy of celestial herbs, which could elevate one's soul power by several levels and even grant a 10,000-year soul ring, enabling Yi Lingling, who initially possessed only one soul skill, to acquire an additional one. Wasn't that overwhelmingly powerful? You truly found a celestial herb? Could you tell us what it was? Tang San asked Su Xing in astonishment. He certainly knew about celestial herbs, but had not anticipated their effects to be so formidable in this world. Yu Xiaojiang and others also looked at Su Xing with curiosity. It was a 9-petal purple ginseng, which I unexpectedly obtained during my outing. Su Xing did not conceal this fact, nor was there any need to. A 9-petal purple ginseng. The most balanced celestial herb. I simply didn't expect its effects to be so remarkable. If that's the case, if the teacher consumed it, perhaps he could restore his exploded soul ring. Tang San exclaimed in amazement, followed by a tone of regret. What? The Master's ring exploded? Upon hearing this, Su Xing was momentarily taken aback. Did Yu Xiaojiang really detonate the ring? This is the first time Su Xing has come to know of this. No one had ever mentioned it before, leaving him in ignorance. Coughing slightly, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback by Tang San's sudden revelation of the secret he had concealed from Su Xing. Indeed, he acknowledged. It was largely thanks to Su Xing's inspiration that he managed to break through to level 30 and become a soul master through the detonation of his soul rings. He continued, expressing gratitude for Su Xing's enlightening influence. As for the matter regarding the failure to absorb soul rings after their explosion, he felt it unnecessary to elaborate, as he had already mentioned it to Su Xing previously. Yu Xiaojiang refrained from elaborating further, as the validation of his soul ring detonation represented both a success and a failure for him. The success lay in the fact that the detonation had indeed enhanced his soul power, enabling his breakthrough. However, the failure stemmed from the realization that such a breakthrough could not alter his fundamental strength. Without the ability to absorb additional soul rings, he was deprived of the soul skills that should accompany his advancement, and his physical prowess remained unenhanced, rendering the breakthrough nearly inconsequential. In fact, had he not comprehended his second soul skill, he would have been left with one less skill, rendering him weaker. Ha ha ha. Su Xing found Yu Xiaojiang's expression utterly amusing, as he struggled to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong stifled her laughter, having anticipated this moment for quite some time. Her wish had finally come true. It was no trivial feat for the master to discern such subtleties. Su Xing, momentarily taken aback, smiled in understanding. No wonder Yu Xiaojiang had been so certain that after the detonation, one could not absorb soul rings when he had tried it on himself. Alas, without the thunder body refinement, Yu Xiaojiang was rendered utterly ineffective. Even if Tang San were to find celestial herbs for him, it would be of no use. Su Xing was aware that only Yi Lingling was capable of spontaneously generating soul rings from consuming celestial herbs, likely due to the peculiar nature of her martial soul. For others, it was highly improbable. Even in the original narrative, Yu Xiaojiang could not form soul rings after consuming the rare 9-petal purple mushroom. Thus, the likelihood of Yu Xiaojiang regaining his soul rings through celestial herbs, as Tang San suggested, was virtually non-existent. A sense of inexplicable delight washed over Su Xing, as he inadvertently had led Yu Xiaojiang to such a dire predicament. The thought that his own contribution had left Yu Xiaojiang utterly incapacitated filled him with quiet satisfaction. Though he maintained a composed exterior, Su Xing, how could you not consume it yourself and instead give it to Yi Lingling? At this moment, Tang San seemed to notice Yu Xiaojiang's slight awkwardness and quickly shifted the topic. Indeed, Su Xing actually gave the celestial herb to Yi Lingling. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Tianheng and the others snapped back to attention, gazing at Su Xing with admiration for his generosity in sharing such a precious item with another. Even though Yi Lingling was Su Xing's girlfriend, their respect for him remained unwavering. I truly envy Lingling. Celestial herbs are remarkable. I wonder if the legendary 9-treasure glazed pagoda of our 7 treasures glazed tile school was also enhanced through celestial herbs. If someone could gift me a celestial herb to transform my martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed pagoda, I would gladly marry him. Ning Rongrong gazed at Yi Lingling with envy, her hands clasped in front of her chest as she whispered softly. Although her voice was barely audible, everyone caught her words. Upon hearing this, Su Xing cast a perplexed glance at Ning Rongrong, but refrained from speaking. If you possess such a divine herb, I shall certainly assist you in locating it, Oscar declared earnestly before Ning Rongrong. No, if you give it to me, I must refuse. Ning Rongrong retorted with a dismissive huff. It is curious. In the original narrative, a spark had already ignited between Ning Rongrong and Oscar at this juncture. Yet she still harbored no feelings for him. Nonetheless, it matters little. It is merely a divine herb, and what is of utmost importance is that it can enhance Lingling. At this moment, Su Xing chose to disregard Ning Rongrong and Oscar, casting a serene glance at Yi Lingling before smiling faintly. His demeanor was unmistakable. He genuinely did not care for a single herb, for he possessed an abundance of them. Naturally, Yu Tianheng and the others were unaware of this. And upon witnessing the scene, their admiration for Su Xing only grew. It was one thing to claim indifference when unaware of the herb's potent effects, but to remain so nonchalant after realizing its formidable power was truly commendable. They could only admit their own inability to emulate such composure. Amidst their admiration for Su Xing, the crowd could not help but envy Yi Lingling. They were utterly envious. Hee, brother Su Xing treats me the best. Yi Lingling felt the envy radiating from others, and her heart swelled with sweetness as she boldly leaped into Su Xing's embrace, showcasing their affection. I truly envy Lingling, Ning Rongrong remarked, her voice laced with envy, as she discreetly cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her usual aloof demeanor, yet Ning Rongrong keenly observed that she had her hands concealed behind her back. seemingly gripping them tightly. Ning Rongrong quickly averted her gaze, pretending not to notice. Chapter 82. Why the main team? Zhu Zhuqing was firmly clutching her hands, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Watching Su Xing and Yi Lingling display their affection left her feeling utterly miserable. It wasn't that she envied the herb bestowed upon Yi Lingling. Rather, her concern lay with Su Xing himself. However, she could not fault him for seeking solace in another woman, for she had consistently rebuffed his advances. She had long sought to erase him from her heart. But in that moment, experiencing a searing pain akin to a knife wound, Zhu Xing realized she was incapable of doing so. Though Su Xing's methods of infiltrating her heart were somewhat underhanded, his subsequent excellence captivated her deeply, rendering her unable to expunge him from her thoughts. Particularly striking was the fact that despite his seemingly average talent, he had ascended to such heights through sheer determination, which profoundly attracted her. Yet, by the time she comprehended these feelings, it was too late. Meanwhile, Dugu Yin observed quietly, her heart heavy with concern. The disappearance of Dugu Bo had long been known in the Tiando Empire, leading Dugu Yin to the fabled site of the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye. However, she found nothing. Dugu Yin sensed that something must have happened to her grandfather. Otherwise, he would not have neglected her for so long. Initially, she was unaware of the reasons behind her grandfather's predicament, but after consulting Su Xing about the herbs, she realized that the area was likely teeming with them, and her grandfather had probably encountered trouble due to the herbs. However, until she received news of Dugu Bo, she was reluctant to believe that something had indeed befallen him. Perhaps he had merely gone into hiding. She also harbored no suspicions that the 9th-grade purple ginseng Su Xing had found originated from the ice and fire Yin Yang Eye. For that seemed implausible. No matter how formidable Su Xing's strength may be, it has yet to reach that level. Thus, Donggu Yin would never suspect that Su Xing was responsible for her grandfather's demise. She would not even consider the possibility regarding Su Xing. Awakening was fully aware that Dugu Yin would never suspect him, which is why he dared to let Yi Lingling speak. Otherwise, he would have instructed her to keep it a secret. As long as he remained silent, the treasures in the Medusa skull would remain concealed, leaving no trace for anyone to doubt him. As for the immortal herb, he intended to reveal it only this once. Furthermore, after this grand competition, Awakening would graduate, making any future interactions between the two uncertain. His willingness to maintain discretion was a gesture of camaraderie. Upon understanding Yi Lingling's capabilities, Teacher Qin Ming could hardly contain his delight. The prospect of victory grew even brighter. Subsequently, Teacher Qin Ming conveyed to Yu Xiaojiang and the others his intention to transfer the main team position to the second team. Naturally, Yu Xiaojiang and the others were astonished and hesitant to accept. Only after some back-and-forth discussions did they learn the reasoning behind this decision and joyfully acquiesced. Such an opportunity was simply too good to refuse. Yu Xiaojiang had initially worried that Tang San and his team might fail to pass the preliminary rounds, or, even if they did, would have to reveal all their strategies. This arrangement, however, was undoubtedly the best outcome. Nevertheless, mere agreement between the two team leaders was insufficient. It required the school's approval. The principal of the school, a figurehead under the Empire's Snow Knight Emperor, left the actual management to a vice principal. Upon learning of the first team's request and personally assessing the capabilities of Awakening and his companions, the vice principal ultimately consented. Although he held the title of vice principal, he still wielded authority in this matter. Thus, the decision to grant the main team position to the second team was solidified. 3 days later, the prestigious elite Soul Master competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academies finally commenced. The Tiando Empire, boasting a considerable number of participants, had no less than 28 teams competing for 5 qualifying spots. The preliminary rounds employed a point system in a round-robin format, where each victory awarded 1 point. The 5 teams with the highest scores would advance. This meant that each team from the Tiando Empire would engage in 27 team battles during the preliminaries. Given this intense schedule, it was customary to rotate substitute players. However, Awakening outright refused, asserting that if there were worthy opponents, they could serve as training. If not, he alone could annihilate the opposition. Any talk of coordination was merely a pretext for Awakening to indulge in battle. On the day of the opening ceremony, a multitude of spectators gathered, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The host first introduced the Snow Knight Emperor and the esteemed guest, Ning Fingxi, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, followed by the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall from the Tiando Empire, Salis, who served as the adjudicator. Although Ning Rongrong and her companions were exempt from the preliminary rounds, they would not miss such a grand event and naturally attended. The only absentee was the master, Yu Xiaojiang. Understanding that Lamba Academy was also present, with its Dean Lu Erlong in attendance, he feared being spotted by her and thus refrained from attending. "That is my father." Upon seeing Ning Fingxi's figure on the screen, Ning Rongrong immediately cheered and began introducing him to everyone. Awakening also caught sight of Ning Fingxi on the screen. This leader indeed possessed a remarkable personal charm. Subsequently, the host announced the entrance of the 28 competing teams, and Su Xing and his companions parted ways with Tang San, entering through a designated passage. The first team to be introduced was none other than our esteemed Tiando Royal Academy. With the host's enthusiastic call, Su Xing and his 7 companions gracefully stepped into the arena amidst the gaze of the crowd. With so many eyes upon them, there was little cause for anxiety, as they had already acclimatized during the Great Soul Arena in Soto City. What is happening? Shouldn't they be the main team of the Tiando Empire? Indeed. What could be the explanation? Upon recognizing Su Xing and his companions, the audience erupted in cheers, yet the expressions of the other competing teams shifted dramatically. As fellow competitors, they had diligently gathered information on their opponents and were well aware that the team entering the arena should rightfully be the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. The situation had now changed, presenting a considerable disadvantage for them, particularly for those aiming to secure a spot in the top 5. Facing the second team of Tiando Royal Academy posed little threat, but encountering the current main team was an entirely different matter. It was evident that many team leaders had realized that the team entering the arena was indeed the main squad of Tiando Royal Academy, which had relinquished its position to the second team due to an individual being absent from school for an extended period. Thus, they were utilizing the preliminary rounds to foster team synergy. Chapter 83. Battle against the Blaze Academy. The host seemed to anticipate the confusion among the other teams and provided an explanation for the unusual circumstance. What? Is this the reason? Just for this? They casually relinquished their guaranteed spots for our benefit? How utterly disrespectful, as if they were certain of their advancement. The host's explanation, rather than alleviating the tension, incited fury among the other teams, who felt profoundly insulted. Brother, we must defeat them. They are so condescending, exclaimed a spirited girl with short red hair from Blaze Academy, shaking her fist at her brother. All right, I agree, replied Huo Wushuang, equally displeased as he regarded the Tiando Royal Academy Soul team. Indeed, we must triumph over them, Huo Wu added with an irritated huff. The reactions from the teams of Tianshui Academy, Shinkong Academy, Lamba Academy, and Songhui Academy were largely similar. They were determined to vanquish Su Xing and his group to assert their own prowess. Such arrogance warranted retribution. As the host introduced each team, they entered the arena, each displaying indignation upon seeing Su Xing and his companions. Even the girls from Tianshui Academy were no exception. Have we stirred up a hornet's nest? Upon sensing the hostility from the other teams, Yu Feng shrank back slightly, feeling a twinge of apprehension. To be envied is to be worthy. Do not fear. If you find yourself in a dire situation, I shall return the favor. Su Xing gently patted Yu Feng's shoulder, offering encouragement and solace. Yu Feng, taken aback by the remark, found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Yu Lingling burst into laughter, observing the camaraderie within Su Xing's team. The hostile gazes from the other teams intensified momentarily. However, their attention swiftly shifted, for the Platinum Pontiff of the Spirit Hall, Salus, had entered the arena to commence the first round of matchups for all teams. The Tiando Royal Academy team was set to face off against the Blaze Academy team. In no time, the opponents for all 28 teams were revealed, and to their astonishment, Su Xing's team was slated to compete in the very first match against Blaze Academy. This was splendid news. Upon discovering they would be up against the Tiando Royal Academy team, Huo Wu from Blaze Academy immediately raised her fists in jubilant cheer. Let them witness our prowess. Huo Wushuang chimed in, fully supportive of whatever his sister wished to accomplish. Blaze Academy was set to confront one of the 5 element academies in the opening match. The 5 element academies were formidable opponents, prompting Yu Tianheng to adopt a serious demeanor upon realizing their adversaries were from Blaze Academy. No worries, we are stronger, he asserted. Let us go and show them what we are made of. Su Xing smiled faintly, remarking that an opponent must possess strength to make the contest worthwhile. Indeed, we are stronger. Observing Su Xing's confidence and ease, Yu Tianheng could only chuckle before joining him. Now, we see that the competitors from both teams have taken to the stage. Let us anticipate their remarkable performances, for these are 2 formidable teams, and they are sure to meet our expectations. As both sides entered the arena, the host energetically heightened the atmosphere of the competition. Encouraged by this, the audience outside erupted in cheers. The spectacle of 2 powerful teams clashing right from the outset is truly exhilarating. You from the Tiando Royal Academy are exceedingly arrogant. Let me see if you possess the skills to back it up, Huo Wu declared, casting a disdainful glance at Su Xing and his companions before summoning her martial spirit. Following her lead, the other members of the Qihua Academy also released their martial spirits. Noticing that their opponents had unleashed their martial spirits, Yu Tianheng did not dare to be careless. He promptly instructed his team to do the same. One after another, Yu Tianheng, Du Guiyan, the Shimo brothers, Yu Feng, and Yi Lingling summoned their martial spirits. Certainly, Su Xing was no exception. After feigning a chant of incantation, he summoned his martial soul, which materialized as a coin nestled between his index and middle fingers, emitting a faint flicker of electric arcs. In stark contrast to the vibrant display of soul rings conjured by others, his appeared remarkably unimpressive. A coin as a martial soul? Was it truly that feeble? Moreover, the soul rings failed to manifest. Upon witnessing Su Xing's predicament, the opposing team, including Huo Wu, were momentarily taken aback. As the strength of a martial soul could typically be sensed directly, the awakening of their martial soul instilled in them a sense of weakness. How could someone like this possibly be part of the Tiando Royal Academy's battle team? one must be cautious. He is the individual who has been absent for quite some time, and he is certainly not as simple as he appears. Just now, in haste, Huo Wuxuang had obtained some information about Su awakening and their team members from the captain, and he warned his sister. It is not that I lack spirit rings. Rather, all my spirit rings are concealed by my second spirit ability, wealth not revealed. Awakening seemed to comprehend the astonishment of Huo Wu and her companions, and thus took the initiative to offer an explanation. The intent, of course, was to disseminate his narrative more swiftly. Concealing and revealing. Huo Wu snorted lightly, candidly articulating her perspective. Say what you will. Xing shrugged, indifferent, for it was merely his own whimsical rambling. It turned out that it was not a lack of soul rings, but rather that they had all been concealed. How astonishing. It was the first time he had heard of such a soul skill. Indeed, it was remarkable, yet it possessed no semblance of elegance. True, it was utterly unrefined. The audience, witnessing through the screen, also caught wind of Xing's recent utterances and were momentarily taken aback. However, their astonishment swiftly waned, leaving them with a sense of futility, deeming it rather unimpressive. Only the more formidable soul masters recognized the significance of Xing's concealed soul rings. If one cannot ascertain the precise age of an opponent's soul ring, gauging the potency of their soul skills becomes a daunting task. Though lacking in aesthetic charm, it proved to be exceedingly pragmatic. The coin martial soul, could it be his? Above, Salas cast a discerning glance at Xing. Just days prior, news had circulated from the martial soul city, urging him to pay closer attention to Xing and to gather as much information as possible. What? It seemed that Bishop Salas harbored some interest in him? Ningfengji. Observing Salas's demeanor, couldn't he help but smile and inquire curiously. Chapter 84. What on earth is this fellow's martial soul? It is somewhat intriguing. Salas chuckled in response, not denying it. I am aware of this Xing. However, Bishop Salas, you should think twice. His girlfriend happens to be the girl with the 9 hearts Tang. Ningfengji remarked with a smile, subtly implying that the martial soul hall was ill-suited to recruit Xing. Really? How could that possibly be inappropriate? Salas's expression shifted slightly, feigning ignorance. He would never admit to the pursuit of the undying sect by the martial soul hall. Ningfengji, noticing Salas's pretense, chose not to expose it, for it sufficed that they understood the situation. He was also aware of Xing, having heard much about him from Ningrongrong. With regard to Xing's audacity to detonate his soul ring without relying on soul ring skills, he could not predict the future outcome, and he admired Xing's bravery, especially upon learning that Xing's strength had not waned, but had instead rendered him the mightiest within the Tiando Royal Academy's martial soul team. Ningfengji grew even more intrigued by Xing. Such a talent would undoubtedly warrant an invitation from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to Xing. The third soul skill. Money can communicate with the divine, Thunder Goddess bestowal. Whether or not soul rings existed was inconsequential, yet, possessing charisma was essential. This is easy. Awakening immediately summoned the power bestowed by the Thunder God, and in an instant, a surge of lightning enveloped him, with arcs of electricity dancing around his form, dramatically enhancing the visual spectacle. Had his research on magnetic levitation been successful, he would have elevated his body into the air, achieving an even more astonishing display. Boom. As the lightning surged violently around him, the fluctuations of his soul power, at the formidable level of 44, erupted, instantly revealing to Huo Wu and the others the extraordinary nature of Awakening's abilities. How formidable! We must defeat him first. Sensing the might of Awakening, Huo Wu resolved to take action against him. Third soul skill, Meteor Shower. Fourth soul skill, Radiant Sunfire. Within the team, Huo Wu held absolute authority as she spoke. One of her companions unleashed the third soul skill towards Awakening. Following closely, Huo Wu activated her fourth soul skill. The seamless fusion of these two skills significantly amplified the power of her fourth soul skill, resulting in a colossal fireball, restrained yet potent, that she propelled forth towards Awakening. Impressive indeed, this power. Upon witnessing this, Su Xing lauded the formidable power of Huo Wu's flame dance, which had reached the pinnacle achievable by a soul sect practitioner. However, in the face of the approaching colossal fireball, Su Xing remained motionless. With a single hand, he pushed forward, conjuring a sphere of lightning of equal magnitude from his palm. After meticulously refining and compressing it until its power was comparable to that of Huo Wu's fireball, he launched it to counter her assault. The awakening of one's abilities has now become an effortless endeavor for Su Xing, who can unleash them at will. This, in Su Xing's perspective, represents a more appropriate utilization of power, wherein the immense strength resides within oneself, allowing for the freedom to release it as desired. Furthermore, it entails a more skilled, nuanced, and controlled application of these abilities. For instance, the technique of Thousand Birds necessitates a heightened mastery over lightning. Otherwise, one cannot achieve the utmost compression, resulting in nothing more than a mere mass of ordinary lightning. Boom. The sudden clash of Awakening's assault met Fire Dance's fireball in midair, igniting a tempest of thunderous flames that ultimately extinguished both forces. The brothers of Graphite Stone forged ahead, steadfast in their defense. The Wind Caller continued to disrupt the battlefield, while Lingling was ever ready to provide healing. Observing the enemy's movement, Yu Tianheng swiftly issued commands and charged forward alongside Awakening to unleash their offensive. The Graphite Stone brothers advanced to absorb damage and intercept any attempts by their adversaries to breach their backline. Zhuge Yin maintained control from behind, while Yu Lingling stood poised to heal at a moment's notice. Tianheng, you engage head-on, and I will flank from behind. Upon seeing Yu Tianheng approach, Awakening exchanged a brief word with him before swiftly darting into the enemy formation. Utilizing his first soul skill, Blue Electric Dragon Claw, Yu Tianheng had no objections. The essence of their teamwork lay in understanding Awakening's prowess and synchronizing with his rhythm. After all, Awakening often fought independently, commanding the strongest abilities, leaving his comrades to adapt to his tempo. Upon awakening, he launched a direct assault, denying the opposing team the opportunity to besiege him. It was audacious for one individual to charge into their ranks, capture him. Upon witnessing his solitary advance, Huowu furrowed her elegant brows and exclaimed sharply. Instantly, 3 teammates joined her in attacking Su Xing. As for Huowu Shuang, he moved to intercept Yu Tianheng. It was indeed advantageous for him to approach. Thunderous Rising Dragon. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Xing let out a hearty laugh, swiftly conjuring a terrifying orb of thunder in his hand, which he then dramatically hurled into the depths of the earth. Almost instantaneously, all traces of lightning vanished, leaving only wisps of electricity swirling across the ground. Be cautious. Watch your step. Fire Dance warned her companions as she observed Su Xing's attack dissipate underground. Boom, boom, boom. Indeed, as her words echoed, columns of lightning erupted from beneath their feet. One of the members from the Blaze Academy was caught off guard, struck directly and fell to the ground, letting out a pain scream. Damn it. Fire Dance seethed at the sight. What exactly was this fellow's martial spirit? Wasn't it merely a coin? Why were all his soul skills associated with lightning? Amid her fury, Fire Dance was also engulfed in confusion, pondering whether Su Xing's martial spirit was still that coin, as she had yet to witness its use. While martial spirits can augment attributes through soul rings, could the enhancements be this potent? His second soul skill was a hidden soul ring, and he had already utilized his third and fourth soul skills. Now, only his first soul skill remained unused. But she dismissed it, thinking it should be relatively weak. After calmly analyzing Su Xing's situation, Fire Dance released a soul skill aimed at his back. Third soul skill, Repelling Fire Ring. Boom. A repelling fire ring detonated behind Su Xing, its repelling power instantly affecting him and propelling him toward their direction. You want to retreat? Allow me to assist you. Fire Dance contemplated that since Su Xing had only one soul skill left, and having just used his third and fourth, he could not release them again immediately. She believed this was an opportunity to push him forward with the repelling fire ring and eliminate him. Second soul skill, Meteor Shower. Second soul skill, Chain Fireballs. The 2 teammates of Fire Dance, without needing her command, synchronously unleashed their attacks upon Su Xing, each summoning a flurry of fireballs to rain down upon him. Chapter 85. Ning Rongrong and others glee bravo. Brilliant. The spectators outside, witnessing such an exhilarating start to the match, erupted in cheers. Particularly impressed by Fire Dance's tactical approach, they were taken aback by her ingenuity. Not only was this girl beautiful, but she also possessed a sharp intellect. A pretty girl is certainly delightful, but one who is both attractive and clever is even more endearing. Well done. Fire Dance exclaimed as she saw her teammates execute her strategy with precision, launching their attacks towards Su Xing brother Su Xing. On the side, Yu Tianheng and Yi Lingling expressed concern upon witnessing Su Xing's predicament. Yu Tianheng glanced over but paid no heed, believing that Su Xing would merely sustain some injuries. Being knocked out of the arena was out of the question, especially with Yu Lingling's healing abilities at play. At this moment, Su Xing remained utterly unperturbed. With his current physical prowess, he could easily withstand those attacks without any adverse effects. Attacks below the Soul King level were unlikely to truly harm him. First soul skill, Thunder Flash. However, Su Xing would not take the hits directly. After casually uttering the name of a soul skill, his figure accelerated abruptly in midair, like a bolt of lightning striking the ground, deftly evading the incoming assaults. What? He managed to evade that? Fire Dance found it hard to accept that Su Xing had so effortlessly dodged her attack. How infuriating. The remaining first soul skill was precisely suited for evasion. What terrible luck. Oh no. As she observed Su Xing landing, Fire Dance realized the gravity of the situation. Not only had she failed to incapacitate him, but she had inadvertently propelled him into their rear ranks. Thank you. Indeed, Su Xing flashed a smile of gratitude towards Fire Dance before charging past her side. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Dragon Ascension. Then, Su Xing unleashed his fourth soul skill once more, summoning a powerful surge of lightning that struck the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Several pillars of lightning erupted, soaring skyward amidst the ranks of the Blaze Academy team. Although they were aware that Su Xing's soul skill originated from the ground, several members still failed to evade the onslaught of lightning pillars. The unfortunate individual who had just risen was struck again, collapsing immediately and rendered incapable of further combat. Excellent. We have witnessed the contestant Su Xing from the Tiando Royal Academy decisively defeat a participant from the Blaze Academy. How swift indeed. The match had scarcely begun when one competitor was already incapacitated. It must be noted that Fire Dance from Blaze Academy had handled the situation quite well. But her lack of knowledge regarding Su Xing's soul skill effects ultimately backfired. Nonetheless, the competition remains captivating. Let us continue to enjoy the spectacle and see if Blaze Academy can devise a new strategy. The host's impassioned commentary resonated throughout the arena, inciting cheers from the audience and igniting the atmosphere of the grand event to an exhilarating level. Blaze Academy was certainly in for a rough time. As it was their first encounter with Su Xing, no one could anticipate the full extent of his soul skills. Calculating a response to Su Xing's abilities would undoubtedly lead to significant setbacks. Moreover, Su Xing's soul skills were not static, but rather contingent upon his mood. Ning Rongrong and the others watched the match, and upon seeing Fire Dance's expression, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. Indeed, that fellow is exceedingly difficult to target and predict. Blaze Academy was finally experiencing the hardships we once faced. As Ning Rongrong's words fell, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Osro all expressed their wholehearted agreement. That kid always defies expectations. Flender also sighed in contemplation. He recalled how Yu Xiaojing had previously analyzed Su Xing's potential for future progress, suggesting that his level might not increase rapidly and that his self-created soul skills might lag behind. But now, looking at the current situation, it appeared that none of that was true. The awakened soul skills ignited a sense of envy within him. The ability to release suitable soul skills at any moment and in any place, all while exuding such charm, was simply outrageous. Who, after all, was the one devoid of soul rings? Well done. Upon witnessing Su Xing's swift elimination of an opponent, Yu Tianheng couldn't help but chuckle heartily. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Dragon's Fury. Unwilling to be outdone, Yu Tianheng unleashed his fourth soul skill to strike at the opposing Huo Wushuang. The latter's expression shifted dramatically. Already at a disadvantage against Yu Tianheng, receiving this attack would undoubtedly inflict damage upon him. Yet, he could not afford to evade it, for none of his teammates, except for Huo Wu, could withstand Yu Tianheng's assault. Brother, Huo Wu, observing Huo Wushuang's predicament, felt a surge of urgency, yet she was helpless in this moment. If Su Xing were not dealt with, their team would be in greater peril. It was imperative to handle him first. With a clenched jaw, Huo Wu disregarded her brother's situation and glanced back at her two teammates. All right. The two nodded in agreement, then proceeded to unleash their third soul skills simultaneously. Third soul skill, Meteoric Fire Rain. Third soul skill, Meteoric Fire Rain. Huo Wu almost simultaneously released her own fourth soul skill, Radiant Dance of the Fiery Sun. Huo Wu executed the Radiant Dance of the Fiery Sun. But unlike before, her two teammates did not release their soul skills outward. Instead, they merged and enhanced Huo Wu's own power. As the colossal fireball of the Radiant Dance of the Fiery Sun loomed before Huo Wu, its soul energy was entirely contained, signaling its extraordinary might. Such power was beyond the reach of an ordinary Soul King. Remarkable. Upon witnessing this, Su Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. The fiery orb conjured by Huo Wu was formidable, and he realized that merely forming a spherical lightning bolt as he had previously would no longer suffice. Thus, he began to compress the lightning in his grasp, not merely expanding it, but continually compacting it further and further. Under Su Xing's astonishing control, vast amounts of lightning were compressed to the utmost, producing a cacophony reminiscent of countless birds chirping simultaneously. What soul skill was that? As she beheld the terrifying lightning converging in Su Xing's hands, Huo Wu's expression shifted dramatically. She could sense the sheer terror of that soul skill even before Su Xing completed it. I cannot allow him to finish. A surge of alarm and fury coursed through Huo Wu as she unleashed her fiery assault, the Fire Dance Sun, towards Su Xing. Chapter 86. Hey, do you have a girlfriend? Self-created soul skill, 1,000 birds. Unfortunately, just as Huo Wu launched her massive fireball at Su Xing, the 1,000 birds in his hand had already reached completion. This was indeed a self-created soul skill. It appeared incredibly impressive. Yet, one could not help but wonder about its true power. Could such a diminutive form contend with that colossal fireball? The spectators, witnessing the scene through their screens, were astounded to learn that Su Xing had declared his soul skill to be self-created. We now observe that Su Xing, wielding his self-created soul skill 1,000 birds, stands ready to meet Huo Wu's onslaught, in the face of the immense fireball unleashed by Huo Wu. The 1,000 birds in Su Xing's grasp resembled a small bird daring to confront a tiger. Would he be able to withstand Huo Wu's attack? The collision occurred. My heavens, how could this be possible? Upon impact, Su Xing's 1,000 birds began to gradually dismantle the enormous fireball, a sight utterly beyond belief. The commentator's voice resonated with astonishment. How could this be? My Fire Dance Sun could scarcely be met by even a Soul King, yet you managed to withstand it with merely your self-created soul skill. Huo Wu stared in shock at Su Xing. She had intended to assert that he could not possibly block her attack relying solely on his self-created skill. But as she observed the 1,000 birds in Su Xing's hands still holding form, her words faltered. This was no longer merely a matter of defense. It was something far more potent, vastly so. Shall we continue? Su Xing, holding the 1,000 birds, ceased his assault on Huo Wu, instead gazing at her with calm assurance and unwavering confidence. At this moment, Su Xing exuded an air of calm confidence. his striking figure adorned with the 1,000 birds and enveloped in crackling lightning, leaving Huowu utterly mesmerized. Thump, thump, thump. Huowu inexplicably felt her heart race. However, her reverie was swiftly interrupted by the sight of a figure collapsing beside her. It was Huowu Shuang, who had been repelled after receiving Yu Tianhing's 4th soul skill. Clearly injured. Brother. Huowu hurriedly helped him up, her teeth clenched in defiance as she glared at Su Xing and his companions. Only 2 adversaries had emerged. Yet they nearly overwhelmed them. Su Xing, wielding the 1,000 birds, had refrained from further assault. Otherwise, she knew she could not withstand his onslaught and would have faced defeat. She had initially intended to teach the team from the Tiando Royal Academy a lesson, but she was taken aback by their overwhelming strength. Huowu instinctively glanced at her brother, contemplating whether to continue fighting. The chances of victory were slim, especially since Su Xing had already spared her once. Let us concede. We are no match for them. Huowu Shuang, aware of Huowu's unspoken question, shook his head and sighed. No one wished to concede. Yet understanding the futility of their struggle, it was wiser to conserve their strength for future opponents. Sustaining too many injuries would prove detrimental in subsequent matches. We concede. Thus, Huowu Shuang stood up and raised his hand in surrender. Aware of his sister's strong-willed nature, he knew she would never utter the words of defeat. So he took it upon himself to declare it. Surrendered. The Qihua Academy concedes. This unexpected outcome was indeed a testament to the immense prowess of the Tiando Royal Academy's Soul Master team, deserving of congratulations on their victory. Simultaneously, let us applaud the Qihua Academy for their splendid performance. Upon witnessing Huowu Shuang's concession, the host promptly announced the result of this opening match. The Tiando Royal Academy's Soul Master team emerged victorious and in absolute dominance. Well done. Truly worthy of being the main team of our Tiando Empire, impressively strong. The Qihua Academy is among the top teams as well. They are formidable. Ultimately, it is our Tiando Empire's main team that is exceptionally powerful. Strength is essential. Perhaps we could even secure a championship this time. As the host concluded, the audience erupted in cheers, clapping, and celebrating. Seeing Huowu Shuang concede, Su Xing calmly retracted his 1,000 birds. Yet, just as he prepared to turn away, Huowu suddenly called out to him. What is your name? Do you have a girlfriend? As Su Xing turned to face her, Huowu met his gaze boldly. Her curiosity piqued. She was indeed interested in him. While many admired her, none had captured her attention. She sought a partner who surpassed her in every aspect. The display of Su Xing captured her attention, and coupled with his striking appearance, the forthright Huowu wasted no time in directly inquiring about him, regardless of the setting. Wow, what a bold girl. I admire that. I don't have a girlfriend. She exclaimed. Right, I too am without a girlfriend. Consider me, fair maiden. The live broadcast on the big screen continued, and naturally, the audience overheard Huowu's remarks, igniting an atmosphere of excitement. Such a daring and candid girl, especially one so beautiful, is indeed a rare sight. However, one individual found himself perturbed upon hearing Huowu pose such a question to Su Xing Feng Xiaoyan, the captain of the Shinfeng Academy. He had harbored feelings for Huowu for quite some time. Captain. Even his teammates were aware of his affections and exchanged worried glances towards him. Was the captain about to be betrayed? Well, it seemed Huowu was not yet the captain's girlfriend, so it could not be deemed as such. I am fine. Feng Xiaoyan clenched his fists, exhaling deeply. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the screen, eager to discern Su Xing's response. He was not alone in his fervent anticipation. The entire audience shared his curiosity. With gossip and drama on the horizon, who could resist the allure of such unfolding events? Su Xing never anticipated that Huowu would pose such a question in this context. The implication was unmistakable. She was clearly interested in him. Awakening glanced at Huowu. Her appearance and figure were precisely to his liking. However, her fiery temperament was somewhat excessive. If she were to learn that he was not solely devoted to her, it would likely lead to resentment and a swift turn to enmity. I apologize, but I am already in a relationship. Su Xing smiled gently, directly declining Huowu's advances. Setting aside the aforementioned reasons, after having his daughter, Su Xiutu, he felt as though he was a man with a family, thus he was reluctant to pursue other women. Moreover, Yu Lingling was still present. Chapter 87. Ningfingji Su Xing Ji, why aren't you leaving yet? Has something happened? At that moment, Yu Lingling approached Su Xing from behind. Casting a brief glance at Huowu before disregarding her entirely, then sweetly addressing Su Xing. Undoubtedly, she was here to assert her claim. Her gestures, tone, and demeanor all unmistakably conveyed that she was indeed Su Xing's girlfriend. It's all right, let us go. With a gentle smile, Su Xing nodded apologetically to Huowu before taking Yu Lingling's hand and turning to leave. Upon realizing that Su Xing was holding her hand in front of the crowd, the typically composed Yu Lingling felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks, overwhelmed by shyness. Yet, despite her embarrassment, her fingers intertwined with Su Xing's, resulting in their hands being clasped together. Oh, what a pity. It turns out he already has a girlfriend. Indeed, and she is equally stunning, particularly in her gentleness. How unfortunate. But given his striking appearance, it is only natural for him to have a girlfriend. The audience, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of regret. This was not a sweet fruit to savor. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaotian from Shinfeng Academy observed as the tightly clasped hands subtly loosened. Having a girlfriend is good enough. Yet he couldn't help but feel envious that Huowu had taken the initiative to express her feelings. Huowu, let us depart, Huowu Shuang said softly, noticing his sister still gazing at Su Xing's retreating figure. To be honest, he had not anticipated his sister's boldness in directly questioning Su Xing about his relationship status in such a public setting. How infuriating, Huowu huffed, her eyes still fixed on Su Xing's silhouette. It was not fair to blame him. He indeed had a girlfriend. Huowu Shuang, sensing his sister's frustration, initially assumed she was upset by Su Xing's rejection and quickly attempted to console her. No, I mean that little girl. How exasperating. She completely disregarded me and acted as if I were invisible, Huowu clarified with a huff. She was annoyed with Yu Lingling's dismissive attitude, despite hearing her words. She merely glanced at her and chose to ignore her entirely. The feeling of being overlooked was what truly angered Huowu. Furthermore, the display of affection between Su Xing and Yi Lingling, with their fingers intertwined, only fueled her irritation. Perhaps she meant well, wanting to spare you any embarrassment? Huowu Shuang suggested, attempting to lighten the mood. Let us leave. Staying here will only invite ridicule. No, she chose to disregard me, Huowu replied stubbornly. Even as Huowu Shuang pulled her away. Then you should ignore her in return. Huowu Shuang sighed in exasperation. Absolutely not. I will not let this go, Huowu declared, shaking her head resolutely. What do you intend to do? Huowu Shuang watched her warily. Since she ignores my existence, I shall ensure she cannot overlook me. I am going to steal her boyfriend. Huowu's words were shocking, confirming Huowu Shuang's worst fears. We cannot interfere in others' relationships. Huowu Shuang firmly opposed his sister's intentions, his expression serious as he regarded her. Seeing her brother's unwavering stance for the first time caused Huowu to pause and reflect, ultimately realizing the impropriety of her thoughts. She lowered her head in reluctant submission, murmuring, I understand. That's good. Huowu Shuang felt relieved that his sister could accept his perspective. His heart lightened with gratitude. Yet, she still felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. That Su Xing was so handsome. Why should he end up with that girl? Huowu grumbled to herself. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the image of Su Xing's striking presence resurfaced. Thump, thump, thump. Even knowing Su Xing already had a girlfriend, Huowu could not help but feel her heart race for him. Huowu Shuang, noticing her inner turmoil, chose to ignore her comments, understanding she was merely grappling with her feelings of discontent. However, deep inside, he felt an ache that was difficult to shake. That Su Xing is quite remarkable, managing to attract attention from his rivals. Indeed, such envy. Huowu is truly beautiful. Perhaps you could introduce her to me? As Su Xing and his companions exited the stage, they exchanged playful banter, particularly from Yu Feng, whose tone brimmed with envy. After all, Su Xing's soul skill was as striking as Tian Hang's. While Yu Feng's was somewhat acceptable, the soul skills of the other two were rather unimpressive. Upon hearing their admiration for Su Xing, Du Guyan couldn't help but tease them. The faces of the Shimo brothers immediately turned into expressions of despair, for they were the ones being described as unappealing. A soft chuckle escaped Yi Lingling's lips, unable to contain her amusement. However, she acted swiftly, for otherwise, Su Xing might have been whisked away today. After teasing the others, Du Guyan lavished praise upon Yi Lingling, much like her initial admiration for Yu Tianhong. Decisively pursuing her affections, Yi Lingling felt a blush rise to her cheeks at the compliment, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she refrained from responding, secretly reveling in her triumph. After exiting, Su Xing and his companions did not depart, but instead settled down to observe the matches of other teams. It was impossible for only one match to take place in a single day. Numerous contests were scheduled. Awakening was akin to indulging in an entertainment program, quite enjoyable indeed. Should some contestants exhibit commendable spirit abilities, Awakening would ponder the possibility of assimilating them. It was only after the conclusion of today's competitions that Awakening and the others departed. Upon exiting, they swiftly reconvened with Tang San and the others. At that moment, however, an additional figure stood beside them, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, who was unexpectedly present. Ah, Ning Rongrong's martial soul is the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. Could she possibly be the daughter of Ning Fingji, the sect leader? The appearance of Ning Fingji took Yu Tianhing and the others by surprise. Since arriving at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Ning Rongrong had never mentioned that her father was the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, so they only knew her martial soul without realizing her lineage. Greetings, Sect Leader Ning. Stepping forward, Teacher Qin Ming took the lead in saluting Ning Fingji. Yu Tianhing and the others followed suit, and Awakening was no exception. There is no need for such formality. Here, I am merely Ning Rongrong's father. Ning Fingji responded with a warm, yet dignified smile, indicating that everyone should feel at ease and subtly affirming his role as Ning Rongrong's father. Rongrong, won't you introduce your friends to your father? Yes, father. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Ning Rongrong proceeded to introduce each of her companions. She did not mention Tang San and the others, as it was evident she had introduced them prior to Awakening's arrival. Impressive. No wonder you are all prodigies nurtured by the Heaven Do Royal Academy. You are all remarkably talented. After Ning Rongrong completed her introductions, Ning Fingji praised them and then inquired about their plans following graduation. Thank you for your concern. Sect leader Ning. Yin'er and I plan to return to our sect after graduation. Yu Tianheng, discerning Ning Fengji's intention, was the first to politely decline. Moreover, the brothers Shimo and Shimo, as well as Yu Feng, have already made arrangements. This left only Awakening and Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling's martial soul, the Nine Hearts Begonia, was in direct competition with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. She certainly had no desire to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile school, yet she remained silent, waiting for Awakening to speak first. If Su Xing is willing to accompany, then she shall go. I apologize, Master Ning, and I am grateful for your regard. But due to certain reasons, I must decline your esteemed invitation to join your sect. Without delving into Yi Lingling's reasons, Su Xing has not yet decided whether her future allegiance lies with the sects of the Empire or the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, even if she were inclined to side with the sects of the Empire, she would never join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, as it would inevitably become a target for the Spirit Hall's assaults. Awakening cannot possibly disclose to others that 5 years hence, the Spirit Hall would launch an assault on your sect. Perhaps, due to his unforeseen involvement, the Spirit Hall has altered the timing of their attack. Thus, even if he intends to ally with the sects of the Empire, Awakening would not choose the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, as there exists an ever-present threat of an assault from the Spirit Hall, rendering it exceedingly perilous. How regrettable indeed. Nevertheless, fret not. The doors of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School shall always remain open for your arrival. Ning Fingji, exhibiting commendable composure, smiled graciously. Awakening. Would you mind having a private conversation? He inquired, clearly with other matters on his mind. No problem. Awakening is not without merit. Soon, Awakening found himself alone with Ning Fingji in a secluded place. Awakening, is your reluctance to join our sect due to your connection with Yi Lingling? Ning Fingji refrained from directly stating his purpose for seeking Awakening and instead inquired about the reasons behind his refusal. You need not articulate it. I comprehend fully. It is indeed a great pity. However, my previous words hold true. Should you wish to join us, the door is always open. Yet, you must be vigilant regarding the Spirit Hall. After graduation, be cautious in your travels. Yi Lingling has likely warned you that if given the chance, the Spirit Hall will certainly target her. It would be prudent for you not to leave the Imperial capital, especially for Yi Lingling. Within the Imperial capital, the Spirit Hall dares not take action. Ning Fingji continued, not pausing for Awakening's response, ensuring that there would be no discomfort in silence. Subsequently, he expressed concern for the circumstances surrounding Awakening and Yi Lingling. At first, Su Xing did not take it to heart, but soon his expression shifted slightly. He had yet to determine his stance. Had he unwittingly aligned himself with a sect opposed to the Spirit Hall in their eyes? Thank you, Sect Master Ning. For your reminder, I will certainly take heed. Su Xing expressed his sincere gratitude for Ning Fengji's counsel, acknowledging that he had indeed overlooked this matter previously. It is best that you are aware, Ning Fengji remarked with a reassuring pat on Su Xing's shoulder, relieved that Su Xing comprehended his implications. Is there a particular reason for your visit today, Sect Master Ning? Awakening took the initiative to inquire of Ning Fengji. Uncertain whether the grace and demeanor exhibited by Ning Fengji were intentional, Awakening could only express admiration. I would like to borrow your esteemed herbal treatise on celestial herbs. If I may? I understand this may be rather forward, and if it offends you, simply disregard my request. Upon hearing Awakening's inquiry, Ning Fengji responded in kind. It turned out that Ning Fengji had learned of the preciousness of celestial herbs from Ning Rongrong, and upon discovering that Awakening possessed such a compendium, he felt a stirring of interest. As the leader of a sect, it was only natural for him to harbor such thoughts. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's request, Su Xing finally comprehended the reason behind Ning Fengji's approach. To be frank, he had nearly forgotten the herbal compendium, which had originally been a mere fabrication aimed at extracting the genuine medicinal properties of the celestial herbs from Tang San. However, upon reflection, when excluding the concocted herbs, the book retained its worth, particularly after Tang San had elucidated the pharmacological properties of those herbs. Its value could be deemed remarkable. Su Xing considered the idea of allowing Ning Zongju to replicate a copy, yet he also mentioned a favor he would need in return. After some contemplation, he nodded in agreement. There was nothing objectionable about it. While the book could be regarded as precious, it was equally devoid of utility. The crux lay in the ability to locate those celestial herbs. Moreover, if he declined, Ning Fengji could easily procure the information from Tang San. So it would be more prudent to secure the favor for himself rather than relinquish it to Tang San. Do let me know what assistance you require. Upon receiving Su Xing's consent, Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he excitedly proclaimed, I hope that Ning Zongju could exchange some of the ores or materials in your collection for me. I am in need of particularly sturdy and uniquely effective items. Su Wake spoke up, expressing his belief that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect must possess such artifacts. He aspired to develop the soul guiding device in a more compact form. But to achieve this, he needed to find suitable materials. His own research into synthesis using magnetic evasion had yet to reveal when he would succeed. Awakening seeks to develop the soul guiding pistol. With the right materials, he can forge it. The soul guiding pistol is notably more agile and consumes less soul power compared to the soul guiding cannon, and it is evident that Awakening aspires to create it. Certainly. In a few days, I will escort you to our 7 Treasures Glazed Sex Treasure Hall, where you may select whatever materials you desire. Ningfengji readily agreed, showing no hesitation. For the denizens of this world, particularly the soul masters, the significance of weapon forging materials is not greatly emphasized. Conversely, they prioritize celestial herbs that can elevate soul power and evolve martial souls. Thus, in Ningfengji's eyes, this exchange favored Awakening, yet he unreservedly consented. In truth, when considering value, Awakening is at a disadvantage. However, he remains indifferent, as these materials were originally acquired without cost. Ningfengji could not procure them from his own resources but could obtain them from Tang San. Chapter 89. If you cannot defeat them, join them on the journey back. Awakening found himself pondering a pressing question. Which side should he ultimately align with? Presently, due to his relationship with Yulingling, he stood in opposition to the Spirit Hall. Nonetheless, this stance is not immutable. The crux lies within Awakening himself. He has yet to determine his allegiance. Neutrality is a mere illusion, unless he chooses to hide away. He must also consider the well-being of Xiaowu and Su Xiu too. Bibi Dong will undoubtedly seek ways to locate and hunt the 100,000-year soul beasts. Because of Xiaowu, Awakening is compelled to look after Deming and Erming. However, regardless of his chosen side, he cannot entirely eliminate the possibility of Xiaowu encountering formidable human adversaries leading to her demise. Furthermore, it is conceivable that Su Xiaodu might also be hunted as a 100,000-year soul beast. This prospect is intolerable for Awakening. Awakening suddenly halted, his expression shifting erratically. It dawned upon him that he possessed no influence, no power of his own. When all significant events transpired, he might find himself utterly powerless. Xiaowu, Deming, Erming, and even Su Xiaotu could potentially face the perilous pursuit of Bibi Dong, and he had no effective means to avert this fate. Without the celestial herbs, Tang San could no longer rely on the sacrifices of Xiaowu and Deming Erming. Thus, defeating the Spirit Hall as he had in the original narrative seemed nearly impossible. Furthermore, I could not bestow celestial herbs upon him. Therefore, even if he managed to conquer the Spirit Hall, it would be delayed by many years, rendering him incapable of halting the Spirit Hall's unification of the Douluo continent. Moreover, Douluo had already met his demise at my hands, and it was unlikely that anyone would uncover the truth about the Snow Emperor being poisoned by Qian Renxue, allowing her to seize the Tiando Empire without shedding blood. It appeared that, due to my unexpected intervention, no one could prevent the Spirit Hall's unification any longer. Would it not be tantamount to courting death to oppose the Spirit Hall? Furthermore, the unification of the Douluo continent under the Spirit Hall could be viewed favorably, as it signified the rise of the common people. In the future, I would undoubtedly seek a path to divinity. Those divine trials and tribulations are merely bestowed by deities, granting various rewards and powers, while divine positions are inherited, not truly one's own. Such divine positions are not worth pursuing until the very end. What I desire is to attain divinity through my own capabilities, employing 2 methods. 1, by manifesting my path through absolute power, and the other, through the veneration of faith. Ideally, I would pursue both simultaneously. If I were to ascend through faith, it would depend on whether my cultivation system could gain traction. The unification of the Douluo continent by the Spirit Hall would indeed facilitate the dissemination of my cultivation system. Thus, it seems that joining the Spirit Hall would be the most prudent choice. By aligning with the Spirit Hall, should my status rise, I would be constantly informed of Bibi Dong's whereabouts. If she were to head towards the Stardow Forest, I could ensure that Xiaowu and the others evacuated in advance. Alternatively, by gaining Bibi Dong's trust, I could persuade her to venture into the sea to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Awakening gradually began to envision a clearer path for the future. If he could supplant the Spirit Hall, it would be an even more perfect outcome. In Su Xing's eyes, the first glimmer of something called ambition emerged. If he could seize control of the Spirit Hall, everything would become significantly simpler. Brother Su Xing, if you intend to join the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, I would gladly join alongside you. In the evening, after an impassioned encounter, Yulingling nestled against Su Xing, softly uttering her words. No, I shall not join the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Su Xing shook his head gently, then affectionately ruffled Yulingling's hair, saying, I have made the decision to join the Spirit Hall. What? Upon hearing Su Xing's words, Yulingling's delicate form trembled, and she lifted her head from his embrace, gazing at him in disbelief. You heard correctly. I intend to join the Spirit Hall. Su Xing, noticing her difficulty in accepting the news, sought to reassure her as he elaborated. The Spirit Hall is immensely powerful, and I do not wish to remain in hiding. Nor do I want you to live in constant fear. Therefore, let us join the Spirit Hall. We can temporarily set aside the vengeance for your parents and conceal ourselves. Once we have grown stronger within the Spirit Hall, we can seek retribution at a later time. Moreover, I do not wish to deceive you. Compared to the current 2 great empires and the various sects, I hold greater faith in the Spirit Hall, as it symbolizes the rise of the commoners. He then explained to Yulingling the existence of the 2 empires and the sects, detailing the obstacles and detriments they pose to the development of this world. The presence of these empires and sects nearly severed the avenues for commoners to ascend, unless a mutation of the martial soul occurred, and even then, it had to be a favorable transformation. Yi Lingling listened with rapt attention as Su Xing spoke, unaware that he possessed such a clear understanding of the world and his own perspectives. Although she struggled to comprehend all of his words, she sensed that Su Xing had no intention of abandoning her and was still contemplating vengeance for her. For her, that was sufficient. Unsure whether to fully trust Su Xing, she chose to place her faith in him. Brother Su Xing, I will follow your lead. Yi Lingling gazed up at him, her beautiful eyes brimming with trust. However, as Su Xing beheld the unwavering trust in her eyes, he felt a heavy weight in his heart. In his past life, he had been a scoundrel, yet he had never encountered someone like Yi Lingling, who instilled in him a reluctance to entertain even a fleeting thought of irresponsibility towards her. Nevertheless, he also bore responsibilities towards Xiao Wu. It seemed that I must indeed take the place of the spirit hall. In this world, only the emperor, regardless of how many women he marries, holds a position of power. The nobles, who take multiple concubines, cannot be compared in status. Awakening silently mused to himself. The preliminary matches of the Heaven Do Empire continued unabated. Apart from the inaugural contest on the first day, multiple battles occurred simultaneously each day. Every team engaged in a fight daily. Nevertheless, it would take nearly a month for the results to materialize. On the second day, Awakening and his companions faced an ordinary academy team, which they easily vanquished. Look quickly, exclaimed Awakening. It is the Blaze team. They seem to be in a fierce struggle. As they awakened and left the arena, they lifted their gazes towards the screen, which displayed the fierce battle between the Blaze Academy and the Azure Academy. It was evident that Huo Wu and her companions from the Blaze Academy had fallen into dire straits. Opposing them, the Azure Academy had surprisingly unleashed a fusion technique of 7 souls in unison. Huo Wu and her comrades found themselves enveloped in a colorful mist. Oh heavens! The emergence of such a formidable 7-soul fusion technique had indeed placed Blaze Academy in a precarious situation. One could only wonder if they would be able to unravel the complexities of Azure Academy's 7-soul fusion skill. The host's astonished exclamations echoed alongside the unfolding spectacle on the screen. Chapter 90, Blaze Academy's ordeal as Su Xing lifted his gaze. He discerned the dire predicament of the Blaze Fire team. It was unclear how the Blaze Fire team had found themselves in such a situation, or whether it was the first time that the Tsanghui Academy had executed their 7-in-1 fusion technique, leaving them unprepared for the successful deployment by their adversaries. Su Xing vividly recalled the formidable illusionary fusion technique of Tsanghui Academy, the 7 Azure illusion. In the original narrative, had it not been for Tang San's interference, the Shrek 7 monsters would have faced defeat. Indeed, all teams could potentially fall prey to Tsanghui Academy due to negligence. When confronting such a formidable opponent, it was imperative to prevent them from utilizing their 7-in-1 fusion technique. Now, it was perplexing that Tsanghui Academy's team had not concealed such a potent move, opting instead to reveal it the following day. The Blaze Fire team had clearly underestimated their opponents. Otherwise, a single resisting fire ring from Huo Wu would have disrupted their formation, rendering the execution of the 7-in-1 fusion technique impossible. At present, the arena was shrouded in colorful mist, obscuring the events unfolding within. However, Su Xing believed that following yesterday's defeat, the Blaze Fire Academy was poised for yet another failure. A stroke of ill fortune indeed. Excellent. Let us incapacitate them all and demonstrate that our Tsanghui Academy is not inferior to the 5 great elemental academies. The captain of Tsanghui Academy, Shin Sinyu, wore a triumphant grin as he commanded his team to inflict severe injuries upon the Blaze Fire Academy. The other members, in agreement, advanced to unleash their prowess, severely wounding the members of Blaze Fire Academy. Under the 7 Azure illusion, Huo Wu and her companions found themselves unable to resist. While they struggled within the illusion, they were swiftly overpowered by the members of Tsanghui Academy, following Shin Sinyu's orders to deliver a punishing blow, utilizing their favorite attacks to inflict grave psychological trauma upon Huo Wu and her team. Yet, when one of their members attempted to target Huo Wu, he was abruptly repelled by her resisting fire ring. Huo Wu, realizing she had fallen into an illusion, desperately flailed, releasing her attack without direction. As fate would have it, her chaotic strike inadvertently broke the 7 Azure illusion. Brother. Upon escaping the illusion, Huo Wu beheld her brother, Huo Wu Shuang, lying beside her, unconscious and still bearing a visage of agony. She then noticed that all her teammates were similarly incapacitated, their faces contorted in struggle. How dare you? What have you done? Enraged, Huo Wu summoned her 4th soul skill, Blazing Dance of the Sun. As she unleashed her fiery assault upon the members of Tsanghui Academy, the colorful mist dispersed. Inside the arena, the battle seemed to have concluded. To her astonishment, all that remained standing was Huo Wu, while the members of Blaze Fire Academy lay defeated. After suffering defeat the previous day, was Blaze Fire Academy destined to fall again? No, not yet. Huo Wu, undeterred, surged forward in a furious quest for vengeance against the entirety of Tsanghui Academy. Could she single-handedly turn the tide? Or was she merely driven by a desire for retribution? Outside the arena, the host, upon grasping the situation, began to commentate. The audience, including the teams from the other 5 great elemental academies, was equally astonished. They had not anticipated such a powerful technique from Tsanghui Academy. Despite the audience's surprise, the battle raged on. Douluo, clearly having lost her composure upon witnessing her brother's plight, charged into battle with unbridled fury, neglecting all tactical considerations. Initially, her strength was formidable, and she managed to fell 2 members of Tsanghui Academy. However, soon after, due to severe depletion of her soul energy, she found herself unable to continue the fight. How infuriating! Overwhelm her together. Captain Shin Sinyu, witnessing his considerable advantage being threatened by Huowu's resilience, bellowed in frustration. Alas, Huowu soon found herself beset by the remaining 5 members, who, instead of swiftly defeating her, chose to torment her slowly. At this juncture, Huowu's defeat was inevitable. She could easily concede and escape unscathed. Yet, blinded by rage, she would not yield, continuing to fight with gritted teeth. This display of tenacity stirred deep concern among the spectators. Huowu, please, stop fighting and concede. Feng Xiaodian from the Shunfeng Academy anxiously urged her from the sidelines. The actions of Tsanghui Academy were utterly despicable. Indeed, victory was theirs, yet there was no need for such humiliation of their adversary. Why wouldn't Huowu concede? She had no chance of victory left. The brothers of the stone mill, witnessing the scene, were immediately filled with righteous indignation and began to curse vehemently. Not only they, but the audience present could no longer tolerate the spectacle, urging the students of Tsanghui Academy to cease their actions. Cease? Huh. Today we shall ensure that everyone remembers us. Upon hearing the voices from outside the arena, Shinshin Hui not only failed to restrain himself but instead erupted into a disdainful laugh. Bang! He then kicked Huowu, sending her crashing to the ground. At this moment, Huowu had managed to regain her composure from the initial fury. Yet she was unwilling to concede to such humiliation from her opponent. Despite the pain coursing through her body, she struggled to rise once more. Still unwilling to surrender? Then do not blame me for being merciless. Shinshin Hui, noting Huowu's continued resistance, darkened his expression and slowly advanced toward her. At that moment, Huowu Shuang, having regained consciousness without anyone noticing, struggled to rise and upon seeing his sister's dire condition, immediately raised his hand in surrender. Bang! Hearing her brother concede, Huowu could no longer hold on and collapsed into unconsciousness. Xing stood off to the side, observing as Huowu endured a merciless beating. Despite his disdain for her disposition, it was impossible for him to remain unperturbed when witnessing someone who had only recently expressed affection for him being so cruelly mistreated. Tsanghui Academy? Without Tang-san, have you become so audacious? Chapter 91. At last, Xiao Wu's wish is fulfilled. Come, darling, call Mama. In the Stardow Forest. Ever since Su Xiaodu learned to speak, Xiao Wu had been diligently teaching her to call her Mama. Regrettably, after so many days, Su Xiaodu could only manage to say Baba, leaving Xiao Wu exasperated. She felt unsettled unless she berated Xing at least a few times each day. Baba. He. Ah. That scoundrel Xing must have secretly taught Su Xiaodu poorly. I shall make him pay when he returns. Each time Xiao Wu heard Su Xiaodu call out Baba once more, she couldn't help but scold Xing again. He. Seeing Xiao Wu's indignant expression, Su Xiaodu couldn't contain her joy, her little rabbit ears wiggling adorably. Darling. You little rascal. Although Xiao Wu felt a rush of irritation, it soon dissipated as she buried her head in Su Xiaodu's belly, playfully nudging her. Isn't Xiao Wu quite easily agitated these days? Not far off. Erming whispered to Deming, observing Xiao Wu. Of course, if you were Xiao Wu, wouldn't you be anxious if your daughter called Baba before Mama? Deming shot Erming a knowing glance. But I don't have a daughter. Erming scratched his head in confusion. Yet Xiao Wu is rather petty. She still won't let me hold Su Xiaodu. Deming rolled his eyes at Erming again, remaining silent, with Erming's unreliable demeanor. Who would dare let him hold her? Darling, let's try one last time. Call Mama, shall we? Mama is eager to hear you say it. If you call Mama, I will prepare delicious food for you. After a moment, Xiao Wu began her lesson anew, this time employing the allure of culinary delights to entice Su Xiaodu. Upon hearing the mention of delicacies, Su Xiaodu's large eyes sparkled with delight, as if she had discerned something wonderful. Come here, Mama, urged Xiao Wu, noticing Su Xiaodu's expression, her own demeanor brightening as she gently guided her. Mama, the little one's round, glimmering eyes blinked, and eventually, out of respect for Xiao Wu, she managed to utter the somewhat unclear word. However, it mattered little. The sentiment was conveyed splendidly. Ha, my darling is truly remarkable, Mua. Daming, Erming. Su Xiaodu has called me Mama. Upon hearing the child's sweet call, Xiao Wu joyfully sprang up, boasting to Daming and Erming. It's nothing special, really. Just a few days ago, Su Xiaodu was already calling for her father. Erming scratched his head, perplexed as to why Xiao Wu was so elated. Why is that such a big deal? Erming. Xiao Wu fixed her gaze upon him, her expression unreadable, clearly displeased. Little Xiao Wu, you see. Erming immediately shrank back at Xiao Wu's demeanor. Humph. Remember this, Su Xiaodu learned to call Mama first, do you understand? If you let it slip, you'll be in trouble. Xiao Wu threatened slowly, determined to keep Su Xing unaware that Su Xiaodu had initially learned to call for her father. It must only be Mama. Indeed, it was always meant to be. In the Tiando Empire, although Su Xing harbored a strong aversion towards the Zhonghui Academy, in the subsequent days, their team was unable to match with Zhonghui Academy. Awakening, even with the desire to avenge Huo Wu, finds himself unable to act. Nevertheless, he remains unperturbed, confident that their paths will cross in due time. Following the revelation of their 7-in-1 fusion skill, Zhonghui Academy has ceased to conceal their prowess, astonishingly securing victory in the ensuing matches and emerging as a dark horse in the preliminary round. Sharing awakening sentiments of teaching Zhonghui Academy a lesson is Shinkong Academy. Have we drawn Zhonghui Academy for tomorrow's match? Feng Xiaotian inquired, prompting a teammate to check the results. It is not us. Zhonghui Academy's opponent tomorrow is the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaotian's expression shifted, revealing a hint of displeasure. Although he was aware that Awakening had a girlfriend, the mention of the name still stirred feelings of jealousy and discontent within him. This was the very individual who had garnered Huo Wu's affections. What do you think? Can Zhonghui Academy defeat Tiando? Feng Xiaotian turned to his teammates, hoping for a favorable outcome that would prevent Awakening from avenging Huo Wu. He pondered how Huo Wu would react if Zhonghui were to fall to Awakening's team. Thus, he wished for Zhonghui Academy to triumph over them. It should be feasible. Though Zhonghui Academy is formidable, their trump card has already been revealed. With the right strategy, it shouldn't be too challenging to handle, one of Feng Xiaotian's teammates instinctively analyzed. However, upon observing the increasingly grim expression of their captain, he quickly amended his statement. Nevertheless, I still hold faith in Zhonghui Academy. Perhaps they possess other hidden techniques. For it is rare for teams to unveil all their strategies so early. The other members of Shinkong Academy exchanged glances, silently expressing their admiration for their teammates' swift recovery. Such a survival instinct is commendable. Humph. Feng Xiaotian scoffed lightly, aware that his teammates' words were intended to placate him. In truth, he understood that Zhonghui Academy was unlikely to pose a challenge to Awakening. It was infuriating that he would be compelled to perform in front of Huo Wu again. Awakening was also informed about the match against Zhonghui Academy scheduled for tomorrow. However, he paid little heed to it, motivated solely by the desire to avenge Huo Wu's earlier display of affection towards him. Ice and Fire Domain. Upon returning to his residence, Suo Xing delved into the study of his Ice and Fire Domain. In truth, ever since acquiring the Ice and Fire Domain, Suo Xing had devoted a portion of his time each day to its exploration. Su Xing yearned to fully comprehend his abilities. Rather than merely wielding the domains of Ice and Fire, the powers of Ice and Fire resided within him. Yet he could only access them through the release of a domain, a notion that he found intolerable. While the inhabitants of this world might revel in the mere possession of a domain, Su Xing remained unperturbed. He aspired to delve deeply into his powers, mastering them to the point of effortless and autonomous usage. With persistent research, he was indeed making progress. Awakening. He discovered that the Tai Chi diagram of Ice and Fire within his heart was, in fact, a manifestation ensnared by a particular form of energy. This energy resembled a preordained program, dictating that the realm of Ice and Fire could only be unleashed in a predetermined manner, while the realm of Life served merely as its secondary protocol. The solution appeared straightforward: to dismantle this program. However, relinquishing control over this program would unleash an overwhelming energy from the Tai Chi diagram of Ice and Fire, one that I might not be able to withstand. Thus, I must refrain from disturbing it for the time being. Nevertheless, this program holds paramount importance. Should I unravel its intricacies, I might just find a resolution to the issue of storing soul rings and their corresponding soul power. Awakening, his eyes gleamed with brilliance. He finally grasped the essence of the matter. Chapter 92, Preparing to Overwhelm Zhonghui Academy. I was hasty. I retract my previous statement. However, upon further investigation into that program's energy, Awakening realized his previous rashness. He had initially thought that dismantling the program would suffice to lift the restrictions of the Ice and Fire domain. Yet, after delving into the intricacies of the program, he discovered its formidable fortification. Not only could he not destroy it, but he found himself utterly thwarted, unable to even penetrate it with his soul power for a deeper inquiry. This was either due to his current limitations or his failure to discover a method. Thus, he could only proceed gradually. Xing let out a helpless sigh, subsequently setting aside his research on this energy program. He then engaged in his daily meditation, aimed at enhancing his soul power, followed by a regimen of thunderbolt body forging. The remarkable prowess that Su Xing possesses today is undeniably attributed to his relentless efforts. It is precisely due to Su Xing's formidable intellect that he can meticulously arrange the multitude of tasks before him. Studying physiological knowledge alongside Yi Lingling serves as a respite for Su Xing. The next day, he urged his companions, "You must remember, we cannot allow the students of Zhonghui Academy to unleash their 7-in-1 fusion technique. If we prevent that, victory shall be ours. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to concede defeat. However, I have faith in you all. You will not allow them to successfully execute their fusion technique." Let us strive forward. Teacher Qin Ming was imparting critical advice to Su Xing and his team regarding their impending confrontation with Songhui Academy. It was soon their turn to face the martial spirit team from Songhui Academy. Yes, teacher, we understand. Yu Tianheng nodded, affirming his understanding. Greetings, everyone. I am your host. Dodo. What follows will be the clash between our Tiando Royal Academy team and the Dark Horse, Songhui Academy team. Now, let us welcome both teams to the arena. First to enter was Songhui Academy, followed by Tiando Royal Academy. As the host, Dodo fluttered her wings and entered the arena. Su Xing and his companions stepped into the spotlight amidst the adoring cheers of the crowd, which evidently overshadowed those of Songhui Academy. This elicited a somber and discontented expression among the members of Songhui Academy as they entered. Captain, do you think we can defeat them? One of the team members, lacking confidence, inquired beside Xinxinhua. Absolutely. As long as we can execute our 7-in-1 fusion technique, no team stands a chance against us. Our goal is not merely to defeat them. We aspire to claim the ultimate championship. Xinxinhua replied with a scoff, brimming with pride and confidence. Indeed, the captain is right. Upon hearing Xinxinhua's words, his teammates echoed in agreement, their tension dissipating in the face of Su Xing's formidable team. With the prospect of deploying their fusion technique, they felt assured of their ability to vanquish any opponent. Captain, what is our strategy for the upcoming match? On the opposing side, Yufeng expressed some trepidation towards Songhui Academy and turned to Yu Tianheng for guidance. Typically, Yu Tianheng was the one to devise tactical arrangements. Su Xing, what do you propose we do? He asked Su Xing. In recent days, their approach had remained consistent. Su Xing would initiate a frontal assault, while the Shimo brothers would provide support. Yufeng would disrupt the enemy, Du Guyan would maintain control, and Yu Lingling would handle healing. They had efficiently dispatched their opponents, and aside from their initial encounter with Blaze Academy, Yu Lingling had not even needed to employ her soul skills in subsequent battles. Let us maintain the same formation. Su Xing smiled faintly and confidently remarked, rest assured, with me around, they will not be able to execute their 7-in-1 fusion technique. Even if they manage to unleash it, there is no need for concern. I possess the means to handle it. Awakening possesses the confidence of his own merit. His lightning armor, though not as capable as Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes in penetrating all illusions, grants him immunity to all forms of illusionary attacks. His consciousness is perpetually stimulated by electric impulses, rendering him impervious to any deceptive enchantments. The 7-in-1 fusion technique of Songhui Academy holds no sway over him. Very well. Let us proceed with the battle. Yu Tianheng smiled upon hearing this. Since Awakening asserted there would be no issues, there surely would be none. Now that both teams are in position, let all participants unleash your martial souls. The match begins. Before Awakening and the others could say much more, the host quickly announced the commencement of the competition. Wealth brings me joy. Third soul skill. Wealth connects the divine, bestowed by the thunder god. While others were summoning their martial souls and soul rings, with radiant rings of light emerging around them, Awakening was enveloped in crackling lightning, his effects rivaling those of his peers. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Dragon Ascension. Without hesitation, Awakening seized a powerful orb of lightning and forcefully slammed it to the ground, directly engaging in the fray. Awakening is unafraid of the opponent's illusions, yet he does not wish to grant them the opportunity to unleash their powers. While he possesses immunity, Yu Lingling and the others do not share this advantage. Any unforeseen incident could prove disastrous. Thus, the most straightforward solution is to deny them the chance to execute their 7-way fusion technique. Quick, unleash the fusion technique. At that moment, Xinxinhua of Songhui Academy had just begun to issue commands. Damn, too fast. Get out of the way. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he witnessed Awakening's soul technique. Aware of its effects, he urgently instructed his teammates to evade, and he himself leaped aside without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Xinxinhua dodged, a lightning pillar, as wide as a bowl, erupted from the ground before him. Had he been even a moment slower, he would have been struck directly. As Xinxinhua rejoiced in his narrow escape, he turned to find that one member of his team had failed to dodge and was hit by Awakening's Thunder Rising Dragon. Xinxinhua's expression changed instantly. They had already sustained injuries at the outset. Cursed be it, his attack speed is far too rapid. Xinxinhua silently cursed, astonished by the swiftness of Awakening's assault. Donghe Guang, you take the front. He commanded one of his teammates to engage. The rest of you, join me in executing the 5-way fusion technique. With their martial souls unified, executing the soul technique fusion does not necessitate the presence of all 7. Having fewer participants is permissible, albeit resulting in diminished power. Acknowledging that facing the Tiando Royal Academy squad head-on would be futile, they could only rely on fusion techniques, and the 5-way fusion should suffice. I understand. Dong Higuang responded to Captain Xinxinhua and charged toward Awakening. Third soul technique, illusionary twilight descends. A veil of ethereal light enveloped Awakening and his companions. Lacking offensive capability, it merely served to momentarily obscure the opponent's vision. He did not expect to defeat Awakening and his team. His sole aim was to impede their progress. So, you wish to execute a fusion technique. I shall not allow you to succeed. Seeing this, Su Xing let out a disdainful snort. Chapter 93. I have merely discovered that tormenting others can be quite enjoyable. Thunderous flying kick. Casually calling out a name, Su Xing's figure instantaneously appeared before Dong Heguang. The illusion cast by the opponent posed no hindrance to him whatsoever. Bang! Dong Heguang of Tsanghui Academy was immediately sent flying by Su Xing's kick, crashing into one of his teammates behind him. The struck teammate cried out in pain. The original combination technique now interrupted. Well, we have witnessed the player Su Xing from Tiando Royal Academy, who has swiftly incapacitated a member of Tsanghui Academy, disrupting their 7-person fusion technique. On the side of Tsanghui Academy, Dong Heguang has stepped forward. The remaining members seem poised to execute a 5-person fusion technique instead. Will they succeed? Can Dong Heguang buy enough time for his team? Once again, it was Su Xing who attacked. Dong Heguang's soul skills had no effect on him, and he was sent flying back. The 5-person fusion technique that Tsanghui Academy intended to employ was also shattered. Su Xing, emboldened by his advantage, charged into the ranks of Tsanghui Academy, crackling with electricity. So swift, the members of Tsanghui Academy could not even deploy their soul skills in time to impede him. 1. 2. How fast? In the blink of an eye, Tsanghui Academy was left with only their captain, Shinsenyu. The eloquent host, Douluo, soared gracefully through the air, closely observing the match while energetically providing commentary. Excellent. Truly formidable. Our main team from the Tiando Empire. Well done. Tsanghui Academy has been exceedingly arrogant these past few days. Indeed, they relished in tormenting their opponents and deserve to be on the receiving end of such punishment. The audience, witnessing Tsanghui Academy being nearly annihilated by Su Xing alone, erupted in fervent cheers and shouts. Indeed, they stood no chance. Feng Xiaodian, witnessing Su Xing's one-man onslaught against Tsanghui Academy, felt a wave of dissatisfaction. Such an opportunity should have been his. He then glanced towards the distance, where Huo Wu was watching Tsanghui Academy's comeuppance with great satisfaction. Yes, crush them. Huo Wu cheered for Su Xing, her fists pumping in encouragement. It had taken several days for their injuries to heal. To recuperate, they had nearly forfeited all their matches, resulting in a dismal record. Thus, Huo Wu harbored a deep resentment towards Tsanghui Academy. Unfortunately, they had no chance to confront them again in the preliminaries, unable to exact revenge with their own hands. Now, seeing this scene, she felt elated, especially as the one teaching Tsanghui Academy a lesson was Su Xing, whom she held in high regard. Meanwhile, on the stage, Shinsenyu had realized that his team was defeated and prepared to concede. Bang! However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Xing advanced, his fist crackling with electricity, landing a powerful blow to Shinsenyu's abdomen. Shinsenyu doubled over, his eyes widening in agony. The words of concession abruptly silenced. The host Douluo, poised to announce the victory of Tiando Royal Academy, was compelled to halt. A player's incomplete declaration of surrender held no weight. If she dared to announce it, her fate would be sealed, even though it was evident to all that Tsanghui Academy's defeat was inevitable. Unless a life-threatening incident occurred on stage, she could not declare the match over. We concede. Shinsenyu lifted his head, his expression grim as he glared at Su Xing, gritting his teeth to continue speaking. Bang! Yet again, before he could finish, Su Xing sent him flying with a kick, colliding with a teammate who had just risen, leaving them in disarray. Damn it, we concede. Shinsenyu, sprawled on the ground, struggled to rise, eager to declare his surrender. He had recognized that Su Xing was not allowing him the chance to concede. Thunder Dragon ascending. Boom. His intuition proved correct, as a pillar of lightning erupted beneath him, propelling him into the air before crashing down violently. Bang. Shinsenyu landed face first, groaning in pain. Not only Shinsenyu, but his teammates also realized that Su Xing was toying with them. One attempted to step in and concede for Shinsenyu. Bang. Before he could utter a word, a bolt of lightning struck him, rendering him unconscious. Thus, anyone who sought to concede was met with Su Xing's wrath. Moments later, not a single member of Tsanghui Academy remained standing. They all lay on the ground, groaning in despair. You are utterly despicable. Why must you do this? Shinsenyu glared at Su Xing with furious, bloodshot eyes, demanding to understand why Su Xing was being so ruthless towards them when there was no animosity between the two parties. He knew that unless he explicitly stated his concession, Su Xing would not grant him the opportunity. It is nothing. I merely found that tormenting others can be rather enjoyable. Have you not taken pleasure in tormenting others these past few days? How does it feel to be on the receiving end of such treatment? Upon hearing this, Su Xing offered a faint smile, and then, rather unexpectedly, delivered a swift kick that sent Shui flying. On the stands, Huo Wu gazed at Su Xing, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. What a splendid display. It was utterly satisfying. Could it be that he is punishing the Tsanghui Academy team because of me? As she watched with joy, Huo Wu could not help but entertain this possibility. Indeed, it must be so. Regardless of the truth, she had already made up her mind. Su Xing, I harbor feelings for you. Without regard for whether Su Xing already had a girlfriend, Huo Wu stood up and boldly shouted towards him. What are you doing? Huo Wu Shuang, standing beside her, immediately changed her expression and reprimanded her sister. To say such things in public is utterly embarrassing. It's nothing. I'm merely expressing my feelings. It doesn't mean he has to reciprocate. I just wanted to know I like him. Huowu replied with a straightforward smile. I mean, you are being too indiscreet. You will be the subject of ridicule. Huowu Shuang retorted, agitated. So what? I said the same thing the other day, and no one dared to mock me. Huowu pouted dismissively. Huowu Shuang was momentarily rendered speechless. Perhaps she had a point. Yet, seeing her sister in such a state filled the elder brother with sorrow, as it is never pleasant for a protective brother to witness his beloved sister developing affections for another man. The one who felt equally pained and envious was Feng Xiaodian. He was keenly observing Huowu and had certainly overheard her declaration. Damn it, that scoundrel Su Xing must have done this intentionally. If I had known, I wouldn't have sought him out earlier. Feng Xiaodian clenched his fists in frustration. It turned out that just before Su Xing entered the arena, he had deliberately approached him, hoping Su Xing would not perform exceptionally well, thus preventing Huowu from misunderstanding. Now, it was clear to Feng Xiaodian that he had only succeeded in complicating matters. Awakening may have initially intended to teach a lesson to the Zhonghui Academy, yet it was not to be so overly evident in his demeanor. In recent days, the only one truly subjected to the harsh treatment from Zhonghui Academy was the Blaze Academy. It would be prudent for you to concede. After shattering countless bones in Shun Xinshui's body, Awakening finally ceased, allowing a member of Zhonghui Academy to acknowledge defeat. He had certainly heard Fire Dance's confession, and Wen Xiaodian must be infuriated at this moment. Indeed, as Wen Xiaodian had surmised, while he harbored intentions to impart a lesson to Zhonghui Academy, he would not manifest it so transparently. The sole motive was to irk Wen Xiaodian. You dare to instruct me? Who do you think you are? As for Fire Dance's declaration, Awakening paid little heed to it. It was of no consequence. However, one cannot deny that receiving a confession from a lovely young lady, especially one as beautiful as she, does evoke a delightful feeling. We concede, with one of the members from Zhonghui Academy admitting defeat. Today's competition for Awakening and his team concluded. The Zhonghui Academy conceded. Congratulations to the Tiando Royal Academy for their victory. It is utterly astonishing that the Tiando Royal Academy triumphed with just Awakening as their sole combatant, decisively vanquishing the seemingly dark horse Zhonghui Academy. Remarkable. Splendid. With the announcement of Zhonghui Academy's concession, the host, Douluo, finally declared the outcome of the match. Furthermore, Douluo highlighted the most shocking aspect of this encounter. Throughout the entirety of the match, only Awakening fought and obliterated the Zhonghui Academy team. Truly, it is easy to overlook that Awakening single-handedly defeated the Zhonghui Academy team. Is this not extraordinary? Upon hearing Douluo's words, the audience was struck by this revelation, collectively astonished by Awakening's prowess. The young ladies in the crowd were fervently chanting Awakening's name. I want to marry you. I adore you. I'll be waiting for you in my room tonight. I want to bear your children. A multitude of young women were clamoring. Fire Dance's earlier cries were long forgotten. Incredibly strong. The main team has entered, effectively depriving us of a spot. Indeed, there is no hope for first place now. They are truly formidable. To this point, several members of their team have hardly even had a chance to fight. Other Spirit Soul teams participating in the competition were equally astonished, feeling that Awakening and his team were merely toying with their opponents in the preliminary matches. However, given the Tiando Royal Academy's outstanding performance, they dared not voice any complaints. This was not only what the audience wished to witness, but also what the Tiando Empire desired to see. Indeed, this year, the Tiando Royal Academy has produced many exceptional students. High in the stands, Emperor Shuiyi watched the result of the match with great satisfaction. Truly, this year's newcomers are formidable, particularly this one named Awakening. Ning Fengji concurred with praise. No matter how strong, they cannot compare to our golden generation at the Spirit Hall. Platinum Bishop Salas scoffed disdainfully, believing that Awakening could never join the Spirit Hall. He naturally grew increasingly displeased as Awakening excelled. Nonetheless, Salas paid little mind. He was aware that Awakening was under the watchful eye of Pope Bibidon. Should Awakening not serve the Spirit Hall, it was clear that his days were numbered, for he understood the Pope's methods well. Speaking of which, it was I who assisted this junior Awakening in entering the Tiando Royal Academy. After their conversation, a young man seated between Emperor Shuiyi and Ning Fengji spoke up. It was the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe. It turned out that today, Xue Qinghe had come to watch the match. To be honest, when Xue Qinghe recognized Awakening, he was utterly taken aback. The individual who once required his assistance to enter the Tiando Royal Academy had, in just 2 short years, become so remarkably strong. Moreover, he possessed an impressive array of soul skills. This was not at all what he had anticipated. Upon hearing that Awakening had no soul rings, he had abandoned any attempts to court his favor. In hindsight, this had been a significant miscalculation. No, it should be said that I was deceived. That lad clearly had his soul rings concealed, rather than lacking them altogether. How intriguing. Well done, Crown Prince. Emperor Shuiyi responded, momentarily astonished before offering praise. So it turns out, Qinghe, you already know Awakening. I was planning to introduce him to you, much like I did with Tang San, Ning Fingji remarked, somewhat surprised by Xinghe's words. Just days prior, he had introduced Tang San to Xinghe. Originally, he had intended to introduce both Tang San and Awakening together. But considering that Tang San wished to discuss matters related to his father, he had refrained from bringing Awakening along. There is no need for your assistance, teacher. I shall meet him on my own. Xinghe smiled slightly. Now that he recognized Awakening's exceptional qualities, he was certainly prepared to pursue him anew. Unbeknownst to Xing, Xinghe was preparing to seek him out. After leaving the arena, he was intercepted by a girl with fiery red hair. Huo Wu, what do you intend to do by blocking my path? Xing gazed at Huo Wu and inquired, what you mentioned earlier on the competition stage. I presume you have heard it? Huo Wu was forthright, not mincing words with Xing. Did you say anything? Awakening, not wishing to provoke Huo Wu, instinctively denied her words upon hearing them. Huo Wu, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Did this fellow actually fail to comprehend? What did you say? If you were about to confess your feelings for me, there is no need. You are well aware that I already have a girlfriend. Xing smiled faintly, intending to use words to stifle Huo Wu, making her feel too embarrassed to continue. Indeed, what I wish to convey is this. I have feelings for you. However, to Xing's surprise, Huo Wu showed no signs of embarrassment upon hearing his confession. Instead, she boldly acknowledged it. After speaking, she bit her lip and, with her beautiful eyes fixed on Xing, leaped towards him. Having finally developed feelings for someone, even if unrequited, she was determined to bestow her first kiss. Chapter 95. Is he heading to the Wuhuan temple? As Huo Wu lunged at him, Xing found himself faced with two choices, either evade her advance or accept it. After a brief moment of hesitation, he realized it was too late to retreat. For Huo Wu had already closed the distance and pressed her lips against his in a fervent kiss. Well, if he pushed her away now, he would no longer be a man. Xing was never a particularly virtuous individual. Perhaps he had been mindful of his existing family and was reluctant to entangle himself with other women. However, when confronted by an alluring young woman who was fully aware of his relationship status yet still pursued him, Xing felt that outright rejection would be too hurtful for her. Thus, after being unexpectedly ambushed by Huo Wu, he swiftly turned the tables. Originally intending to merely steal a kiss and depart, Huo Wu found herself wide-eyed and at a loss, captivated by his deep, penetrating gaze. After a moment of stunned silence, she finally regained her composure and bashfully pushed Xing away. Flustered, Huo Wu pointed at him, attempting to articulate her thoughts, yet words eluded her. I am not one to shy away from action. If I cannot evade a situation, I will take the initiative. Xing chuckled at Huo Wu's reddened cheeks, surprised to discover that such a bold and straightforward girl could possess a shy side. Huo Wu sensed an unsettling shift in the unfolding events, but in her flustered state, she could not pinpoint what felt amiss. I have already discerned your feelings for me. Yet, you are aware that I am in a committed relationship. Are you certain you wish to continue harboring such feelings? Xing gazed at Huo Wu, his tone taking on a more serious note. Of course, Huo Wu replied. Yet her mind was in a state of confusion. This should have been the outcome she desired, but something felt amiss. Upon hearing this, Xing immediately smiled and, to Huo Wu's astonishment, stepped forward to kiss her. After she did not resist, Xing became quite assertive. Faced with Xing's unexpected initiative, Huo Wu offered little resistance. Feeling too shy to push him away, although somewhat bewildered, she recalled that it was she who had taken the initiative to confess her feelings to Xing, making this unfolding moment seem almost inevitable. Thus, despite feeling that the progression of events diverged from her expectations, Huo Wu did not resist. Upon awakening, Huo Wu, possessing an astute sense of seizing opportunities, immediately grasped the moment after witnessing Xing's demeanor, and without hesitation, she led him to a hotel. However, upon arriving at the entrance, Huo Wu finally comprehended that the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Her confession to Xing was merely intended to convey her feelings for him. It was that simple. She never anticipated that he would reciprocate her affections. Moreover, even if he did, it was far too hasty to proceed to a hotel. What a lecher. His thoughts are far too fanciful. I shall return and seek you out tomorrow. I am determined to claim you from Yilingling. Until then, I shall not allow any impropriety. Thus, upon reaching the hotel entrance, the suddenly lucid Huo Wu swiftly withdrew her hand from Xing's grasp and fled. Her clarity of mind returned with remarkable speed. Xing gazed at the fleeing Huo Wu, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. It seemed that the opportunity to seize the moment had slipped away, yet it mattered little. There would be ample chances in the future. Xing, the junior, was no ordinary individual. He had nearly captured the heart of the most enchanting student at the Flame Academy. As Xing silently watched Huo Wu's silhouette fade into the distance, a voice emerged from behind him. Upon hearing this, Xing turned around and was met with an unexpected figure, the Crown Prince. Xing glanced at Xinghe and greeted him with a sheepish smile. I apologize for the embarrassment, Your Highness. It was indeed somewhat awkward to be caught in a compromising situation while attempting to escort a lady to a hotel, especially when she fled at the last moment. Would you like me to introduce you to a few lovely ladies? Despite secretly disparaging Xing's lecherous behavior, Xing, recognizing his current identity as a man, felt compelled to speak from a masculine perspective. Ahem. Thank you, Your Highness, but that will not be necessary. Xing cleared his throat and promptly declined. He was not so desperate as to seek out a few beauties to quell his desires. Very well, let us take a stroll together. Xing smiled and invited. Indeed, Your Highness. Xing found it difficult to refuse. Xing lagged half a step behind Xing, pondering the reason for Xing's summons. Was it because he had come to recognize Xing's extraordinary talent after assessing his current strength, prompting a renewed attempt at persuasion? Upon awakening, Xing speculated the purpose of Xing's visit. What a superfluous gesture, dear lady. I was just about to make my way to your spirit hall. Awakening silently lamented. For he had not forgotten that the snow-clad river before him was, in fact, Enraged, the daughter of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. You have kept this secret from me for quite some time. Had I not encountered you during the competition, I would have remained oblivious to your soul ring. After traversing a distance and finding themselves in a desolate area, Xing finally spoke, initiating a lamentation to Xing, addressing the matter of his earlier concealment. I apologize. Your Highness, I am indeed grateful for your assistance. However, I preferred not to draw too close to you. Hence I had no choice but to keep this hidden from you. After a moment of contemplation, Xing responded, expressing his regret while firmly asserting that this was his choice. Given the chance to do it all over again, he would make the same decision. Awakening merely sought to convey to Xing that there was no need to attempt to win him over. Upon hearing this, Xing's expression faltered momentarily, as he was met with rejection right from the outset. Why? You must understand that I am now a prince, destined to become the emperor of the Tiando Empire. Xing did not exhibit anger but calmly inquired, Your Highness, as you know, I am of common birth. And you are aware of the circumstances surrounding my entry into the Tiando Royal Academy. Indeed, yet you shall soon acquire a noble title. That is true, but I have no desire for it. I do not wish to become the very type of noble I detest. What are your future plans then? Upon hearing Xing's words, Xing was quite taken aback, for it was his first encounter with someone who did not aspire to nobility. Simply because of a disdain for the aristocracy, one would refuse to ascend? Well, the logic is consistent. Yet, do not ordinary individuals seek to elevate themselves to nobility to escape unjust treatment? I have yet to decide. Perhaps I will remain at the academy and become a teacher. Xing responded, his expression wavering slightly before he spoke. Xing could discern that Xing's answer was somewhat perfunctory. A thought stirred within him. If Xing rejected nobility, the most likely alternative would be to join the Spirit Hall, where distinctions between nobles and commoners were non-existent. Chapter 96. Spirit Power Refinement. This was the only possibility that Xing could conceive. The sects were not a viable option either, as their members were predominantly aristocrats. Aside from a few minor sects, but given Xing's talent, Xing harbored doubts that Xing would align himself with those lesser establishments. As this notion settled in his mind, Xing could not help but smile inwardly. Little rascal, in the end, you will undoubtedly become my subordinate. He mused quietly, viewing the Spirit Hall as his own in the future. Xing is preparing to join the Spirit Hall, which means she will become one of its subordinates in the future. Very well, since you have expressed your stance, I shall not impose further. However, rest assured that once I ascend to the throne, I will address the issues surrounding the nobility and instigate meaningful change. Xing then conveyed his understanding to Xing, refraining from any further pressure. I sincerely apologize for having let down your highness's goodwill. After expressing a brief apology, Xing took his leave. Since he intended to join the Spirit Hall, there was no need for further concern. Xing gazed at Xing's departing figure, murmuring softly. As for Xing's relationship with a girlfriend possessing the 9-heart-sea butterfly spirit, he deemed it of little significance. The fact that Xing could invite Huowu to a hotel room today indicated that he would not overly concern himself with Yilingling. On the contrary, there was Tang San, a wielder of twin spirits, destined to be an adversary of the Spirit Hall. Though his current strength was lacking, as he matured, he would inevitably become a formidable force, just as his mentor had foretold. He decided to relay the information back, allowing that woman to determine her course of action. Then, Xing recalled Tang San, introduced to him by Ning Fengji, who was also the source of information regarding Tang San's twin spirits. This was due to Tang San's collaboration with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School on his crafted hidden weapons. Tang San, aware of Ning Fengji's status, inquired about his father, Tang Hao, inadvertently revealing everything. In the original narrative, Tang San's use of the Haotian hammer during the preliminaries merely served to further confirm Xing's suspicions. Enraged would likely surmise my intentions to visit the Spirit Hall, Xing pondered after his departure. He had purposefully disclosed his imminent visit to the Spirit Hall to avoid any unforeseen complications along the way. In the animated series, Tang San's exposure of his identity led to an assassination attempt by the Spirit Hall. Had the assassination failed, the powerful Douluo would have appeared directly afterward. If not for the timely intervention of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it was likely that Tang Hao would have acted from the shadows, ensuring Tang San's safety. However, his circumstances differed. Given the talent and strength he had thus far exhibited, should the Spirit Hall decide to target Tang San, he would undoubtedly be included as a target as well. Xing wished to avoid any unforeseen occurrences. Thus, informing Xinghe of his intended visit to the Spirit Hall was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. As for whether an assassination from the Spirit Hall would still transpire, Xing believed it was highly probable. He was aware that Tang San had continued to forge hidden weapons and had colluded with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Therefore, the events depicted in the anime were likely to unfold as they had, and Tang San's true identity would inevitably be revealed before Xinghe. Xing chose not to remind Tang San, for he was certain that he would ultimately be safe. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xing refrained from seeking out Yi Lingling. He felt it would be unseemly to unleash the anger ignited by Huo Wu upon her. Furthermore, he had been wholly engrossed in an arduous research endeavor lately, leaving him little time to assist Yi Lingling in her studies of physiology. Recently, Xing has been diligently tackling the issue of soul power tempering. This endeavor is a preparatory step for the future promotion of his cultivation system. His system necessitates the tempering of the body. Otherwise, one cannot continue to elevate their soul power levels in the absence of soul rings. The method of lightning tempering has its limitations, requiring one to possess a lightning attribute. Thus, he seeks to explore whether it is possible to directly temper the body using soul power. In the room, Xing sits cross-legged, gradually directing his soul power to permeate every cell of his body as he experiments. Only with an exceptionally refined control over his soul power can he undertake such an endeavor without causing harm to himself. The method attempted by Xing diverges significantly from Tang San's Xiantian skill, which is fundamentally an internal cultivation technique centered around soul power. In essence, Tang San's practice is a refinement of soul energy. Conversely, Xing's approach is distinct. It does not merely involve the circulation of soul power through the body's meridians. Instead, it penetrates every cell within the body, achieving the effect of body refinement through soul energy. Indeed, this method proves effective, albeit not as efficient as the body refinement through lightning, currently operating at merely 1/10 of that efficiency. However, this is merely a preliminary development, and once fully matured, the body refinement through soul power should enhance its efficacy by approximately double. It is unclear how much time has elapsed when Xing finally opens his eyes, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Indeed, soul power can be directly employed for body refinement. This is a feat that no soul master in the Douluo continent has ever accomplished, primarily due to the constraints imposed by soul rings, much like the limitations faced when creating unique soul skills. The restrictions of soul rings prevent one from mastering their soul power at the nuanced level required for body refinement. This revelation undoubtedly brings Xing immense joy, for it implies that those soul masters who opt to absorb soul rings, despite understanding the methodology of soul power body refinement, will remain incapable of utilizing it effectively. Consequently, this opens the door for a greater number of individuals, particularly those with lesser innate talents, to embrace his system of cultivation. Nevertheless, this does not imply that traditional soul masters who absorb soul rings are entirely barred from utilizing this technique. Rather, they can still engage in soul power body refinement prior to absorbing soul rings. This advancement will significantly accelerate their progression to level 10 of soul power. With the viability of soul power body refinement established, there is no need to disseminate the method of lightning body refinement. For the time being, it is prudent to keep this knowledge close to the vest. Otherwise, before I ascend to divinity, I might find myself overtaken by those who have adopted my system, which would certainly be an awkward predicament. As Xing murmured to himself, he picked up a pen and paper to record the methods and intricacies of soul power body refinement. Only through thorough research could he devise a final, perfected technique for refining soul power. Unbeknownst to the entire Douluo continent, Xing had developed a groundbreaking concept that could transform the realm of soul masters. It was at this moment that his cultivation system took on its definitive form. The previous method of body refinement, reliant on lightning attributes, was simply not feasible for widespread application. Lightning attribute soul beasts were relatively scarce, and those that existed were typically formidable, making them nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to hunt. Even if one were to succeed in such a hunt, it was not guaranteed that their martial soul would evolve to possess a lightning attribute. Chapter 97. The astonishing Yi Lingling. Good morning, Xing and everyone. Fire Dance greeted as they arrived at the competition venue the next day. Today, we are up against the Blue Tyrant Academy combat team, and how about you? With warmth, Fire Dance approached Xing, presenting him with breakfast. Remember to eat. We are about to compete, so I won't disturb you any longer. She then handed him the meal and waved goodbye, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yushinheng and the others watched Fire Dance's confident demeanor as she charmingly delivered breakfast to Xing before departing gracefully. Hey Xing. This girl is not only beautiful but also quite direct. If you're not interested, why not introduce me? Yufeng remarked enviously after Fire Dance's silhouette faded from view. Indeed, she was quite forward, pursuing you without hesitation. I envy you so much. I've never experienced such attention from a girl, especially one so lovely and full of character. The brothers of Shimo also chimed in, their tones laced with envy. Lingling, you must keep an eye on Su Xing. Don't let fire dance steal him away. Yu Shenheng teased Yi Lingling. Don't pay any heed to their nonsense. Lingling, let us eat together. Su Xing retorted as he pulled Yi Lingling aside to share the breakfast fire dance had brought. What is this behavior? Observing Su Xing's actions, Yu Shenheng and the others were left dumbfounded. Instead of discarding the breakfast in front of Yi Lingling, he chose to enjoy it together with her. If Fire Dance were to discover this, she would undoubtedly be furious. Yi Lingling, however, said nothing, sweetly sharing the meal with Su Xing brother Su Xing. Isn't Fire Dance quite beautiful? She finally inquired after they finished eating, her tone devoid of interrogation, merely a casual question. Yes, all right. But no match for our Lingling's beauty. Su Xing replied with a sheepish smile. He opened his mouth, intending to explain but faltered, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. He had meant to let Yi Lingling know that she wouldn't be the only woman in his life. Yet, despite his clarity of thought, when it came to expressing it, he found himself at a loss, especially in front of Yi Lingling, who held him in her heart above all else. Awakening expressed. I have never encountered such a situation in my past life. It seems that Fire Dance has a fondness for Brother Su Awakening. If Brother Su Awakening reciprocates those feelings, he need not concern himself with my emotions. Yi Lingling observed Su Awakening's demeanor and chuckled softly. What did you say? Upon hearing Yi Lingling's words, Su Awakening was momentarily taken aback. Brother Su Awakening, after joining the Spirit Hall, you intend to gradually seize control of it. Am I correct? Without providing an explanation, Yi Lingling glanced around before quietly posing this question to Su Awakening. How do you know that? Su Awakening's pupils constricted slightly in genuine astonishment upon hearing her words. I guessed. It appears my intuition was accurate. I can sense that Brother Su Awakening wishes to transform this world. Thus, mastering the Spirit Hall and unifying Douluo continent would better facilitate the realization of your aspirations. In that case, Brother Su Awakening will undoubtedly become an emperor, and it is only natural for him to have multiple women. Although I feel a twinge of reluctance, I still support Brother Su Awakening. Having several women, especially those of power, will better assist you. Amid Su Awakening's shock, Yi Lingling leaned in close to whisper her speculations and thoughts. Su Xing never anticipated that the seemingly obedient Yi Lingling would discern his ambitions. Although it was of little consequence that she had figured him out, he took a moment to reflect on his own behavior. Perhaps it was his frequent disdainful remarks about the empire and the sects during their conversations, where he would highlight their shortcomings and express how he would approach matters differently if given the opportunity. From now on, he resolved to be more cautious in his words. So, what is it that you wish me to acquiesce to? After regaining her composure, Su Xing gently inquired of Yi Lingling. Brother Su Xing, promise me you will take care of yourself. Even if my parents' revenge remains unfulfilled, it is of no consequence. You must ensure your own safety. Yi Lingling smiled at Su Xing, articulating her only request. She did not demand that Su Xing avenge her parents. Gazing at the beaming Yi Lingling, Su Xing felt his heart tremble profoundly. I promise you, I will take good care of myself, he assured her, his gaze earnest and resolute. In the ensuing days, Fire Dance visited Su Xing each morning, bringing him breakfast. The intentions of Sima Zhao were evident to all. Yu Tianheng and the others initially presumed that Yi Lingling would react with anger or anxiety. However, contrary to their expectations, Yi Lingling not only remained unfazed but also forged a friendship with Fire Dance, sharing all of Su Xing's favorite dishes with her. This revelation drove Fire Dance, who had brazenly attempted to seize her boyfriend, into a frenzy, as if striking a soft pillow. It was utterly disconcerting. She was not intimidated by Yi Lingling's assertiveness or harsh words. Rather, it was the gentle demeanor of Yi Lingling's approach that truly unsettled her, as it indicated a genuine friendship. Fire Dance, feeling flustered, could no longer act too overtly in her pursuit of Su Xing and had to settle for simply expressing a desire to befriend him. Were it not for her indomitable spirit, she might have relinquished her attempts to win Su Xing's affections altogether. It was then that Dugu Yan and the others recognized Yi Lingling's prowess, each filled with admiration in their hearts. Awakening was indeed expected, yet not entirely surprising. That day, Awakening had discerned that Yi Lingling, the girl whose gaze was solely fixed upon him, was far from ordinary. Awakening, Lingling, our match results are in. Tomorrow we shall face the Tianshui Academy team. What about you? On that evening, Huowu sought out Awakening and Yi Lingling once more. Sister Huowu, we are set to compete against the Shinkong Academy team. Yi Lingling showed no resistance to Huowu's arrival, engaging her in lively conversation and laughter. Shinkong Academy, you say? They have a rather obnoxious individual on their team. Upon hearing this, Huowu frowned, recalling the incessant harassment from Feng Xiaotian. Chapter 98. The preliminary rounds conclude. Are you referring to Feng Xiaotian, who has long been infatuated with you? I find him rather admirable. Why do you not accept him? At Huowu's remark, Yi Lingling burst into laughter. While she bore no ill will towards Awakening's potential interest in other women, she also harbored no objections to facilitating a connection between Huowu and Feng Xiaotian. He is no match for me. I would never find him appealing. Huowu scoffed, expressing her disdain for Feng Xiaotian. Upon hearing this, Su Xing cast a glance at Huowu, remaining silent. Huowu, with her straightforward and fiery disposition, indeed possessed a certain charming novet. Among the younger generation, the one who left the strongest impression on Su Xing, apart from Tang San, was Feng Xiaotian. Should Feng Xiaotian ascend to the rank of Soul King, aside from the unpredictable Hu Liena, who had invested all her skill points into charm, both Xieyu and Yin would likely prove no match for him. The soul skill he devised himself is extraordinarily formidable. Had he not encountered Tang San, who fortuitously mastered the wind hammer technique that countered his own, achieving victory would not have been so effortless for Tang San. In Su Xing's eyes, those capable of creating powerful soul skills under the constraints of soul rings are truly exceptional. Awakening felt that if the other party were to learn his cultivation system, it would suit them perfectly. The reason Fire Dance always believed that Feng Xiaotian was inferior to her was likely because he had been holding back. He might have perceived that Fire Dance was rather competitive, hence he was reluctant to defeat her. Little did he know that Fire Dance's foremost criterion for a partner was that he must be stronger than she. Both of them exhibited a hint of foolishness. Feng Xiaotian could only blame himself. As for Fire Dance, being a beauty, sometimes it is permissible to be a little foolish, possessing charm and figure suffices. For excessive intelligence can be detrimental at times. Awakening, I shall undoubtedly defeat you today. You despicable and shameless scoundrel, how dare you feast while casting glances at another pot? Before the competition had even commenced, when the two teams encountered each other, Feng Xiaotian glared at Awakening, seething with indignation. In recent days, how could he possibly be unaware of Fire Dance's daily visits to seek out Awakening? Initially, he had thought that Awakening, having acquired a girlfriend, would turn down Fire Dance. However, he soon realized that Awakening had no intention of rejecting her, merely enjoying what he had while eyeing other prospects. How could he endure such a situation? Because my teeth are fine, I can consume it all. Su Xing smiled radiantly at the breeze, his laughter infused with a mischievous charm that could be quite infuriating. Ha! Upon hearing Su Xing's words, Yu Feng and the others couldn't help but join in the laughter. As for the truth of Su Xing's intentions, they chose to leave it to Yi Lingling's discretion. They all believed that Yi Lingling could handle Huo Wu. However, Feng Xiaotian, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed, taken aback by Su Xing's audacity to so blatantly acknowledge it. Without further ado, he declared that any matters would be settled on the competition stage. With a faint smile, Su Xing left behind a parting remark and made his way to the dueling platform, followed closely by Yu Tianheng and the others. Humph! Feng Xiaotian scoffed coldly, leading his team onto the stage as well. The battle between the two sides ignited swiftly. Feng Xiaotian disregarded the other competitors. Caring little for the outcome of the day's match, he directly sought a one-on-one duel with Su Xing. Yet, how could Feng Xiaotian hope to contend with him? Ultimately, Feng Xiaotian unleashed his self-created soul skill, while Su Xing countered with his own technique, Thunder Slash, engaging in a clash that surpassed even the prowess of Thousand Birds, preventing the accumulation of Feng Xiaotian's 36 consecutive slashes. Self-created soul skill, Gale Demon Wolf 36 slashes. Self-created soul skill, Thunder Slash. With a resounding explosion amidst dazzling lightning, Feng Xiaotian was struck down by Su Xing, rendering him unconscious. Following Feng Xiaotian's defeat, the Shinkong Academy team was swiftly vanquished as well. Let us extend our congratulations to the Tiando Royal Academy team for their victory. Thus far, the Tiando Royal Academy has maintained an unblemished record, firmly securing the top position on the leaderboard. As the Shinkong Academy team fell to Su Xing and his companions, they subsequently faced formidable opponents, including the powerful teams from the Tianshui Academy and Xiangjia Academy. However, regardless of the team, none posed a threat to Su Xing and his comrades, all falling one after another. Among them, the most formidable were undoubtedly the captivating women of Tianshui Academy, whose beauty was matched only by their exceptional strength. They were the most popular team aside from Su Xing's group. Alas, they too ultimately succumbed to Su Xing and his team. After nearly a month, the preliminary rounds finally concluded, with 5 teams emerging victorious: Tiando Royal Academy, Tianshui Academy, Chihua Academy, Shinkong Academy, and Xiangjia Academy. Chihua Academy managed to secure the 5th position just in time. Following the conclusion of the preliminaries, the standout competitors were bestowed noble titles by the Snowy Night Emperor. Except for Su Xing, all members of the Tiando Royal Academy team received noble titles, leaving Su Xing as the sole individual to be granted a noble title. Due to his exceptional performance, Su Xing was directly awarded the title of Viscount, while Huo Wu and the others received the title of Baron. Awakening alongside them, he accepted the noble title bestowed by the Emperor of the Snowy Night. Although Su Xing harbored a disdain for becoming a noble, he would not openly refuse the accolades bestowed upon him by the Snowy Night Emperor in such a significant setting. Only a fool would decline acceptance in such a momentous occasion, as it would be tantamount to slapping the face of the Emperor of the Tiando Empire. If he had no desire for it, he could simply refrain from bestowing territories upon himself and discard any noble certificates without hesitation. There was utterly no need to embarrass the Snowy Night Emperor and create an awkward atmosphere. Once the conferral of noble titles concluded, Su Xing finally visited the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, where he successfully negotiated a transaction for a copy of the herbal manuscript with Ning Fengji and selected materials of his choosing from the sect's treasury. Awakening was unceremonious, seizing every rare, unfamiliar, and peculiar item in sight, collecting them all without hesitation. Whether any of these possessions would prove useful would only be revealed upon his return and subsequent testing. Ning Zhongzhu, may I take all of these? He inquired, his voice directed at Ning Fengji as he shouldered a bundle resembling a small mountain. No problem, Ning Fengji replied, observing how nearly all his cherished materials had been packed away, yet feeling no sense of loss. That very evening, after returning home, Awakening commenced testing the materials, ultimately discovering a substance suitable for crafting a soul-guided pistol, a piece of meteorite iron the size of a basketball. In the end, Awakening successfully forged 3 soul-guided pistols. While their destructive capability was slightly inferior to that of soul-guided cannons, they remained formidable weapons capable of defeating opponents of higher rank. Moreover, the resource consumption of these pistols was significantly lower than that of soul-guided cannons and far less than that of standard soul techniques. These pistols would undoubtedly suffice for a soul emperor, though their upper limits remained a mystery. Regrettably, this particular material could not be synthesized by him, otherwise, he would have crafted several more. After storing the 3 soul-guided pistols and documenting his findings, Awakening finally took a shower and retired for the night. Following the conclusion of the preliminary rounds, the Tiando Empire, aside from its seed team, was set to compete in a promotion match. Upon its conclusion, along with the seed team, a total of 16 teams would advance to the final phase in Wuhuan City. Similarly, the Douluo Empire would also produce 16 teams bound for Wuhuan City. For Awakening and his companions, the promotion matches posed no challenge. He often triumphed effortlessly, defeating 7 opponents single-handedly. The promotion matches concluded swiftly, within a matter of days. In the pontifical hall of Wuhuan City, Bibi Dong sat regally on her high throne. Although she remained idle, her commanding presence rendered the members of the Wuhuan hall below her silent and apprehensive. You may leave, she finally spoke, dismissing the individual before her. Subsequently, she perused the intelligence report that had been delivered, which originated from her daughter. Bibi Dong harbored little regard for Qian Rinqiue and thus skimmed through the information with indifference. However, upon discerning that the Awakening referred to by Nali was the most formidable participant from the Tiando Royal Academy's team, her interest piqued. The specifics of his soul ring were unknown due to its invisibility, yet his prowess was undeniably impressive. His ability to create unique soul techniques was astonishing, having already showcased 4 or 5 such techniques. A commoner and the son of a wealthy merchant, he had nearly been barred from enrollment, showing disdain for the aristocracy and expressing no desire to join their ranks. Bibi Dong's lips curled into a smile as she absorbed this information. Clearly, Awakening's profile delighted her. It was somewhat unexpected, as she had assumed his exceptional talent was a result of Yu Xiaojiang's tutelage, only to discover that was not the case. The student of Yu Xiaojiang was none other than Tang San, the son of Tang Hao, with dual martial souls. Upon realizing the identity of Yu Xiaojiang's disciple, Bibi Dong's countenance shifted dramatically, and she rose abruptly. She did not question the accuracy of Qian Rinqiue's information. Despite her lack of affection for her daughter, Bibi Dong recognized her competence and knew she would not err in such matters. With innate full soul power, blue-silver grass. In just 14 years of age, there was no mistake. Moreover, a slight analysis of Tang San's information led to an undeniable conclusion. Xiaogang. At this moment, Bibi Dong's expression became one of profound sorrow. She was unconcerned that Tang San was Tang Hao's son. What troubled her was that Yu Xiaojiang had taken Tang San as his disciple and was personally mentoring him. Did he not comprehend the enmity between the Wuhuan Hall and Tang Hao? Surely, Yu Xiaojiang was aware. His decision to cultivate Tang San was, in her eyes, the gravest betrayal. Had he never considered that Tang San's growth would inevitably position him as her adversary? Xiaogang, could you truly be so heartless? Bibi Dong lamented, feeling a pain so intense it rendered her breathless. After a prolonged moment, she composed herself, transforming her sorrow into a steely resolve. Since he is destined to be my enemy, regardless of your affiliation, I shall not allow him to thrive. Bibi Dong's expression was imbued with cold determination as she murmured, her voice laced with a chilling intensity. If Yu Xiaojiang could be so unfeeling, she too would disregard his sentiments and eliminate Tang San. Though she hesitated to harm Yu Xiaojiang, she would not spare Tang San. At this moment, the so-called main team, including Tang San and his companions, along with Awakening and Huo Wu's group, was making their way to Wuhuan City under the escort of the Tiando Empire. The final rounds awaited them in Wuhuan City. Inside the carriage where Awakening resided, he was accompanied only by Yi Lingling and Huo Wu. Originally, their group, including teacher Qin Ming, comprised 8 individuals traveling in 2 carriages. However, Huo Wu had sought out Awakening, prompting Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin, who had been with Awakening and Yi Lingling, to squeeze into the other carriage with teacher Qin Ming. Thus, only Awakening, Yi Lingling, and Huo Wu occupied their carriage. I wonder how Xiao Wu is faring. Can she speak and walk now? Can she manage on her own? As he gazed out the window, thoughts of Xiao Wu and Su Xiao too flooded Awakening's mind. He found himself missing them daily, even contemplating a secluded life in the Star Do Great Forest with Xiao Wu. Yet, Each time this thought arose, he swiftly quelled it, recognizing its impracticality in the perilous world of Douluo continent. Unless he became invincible, Xiaowu's identity would inevitably attract danger. If not aimed at Xiaowu, then at Ming and Ming, and she could not remain indifferent to their fates. Thus, wielding power was imperative. Once he successfully unified the Douluo continent under the Wuhuan Hall, who would dare threaten his beloved ones? Su awakening, what are you pondering? Thinking of other women? Wu. Engaged in conversation with Lingling, noticed awakening's distant expression and squinted, inquiring. The intuition of a woman can indeed be formidable, despite her fiery demeanor. Wu had accurately guessed that awakening was contemplating someone else. No, with such beautiful company as you and Lingling, how could I possibly think of other women? Awakening shook his head, smiling as he denied the suggestion. Even if there were thoughts, he certainly could not voice them. Lingling observed Awakening's response with a flicker of curiosity but chose not to press further. Yet, she suspected that Wu's conjecture might very well hold truth. Who? She wondered, occupied Awakening's thoughts. The foolish woman that Su Xing initially pursued, Zhu Zhuqing? Lingling was already aware of Su Xing's pursuit of Zhu Zhuqing, and her first reaction was to think how truly foolish Zhu Zhuqing was to have rejected Su Xing. Even she herself was not the one who pursued Su Xing, rather. It was she who took the initiative. Lingling felt a twinge of discontent regarding Zhu Zhuqing's ability to attract Su Xing's attention. However, upon considering Zhu Zhuqing's figure, her resentment seemed futile. It was indeed an unfair advantage. Boom. An enemy. Yet before Lingling could ascertain whether Su Xing was truly thinking about Zhu Zhuqing, an unexpected disturbance erupted outside. Chapter 100. Yu Xiaojing meets Bibi Dong. What happened? Wu exclaimed, springing to her feet, nearly colliding with the ceiling. We will find out once we step outside, Su Xing calmly stated, leading the way out of the carriage. In truth, if it were up to him, Su Xing would have preferred to remain inside, waiting for the commotion outside to subside. Without needing to venture out, he already knew that the assailants were undoubtedly from the Spirit Hall, intent on eliminating Tang San. No other faction possessed the audacity to assault a convoy from the Heaven Do Empire. However, staying inside was not an option. Here, they, as Soul Masters, constituted the true fighting force, as the escorting soldiers were far from formidable. Whoosh. The moment they emerged, a masked figure in black lunged at Su Xing bang. With a swift jab, Su Xing retaliated, sending his opponent flying. Upon emerging, he witnessed all teams engaged in fierce combat against the assailants clad in black. It was evident that the Spirit Hall would not limit its attack to Tang San alone. A simultaneous assault on everyone would effectively restrain all parties involved without arousing immediate suspicion regarding their motive. How audacious of them to dare assault us. At that moment, Wu also emerged, finding the scene before her hard to believe. Not only she, but every member of the teams, including students and teachers alike, were astonished. Perplexed as to which faction possessed the audacity to launch such an attack against them. Were they unaware that they were surrounded by Soul Masters? Capturing them would be a trivial task for such blind fools. They dared to assault us. Despite their astonishment, every team promptly unleashed their martial spirits, aiming to subdue or eliminate the brazen attackers. However, as the confrontation commenced, their expressions swiftly shifted. Be cautious. These individuals are all Soul Masters, and their ranks are formidable. How powerful. What faction could mobilize so many high-ranking Soul Masters at once? Everyone, remain vigilant. Who are you? The instructors from various competing teams, upon engaging in battle, began to caution their students. Some teachers even demanded to know the identity of the assailants in black. Yet, it was evident that such inquiries were in vain, as the attackers offered no response, only continuing their relentless assault. Su Xing gazed upon the scene, a derisive smile escaping his lips. The assailants clad in black possessed considerable strength, yet none of them were willing to exert their full power. Their sole intent was merely to restrain all the teams. Su Xing understood that this was beyond Bibi Dong's courage to annihilate the entire team. Awakening soon spotted Yu Tianheng and his companions, and subsequently joined forces with Lingling and Wu to fend off the enemy's assault. The sole comfort for Awakening was that Tang San and his group were positioned at a safe distance, engaged in battle with their adversaries. It was indeed preferable to maintain distance. Awakening had no desire to get involved. He resolved to take a passive role in today's affair. Should Tang San meet his demise? So be it. However, it was highly unlikely, for Tang Hao remained in the shadows, unless the Spirit Hall had dispatched a sufficient number of titled Douluo. There was little to fear. Meanwhile, 2 days earlier, Yu Xiaojing had traveled to Spirit City, where he sought out Bibi Dong. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojing, Bibi Dong's heart stirred with tumultuous emotions, yet she maintained an outward demeanor of indifference. Bibi Dong, you remain as youthful and beautiful as ever. In fact, you have grown even more enchanting. Yu Xiaojing marveled at the regal presence of Bibi Dong seated upon her lofty throne, his expression a mixture of astonishment and nostalgia. He had never anticipated that after more than 20 years, Bibi Dong would appear even more alluring and graceful than before. In contrast, he felt somewhat weary and disheartened, realizing he was unworthy of her. It was no wonder she had chosen to leave him. Please, address me as your holiness, Bibi Dong replied, observing Yu Xiaojing's expression with a sense of satisfaction. Although she still harbored deep feelings for him, resentment also lingered in her heart. She had made the painful decision to part ways with him to protect his life. Yet, Yu Xiaojing had swiftly turned to Lu Erlong. The memory incensed her. She had endured immense humiliation for his sake, only to witness him forget her and fall for another. Now, witnessing Yu Xiaojing captivated by her allure, Bibi Dong felt a twisted sense of pleasure, wondering if he regretted not having her in his life. Yu Xiaojing opened his mouth, unwilling to bow before Bibi Dong. Yet he also refused to show submission. He believed himself unworthy of her, but he would not yield. Unbeknownst to him, he had misjudged Bibi Dong's motivations for leaving him, thinking she had abandoned him without reason. Your Holiness. But recalling that her actions were for Tang San's sake, Yu Xiaojing finally lowered his head and addressed her as such. Speak, what brings you to me? Bibi Dong asked, her satisfaction evident as she noted his capitulation, although she secretly hoped he had come to express his longing for her. She understood that was unlikely. Yu Xiaojing was a proud individual. Having concealed the truth from him, she knew he would not seek her out until he learned the reality. Thus, Yu Xiaojing's visit must pertain to other matters. Nevertheless, she was content to see him again. If he required assistance, she would oblige. Your Holiness, I seek your counsel regarding the resolution of twin martial soul conflicts, Yu Xiaojing said, his tone softening as he gazed at Bibi Dong, relieved to share his inquiry. However, Bibi Dong's demeanor shifted abruptly upon hearing his words. Is this truly the reason for your visit? She asked coldly, astonished that Yu Xiaojing had come for such a matter. It was evident that his question was related to his disciple, Tang San, who was destined to be an enemy of the spirit hall. Indeed, I have a disciple named Tang San, who, like you, possesses twin martial souls. Thus, I wish to inquire how to resolve the conflict stemming from this. As Bibi Dong's expression grew colder, Yu Xiaojing sensed the tension rising. You know of him, don't you? The son of the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. Bibi Dong stood, towering over Yu Xiaojing with icy eyes. You know? Yu Xiaojing was taken aback, realizing Bibi Dong was aware of Tang San's existence and identity. This complicates matters. He felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Since Bibi Dong was privy to Tang San's identity, extracting answers would be far from simple. Are you attempting to deceive me into strengthening your enemy, so he may confront me in the future? Bibi Dong surmised, recognizing Yu Xiaojing's intention to conceal the truth. This only confirmed his awareness of the enmity between Tang San and the Spirit Hall. The thought that Yu Xiaojing would seek to bolster his adversary was unbearable. Her heart ached, yet she masked her pain with a gentle smile. No, Yu Xiaojing quickly shook his head, insisting he had no intention of nurturing Tang San to oppose Bibi Dong. He would never do that. Your Holiness, if you share your resolution with me, I can guarantee that Tang San will never become an enemy of the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojing earnestly assured her, genuinely believing that Tang San would heed his request. Bibi Dong regarded Yu Xiaojing's desperate denial with an inward scoff. You think I would allow him to grow unchecked? A prodigy like Tang San, with ties to the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Heaven Do Empire, not to mention being the son of the Haotian Douluo, is destined to be an enemy of the Spirit Hall. Do you truly believe I would let him flourish? She continued, her smile unwavering. What have you done, Bibi Dong? Do not overreach. Yu Xiaojing's face flushed with anger at her words. Bibi Dong, undeterred by his ire, smiled and added, 3 days ago, I sent individuals to ambush him on his journey to the Spirit Hall. By now, your beloved disciple should be on his way. Bibi Dong. Just when Yu Xiaojing had dared to hope, her words plunged him into despair. Anger surged within him as he gazed at the woman before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of estrangement. This was no longer the Bibi Dong he once knew. If Tang San is truly harmed by your machinations, I will stop at nothing to obliterate your Spirit Hall. Yuxi again glared at Bibi Dong and roared. Is it just you? Bibi Dong sneered, her soul power erupting, sending Yuxi again tumbling backward. Are you in pain, Yuxi again? I want you to experience suffering, to taste the agony of living a life worse than death, just as I once did. Bibi Dong's laughter was laced with wrath, forgetting that Yuxi again was still oblivious to the truth of her past. I never expected to see you in such a state of urgency. With a faint golden glow emanating from her body, Bibi Dong ascended slowly into the air. Yuxi again, unable to grasp the meaning behind her words, was consumed by thoughts of Tang San's safety. You are no longer the Bibi Dong I once knew. Yuxi Gang, filled with grief and indignation, glared at the soaring Bibi Dong, snorted in anger, and turned to leave. He no longer inquired about the twin martial souls. It was evident that Bibi Dong had already sent someone to kill Tang San, making it impossible for her to divulge anything to him. From the moment you sent someone to kill Tang San, knowing he is my disciple, there is no longer any bond between us. As he stepped out the door, Yuxi Gang paused briefly, coldly uttering a parting remark to Bibi Dong before continuing on his way. Bang, bang, bang. Upon hearing Yuxi Gang's words, once he had departed, the sound of objects being smashed echoed through the now empty hall where only Bibi Dong remained. Yuxi Gang, how dare you speak to me? Who knew that Tang San was my enemy yet still took him as a disciple? Bibi Dong, her face a mask of frost, seethed with rage. Yuxi Gang, you scoundrel. Since I cannot have you, I shall destroy everything you hold dear. In the end, Bibidong's expression was one of cold detachment and resolute determination. Bang. Su Xing initially intended to merely observe the situation. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. Teacher Qiming, upon noticing that Tang San and his companions appeared to be in peril, implored several nearby teams for assistance in thwarting the assailants threatening them. The neighboring teams, recognizing the urgency of Tang San's plight and assessing their own ability to manage their challenges, consented to send one member each to aid. Thus, Teacher Qiming led Su Xing and their group towards Tang San's side, hastening to offer their support. Awakening is indeed speechless. What was the purpose of the past? However, he finds himself powerless, destined to follow the course of history. When the title Douluo emerges, it is likely to be the chrysanthemum Douluo, which should pose no issues, as they are at least familiar with one another. As Su Xing contemplated, he realized that it mattered little. After all, the past had not posed any genuine danger. Upon arriving at the scene, however, Su Xing discerned that the situation diverged significantly from the original narrative. Zhao Wujing and Flander were unexpectedly gravely injured and unconscious, their bodies drenched in blood, leaving their fates uncertain. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and the others bore their own wounds, valiantly fending off the assaults of the black-clad adversaries. In stark contrast, Tang San appeared unscathed, confronting the very enemy who had inflicted such harm upon Zhao Wujing and Flander. The opponent, nursing his own injuries, regarded Tang San with a wary gaze, utterly astonished that two soul saints like Zhao Wujing and Flander had failed to inflict any significant damage upon him. While a mere soul master like Tang San had managed to wound him, he was a soul Douluo, after all. Lingling swiftly tended to Teacher Zhao Wujing and Teacher Flander. Upon witnessing the dire condition of Zhao Wujing and Flander, Qiming urged Yi Lingling to administer healing. Tang San, are you unharmed? Qiming then hastened to Tang San's side, standing resolutely against the soul Douluo, clad in black. Frankly, Qiming was equally astounded. Tang San had indeed severely injured a soul Douluo. Su Xing was not particularly surprised. The hidden weapons crafted by Tang San were indeed formidable. Given that he executed a surprise attack, it was only natural that he inflicted injury upon that title Douluo. In the original work, Tang San even contemplated using hidden weapons against Zhu Douluo, though he ultimately never found the opportunity to do so. Awakening was instead astonished to find that Zhao Wuji and Flander had sustained severe injuries. This was not the case in the original text. Indeed, it was due to the absence of Lu Erlong from the team. Awakening swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Chapter 102, The Appearance of the Chrysanthemum Douluo. This alteration was a direct consequence of his influence. All the faculty and students of Shrek Academy had joined the Tiando Royal Academy, naturally bypassing the Lambda Academy. Lu Erlong did not encounter Yu Xiaojiang, and thus did not join them. They had previously had a chance to meet during the preliminary rounds. But Yu Xiaojiang had concealed himself. Lu Erlong and Flinder did have a meeting, and it appeared they had also concealed Yu Xiaojiang's whereabouts at the Tiando Royal Academy. Child, what precisely is the weapon you wield? The soul Douluo, who had been confronting Tang San, suddenly wore a grim expression. He realized he had been poisoned, and the poison was rather potent. If he did not continue fighting, he could suppress it, but engaging in battle would render him unable to maintain that control. The peacock feather, forged from fine iron, though that is not the focal point. The real concern lies in the potent venom I have applied, capable of slaying a soul Douluo. If you attempt to suppress it with your soul power, you may manage for a time, but should the toxins infiltrate too deeply, you will perish within a quarter of an hour. Tang San calmly regarded his opponent, slowly elucidating. His intention was not merely to inform, but to instill a sense of dread in his adversary, compelling him to refrain from further aggression. In truth, whether he could indeed dispatch a soul Douluo with the poison remained uncertain. However, he had to assert such a claim to deter his foe. Otherwise, should the opponent disregard the toxin's effects and unleash their full power, Tang San would stand no chance, facing certain doom, not even with the assistance of his mentor. Teacher Qiming, who, at merely a level 60 soul emperor, was still 20 levels shy of the soul Douluo. You vile little creature, resorting to poison. The soul Douluo clad in black seethed, his voice laced with fury. Tang San's expression remained unfazed. After all, employing poison was a hallmark of the Tang sect. Inwardly, he felt fortunate for having procured a wealth of toxic herbs from Uncle Ning of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, enabling him to concoct a venom potent enough to threaten even a soul Douluo. It turned out that when Tang San collaborated with Ning Fengji on concealed weapons, he had similarly requested items from Ning Fengji, albeit for antidotes and poisons, while Su Xing sought forging materials. Who are you? Why have you attacked us? Tang San inquired, casting a questioning gaze at his opponent. Unbeknownst to him, the assailants had come specifically to eliminate him. He was uncertain whether the adversary would respond, but he sought to buy time. Even though the opponent was now poisoned, he dared not act recklessly, nor did he wish for Teacher Qiming to engage. If the opponent were to act unable to suppress the venom within, they would likely cease to care for their own safety and endeavor to take down as many as possible before their demise. As anticipated, the adversary did not reply, their expression shifting continuously, revealing their internal conflict. Incompetent, unable to handle a mere child. At the moment of hesitation, a figure suddenly emerged. Behind the soul Douluo in black, a familiar silhouette appeared, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuegwan. With the arrival of the Chrysanthemum Douluo, a cascade of vibrant soul rings materialized around him, accompanied by a powerful oppressive aura of soul power. The title of titled Douluo sent a wave of despair across Qin and Tang San. The presence of a titled Douluo spelled imminent disaster. Yu Tianheng and the others were equally taken aback, while Yi Lingling and Huo Wu felt an immediate surge of tension. Even Su Xing found himself affected. How could this be? What kind of power is this, to command a titled Douluo? Indeed. The nearby teams from other schools sensed the formidable surge of soul power emanating from Su Xing's group and recognized the emergence of a titled Douluo among their foes, leaving them aghast. Though they suspected the enemy hailed from the spirit hall, none dared voice their thoughts. Further away, teams could only perceive the overwhelming soul power. Who are you? Are you here to kill Tang San? Flinder, having regained his footing thanks to Yu Lingling's healing, paled upon recognizing the Chrysanthemum Douluo's martial spirit. He understood the gravity of the situation but refrained from revealing the origin of the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Spirit Hall had dispatched someone here. Yet they had not unleashed their full strength, indicating a reluctance to annihilate everyone present. They likely had specific intentions. Upon reflecting on the actions of the black-clad individual, Flinder surmised that Spirit Hall's objective was indeed Tang San. Is it possible? These individuals are truly here to kill Tang San? What do we do? They are titled Douluo. Daimubai, Yu Tianheng, and the others were left in shock upon hearing Flinder's deductions. Their curiosity about Tang San's identity piqued. Realizing it must be of such significance to attract the titled Douluo's attention. You recognize me, then? Surely, you do not wish to impede my pursuit of Tang San? The Chrysanthemum Douluo smiled faintly upon hearing Flinder's words, pleased that Flinder had refrained from disclosing his true identity. He then surveyed the surroundings, momentarily halting his gaze upon Su Xing before shifting it away, aware of Su Xing's presence but uninterested in engaging him. He was there to kill. Then, the Chrysanthemum Douluo's attention fell upon Yi Lingling beside Su Xing. Her fourth soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring. The Chrysanthemum Douluo's astonishment was unmasked, and he gasped involuntarily. Upon a more careful examination of Yi Lingling, the Chrysanthemum Douluo's expression shifted again, as he sensed an intoxicating aura emanating from her. In a swift motion, the Chrysanthemum Douluo disregarded Tang San entirely, appearing before Yi Lingling in an instant. Seeing the Chrysanthemum Douluo approach, Su Xing hurriedly positioned himself in front of Yi Lingling. Oh, Su Xing, my boy, who is this young lady that has you so anxious? The Chrysanthemum Douluo chuckled, not feeling the need to close the distance to Yi Lingling. Instead, savoring the delightful aura she exuded. 9-grade purple ginseng, young lady, you have consumed a 9-grade purple ginseng, have you not? Without waiting for Su Xing to respond, the Chrysanthemum Douluo eagerly questioned Yi Lingling. Brother Su Xing. Yi Lingling, trembling with fear, sought refuge behind Su Xing. Indeed, Lingling has consumed a 9-grade purple ginseng. A gift from me. Su Xing, aware of Yi Lingling's trepidation, stepped in to respond to Zhu Douluo's inquiry on her behalf. Chapter 103. The Arrival of the Sword Douluo. Is it truly a gift from you? Are you aware of what it is? Zhu Douluo exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he gazed at Su Xing. Indeed. Su Xing replied nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. At this moment, Su Xing felt a twinge of panic. He had not anticipated that Zhu Douluo would expose their acquaintance. Senior, why do you wish to kill Tang San? With no other recourse, he decided to seize the moment and inquire. The revelation that Su Xing was acquainted with the title Douluo was utterly astonishing. How could this be? At that juncture, Flinder and the others were equally taken aback, unable to fathom Su Xing's connection with the formidable figure. Observing the situation, they exhaled slightly in relief, yet remained on guard, anxious to see how the exchange between Su Xing and Zhu Douluo would ultimately unfold. Behind Su Xing, Yi Lingling pressed closely against his back, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. A bit farther away, Ning Rongrong observed Su Xing's unhesitating stance to shield Yi Lingling, and despite Su Xing's acquaintance with Zhu Douluo, she felt a twinge of envy. A man who dares to stand up against formidable foes to protect his beloved is indeed rare. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes flickered with admiration for Yi Lingling as well. Zhu Douluo, witnessing Su Xing's audacity, couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This young lad was remarkably bold. The 9-rank purple herb was a celestial plant that any soul master could consume to enhance their soul power and evolve their martial spirit. This matter was not for you to inquire about. Zhu Douluo then instructed Su Xing to disregard Tang San's affairs. As for Yi Lingling, he discerned that the bond between her and Su Xing was not simple, so he refrained from further commentary. He whispered, audible only to Su Xing, after graduation. Come to the spirit hall. It would be best to bring this girl along. The ability to transmit messages secretly was typically mastered only by powerful soul masters. Yet Su Xing had already developed and could utilize it through his control over soul power. However, he boldly appealed to Zhu Douluo. Senior, Tang San is my friend. Could you spare him this once for my sake? He then conveyed through secret transmission, Elder Zhu. I am unaware of Tang San's identity or why the spirit hall seeks to harm him, but I know someone has been covertly protecting him. Please, be cautious. Ostensibly a warning to Douluo, it subtly indicated that Tang Hao was lurking in the shadows, rendering any attempt on Tang San's life impossible. Douluo was taken aback by Su Xing's secretive communication and cast him a surprised glance, not expecting him to master such a skill. However, what truly moved Douluo was Su Xing's subsequent revelation that Tang San had been under consistent protection. This could only mean Tang Hao. The mere thought of that individual sent a chill down Douluo's spine, for he was exceptionally formidable. In that moment, Douluo found himself hesitating. Should he still take action? If he forced Tang Hao out, it would spell disaster. What was he to do now? If he dared not lay a finger on Tang San, would he simply allow him to escape unscathed? Senior, Tang San is my friend. Could you, considering I assisted you previously, let him go this once? Observing Douluo's expression, Su Xing realized that Douluo was wavering. With the prospect of not being able to eliminate Tang San, he was in desperate need of an exit strategy. Su Xing presented the opportunity to extend a favor to Tang San, ensuring that he would recognize that it was he who had saved him this time. Very well. Little fellow, for your sake, I shall temporarily spare that lad. With a glance at Su Xing, Douluo found him increasingly agreeable. Astute enough to discern his fear of the unseen protector of Tang San and his desire to retreat, thus providing an apt reason for withdrawal. Indeed, he was a willing ally seeking to join the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing Douluo's command, the soul master clad in black dared not disobey. He immediately signaled for retreat and led his fellow black-clad companions away. In other locations, the black-clad figures, responding to the signal, retreated as if the tide were receding. Clang! At the very moment Douluo departed, a sword clattered to the ground, and the figure of Sword Douluo materialized, his foot resting upon the sword's hilt. Grandpa Jian! Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards Sword Douluo. To be honest, she had been utterly terrified moments ago. An ultimate Douluo had emerged among the enemies, a foe they could not contend with. Even after Douluo's retreat, she had not relaxed until now. Upon seeing Sword Douluo, she could finally breathe easy. Not only Ning Rongrong, but Yu Tianheng and the others felt the same. With Sword Douluo's presence, they were no longer afraid, even if Douluo returned. Fear not, for Grandpa Jian is here. Sword Douluo leaped down, landing before Ning Rongrong to reassure her. By the way, you encountered an enemy of the ultimate Douluo level. Yet they fled without confrontation? He then inquired, confident that he could have driven the enemy away had he arrived in time. But their retreat indicated they were not merely frightened by his presence. Grandpa Jian, it was Su Xing. Ning Rongrong promptly credited Su Xing for his efforts. No, I merely had a passing acquaintance with them and happened to assist them. Truthfully, I did not anticipate that they would honor me with such a favor. Awakening waved his hand, simultaneously elucidating the reason for his acquaintance with the other party, while also clarifying that he was not particularly familiar with Douluo, having merely assisted him on one occasion. Moreover, I believe his actions were not motivated by a desire to flatter me. Rather, he seemed to have sensed the presence of Sword Senior, which caused him to retreat in surprise. Awakening continued. No. He must be considering the assistance you provided him last time. Otherwise, prior to my arrival, he possessed the capability to eliminate you. Sword Douluo shook his head, affirming the significance of Awakening's contribution. Chapter 104. Awakening. I owe you a great debt. At this moment, Tang San approached, expressing his gratitude to Awakening. There is no need for thanks. I have done nothing of consequence. Xing smiled, embodying humility as was fitting for given Tang San's character. He would undoubtedly not forget this act of kindness. Soon after, Ning Fengji arrived alongside Jian Douluo, signifying that the recent attack had reached a temporary conclusion. The group continued onward, unperturbed by further assaults. Some speculated that the assailants were affiliated with the Spirit Hall, though none dared to voice this suspicion openly. Flender, recognizing Douluo, refrained from speaking the truth, and those who had not witnessed the events were even less inclined to do so. Fortunately, aside from a few Imperial soldiers, there were no casualties among the students and teachers, rendering the notion that the Spirit Hall had targeted the academy untenable. Ultimately, the matter faded into obscurity. Tang San did not inquire about Douluo's identity, as Flender had discreetly informed him. As they journeyed further, Xing pondered the final words of Douluo. Was the invitation to bring Yi Lingling to the Spirit Hall an intention to accept her as a disciple, or merely an appreciation of her potential for the enhancement of their ranks? Regardless of the motive, it bore little significance to Xing, who had already intended to recruit Yi Lingling into the Spirit Hall. Should she become a disciple of Douluo, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous opportunity. In Xing's memory, Douluo, despite a somewhat effeminate demeanor, was an exceptionally commendable title Douluo. In the original narrative, he remained steadfastly loyal to Bibidon, dutifully fulfilling his commands without any vices. Similar to Ghost Douluo, both joined the Spirit Hall in pursuit of power. Their error lay in opposing the protagonists of the original tale, a matter of allegiance. Yet, to the Spirit Hall, Douluo and Ghost Douluo were regarded as exceptionally competent and loyal subordinates. Su Xing believed that if he had such two subordinates, his life would undoubtedly be much more comfortable. As for the identity of Yi Lingling, it posed no issue whatsoever. The Spirit Hall's desire to eradicate the Undying sect stemmed solely from their unwillingness to utilize it. However, should Yu Lingling choose to join the Spirit Hall, that would cease to be a concern. The Spirit Hall would surely welcome her, regardless of whether her intentions were genuine or feigned. It would be utterly beneath the Spirit Hall to reject such an opportunity. Furthermore, even if Yu Lingling's allegiance were insincere, having her under their watch would be far preferable to placing her in the opposing camp. Bibi Dong would be even more inclined to retain Yu Lingling, especially considering that the assailants targeting her sect were members of the Worship Hall, specifically Qian Daluo's followers. To thwart Qian Daluo would undoubtedly please Bibi Dong immensely. However, it is more likely that Qian Daluo would remain indifferent. His sole concern lies with the legacy of the angel god. He would hardly worry that a healer who had merely entered the Spirit Hall could stir significant trouble. From my perspective, regardless of her sincerity or duplicity, the addition of a powerful healing soul master would be advantageous. If she dares to come, I shall not hesitate to accept her. Moreover, as long as I demonstrate sufficient value, Yu Lingling's presence would further reassure the Spirit Hall of my loyalty, especially since my girlfriend is still within its ranks. Conversely, my existence would provide the Spirit Hall with the confidence to nurture Yu Lingling. While these scenarios lean towards the unfavorable, the more promising outcome would be if Bibi Dong directly ensured Yu Lingling's protection and cultivation. Then, all concerns would dissipate. This is indeed a possibility. Bibi Dong's declaration to destroy the Spirit Hall is more accurately aimed at dismantling the Qian family's influence within it. Yu Lingling harbors resentment towards Qian Daluo's subordinates, precisely aligning with Bibi Dong's desires. Nonetheless, to ensure a more stable outcome, it would be prudent to devise a strategy to have Zhu Douluo accept Yu Lingling as a disciple. Individually, the strengths of Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo may not be remarkable, but together, their presence is impossible to ignore. They are the only title Douluo capable of executing a martial soul fusion technique, and their combined ability is exceptionally formidable and practical. This endeavor remains feasible. A single celestial herb could suffice. I shall produce the Qirong Tong Tian Ju, and I refuse to believe I cannot persuade Zhu Douluo. Alternatively, I might secure Zhu Dao's cooperation before Yu Lingling joins the Spirit Hall. If that fails, then I shall join myself. After much contemplation, Su Xing ultimately resolved to assess the situation as it unfolded. If he could persuade Zhu Douluo to accept Yu Lingling as his disciple, then Yu Lingling could join him in the Spirit Hall. At that point, there would undoubtedly be no issues. With these thoughts clarified, Su Xing chose to relinquish further worries, feeling a headache rising, and began to refine his soul power while seated in the carriage. To an observer, his posture resembled that of someone meditating on soul power cultivation, leading Yu Lingling and Huowu to mistakenly believe he was diligently practicing. Over time, Su Xing's research into soul power refinement had become increasingly sophisticated, yielding progressively better results. However, it paled in comparison to the efficacy of lightning refinement, which was truly potent. In Su Xing's conjecture, aside from lightning refinement, other attributes such as fire and wind could also potentially yield methods of cultivation. Yet, lacking those attributes himself, he found it impossible to develop them. Even if he had access, he was disinclined to pursue such endeavors, deeming it a waste of time. Lightning refinement sufficed. Within the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong gazed down at Zhu Douluo with a frosty demeanor, surprised to learn of his failure. It was a matter of his subordinate's ineptitude. Zhu Douluo bowed his head in acknowledgement of his error, speaking with composure in Bibi Dong's presence, refraining from any semblance of petulance. When prompted to recount the events, Bibi Dong, after a moment's reflection, chose not to reprimand him but instead requested a detailed account. The reason for her restraint lay in her realization that since Tang San had not perished, Yu Xiaojing would likely harbor less animosity toward her. Thus, Bibi Dong considered the fact that she had not eliminated Tang San as not entirely unfortunate. Yes, Your Holiness. Zhu Douluo exhaled in relief upon sensing Bibi Dong's lack of reproach, only to be overcome with self-reproach for failing to complete his mission. He subsequently recounted the series of events, and upon hearing that Tang San had actually harmed one of her soul fighters, Bibi Dong was taken aback. He detailed Su Xing's appearance, his words, and the arrival of the Sword Douluo in succession. As for Su Xing, it appeared he genuinely wished to join our Spirit Hall. This incident was fortuitous, as his timely warning ensured that escaping unscathed was no longer in question. Chapter 105. The celestial herb was uprooted by Su Xiao Tuesday. In the Stardow Forest, little Su Xiaotu is growing remarkably fast. Although she remains quite small in stature, she is already able to joyfully dash around on the ground. Her rapid growth can be attributed entirely to the magical herb consumed by Xiao Wu. Moreover, Su Xiaotu is exceptionally intelligent. Within just over a month, she has already begun to articulate many simple phrases. Mama, mama, look how beautiful. As Xiao Wu busies herself cooking outside, Su Xiaotu suddenly bursts forth from indoors, exuberantly running toward her, a flower clutched in her hand, and a beaming smile on her face. Su Xiaotu spoke of beauty, referring to the ethereal fragrance of the mystical flower in her grasp, its leaves shimmering with a captivating hue. Indeed, it was a sight to behold. That was the exquisite floral treasure nurtured by Su X's awakening. Xiao Wu quickly recognized the cherished plant that Su Xiaodu clung to so tenaciously. One that Su X had previously mentioned with great fondness. If your daughter has plucked it, then it is no concern of mine. Xiao Wu recalled Su X's admonition to refrain from disturbing it, but since it was Su Xiaodu who had uprooted it, she thought it best to let Su Xiaodu enjoy it. Daming, Su Xiaodu has emerged. Please keep an eye on her for me. As Xiao Wu called out, a colossal head emerged from the lake surface. Daming. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Xiaodu turned around to see Daming, who exhibited no fear whatsoever, instead celebrating with a cheer. She then dashed towards Daming, treating him as though he were a grand toy. Su Xiaodu, you mustn't call him Daming. You should refer to him as Uncle Daming. Do you understand? Xiao Wu remarked with a hint of exasperation upon hearing Su Xiaodu's voice. Just as she had taught her to call her mother, the little one stubbornly refused, choosing instead to giggle whenever she witnessed her mother, Xiao Wu, in a state of anger. Such a mischievous little rascal. Xiao Wu mused that had Daming not been her own daughter, she would have long ago subjected her to a playful reprimand. It's all right, Xiao Jia. If Su Xiaodu wishes to call me that, let her be. Daming's voice chimed in, showing no concern whatsoever. Su Xiaodu delighted in playing with it, bringing her immense joy. Unlike Erming, for reasons unknown, Su Xiaodu simply refused to draw close to him. After this remark, Daming lowered his massive head before Su Xiaodu, preparing to take her for a delightful swim across the lake. However, upon catching sight of the exquisite celestial fragrant silk in Su Xiaodu's hands, Daming was momentarily taken aback. Was this aroma that of a celestial herb? As he scrutinized the celestial fragrant silk, he quickly confirmed that it was indeed a genuine celestial herb. Xiao Wu, come here at once. Without a second thought for Xiao Wu's current tasks, Daming called out urgently, what is the matter? Is something wrong with Su Xiaodu? Xiao Wu, upon hearing Daming's summons, hastened over without hesitation. With sufficient distance between them, she utilized her soul skill to teleport swiftly to his side. Daming spoke up, indicating that there was truly a matter of importance. Xiao Wu, do you know where the celestial herb in Su Xiaodu's possession came from? With Xiao Wu now present, Daming eagerly inquired. Celestial herb? Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, then astonished. Are you saying that what Su Xiaodu holds is a celestial herb? As she spoke, she turned her gaze back to the celestial fragrant silk in Su Xiaodu's hands, realizing she had been unaware that this was indeed a celestial herb. Having consumed celestial herbs herself, she understood their remarkable potency. My goodness! Observing that both her mother and Daming were focused on the beautiful toy in her hands, Su Xiaodu felt a sense of possessiveness arise, quickly clutching it to her chest, eyeing them warily. This is my toy, and no one can take it away. No, Su Xiaodu cannot play with this. You must give it to your mother. Despite her fondness for Su Xiaodu, Xiao Wu knew she could not allow her to play with a celestial herb. That fellow Su Xing truly astonishes me. He actually left behind a mystical herb without uttering a single word. What if something were to happen to it, especially concerning Su Xiaodu? My goodness! Su Xiaodu tightly clutched the fairy herb, her large eyes gazing at her mother with a hint of dissatisfaction. Sister Xiao Wu, it's fine. As long as Su Xiaodu doesn't eat it, the fairy herb won't be damaged so easily. Daming, witnessing the scene, quickly reassured Xiao Wu, advising her not to scold Su Xiaodu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu softened her demeanor, deciding against reprimanding Su Xiaodu. She crouched down, gently ruffling Su Xiaodu's hair, and said, Yes, this is your mother's, not to be taken. But you must promise your mother that you won't eat it. It will give you a tummy ache. Tummy ache? Su Xiaodu felt a twinge of fear at these words, recalling the last time she had stolen a morsel and suffered from stomach pain. I don't want it anymore. Here, Mama, she said, quickly extending the fairy herb toward her mother. Mama, don't eat it. It will hurt. Concerned that her mother might suffer from an upset stomach, Su Xiaodu added earnestly. All right. Mama will listen to Su Xiaodu. Xiao Wu, touched by her daughter's words, felt a wave of tenderness and guilt. She realized she should not have scolded such an obedient and understanding child. How could she possibly be harsh with her? Typically, Su Xiaodu would playfully provoke her, laughing mischievously, as if they were merely engaging in a game. Sister Xiao Wu, did Su Xing leave this fairy herb? Daming, who had been observing, cherished Su Xiaodu's sweetness but was curious about the origin of the herb. He surmised that it was most likely left by Su Xing. Yes, it was left by Su Xing, but he didn't tell me it was a fairy herb. He merely planted it in the house. Xiao Wu replied, still cuddling Su Xiaodu while answering Daming's query. I don't know many fairy herbs, but this one I recognize. It's the ethereal fragrant Qilua within its vicinity. No toxins can approach, and even poisonous gases will be purified. Of course, that is just its surface effect. The true benefit is that both spirit beasts and spirit masters gain immensely from consuming it, enhancing their cultivation, and human spirit masters can further evolve their martial souls. I never imagined Su Xing would plant such a precious fairy herb here. He truly cares for you and Su Xiaodu. Daming elaborated on the virtues of the ethereal fragrant Qilua, seizing the moment to speak well of Su Xing regardless of the circumstances. He hoped to see Xiao Wu and Su Xing truly unite. As for Tang San, he was unfamiliar and uninterested. All he knew was that Xiao Wu being with Su Xing was what was best for Su Xiaodu, whom he had grown quite fond of. Chapter 106. A reunion with Hulaina. Xiaowu smiled faintly at Daming's words, clearly in agreement. It's surprising that he kept the fairy herb a secret. That is quite unreliable, she muttered. Daming's lips twitched slightly. How could she deem it unreliable? I believe Su Xing thinks that whether or not to mention it is inconsequential. The fairy herb is less important than you and Su Xiaotu. To support the budding relationship between Xiaowu and Su Xing, Daming suppressed his urge to tease and offered his analysis. Who knows? Xiaowu retorted, pouting, unwilling to concede. That guy is probably only focused on the competition and has completely forgotten about us. She then lifted Su Xiaotu, reminding her, Su Xiaotu, remember not to call for your father when he returns. He left for so long. Daddy? Su Xiaotu pondered for a moment, seemingly forgetting. I want daddy. Daddy. I want daddy. But soon, her eyes brightened as she recalled Su Xing, and she began clamoring for her father. Xiaowu felt a pang of frustration with herself. Why did she even bring up Su Xing? That mischievous little girl still remembered her father. Daming, observing quietly, said nothing more. A smile playing at the corners of his eyes. Though Xiaowu refused to admit it, he could see that the frequency with which Su Xing's name appeared in her discourse was increasing. In contrast, the sorrow that surfaced when she thought of Tang San had long since vanished. Perhaps Xiaowu herself had not yet realized the shift. Daming chose not to point it out, believing that in time, the memory of Tang San would fade, while Su Xing's presence would remain indelible in Xiaowu's heart. He felt confident that if Su Xing performed well on his next visit, he would surely win Xiaowu's affections. 2 days after the attack, the team from the Tiando Empire finally arrived at Wuhuan City. Upon entering, they caught sight of the towering Wuhuan Hall and the magnificent statue of the angel in the city's center. In a few days, they would compete in the final rounds outside the Wuhuan Hall. Once inside Wuhuan City, Su Xing chose to explore alone, wishing to observe the city under the jurisdiction of the Wuhuan Hall despite his decision to join them. Upon awakening, the first sensations that enveloped him were those of vibrancy and liveliness. In this realm, distinctions between nobility and commoners appeared to dissolve. However, the populace was required to adhere to the doctrines of the Spirit Hall, which bore a distinctly religious essence. This aspect struck him as somewhat unfavorable. Nevertheless, such concerns were trivial, for the Spirit Hall itself was essentially a religious institution. As for the future Spirit Empire established by Bibi Dong, it would be prudent to eliminate such distinctions. Perhaps remnants of this might persist, but once I seize control of the Spirit Empire, such practices shall not be tolerated. Yet, upon further reflection, the concept of faith remained alluring. After all, I intend to ascend to divinity through belief. Thus, it suffices to simply redirect the object of worship towards myself. Contemplating this, he concluded that faith indeed held great appeal. Sister Na, I desire that. Sister Na, I want it too. And I. As he strolled through a street lined with delicacies, he spotted a familiar figure, leading a group of children. All right, everyone. I'll buy you all something, but you may only choose one. With a radiant smile, Hulaina reassured the children, proceeding to purchase their favored treats from the vendor. In this moment, although she exuded an undeniable charm, it was not of a seductive nature. Rather, it was an aura of warmth and approachability that effortlessly drew others in. Upon awakening, Su Xing felt that Hulaina was even more enchanting at this moment than he had previously perceived. The beauty he had once regarded with ill intentions now radiated an allure that beckoned him to draw nearer. As Hulaina purchased snacks for the children, she seemed to sense something unusual emanating from Su Xing, causing her martial soul to stir slightly. When she turned to look, her exquisite eyes sparkled with recognition. It is good to see you again, Hulaina. Su Xing had no intention of evading. Rather, he was troubled by his inability to locate Douluo. Thus, he approached Hulaina. Upon seeing Su Xing, Hulaina was filled with joy, yet she had not forgotten the incident when he had abandoned her in their previous encounter. Casting a sidelong glance at him, she chose to ignore him. Today, dear children, I am in high spirits. I shall select an additional option for each of you. What do you think? Hulaina turned to the group of children gathered around her, smiling brightly. Deliberately disregarding Su Xing awakening felt somewhat awkward, yet maintained a constant smile. His previous act of fleeing seemed rather disrespectful. It was only natural for Hulaina to show him a cold shoulder. He had no choice but to persist, as he needed to leverage Hulaina to connect with the chrysanthemum Douluo. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have departed without a second thought, for he was not lacking in female companionship and would not tolerate such disdain. By the way, I misspoke earlier. It should have been Sister Hulaina. Su Xing, devoid of embarrassment, adopted an expression that conveyed, I now comprehend my missteps. At that moment, Hulaina could not restrain herself from emitting a soft chuckle. With her enchanting eyes casting a sidelong glance at Su Xing, she recalled his previous assertion. He had claimed that beautiful women were deceitful. Yet it seemed that his own words were the truest form of deception directed at young women. The truth had been unveiled. Su Xing maintained an unchanging smile, pondering how to navigate the situation. Sister, who is this handsome brother? He is even more attractive than both Brother Xiaoyu and Brother Yin by a slight margin. No wonder you mentioned earlier that you were in a good mood today and allowed us to choose an additional snack. Is it because you were delighted to see this charming brother? Indeed, that must be the case. Before Su Xing could utter a word, the children beside Hu Laina began to chatter excitedly, casting curious glances at him. There is no reason for Su Xing to feel embarrassed. However, the same cannot be said for Hu Laina. She experienced a sense of discomfort, as if her thoughts had been laid bare. You little ones, refrain from speaking carelessly. How could it possibly be that I bought an extra just because I saw him? Each of them babbled on, and as a result, the additional portion was lost. Nevertheless, she would never concede to such a notion. Seizing the opportunity, she reprimanded the little ones and simultaneously revoked her promise to purchase the extra snacks. This is what you get for your careless chatter. No, dear sister, I was wrong. My double portion of snacks. Upon hearing Hu Laina's words, the little ones erupted in lamentations. Unfortunately for them, Hu Laina remained unfazed, paying the vendor for a single portion right before their eyes. This is what you get for your careless chatter. Bang! At that moment, a pouch of coins landed before the vendor. Sir, I shall cover all these snacks. Little ones, take whatever you desire. It's on me. Chapter 107. The instrumental Hu Laina completes her mission. The awakening of the formidable individual garnered instant recognition from a multitude of young ones, who erupted in jubilant cheers. Hu Laina, initially inclined to intervene, hesitated momentarily and refrained from speaking. These children, all orphans, reminded her of her own upbringing alongside her brother, Xiaoyu. In an orphanage under the auspices of the Spirit Hall. It was the Spirit Hall that had sheltered them, providing the foundation for their present lives. Whenever she found the time, Hu Laina would return to visit. It was only upon Hu Laina's mention that Su Xing came to learn of her upbringing in an orphanage. Speak up, you must have something to discuss with me, right? After returning the children to the orphanage and departing, Hu Laina cast a sidelong glance at Su Xing and remarked. She was merely guessing, after all, given her understanding of Su Xing. He would never display such attentiveness without reason. Truly, Hu Laina is astute, as expected. Su Xing chuckled heartily, feeling no embarrassment. Hu Laina simply gazed at Su Xing in silence. Dear sister Hu Laina, could you assist me in arranging a meeting with the chrysanthemum Douluo? Seeing that flattery was of no use, Su Xing decided to articulate his intention. You wish to meet Elder Ju? Hu Laina exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Su Xing, taken aback by his unexpected motive. Well, what do you think? Sister Hu Laina, you should be able to meet Ju Douluo, right? Su Xing nodded. Given that Su Xing had discerned her extraordinary identity and could meet Ju Douluo, Hu Laina was not surprised. After all, during her last hunt for soul beasts, she had been accompanied by 2 titled Douluos for protection. It was hardly normal for her identity to be anything less than remarkable. Oh, but why should I assist you? Hu Laina chuckled, teasingly countering his request. Whether she was willing to help depended entirely on her mood. I've already called you sister. Shouldn't a sister assist her brother? Su Xing shamelessly replied, attempting to take advantage of her goodwill. Hu Laina merely huffed, unfazed by his words, and laid down her condition. If you wish for my help. There is but one condition. We must first test our martial soul fusion technique. Very well. As long as Sister Hu Laina helps me meet Ju Douluo, I will certainly cooperate with you in attempting the martial soul fusion technique. Su Xing was taken aback by Hu Laina's requirement, but hesitated briefly before agreeing. Although he was uncertain why Hu Laina insisted on trying their martial soul fusion technique, he thought there was no harm in giving it a shot. All right. But I cannot guarantee when I will meet Elder Ju. If I do encounter him, I will certainly mention you. However, whether he wishes to see you is beyond my control. Or do you have something specific to convey to Elder Ju to ensure he agrees to meet you? Upon hearing Su Xing's agreement, Hu Laina did not retract her words and stated plainly. Just tell Ju Douluo that I possess a rare and precious Qirong Tong Tianju. Su Xing thought to himself that it was a risk worth taking. For him, the Qirong Tong Tianju was of little consequence, but for Ju Douluo, it was an invaluable treasure. Additionally, it could serve to win Ju Douluo's favor. Simply taking in a disciple to protect Yulingling would not sufficiently showcase the worth of the Qirong Tong Tianju. Su Xing need not voice this, as Ju Douluo would certainly remember the immense favor. Of course, there was also the possibility that Ju Douluo might seize the Qirong Tong Tianju for himself, or even eliminate Su Xing. However, Su Xing deemed this scenario unlikely, bordering on impossible. He had prepared contingencies for such eventualities. Should they arise, he was not without means for self-preservation, albeit the price could be steep. He hoped that such a situation would not come to pass. What is the Qirong Tong Tianju? Hu Laina inquired, clearly perplexed by Su Xing's words. While she was aware that Ju Douluo's martial soul was a chrysanthemum, she was ignorant of its complete name, nor did she know of the existence of the celestial herb. Not much. You simply need to convey it to Ju Douluo, Su Xing replied, shaking his head without further elaboration. Hu Laina chose not to press further. Anything that would pique Ju Douluo's interest was undoubtedly significant. If Su Xing opted not to disclose more, she would refrain from pursuing the matter. Very well. But after the competition, you will indeed come to our spirit hall, correct? Hu Laina nodded, her expression turning serious as she posed a question to Su Xing. Of course, Su Xing met Hu Laina's gaze with unwavering assurance. Su Xing, come out and meet me. It was undeniable that Hu Laina's efficiency was remarkable. Shortly after returning to his residence, Xing received a telepathic summons from Douluo. From the tone of Douluo's voice, it was evident that he was unable to conceal his excitement and urgency. Indeed, Douluo was genuinely thrilled and anxious upon hearing Xing's message relayed by Hulaina. He rushed over immediately, even forgetting to summon Ghost Douluo to accompany him. Only upon arriving did Douluo recall that both Xing and Tang San were from the Tiando Royal Academy. Since Xing was here, Tang San was likely present as well, and by extension, Tang Hao might also be nearby. However, after some consideration, Douluo was not overly concerned. Convinced that Tang Hao would not dare reveal himself, especially since he had refrained from doing so previously. In the Spirit City, he was even less likely to do so. Come, let us find a suitable location to converse. Upon seeing Xing emerge, Douluo swiftly led him away, though he knew Tang Hao would remain hidden. The thought of the latter's presence nearby still made him feel uneasy, prompting him to leave hastily. Douluo took Xing to the rooftop of an unoccupied building in the Spirit Hall. Where is the Qirong Tongtianju? You have it with you, right? After setting Xing down, Douluo eagerly inquired, showing no restraint in his interest for the Qirong Tongtianju. Upon realizing that the formidable Douluo had brought him to the Spirit Hall, Xing exhaled in relief. If Douluo harbored ill intentions, he would not have led him to this place. Naturally, I lack the audacity to deceive the esteemed Zhu Senior. Xing smiled gently and directly retrieved the wondrous sky-soaring chrysanthemum from his treasure pouch. Upon the emergence of the extraordinary flower, the gaze of the chrysanthemum Douluo was wholly captivated, his eyes fixed intently upon the sky-soaring chrysanthemum, embodying an uncontrollable excitement. It truly is the sky-soaring chrysanthemum. Trembling hands reached out as the chrysanthemum Douluo cautiously accepted the flower from Xing. Once in his possession, he closed his eyes, lost in ecstasy, utterly unable to contain his emotions. Awakening could certainly comprehend the excitement of the chrysanthemum Douluo, the wondrous Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum granted Dai Mubai the qualifications to attain divinity. For the chrysanthemum Douluo, who possessed the martial soul of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, the benefits were undoubtedly even greater. Little Awakening, speak your mind, whatever your request may be. I shall acquiesce. After a considerable pause, the chrysanthemum Douluo stowed away the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum and gazed earnestly at Awakening. The chrysanthemum Douluo was well aware that Awakening must have a desire. Nonetheless, he pledged his support for whatever it might be. Chapter 108. Chrysanthemum Douluo, is that all? Elder Chrysanthemum, I wish to request that you accept Yu Lingling as your disciple. Awakening gazed at the chrysanthemum Douluo and straightforwardly articulated his request. Is that all? The chrysanthemum Douluo, taken aback by the simplicity of the demand, was astonished. Yu Lingling, the girl who consumed the 9-grade purple Ji, correct? His eyes sparkled with renewed interest. If she were indeed that girl, he would gladly accept Yu Lingling as his disciple, regardless of the absence of celestial herbs, or even out of gratitude for the assistance Awakening had previously extended to him. A disciple who had ingested celestial herbs was almost guaranteed to attain the rank of a titled Douluo. Who would not desire such a pupil? Indeed, Awakening nodded. However, the chrysanthemum Douluo, with a serious demeanor, shook his head at Awakening. My young friend, merely accepting that girl as a disciple is a request far too modest compared to the extraordinary celestial chrysanthemum you have presented to me. Elder Chrysanthemum, you haven't forgotten what Yu Lingling's martial spirit is, have you? She is the last member of the Undying Sect, the bearer of the 9-hearted sea begonia martial spirit. Awakening did not intend to conceal anything from Douluo. Such deception was impossible and he must be informed. The 9-heart sea butterfly. Douluo, upon hearing this, was taken aback, realizing he had previously overlooked Yu Lingling's martial soul. As a fellow practitioner of a plant-type martial soul, he possessed knowledge of all plant-type martial souls and was certainly aware of the existence of the 9-heart sea butterfly. Subsequently, Douluo furrowed his brow slightly. The 9-heart sea butterfly, the Undying Sect, and Yu Lingling harbored enmity against the Spirit Hall. However, such matters were inconsequential. Numerous soul masters had been compelled to submit and join the Spirit Hall, and the Spirit Hall had always aimed to subdue the Undying Sect. It was merely due to the latter's prior resistance that the Offering Hall had sent individuals to eradicate them. Does she wish to join the Spirit Hall as well? Douluo inquired further. Everything else was trivial. As long as Yu Lingling genuinely desired to join the Spirit Hall, it would be a source of delight for them. Moreover, he was somewhat aware of Pope Bibi Dong's intentions. She had long aspired for her leadership of the Papal Hall to rival that of the Offering Hall. Welcoming individuals with grievances against the Offering Hall into the Papal Hall would undoubtedly please Bibi Dong. Furthermore, such minor matters would not draw the attention of the Offering Hall, even if they were aware. In any case, they would hardly concern themselves with trivialities. If she chose to join the Spirit Hall, it was indeed a wise decision. Douluo was acutely aware of the arrogance of the offerings from the Offering Hall, who would not be preoccupied with such issues. Yes, she would join me. My only concern is that due to her previous identity, the Spirit Hall might hesitate to nurture her fully after she joins. Therefore, I wish to request Elder Ju to accept her as a disciple. Awakening responded, all right, I promise you, little guy. At that moment, Elder Juhua also realized that accepting Yulingling posed no issues and thus smiled in agreement. Thank you, Elder Juhua. After this competition concludes, I shall have Lingling take you as her mentor. With his objective achieved, Awakening breathed a sigh of relief. Not a problem, young Awakening. Yulingling is your girlfriend, isn't she? Elder Juhua chuckled before inquiring about their relationship. Indeed, there is no need for denial. In that case, young Awakening, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Since you have a girlfriend now, do not provoke Nana any further. She is a direct disciple of His Holiness the Pope. Understanding the depth of Bibi Dong's affection for her student, whom she cherished like a daughter, Elder Juhua imparted his counsel. After advising Awakening, he escorted him out of the spirit hall and swiftly departed, eager to investigate the celestial herb, the wondrous Tongtian chrysanthemum, to determine whether it should be absorbed. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Xing had no choice but to return on his own. The ambience of the spirit city was strikingly different, vibrant, and bustling, indicating the formidable capabilities of the spirit hall. Tang San, Daimubai, and their team of 7 were meandering through the vast expanse of Spirit City. Along the way, they observed the stark contrast between Spirit City and the Heavendo Empire. Here, the governance was exceedingly strict, with law enforcement present at every corner. While others in the group expressed their astonishment, Tang San felt an aversion to this place. Perhaps due to the enmity between his parents and the spirit hall. He sensed an unsettling atmosphere, particularly with the overwhelming presence of law enforcement around him. Oscar, on the other hand, viewed it positively, believing that such measures would reduce criminal activities. Dai Mubai echoed Tang San's sentiments, lamenting the lack of freedom. The group continued to share their thoughts on the city, eventually shifting to their anticipation and aspirations for the upcoming competition. Initially, they were elated about advancing directly to the finals. However, as they witnessed numerous teams showcasing their dazzling combat skills on the arena, a sense of envy crept in. I also want to perform, to compete and receive the audience's cheers. They lamented, feeling as though they had missed a golden opportunity during the preliminary and qualifying rounds. Now, as they prepared to enter the final stage, excitement and anticipation filled the air. Their jovial chatter was suddenly interrupted when Dai Mubai and Zhu Xing came to an abrupt halt. Why did we stop? Ma Hongjun inquired, turning to follow their gaze. There. Another team was exploring Spirit City. Is that the main team from the Star Luo Empire? Ning Rongrong was the first to identify the group. Indeed, Dai Mubai replied gravely. My elder brother Davis and Zhu Zhuqing's sister Zhu Zhuyun are among them. As he spoke, a shadow of gloom enveloped Dai Mubai's expression. For he realized he could no longer avoid confronting the issue he dreaded most. Should their team encounter Davis's team? The outcome of that duel would likely determine the competition for the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire. A battle that could ultimately dictate the fate of both him and Zhu Zhuqing. Truthfully, Dai Mubai felt utterly devoid of confidence. Among their group, only he, Tang San, and Oscar were sole masters, a mere trifle compared to the main team of the Star Luo Empire. Moreover, he knew that both Davis and Zhu Zhuqing's sister possessed the ability to execute a martial soul fusion technique, while he and Zhu Zhuqing had yet to reconcile, let alone master such a technique. Zhu Zhuqing's countenance reflected her dismay, mirroring Dai Mubai's sentiments. Isn't that my dear sister? Zhu Zhuyan exclaimed, her surprise evident as she approached Zhu Zhuqing, warmly assessing her siblings' well-being. Seeing your progress fills me with joy. You cannot imagine how thrilled I was to learn you made it to the main team of the Heavendo Empire. I am truly proud of you. Upon noticing the radiant demeanor of Zhu Xing, Zhu Zhuyan felt a flicker of jealousy, quickly masked by a smile. You appear to have thrived outside. That's wonderful. Davis approached Dai Mubai, greeting him warmly. Aren't you going to acknowledge your elder brother? Dai Mubai could hardly suppress his disdain for their insincerity. Do you not find your pretense repulsive? Both Davis and Zhu Zhuyan stiffened at his words, revealing the depth of misunderstanding that existed between them. Taking a deep breath, Davis responded, I shall refrain from further comment, but rest assured, even if you and Zhu Qing were to lose to us, neither Zhu Zhuyan nor I would inflict harm upon you. You may retire peacefully to your territory. Indeed, how could I ever harm you? Zhu Zhuyan added with a smile. Yet, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing remained skeptical, their expressions icy and silent. Sensing their disinterest, Davis and Zhu Zhuyan chose to depart, feigning sorrow at their perceived misunderstanding. Dai Mubai, I believe your brother and Zhu Zhuqing's sister are not as bad as you think. Perhaps you have misjudged them, Ma Hongjun remarked, intrigued by their departure. He had not perceived the depth of the conflict between them. Do not be deceived by their facade. They wish for our demise. Dai Mubai replied through clenched teeth. Indeed, I was nearly assassinated by my own sister. Zhu Zhuqing added with venom. Hearing their assertions, Tang San and the others believed them, though they found it hard to fathom such sibling rivalries. Tang San, Oscar, I have a request, Dai Mubai suddenly said, his demeanor shifting to one of earnestness. What is it? Speak freely, Tang San replied, sensing the gravity of the moment. I hope we can conserve our most powerful techniques for the confrontation with the main team of the Star Luo Empire, namely, my elder brother's team. If there is even a glimmer of hope, Zhu Xing and I yearn to emerge victorious. For you, this is merely a contest. For us, it is a battle that will determine our futures. Dai Mubai's expression was earnest. though he had initially chosen to evade the challenge. He now wished to fight with all his might, and they were not without hope. The grand techniques prepared by Yu Xiaojiang were more than sufficient to confront an entire team of soul masters. The 7-in-1 fusion technique was developed by Yu Xiaojiang, inspired by the competition at Songhui Academy. It was at that moment that he felt a genuine admiration for Yu Xiaojiang. The challenge of creating a fusion technique among their 7 distinct martial spirits, each with different attributes, seemed insurmountable. He could hardly believe that Yu Xiaojiang had actually accomplished it. Not only Dai Mubai, but the others too had previously witnessed Yu Xiaojiang's setbacks and had unconsciously begun to doubt his capabilities. However, upon the unveiling of their 7-in-1 fusion technique, they realized that indeed, he was worthy of the title of master. No problem, we shall reserve our ultimate move for them. Tang Sen readily agreed. I concur. Agreed. Ultimately, all 5 of Tang Sen consented to Dai Mubai's proposal. Their ultimate move? It must be that 7-in-1 fusion technique. After Tang San and the others departed, the figure of Su Xing emerged from a shadowy corner. Su Xing expressed that he did not intentionally eavesdrop. It was merely a fortuitous coincidence that he happened to pass by. Originally, he had not given much thought to Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. For after deciding to join the Spirit Hall, he no longer feared the potential retribution from Dai Mubai in the future. Regardless of whether Dai Mubai could vie for the position of the Crown Prince, Su Xing believed that by that time, he would be entirely unafraid of him. If he dares to confront me, I shall shatter his skull. However, since Su Xing had inadvertently caught sight of them, he would not allow Dai Mubai to have his way. Upon reflection, Su Xing considered that if Tang San and the others were indeed able to unleash their 7-in-1 fusion technique, they might stand a chance against the main team of the Douluo Empire. Thus, he resolved to prevent Tang San and his companions from executing it. I am curious to see where you shall turn after your failure. Awakening's lips curled into a subtle smile, as she had already discerned how to thwart Dai Mubai and his companions' plans. Perhaps, after her failure, Zhu Zhuqing would present an opportunity to seize her. Subsequently, Awakening's thoughts turned to Zhu Zhuqing, the first woman in this world who had stirred her heart. Although this infatuation was merely a desire for her physical form, Su Xing has never denied his desire for Zhu Zhuqing's form. If given the opportunity to savor her essence, he would not decline. Presently, Su Xing feels that the moment has arrived. Should Zhu Zhuqing be defeated by Zhu Zhuyun this time, she will find herself with no options left. At that juncture, Su Xing believes that the likelihood of successfully embracing her is quite high. My cultivation system, which I intend to promote in the future, cannot rely solely on my own example. Perhaps I could take Zhu Zhuqing under my wing and guide her in cultivating within my framework. Chapter 110, Bibi Dong. However, it is essential first to ensure that Dai Mubai and his companions face defeat. This task is undoubtedly simpler. By merely conveying the intelligence regarding the formidable 7-in-1 fusion skill possessed by Dai Mubai and his group to Davis and his allies, the goal can be accomplished. As long as they are deprived of the opportunity to execute their trump card, even the strongest of strategies will become ineffective. Communicating this information to Davis and his team is, in fact, quite straightforward. Awakening casually picked up a slip of paper, on which he recorded the information regarding Dai Mubai and his companion's formidable trump card, the 7-in-1 fusion technique. He then quietly approached Davis and his team, discreetly tossing the note to them without revealing his presence. The intelligence was delivered, whether Davis chose to believe it was his own concern. However, Awakening felt confident that as long as they were not foolish, they would take it seriously, even if they were cautious. Upon noticing any signs of Tang San and his group experimenting with the 7-in-1 fusion technique, they could promptly intervene. Davis was bewilderingly struck by the paper, clearly intended for him. He glanced around but could not discern who had thrown it, and with curiosity, he unfolded the note, just as Awakening had anticipated. Upon reading the information on the slip, Davis, though skeptical, could not afford to dismiss it, unsure of who had provided such covert intelligence or their ulterior motives. He nonetheless committed the contents to memory. After discussing it with Zhu Zhuyun, she also regarded it with utmost seriousness. Regardless of its authenticity, we shall treat it as true. We are already aware of Dai Mubai's team, which comprises only 3 soul ancestors. In comparison to us, they are undoubtedly inferior. If they wish to defeat us, they can only rely on such a powerful trump card. Therefore, when the time comes, we shall unleash our full might, leaving no opportunity for my sister and her companions. Zhu Zhuyun asserted with decisive ruthlessness, even more so than Davis. Meanwhile, Tang San, having completed his solitary training in the dormitory, gazed out at the moon and began to long for Xiao Wu and his father, Tang Hao. In reflection, he realized that he missed Xiao Wu more. It was unavoidable. Although Xiao Wu could be unreliable, his father was even more so in Tang San's memories. He had not felt much paternal affection from Tang Hao. Missing my daughter has rendered the competition less enjoyable. Simultaneously, Awakening too was reminiscing about Xiao Wu and Su Xiaodu. After the competition concluded, he would first venture to the Stardow Forest. Aside from visiting Xiao Wu and his daughter, he intended to inform her about his decision to join the Spirit Hall. Like Tang San, Awakening was also determined to meet Xiao Wu. However, Awakening had resolved to go immediately after the tournament, while Tang San intended to wait until he was capable of protecting himself within the Stardow forest before searching for Xiaowu. Alternatively, if he encountered his father Tang Hao, he would request his father to accompany him to the Stardow forest in search of Xiaowu. 2 days later, all teams entering the final round gathered within the Spirit Hall. From this day forth, they would engage in the ultimate competition here, awakening amidst Tang San and his companions. Su Xing unexpectedly beheld a graceful figure, Lu Erlong. She, who had initially refrained from joining Yu Xiaojiang and the others after the elimination of the Blue Tyrant Academy, had surprisingly arrived. Su Xing observed the intimate demeanor of Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, and it was evident that the two had indeed come together during this moment. Su Xing cannot place his faith in the so-called historical revisionism. Let them follow the original course of history. If such a phenomenon truly existed, then he would not have been granted access to so many celestial herbs, and Xiaowu would not have conceived his daughter. Xing surmised that Lu Erlong might have learned about Yu Xiaojiang after their journey to Wuhuan City, which prompted her to pursue him closely thereafter. However, regardless of the reasons that led Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong to converge, Xing was acutely aware that Bibi Dong's affection for Yu Xiaojiang had transformed into profound resentment. This was Xing's personal interpretation. In his view, within the narrative, the moment Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong uttered the words indicating that their bond was irrevocably severed, Bibi Dong had already begun her descent from love to hatred. Ultimately, in the finals, upon witnessing the intimate camaraderie between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong's feelings for Yu Xiaojiang irrevocably shifted to animosity. Consequently, she would fulfill her earlier declaration: if she could not possess Yu Xiaojiang, she would obliterate everything he held dear. This culminated in the destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. As for her claim that she eradicated the sect to avenge Yu Xiaojiang, Xing held no belief in that assertion. Although Yu Xiaojiang had been expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, his attachment to the sect remained profound. Bibi Dong was certainly aware of this. Yet, she annihilated the sect and slaughtered countless of Yu Xiaojiang's kin. This hardly seemed like an act of vengeance on his behalf. It was undeniably a retaliation against him. Regarding her final words, they appeared to be an attempt to instill guilt within Yu Xiaojiang, or perhaps to serve another ulterior motive. Ultimately, Xing perceived Bibi Dong's last statements as largely insincere, more akin to self-aggrandizement. Previously, with Yu Xiaojiang absent, it was highly probable that he had already sought out Bibi Dong, signifying that the confrontation between Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong had indeed transpired. Thus, it was likely that Bibi Dong would soon encounter both Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. One could only anticipate Bibi Dong's fury in that inevitable moment. As Su Xing found himself lost in thought, the figure of Bibi Dong materialized above, descending from the lofty parapet. Noble and aloof, she commanded the attention of all present, her presence imposing and regal. From below, one could only discern her form from the thighs upward, obscuring the full view of her elegant legs. Yet, even in this limited perspective, Bibi Dong's emergence seemed to drain the world of its color, leaving nothing but her silhouette in the gaze of onlookers. The sheer intensity of her aura was overwhelming, as was her unparalleled beauty. Upon awakening, Su Sun felt his breath quicken slightly. Although he was aware of Bai Bai Dong's extraordinary beauty, having seen her depicted as the most stunning woman in the anime Douluo, witnessing her in person was an entirely different experience. Her lofty demeanor embodied the essence of a goddess. Now, standing before Bai Bai Dong, Su Sun confessed to being profoundly struck by her elegance and unparalleled beauty. She possessed an allure that required no artifice, enough to captivate anyone lost in her stunning presence. Indeed, Su Sun felt that to have a woman like Bai Bai Dong by his side, sacrificing 10 or even 8 years of his life would be a worthy trade. Chapter 111. Bai Bai Dong's increasing darkness. Of course, these thoughts remained confined within Su Sun's mind, not betraying any outward expression. Her Holiness the Pope has arrived. As Bai Bai Dong took her stand, a resounding voice echoed through the air. We pay our respects to Her Holiness the Pope. Following this proclamation, everyone knelt on one knee, bowing in reverence to Bai Bai Dong. Su Xing did not resist. He still intended to join the Spirit Hall. He had initially expressed his refusal to kneel, but did he truly wish to jeopardize his future? Furthermore, in Su Xing's perspective, kneeling on one knee held little significance, especially when the one before him was a goddess like Bibi Dong. Although it is said that one should not let their physical desires cloud their judgment, she was undeniably alluring. However, amidst the gathering, one individual remained steadfast in his refusal to kneel: Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang, positioned beside him, gently grasped Tang San's hand, urging him to bow. Otherwise, Bibi Dong could easily expel him for showing her disrespect. Yet, Tang San was equally stubborn. The thought of kneeling before the one responsible for his mother's demise and the mastermind behind his attempted assassination filled him with defiance. To kneel before an enemy? Absolutely not. Seeing Tang San's resolve, Yu Xiaojiang felt helpless and reluctantly stood alongside him, attempting to explain the situation to Bibi Dong. The rural youth did not comprehend the protocols. Everyone, please rise. However, before he could elaborate, Bibi Dong appeared unconcerned and instructed all to stand. She had certainly noticed Tang San's defiance, and her heart simmered with indignation. Nevertheless, Upon observing Yu Xiaojiang's discomfort, she felt a twinge of compassion and chose to let Tang San be, remaining silent. One of Bibi Dong's subordinates, who had intended to reprimand Tang San, was compelled to abandon the notion. Today, I am merely here to observe the competition. There is no need to be overly anxious. Let us proceed with the match. Bibi Dong articulated her purpose for attending, her tone calm and measured. After stating her intent, she shifted her gaze back to Yu Xiaojiang, contemplating how to ease the tension in their relationship, considering that he cared for the disciple, Tang San, whom she had not harmed. However, when Bibi Dong noticed the silhouette of a woman standing beside Yu Xiaojiang, her anger flared. Lu Erlong. Just moments ago, she had failed to recognize her due to the kneeling position, but now she realized it was Lu Erlong, the woman who swiftly moved on to another after Yu Xiaojiang departed from her. Lu Erlong seemed to sense Bibi Dong's scrutiny. Upon meeting her gaze, she provocatively smiled and affectionately linked her arm with Yu Xiaojiang's. Although Yu Xiaojiang felt a sense of discomfort in displaying affection before Bibi Dong, he did not push Lu Erlong away. He could not bear to hurt her feelings, given his disappointment in Bibi Dong. He lifted his gaze to meet Bibi Dong's, his expression neutral, silently conveying that he and Lu Erlong were indeed together. Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong. Bibi Dong's expression remained unchanged, as if the scene before her had no effect on her demeanor. Yet internally, she was raging uncontrollably. In that moment, she regretted not seizing the opportunity to expel Yu Xiaojiang's disciple and arrange for his demise. She had been considerate of Yu Xiaojiang's feelings, and yet, he had chosen to be with Lu Erlong. Bibi Dong's delicate hands clenched tightly, suppressing her wrath. Yu Xiaojiang, you shall regret this. Since I cannot have you, I shall destroy everything that you hold dear. Bibi Dong resolved this time with genuine determination, her previous threats now transformed into a solemn vow. Yu Xiaojiang was courting disaster. The annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect could easily be attributed to him. Su Xing witnessed the affectionate display between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong, silently expressing his disdain within. Given by Bidong's feelings for Yu Xiaojiang, it was unlikely that she would resort to extreme measures against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. It is precisely this scene before him that has undoubtedly driven by Bidong to her dark transformation. Su Xing merely cast a glance and offered a brief critique before turning his attention elsewhere. To speak candidly, he harbored a sense of envy towards Yu Xiaojiang for being favored by two goddesses, Bai Dong and Lu Erlong, particularly Bai Dong, with her stunning appearance, figure, and charisma, was truly remarkable. However, Su Xing quickly regained his composure, choosing not to dwell on them any further. Regardless of his feelings towards Bai Dong, he was acutely aware that any overt display in her presence would be tantamount to courting disaster. Until his strength matched hers, he resolved not to indulge in such thoughts. Given Bai Dong's affections for Yu Xiaojiang, winning her over seemed utterly implausible. Thus, the only path forward lay in conquering her with sheer strength. I do not seek your heart, I merely desire your body. Shaking his head, he refocused his mind. With Bai Dong's announcement, the finals commenced in earnest. The finals adopted an elimination format. In each round, several teams would receive a bye. In the first round, 3 seeded teams, namely the main team from the Star Luo Empire, Tang San's group, and the Spirit Hall team, would receive byes. The remaining 30 teams would engage in head-to-head competitions, with 15 triumphant squads advancing to the next round. In the second round, including the 3 seeded teams, a total of 18 teams would participate. At this juncture, the top 2 ranked teams from the qualifying rounds would receive byes, while the remaining 16 teams would battle it out for 8 spots in the third round. By the third round, only 10 teams would remain, with the 2 highest-ranked teams again receiving byes. Teams that had previously received byes would not be eligible for a second bye. After the third round, 6 teams would remain, marking the final 6 contenders of the tournament. At this stage, no teams would receive byes. In the fourth round, the 6 teams would draw lots for matchups to determine the final 3 standings. Listening to the intricate rules of the finals, Su Xing found them rather convoluted. It was not a matter of comprehension, but rather the unnecessary complexity of the competition. How bewildering. Even Yu Feng, who had been aware of the format beforehand, felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, we ranked first in the qualifiers, so we will only receive 1 bye in the second round. After all, as long as we continue to win, there is no need to remember all these details. Yu Tianheng smiled and succinctly highlighted the main point. Indeed, the captain is correct. We simply need to keep winning. The brothers, Sure Mo and Sure Mo, chuckled in agreement. Amid their light-hearted banter, the random matchups for the other 30 teams, aside from the 3 that had received byes in the first round, were announced. The opponents matched against Suixing were from a rather weak team, arguably the least formidable in the finals, easily vanquished by Suixing and his companions. The battle was exceptionally spectacular, yet brief, leaving little worth narrating. The team from the Tiando Empire was somewhat aware of Suixing's strength, thus their reaction was not one of surprise. In contrast, the team from the Xinglua Empire was utterly astonished by Suixing's performance. To eliminate their adversaries in an instant, such prowess was remarkable. It was rumored that they were the main team of the Tiando Empire, and indeed, they showcased extraordinary strength. Historically, Only this main team had the audacity to participate in the qualifiers and advancement rounds. How brazen they were, seemingly unafraid of revealing their hidden talents. As the main team, they enjoyed the advantage of not needing to compete in numerous matches, allowing them to conceal many of their trump cards. Such boldness could only stem from profound self-confidence. Indeed, they possessed the credentials for such confidence. In any case, it seemed that there were few teams capable of challenging them. The team from the Xing Empire was left in awe and shock at Sui Xing's displayed might. In the finals, the audience consisted solely of team members and instructors, with no other spectators present. Thus, the vibrant cheers were absent. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the others felt significantly disheartened upon realizing this reality. They had hoped to showcase their prowess, yet there were no spectators to witness it. Apart from them, Bibi Dong, observing from above, was closely monitoring Sui Xing. Among the participants, only two individuals captured her attention, Sui Xing and Tang San. Tang San was self-evident, sharing a dual martial soul with her, making it impossible for her to disregard him. Only she truly understood the potential strength of a soul master with a dual martial soul. The words of Sui Xing resonate deeply, as Bibi Dong harbors suspicions regarding his ability to communicate with the Thunder God. Indeed, any attention paid to this matter would not be excessive. It remains uncertain whether Bibi Dong will feel disappointment or delight upon discovering that Sui Xing possesses no soul rings whatsoever. The 15 matches, each lasting approximately half an hour, concluded swiftly on the first day of the preliminary rounds. The number of teams in the final round swiftly dwindled to 18. On the following day, Sui Xing's team had a fortunate bye against a formidable team from the Douluo Empire. The three-seeded teams finally took to the field, though Tang San and his companions were not particularly fortunate, facing a strong opponent. Ultimately, had it not been for Tang San revealing the 8 spider lances, victory might have eluded them. Nevertheless, securing the win was what mattered most. Conversely, Davis's team encountered a weaker opponent, achieving an effortless victory. As the day drew to a close, the final confrontation commenced, featuring the Spirit Hall team against the Shinkong Academy team. Under the referee's introduction, the last-seeded team made their entrance. When the members of the Spirit Hall team appeared, nearly everyone present was awestruck by their formidable presence. Their aura was incredibly powerful, exuding an air of utmost confidence and an unruffled composure. The teammates surrounding Sui Xing were taken aback upon witnessing the emergence of Hulaina and her companions. Do you not think that the woman is excessively beautiful? She is simply breathtaking, a true goddess. The brothers Shimo and Shimo focused their attention squarely on Hulaina. The Pope Bibi Dong and her entourage dared not gaze too long, nor did they scrutinize closely, but they were aware that she must be stunning. In contrast, Hulaina, standing before them, was within their line of sight, and they were instantly captivated by her graceful figure. She is looking at me, how exquisite. Is she interested in me? Their hearts raced with excitement. As Hulaina's enchanting eyes turned towards them, the group felt utterly overwhelmed. Sui Xing smiled silently beside Hulaina, who was evidently gazing at me. Ahem, since we are not in formal company, just call me Hulaina. Indeed, Hulaina was watching Sui Xing, and upon noticing how close he stood to Yilingling, her brows furrowed slightly in confusion before her gaze shifted away. Who is he to him? Hulaina felt a twinge of concern, though she had not yet developed feelings for Sui Xing. The resonance of their martial spirits often led her to subconsciously envision him as a potential partner, thus making her more attentive. Nana, who are you looking at? Yans, who had persistently pursued Hulaina, keenly observed her unusual focus on a certain direction and inquired. As he spoke, he followed her gaze to discover Sui Xing, whose remarkable appearance and aura outshone all others in their group. Oh, it's just an interesting younger brother. Hulaina chuckled, revealing no hidden intentions. Upon hearing this, Yan's expression tightened as he glanced back at Sui Xing. Is that him? When did you meet him? A sense of alarm surged within Yan's. It was the first time he had witnessed Hulaina paying such attention to another man, especially one so handsome. Indeed, sister, when did you get to know him? Hulaina's brother, Xieyu, also expressed curiosity. We met in the Stardow Forest. He has quite an interesting younger brother. I'll introduce you to him when the chance arises. Hulaina reiterated that he was interesting, seemingly reminiscing about Sui Xing's charm, her smile radiating warmth. Very well. I too wish to see what makes him so interesting. Xieyu smiled slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Yans. Yes, I would like to meet him too, Yan said through gritted teeth, realizing that this individual was undoubtedly a threat. On the opposite side, Feng Xiaotian of Shifeng Academy seethed with anger upon witnessing his opponents on stage still indulging in laughter. How presumptuous, even if you were from the Martial Spirit Hall. Such arrogance is unwarranted. Referee, may the match commence? Feng Xiaotian, unable to contain his frustration, urged the referee to start the competition. Very well. May both competitors unleash their martial spirits. The referee nodded at Feng Xiaotian before announcing the release of martial spirits. Twin-headed Wolf of the Gale. With that, Feng Xiaotian was the first to unleash his martial spirit, a potent wave of soul power instantly pressing down upon Hulaina and her companions, a clear taunt. Are you seeking death? Then I shall oblige. Yans, in a foul mood, dismissed Feng Xiaotian's provocation with a disdainful glance at their soul rings before summoning his own martial spirit. Huliena and Xieyu, feeling the challenge from Feng Xiaotian, followed suit and also released their martial spirits and soul rings, their colors intertwining in a vivid display. Yellow, yellow, purple, black. Yellow, yellow, purple, black. Chapter 113, Truly Dare to Speak. 3 Soul Kings. My heavens. And the others are all soul ancestors. The martial spirit hall's team is too formidable. The audience gasped in disbelief as Huliena and her companions revealed their martial spirits and soul rings. Although they had known the martial spirit hall team was strong, few had anticipated the presence of 3 soul kings among them. The realization of facing not just 1 but 3 soul kings was overwhelming, instilling a sense of despair. Was there even a possibility of victory? Particularly for Feng Xiaotian and his companions, who felt the crushing weight of soul power emanating from their opponents. The pressure they had attempted to assert shattered before Huliena's team, leaving them reeling backward. Feng Xiaotian's expression darkened further. Captain, what should we do now? It appears we are no match for them. One teammate uttered, struggling with despair as they assessed the overwhelming odds against them. Let us go all out. Even if we lose, we cannot embarrass ourselves. Everyone, enhance my abilities with all your soul skills. Feng Xiaotian gritted his teeth, realizing victory was unlikely. But they could not afford a disgraceful defeat. Let the match begin. The referee, seeing both sides ready, promptly announced the commencement of the battle. Second soul skill, Gale. Third soul skill, Wind Chase. As the referee's voice faded, 3 teammates possessing supportive soul skills immediately bestowed their enhancements upon Feng Xiaotian. Self-created soul skill, Gale Magic Wolf S 36 slashes. Feng Xiaotian unleashed his ultimate move without reservation. Be cautious. The initially dismissive Xieyu and his companions felt a shift in their expressions upon witnessing Feng Xiaotian's soul skill. He sensed that perhaps he alone could not withstand the onslaught. Self-created soul skill, Crescent Moon. Xieyu countered with his own unique technique to meet Feng Xiaotian's assault. With his moon blade in hand, he traced arcs of crescent-shaped slashes. Bang! The clash between Feng Xiaotian and Xieyu's blades reverberated through the arena. Initially, Feng Xiaotian struggled, but as his strikes intensified, he gradually gained the upper hand, overpowering Xieyu. Impressive. He can actually contend with the Soul King and maintain the advantage. This is astounding. The spectators were astonished at Feng Xiaotian's prowess, as they had not expected a soul ancestor to dominate a Soul King, especially one as talented as a member of the Martial Spirit Hall. Just how strong is Xing, who previously defeated Feng Xiaotian with such ease? Could he possibly surpass even the Soul King Xieyu? In an instant, the gazes of the teachers and students from both teams were drawn to Xing's awakening. Without comparison, the disparity remained unnoticed. It was only then they realized that Feng Xiaotian's previous defeat at the hands of Xing was not due to Feng's inadequacy, but rather Su's formidable strength. Within the Blaze Fire team, Huowu, initially astonished by Feng Xiaotian's prowess, found herself reassessing as she compared him to Xing, ultimately concluding that Xu was indeed superior. Sister, Feng Xiaotian has likely been holding back against you. His strength far surpasses yours. I think you should consider him, urged Huowu Shuang, who, upon witnessing Feng's abilities, felt compelled to advise Huowu. Typically, he would not intrude on his sister's choice of boyfriend. Yet when juxtaposed with Xing, who already had a girlfriend, he deemed Feng Xiaotian a more suitable match for her. He was acutely aware of the anger and helplessness that would ensue if Huowu attempted to pursue Xing. He confronted his sister, questioning why she had reneged on her promise not to disrupt the relationship between Xing and Yi Lingling. Do you not understand the essence of fair competition in this day and age? They are not married, so why should I refrain from pursuing? Huowu's response left him speechless for a prolonged moment. In truth, Huowu felt embarrassed to admit that after being humiliated by Xing that day, she felt an irresistible urge to vie for him. Otherwise, would that intimate kiss not have been a concession to Xu? No, Xing is far too formidable. Huowu resolutely shook her head in refusal. Xing, do you believe we have a chance of victory? Besides Xing, Yu Tianheng could not help but pose a question to him. Upon witnessing the formidable lineup of the Spirit Hall battle team, he found himself devoid of confidence. With the last flicker of hope solely emanating from Xing hearing his words, Du Guyan and the others turned their gaze towards Xing as well. The sight of the Spirit Hall's team left them trembling with fear. The composition was utterly terrifying. Rest assured, as long as I am here, there is nothing to worry about. When the time comes, leave the 3 Soul Kings to me, and you can handle the rest. Upon witnessing their astonishment at the formidable lineup of the Spirit Hall battle team, Xing calmly smiled. Goodness. To claim the acquisition of 3 Soul Kings right from the outset, could such a statement truly be made by a mere Soul Master? Even though they had some faith in Xing's prowess, recognizing his remarkable abilities, the moment they heard his words, Yu Tianheng and the others were utterly taken aback. Awakening truly possesses an audacity that is remarkable. Moreover, does Awakening truly possess such capabilities? To be candid, they are aware of Awakening's formidable strength. Yet the extent of this power remains utterly unknown to them. Are you speaking earnestly? Yu Tianheng swallowed hard with disbelief, gazing at Awakening. Of course. Have you ever witnessed me jesting? Awakening, with a confident smile, recognized that since he had decided to join the Spirit Hall, there was no longer a need to conceal many aspects of himself. It was essential to demonstrate sufficient talent and strength to gain recognition. For Awakening, aside from the super electromagnetic cannon and its sole guiding device, there was little left that warranted concealment. Naturally, he would not reveal everything at once, but rather, he would adopt a gradual approach. The first display would be his formidable combat prowess and his self-created soul skills. Chapter 114. Prepare to dazzle the crowd. With Awakening's words lingering in the air, the battle on the field underwent a transformation. Under the relentless onslaught of Feng Xiaotian's 36 consecutive strikes of the Gale Demon Wolf, Xiaoyu was forced back, struggling to regain his footing. "Brother, are you all right?" Hulaina and the others were taken aback by Xiaoyu's retreat. "I'm fine." Xiaoyu exhaled slowly. "This guy possesses considerable strength. I shall confront him." Upon witnessing Feng Xiaotian's prowess, Yin felt a surge of enthusiasm, stepping forward with determination. Before Yin could unleash his formidable abilities, Feng Xiaotian preemptively declared, "We concede." Having expended most of his soul power, he recognized the futility of continuing against the Soul King, thus making a decisive choice to surrender. For him, having repelled a Soul King was already a testament to his excellence. It was indeed wise to know when to withdraw. Recklessly engaging in a futile struggle against an insurmountable opponent would be folly. Yin, who had initially intended to showcase his talents, abruptly halted, his expression tinged with disappointment. The Spirit Hall team emerges victorious. With the referee's proclamation, the Spirit Hall team claimed victory, although not all members had participated in the battle. Their levels of soul power sufficed to convey their formidable strength to all present. Feng Xiaotian's capabilities left a lasting impression, undeniably marking him as a prodigious talent. With the Spirit Hall team as triumph, the second round of the elimination matches came to a close. Upon returning to the dormitory, Awakening chose not to visit Yulingling, but instead dedicated his time to studying magnetic levitation in his own room. Awakening felt as though he was on the brink of conquering magnetic levitation. Although he had yet to isolate the magnetic force from the lightning for independent application, he considered it a step in the right direction. While it currently seemed lacking in utility and destructive power, the sheer spectacle was sufficient to satisfy him. With a crackling sound, his figure gradually ascended from the ground, as if propelled by the very lightning itself. In truth, it was the magnetic levitation at play. When his feet reached an elevation of approximately 2 meters, he ceased his ascent. At that moment, his form was enveloped in crackling electricity, suspended in the air, with tendrils of lightning intertwining beneath him, connecting him to the earth. Lightning danced around him, creating a stunningly explosive display, reminiscent of a deity of thunder descending from the heavens. This transformation could be aptly termed the embodiment of the thunder god, having finally mastered magnetic levitation. Awakening let out a hearty laugh, envisioning the awe he would inspire the following day. This technique was indeed fearsome, yet it held little practical application at present. He had only just begun to grasp magnetic levitation, and the magnetic force could not yet be disentangled from the lightning, preventing him from ascending too high lest he exhaust his soul energy. The true metamorphosis for Awakening would commence once he could isolate the magnetic force from the lightning for independent use. The magnetic attribute that Su Xing has come to understand does not exist in the Douluo continent. However, it would be more accurate to say that while magnetism itself is present, neither soul masters nor soul beasts possess this particular attribute or capability. If Su Xing were to master his abilities independently, he could gradually harness and amplify his strength. Ultimately, all weapon soul masters, provided their weapon souls bear metallic attributes, would find themselves powerless before Su Xing. This includes Tang San's formidable hidden weapons, which would also fall prey to Su Xing's dominance. Thus, despite the challenges that persist, Su Xing remains undeterred in his pursuit of isolating magnetic forces from electricity. The following day, the third round of the elimination tournament proceeded as scheduled. Teams that had previously received buys would no longer be exempt from competition. Awakened were they, Tang San and his companions, Davis and his team, as well as Hulaina and her group, all prepared to take the stage today. With only 8 teams competing, aside from 2 that had received buys, the results of the matchups were swiftly revealed. The first match, Wuhuan Temple Academy versus Thunder Academy. The second match, Tianshui Academy versus Plant Academy. The third match, Tiando Royal Academy's second team versus Longkui Academy. The fourth match, Tiando Empire's main team versus Xinghua Empire's main team. The teams that received buys were Qihua Academy and 1 team from the Xinghua Empire. Could it be? We are actually facing the Wuhuan Temple team. It seems that the main teams of Tiando Empire and Xinghua Empire are meeting each other earlier than expected. Tianshui Academy and Plant Academy are filled with beautiful women. The second match promises to be quite a spectacle. Upon the announcement of the matchups, the expressions of the teams varied greatly. Thunder Academy, matched against Wuhuan Temple Academy, were faces of reluctance, realizing their journey might end in the top 10. Longkui Academy, facing off against Su Xin's team, also bore grim expressions. Aware of the prowess of Su Xin's team, they remained undeterred, believing they could still contend. The atmosphere was more relaxed for Shui Binger and her companions from Tianshui Academy, Facing planned academy, they felt no fear and brimmed with confidence. When ice and snow emerge, all life withers. The survival of plants beneath the ice is uncertain. To triumph over the frost? That is an impossibility. However, the gravest countenance among all teams belonged undoubtedly to Dai Mubai and his group. Although they had anticipated facing Davis's team, they did not expect it to occur so soon. The fourth match will rely on all of you. Dai Mubai solemnly addressed Tang San and the others. Zhu Zhiqing remained silent, her gaze pleading with the team. Hoping they could muster their strength. She felt that her only reliance was on Tang San and his allies. Just yesterday, she had attempted a martial soul fusion technique with Dai Mubai, yet it had proven fruitless, devoid of any sensation, despite witnessing Dai Mubai's efforts in recent days. She found herself questioning his capabilities, struggling to place her trust in him. Unbeknownst to Dai Mubai were Zhu Zhiqing's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been furious. Rest assured, we will surely defeat them. Indeed, this is not merely a matter for the two of you. It concerns us all. We do not wish to be eliminated from the top 10. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and the others chimed in, sharing a laugh. As the referee announced the commencement of the first match, the Wuhuan Temple team and Thunder team swiftly took to the arena. Lacking in spectacle, although formidable, Thunder Academy could not match the strength of Wuhuan Temple Academy. Awakening did not witness Hu Laina and Xie Yu unleash their martial soul fusion technique. Yet the Thunder team was vanquished. Were they intending to reserve this surprise for me? Awakening stirred with a subtle emotion. In the original narrative, Hu Laina and her companions concealed nothing, exuding an audacious confidence that rendered them oblivious to the concept of holding back their trump cards. Employing the same tactics throughout all competitions, they unleashed their ultimate abilities for an instant annihilation. The Spirit Hall Academy emerged victorious. Next, we invite the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy and the Longkue Academy to take the stage. As for the preface to this publication, this book is, in essence, a creation for myself. I have a fondness for Douluo fanfiction, yet I find an overwhelming prevalence of systems and sycophantic caretakers. With limited options available, I resorted to crafting my own tale. It appears that many authors embark on their journeys in a similar fashion. My contribution is but a drop in the ocean. The reception has been quite favorable, for which I am immensely grateful. I must also extend my appreciation to my editor, the esteemed Peng Lai. There is no need for lamentation or self-pity. On the day of release, I shall present 10 chapters, subsequently reverting to 3 updates. Being somewhat inept with my hands and dependent on mobile typing, managing 3 updates a day is commendable. Should there be additional updates, for every 10,000 rewards, an extra chapter will be added. For 500 monthly votes, another chapter awaits. If the total exceeds 1,000, another chapter shall follow. Should the recommendation votes surpass 10,000, one more chapter will be granted. And if the reviews exceed 1,000, yet another chapter. Please refrain from artificially inflating the numbers. Lastly, I pose a question to you all. Can you guess the fusion technique between Awakening and Hu Laina? Dare to speculate. Envisioning an ability that teeters on the edge of temptation, here is a hint. What transpires when once it comes to temptation? If you discern the answer, we shall converse further. Finally, let me provide a preview, a blatant spoiler for your delight. Are you eager to witness the upcoming confrontation where Ming boldly unleashes artillery against Tang Hao? Do you yearn to see the encounter between Tang San and Xiao Wu? If so, I implore you to subscribe, granting the author sufficient motivation to continue writing without interruption. This is truly the end of my entreaty, yet I must once more seek your support. Tomorrow marks the author's birthday, a serendipitous coincidence. I request subscriptions, recommendation votes, and gifts. I desire them all. Oh, and allow me to clarify a point. Many claim that this book lacks clarity regarding its main and secondary themes, and that it does not develop the coin spirit. Please understand that this narrative does not adhere to the established spirit framework. It has been previously established that were it not for the coin facilitating the deployment of the electromagnetic cannon, the spirit itself would have been obliterated. The new work, Douluo, My Spirit is Blue Silver Grass, is nearing its conclusion and is expected to be completed this month. I express my gratitude for your support that has enabled this work to reach the realm of excellence. However, I am not entirely satisfied with the latter portions of this book, as I believe it veered off course in many aspects, even though it remains quite good. Thus, I am preparing to pen another tale, aspiring to maintain the intended direction, and I hope you will enjoy it. Here is the synopsis. This work is also titled Tang San's Mother is Too Alluring. The Blue Silver Emperor is indeed enticing. I apologize, Tang San, for consuming the Blue Silver Emperor. This tale does not involve twin spirits, nor does it necessitate masteress instruction. The acquisition of spirit rings is not bound by their age, nor by their accompanying abilities. Rather, it focuses on the evolution brought to the spirit itself by the absorbed rings. Similarly, Mo Bai, who awakened the Blue Silver Grass Spirit, demonstrated to Tang San that the control-type Blue Silver Grass Spirit is utterly useless. Chapter 115, a stunning display with the referee's announcement. Awakening and the members of Longkue Academy took to the stage one by one. At this moment, Bibi Dong reappeared above. Having come to observe the performances of Awakening and Tang San, For the time being, the spirit hall had no pressing matters, allowing her to indulge in a bit of leisure. Naturally, Bibi Dong did not overlook the affectionate sight of Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong seated together. She took a moment to scrutinize them further, solidifying her resolve. Now, let both sides summon their spirits. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the referee's words fell, both sides unleashed their spirits. The Long Kuei Academy was formidable in its own right, boasting a total of 4 soul masters. However, in comparison to Awakening and his companions, they were palpably outmatched. Apart from Yu Feng, who held the rank of Soul Sovereign, everyone else, including Yelingling, had already attained the title of Soul Master. Awakening is devoid of soul rings, yet no one doubts that he is not yet a Soul Master. His prowess may even rival that of a Soul King. He has devised his own soul technique, Divine Thunder, a manifestation of the Thunder God. While others unleash their soul rings, Awakening is undeterred, showcasing the magnetic levitation he developed just last night. Boom. A tempest of lightning envelopes the sky, and amidst the electrifying chaos, Awakening's figure gradually ascends, halting at approximately 2 meters above the ground, hovering gracefully in midair. This form resembles the descent of a thunder deity, instantly captivating the attention of all onlookers. How impressive! Is it truly possible to create such a soul technique? Absolutely magnificent. Regardless of its effectiveness, it undeniably possesses an aura of sheer elegance. The spectators outside are drawn to Awakening, particularly the members of the Heavenly Water Academy and the Botanical Academy, their eyes gleaming with admiration as they behold his striking presence. Convinced that he is nothing short of spectacular, is this really the embodiment of the Thunder God? Bibi Dong gazes intently at Awakening, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. However, upon closer inspection, she is met with disappointment as she realizes that, despite its astonishing appearance, the power of his soul technique is rather modest. The match commences. With both sides having unleashed their martial souls, the referee promptly declares the battle underway. Captain, let us advance. Awakening. He was enveloped in a tapestry of lightning, descending from the heavens. Although soaring through the air appeared magnificent, it squandered his soul energy, and at present, he could merely float, unable to perform any other actions. Remaining aloft would render him a mere target. Very well. First soul skill, Blue Electric Dragon Claw. Yu Tianhing chuckled softly and was the first to charge forward. His self-created soul skill, Multiple Ground Walk. Upon witnessing this, Su Xing smiled faintly, gathering a substantial amount of lightning in his hand before forcefully pressing it down upon the ground. Crackling sounds echoed as arcs of lightning surged forth, sweeping across the opposing crowd from the spot he struck. Fourth soul skill, Cloudy and Eerie Waves. Third soul skill, Intoxicating Fragrance. Fourth soul skill, Frenzied Sands. Observing Su Xing and Yu Tianheng's offensive, the Dragon Kuei Academy promptly sprang into action as well. The assault from Su Xing was entirely thwarted by the opposing captain, who shielded it with a tempest of sand. Impressive. Leave this to me. My self-created soul technique, Thunder God S Dawn Flash. Boom. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Xing let out a brief chuckle as his soul power surged within him, culminating in an instantaneous eruption. In the blink of an eye, Su Xing's figure vanished from its original position, transforming into a true bolt of lightning that struck towards his opponent. None of the competing participants were able to discern the trace of Su Xing's movement. They merely observed as he instantaneously appeared before his adversary. Swift, exceedingly swift. Awakening unleashed the full potential of his physical speed, and with the combined strength of his body and the stimulation from lightning, his movements became so swift that even the Soul Kings struggled to perceive them. Crash. The captain of the Long Kuei Academy, caught off guard, was violently sent flying by Awakening. Upon crashing against the edge, the opponent let out a wretched scream and collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, swiftly eliminated by Awakening. Yu Tianheng glanced at Awakening in disbelief. What a morbid sense of humor. Just as he remarked on the opponent's commendable strength, he turned around to witness their swift demise. Was he attempting to elevate his adversary's prowess to accentuate his own? Surely not in this manner. At the very least, he could have allowed the captain to showcase a few powerful moves. Nonetheless, Yu Tianheng merely grumbled inwardly, secretly wishing that Awakening would eliminate all his opponents in such a decisive manner. Captain! Captain! The other members of Long Kuei Academy exclaimed in shock. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, how could his speed be so astonishing? Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin from the Spirit Hall's battle team instantly rose to their feet, while others merely perceived Awakening's speed as formidable. Unable to discern his movements, they recognized that he was beyond their capacity to confront. Yet, they were different, as Soul Kings. Even they could not catch a glimpse of Awakening's trajectory. This was truly terrifying, indicating that none among the 3 Soul Kings could match Awakening's swiftness. Nana, what level of power does he possess? Xiaoyu could not help but inquire of Hulaina, uncertain of Awakening's rank due to his lack of soul rings. From the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Awakening, he seemed to be at the Spirit Master level. Yet his displayed strength was far beyond that of a typical Spirit Master. I'm not certain, Hulaina replied, equally bewildered by the speed Awakening had just demonstrated. Only now did she understand how he had vanished in an instant during their last encounter. However, I encountered him deep within the Douluo forest, and he was alone. Hulaina recalled, her eyes widening at the realization. Alone in the depths of the Douluo forest? Upon hearing Hulaina's words, both Xieyu and Yin drew in a sharp breath. Hulaina had previously mentioned her encounter with awakening in the Douluo forest, yet she had not specified that he was alone, nor that it was in such a perilous location. That place was one they would never dare to enter, even together. After exchanging glances, the three of them recognized the terrifying nature of awakening. No wonder he confidently declared that he would claim this championship. Hulaina murmured, gazing at Awakening's figure in disbelief. It was the first time she had truly acknowledged his formidable strength, having always perceived him as a younger brother. Humph! How bold of him! No matter how strong he is still but one person. The championship is undoubtedly ours. Yin scoffed, though he acknowledged Awakening's prowess. He believed they were not to be underestimated. Indeed, Nana, as long as we employ that tactic, no matter how strong he is, he will not stand a chance against us. Xieyu concurred, having witnessed Awakening's explosive strength, they felt more secure in utilizing their martial soul fusion technique, which had previously defeated a soul emperor-level instructor. Chapter 116, The Confident Yu Xiaojing Bang. Bang. Self-created soul technique, Thunder Slash. Fourth soul technique, Thunder Dragon's Fury. Self-created soul technique, Thunder Rising Dragon. With Awakening unleashing his full potential, and Yu Tianheng and others also joining the fray, the Lone Kuei Academy battle team was swiftly eliminated. During this confrontation, Awakening was relentless, not only unleashing his full speed, but also bombarding them with various self-created soul techniques. The spectators were momentarily left in awe. How could this be? How could he have devised such an array of soul techniques? It was utterly astonishing. Indeed, it felt as though even a titled Douluo would not possess such a plethora of techniques. Terrifying. The audience marveled in astonishment. Even Bibi Dong above displayed a hint of surprise. Setting aside other considerations, Awakening's talent for crafting soul techniques was truly remarkable. Go, Awakening. You are the best. Huo Wu cheered from the sidelines, jumping up in support. This left Huo Wushuang and Feng Xiaodian with somewhat grim expressions. Huo Wushuang was reluctant for his sister to pursue Awakening, especially given that he already had a girlfriend. Feng Xiaodian felt particularly crushed, as not only did Huo Wu not favor him, but he also felt overshadowed by Awakening. Previously proud of his self-created soul techniques, he now realized that there were always those who surpassed him. Awakening, that fellow, is simply inhuman. The second team of the Tiando Royal Academy has emerged victorious. With the referee's announcement, the second match of the day has concluded. As the next match approaches, Su Xing glanced at Hulaina and her companions, offering a faint smile. Now that you are aware of my strength, you will likely resort to your spirit fusion technique when facing me, won't you? Indeed. Su Xing had deliberately unleashed his full speed just now. In his view, Hulaina and Xieyu, having used their spirit fusion technique, would be easier to handle. The energy consumption of their fusion technique is immense, yet Su Xing is untroubled by exhaustion. Depleting their spirit power would facilitate his victory. After all, they are three soul kings, and employing a little strategy is not out of the question, ensuring a greater probability of success. Hulaina and Xieyu were entirely oblivious to the trap that Su Xing had laid for them. They believed that their trump card, the spirit fusion technique, was well concealed, unaware that Su Xing was fully aware of its characteristics. Following their match, Su Xing and his companions took their seats in the audience. The upcoming match between the Tianshui Academy and the Botany Academy promised to be quite riveting. Including Su Xing, none of the gentlemen present wished to miss it, as both teams comprised beautiful young women. The Tianshui Academy, besides being stunning, also boasted formidable strength. The Botany Academy, while not as strong, was renowned for having the highest number of control-type soul masters. Any team that encountered them found it quite troublesome. Unfortunately for them, they were up against the Tianshui Academy, whose Shui Binger was also a control-type soul master, effortlessly suppressing them. With her first soul skill, I Seal, she left the entire Botany Academy team scrambling to cope. In the original narrative, even the formidable Tang San's blue silver grass was instantly frozen and controlled by Shui Binger. Ultimately, the originally vibrant and youthful members of the Botany Academy were turned into exquisite ice sculptures. One could say that they still looked quite beautiful. Bringing one home as a decorative specimen would not be a poor choice. The Tianshui Academy triumphed effortlessly. Now, let us welcome the participants of the final duel of the day. They are the main team of the Tiando Empire and the main team of the Xinglua Empire. After the match between Tianshui Academy and Botany Academy, it was swiftly time for the last contest. Daimubai and his companions approached the arena with solemn expressions. Honestly, they felt little confidence facing the main team of the Xinglua Empire, as the disparity in soul power levels was considerable. Nevertheless, they were not without hope, as they had three soul masters on their side: Daimubai, Tang San, and Oscar. Little San, it's up to you now. Upon entering, Daimubai cast a grave glance at Tang San, beseeching him earnestly. Their 7-in-1 fusion technique ultimately depended on Tang San's performance. Only he could adapt to such a sudden increase in soul power and maintain control. Their fusion technique involved channeling the soul power of the other 6 into one individual. temporarily enhancing that person's soul power. Such a sudden surge of energy is not something everyone can manage. At least, he could not. And Tang San was the only one capable in the team. Yes, we will win. Tang San nodded, resolutely refusing to entertain the notion of defeat. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would strive to achieve it. Let both sides unleash their spirits. The referee, upon seeing both teams enter, reminded them to release their spirits as per convention. Davis, Zhu Zhuyun, and Tang San wasted no time in summoning their spirits. As they did so, however, their positions subtly shifted, ultimately forming a straight line. Are we about to begin? Today, let them witness your prowess. Outside the arena, Yu Xiaojing felt a surge of excitement and anxiety as he observed Tang San and his team preparing to unleash the 7-in-1 fusion technique he had developed specifically for them. Xiaojing, you will certainly prove yourself. Lu Erlong, standing beside Yu Xiaojing, understood his excitement and anticipation, squeezing his hand with a smile. To be honest, she was also astonished by the 7-in-1 fusion technique. When executed by a group of soul venerates and soul masters, it could rival soul emperor-level soul masters. If not for the lower levels of others, she believed they could potentially unleash soul saint-level attacks. Nonetheless, given Tang San and his team's current levels, executing the 7-in-1 fusion technique against the main team of the Xinglua Empire should pose no problem. Indeed, it will be fine. Yu Xiaojing nodded confidently. He took great pride in the 7-in-1 fusion technique he had devised, especially considering the distinct natures of each spirit involved. However, just as he expressed his confidence, he noticed unusual movements from the Xinglua Empire's main team. What is happening? Are they so eager to strike? Yu Xiaojing's concern escalated. While the 7-in-1 fusion technique was powerful, it needed to be executed properly. Chapter 117, the little cat is instantly defeated. Indeed, they are about to deploy the 7-in-1 fusion technique. In the audience, Su Xing also noticed Tang San and his team's positioning, silently acknowledging the truth. The 7-in-1 fusion technique should more accurately be termed the 7-in-1 soul power fusion technique. Its difficulty is not as daunting as one might imagine. Awakening silently contemplated. Initially, he was taken aback by the formidable 7-in-1 soul technique developed by Yu Xiaojing. However, upon further reflection, he discerned that what Yu Xiaojing had actually created was not a fusion of soul techniques. The true soul technique fusion, as demonstrated by the Zhanghui Academy or by the likes of Huo Wu and Feng Xiaodian, involves the amalgamation of two or more soul techniques into one. In contrast, what Yu Xiaojing devised for Tang San and his companions was not a fusion of their individual soul techniques. Rather, it was a convergence of their collective soul power. Therefore, it ought to be referred to as a soul power fusion technique. While a 7-in-1 soul technique fusion involving 7 distinct martial soul attributes would indeed present a monumental challenge, the difficulty diminishes significantly when considering it as a 7-in-1 soul power fusion technique, rendering it far less formidable, perhaps even manageable. Nevertheless, the ingenuity exhibited by Yu Xiaojing in conceiving this idea is commendable. Perhaps tomorrow, I shall pay a visit and offer Hu Laiina and the others a delightful surprise. Suddenly, a thought sparked within Su Xing's mind, and he began to ponder how to merge the soul powers of all members in their team. If successful, vanquishing Hu Laiina and her companions would become a mere trifle. However, it seemed that Yu Xiaojing was somewhat stingy. He refrained from imparting this knowledge to them. Did he harbor doubts about their ability to claim victory, or did he possess faith in their potential to triumph? Su Xing murmured to himself, casting a glance towards Yu Xiaojing. To his surprise, he noticed Yu Xiaojing suddenly tense. Upon assessing the situation on the field, Su Xing couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Yu Xiaojing's 7-in-1 soul power fusion technique would not come to fruition. If he were to develop something similar by tomorrow, would that not be tantamount to usurping the title of the creator of the soul power fusion technique? Davis, it appears the intelligence was accurate. We must not allow them the opportunity to execute their plan. Upon observing Tang San and his team's formation, Zhu Zhuyun of the Douluo Empire's main team confirmed the intelligence's validity and immediately addressed Davis beside him. Let's go. Davis did not hesitate for a moment, and together with Zhu Zhuyun, they charged towards Tang San and his companions. Evil Eye White Tiger, Nether Spirit Cat, Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Nether White Tiger. With a roar, Davis and Zhu Zhuyun launched their Martial Soul Fusion Technique without any probing attacks. The massive silhouette of the Nether White Tiger materialized instantly, lunging towards Tang San and his group. Not good. We don't have time to execute the fusion technique. Everyone, get out of the way. Tang San, foreseeing the urgency, quickly warned his teammates to move aside. First soul skill, bind. Third soul skill, spider web bind. Tang San unleashed 2 soul skills in quick succession, attempting to restrain the advancing Nether White Tiger. However, against the colossal force of the fusion technique wielded by 2 soul ancestors, Tang San's blue-silver grass proved utterly inadequate, snapping as easily as a strand of spaghetti. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Seeing the dire situation, Dai Mubai swiftly stepped forward, activating his White Tiger Diamond Transformation to shield Tang San. Boom. The Nether White Tiger, merging with Davis and Zhu Zhuyun, showed no mercy, striking Dai Mubai aside with a single paw. Tang San acted quickly, using his blue-silver grass to catch him. Otherwise, the impact against the edge would have inflicted further injury. It's over. Zhu Zhuqing, positioned behind Tang San, felt a wave of despair upon realizing their only hope, the 7-in-1 fusion technique, was thwarted. However, she was not one to concede easily. Her expression hardened as she charged forward. Even in defeat, she would unleash her utmost strength. Third soul skill, Nether Slash. Zhu Zhuqing valiantly attempted to injure the Nether White Tiger, but her efforts were in vain. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Boom. Like Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing was sent flying by the Nether White Tiger's paw. My dear sister, you are still too weak. Zhu Zhiyun's taunts echoed in her ears as she was flung away. Damn it. Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of frustration, yet helplessness enveloped her. Her attacks were futile against the overwhelming force of Davis and Zhu Zhiyun's fusion technique. Would she truly face defeat today? Would her competition with Zhu Zhiyun end in utter failure? As Zhu Zhuqing was cast aside, her heart sank further. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing. Hold them off with the fat guy. I'll take down the rest of their team first. Despite Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's despair, Tang San remained resolute. Davis and Zhu Zhiyun's fusion technique was powerful, but it could not last indefinitely. If you can hold them back while I eliminate the others, we still have a chance. After swiftly pulling Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing back with his blue-silver grass, Tang San encouraged them. Upon hearing his words, a spark ignited in Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as they turned to Tang San. Rest assured, as long as you hold them off, we'll handle the rest. Tang San spoke earnestly, and his teammates felt invigorated by his confidence. They realized that Davis and Zhu Zhiyun's fusion technique couldn't be maintained forever. And perhaps they truly had a chance. However, it was paramount for Tang San to defeat the remaining opponents while they restrained the Nether White Tiger. Regardless of the challenges they faced, they were determined not to concede so easily. Let us do this. We're with you, Xiao San. They agreed, united in their resolve. Then I'll leave it to you. Taking a deep breath, Tang San evaded the Nether White Tiger's assault with Ghost Shadow Mistral. Unfurling his 8 spider lances and charging towards the remaining members of the Douluo Empire, excluding Davis and Zhu Zhiyun. Fourth soul skill, Blue Silver Sword. Chapter 118, Zhu Zhuqing's disastrous defeat interrupted. Was it mere coincidence, or did they perceive something? Yu Xiaojing and the audience felt a pang of regret upon witnessing Tang San's team thwarted in their execution of the 7-in-1 fusion technique. What a pity. Had they been able to demonstrate it, he would have further validated his theory of invincibility. Now, Xiao San was in danger. Excellent. Xiao San's handling of the situation is commendable. If they can hold on, there may still be hope. Depending on whether Dai Mubai and the others can restrain the fused Nether White Tiger, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but praise Tang San's adaptability, noting how he consistently made the right choices under pressure. Yet, would Dai Mubai and the others succeed in restraining the Nether White Tiger? Lu Erlong was taken aback by Yu Xiaojing's assessment of Tang San's capabilities. Could a soul master who had only recently reached the soul ancestor level truly defeat 3 soul ancestors and 2 soul scholars alone? If it's Xiao San, he can do it. His proficiency with hidden weapons, combined with his 4th soul skill, is indeed formidable. Yu Xiaojing slowly elaborated. He refrained from mentioning that he had initially felt disheartened upon learning that Tang San had absorbed such a 4th soul skill. Blue silver grass was meant to follow a control path. What use was transforming leaves into sword blades? However, after witnessing Tang San's demonstration, Yu Xiaojing was left speechless. It was genuinely terrifying. In that moment, he began to question whether he had chosen the correct developmental path for Tang San's blue silver grass. Is he truly charging at us alone? Arrogance. Let us take him down together. The remaining 5 members of the Douluo Empire's main team, seeing Tang San daring to confront them alone, were enraged and prepared to strike. Ghost Shadow Mistral, Heavenly Maiden Scatter. Faced with their soul skill attacks, Tang San executed the Ghost Shadow perplexing steps, his figure flickering as he deftly evaded the onslaught. Before they could recover from their astonishment, he conjured a multitude of blue-silver grass blades, employing Tang San's concealed weapon techniques to launch a simultaneous assault on the 5 adversaries before him. Watch out. Quickly dodge. Block it. The remaining 5 members of the Xinglua Empire's main team attempted to evade or shield themselves, but Tang San's skills were unparalleled, his speed remarkable and angles unpredictable. Except for one who managed to withstand the attack with his martial soul's defense, the other 4 were wounded by Tang San's onslaught. Fortunately, the damage seemed minimal, allowing them a moment of relief. Second soul skill, Parasitism. Yet, just as they thought they were safe, Tang San unleashed his 2nd soul skill. In an instant, blue-silver grass sprouted from the bodies of the 4 who had been struck. First soul skill, Bind. Third soul skill, Spider Web Binding. Seizing the advantage, Tang San relentlessly released 2 more soul skills, ensnaring all 4 adversaries in an instant. Impressive. We've never witnessed such power from him before. The audience gasped in astonishment, taken aback by Tang San's formidable control abilities. Had the toxin been potent enough, there would have been no need for such restraint. Only Su Xing, observing Tang San's display, offered a dismissive smile. Though Tang San's blue-silver grass possessed toxins, they were insufficient to incapacitate the enemy in a short span. Without further ado, Su Xing shifted his gaze towards Zhu Zhiqing. On Tang San's side, there was little of interest. Su Xing had faith that a fully unleashed Tang San could single-handedly contend with 5 opponents. Upon glancing at Zhu Zhiqing, he noted Davis and Zhu Zhiqing's surprise at their teammates' plight, prompting them to turn back for assistance. However, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun restrained them, preventing their retreat. With a roar, the merged form of Davis and Zhu Zhiqing, the nether white tiger, unleashed a fierce growl, abandoning any thought of assistance and instead directing their full assault at Dai Mubai and his companions. Boom, boom, boom. Under the might of the nether white tiger, Dai Mubai and his team were unable to mount any effective defense and were sent flying one by one. The support soul masters, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, were the first to be swept away, followed by the slower Ma Hongjun. Only Osro managed to evade slightly, yet he was powerless to hinder the nether white tiger. Boom. Soon enough, Osro too was brought down. Ultimately, the only ones left standing before the nether white tiger were Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing. Dai Mubai, my sister, you must now realize just how weak you truly are compared to us. What can you offer in competition against us? It would be wise to accept your fate and concede. We will not kill you. Simply enjoy your time in your territory. Zhu Zhiqing's voice rang out, clearly indicating that they had intentionally spared Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing. Otherwise, they would not still be standing. Though their remaining teammates may not have been Tang San's match, Dai Mubai's team was even less capable of facing the nether white tiger. Not a chance. Dai Mubai huffed angrily. He had experienced avoidance and self-degradation. And though he recognized Davis as a formidable opponent, he would never concede. Zhu Zhiqing remained silent, yet her resolute expression spoke volumes. Let us demonstrate just how vast the chasm between us truly is. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhiqing let out a cold snort. She and Davis understood that their teammates were no match for Tang San and would likely be defeated soon. Thus, they were unwilling to waste further words. With a roar, the nether white tiger advanced, unleashing its full power upon Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiqing. Swish. Boom. As a soul sovereign, Zhu Zhiqing stood no chance against the nether white tiger, which struck without mercy, sending her flying with a single swipe. Landing heavily, Zhu Zhiqing coughed up blood, her vitality swiftly waning as she succumbed to defeat. Boom. Zhu Zhiqing then witnessed Dai Mubai following suit, also being struck down and trampled beneath the massive figure of the nether white tiger. We've lost. Zhu Zhiqing managed a bitter smile, her gaze dimming. She understood that she and Dai Mubai had met defeat. Even if Tang San were to triumph over the others and ultimately conquer Davis and Zhu Zhiqing, she and Dai Mubai would still bear the brunt of a crushing defeat. Should they have been able to endure without falling, it would have been a different tale. However, being defeated while having 4 teammates by their side at the hands of Davis and Zhu Zhiqing only served to affirm their inferiority. Reflecting on her persistent efforts and unwavering resolve, Zhu Zhiqing felt an overwhelming urge to weep, yet she bit her lip and held back. Losing was already a painful sight. To cry would only compound her humiliation. Lying on the ground, staring vacantly at the heavens, Zhu Zhiqing perceived the sky as dim and devoid of light. Much like her own life, which seemed destined to lose its brilliance, unsure of whether she could even survive. Su Xing. In this moment, Zhu Zhiqing found herself recalling Su Xing. She thought of his relentless pursuit, his forceful kiss, and his repeated insistence for her to follow him, dismissing any notions of familial duty. Zhu Zhiqing felt regret. Given another chance to recognize her feelings for Su Xing sooner, she would have chosen to be with him. Alas, it was too late now. What a dismal defeat. Awakening gazed upon Zhu Zhiqing's woeful state, a faint smile gracing his lips. To speak truthfully, there was a twinge of sympathy within him. However, an exhilarating sense of satisfaction also surged forth. You have persistently rebuffed my advances. In the future, you shall find yourself with no path left to tread. Will you now consent to accompany me? As Su Xing contemplated, he remained uncertain whether Zhu Zhiqing genuinely wished to accompany him after her crushing defeat. Nevertheless, this would be his final attempt. If unsuccessful, he would refrain from making any further efforts regarding Zhu Zhiqing. Upon witnessing her dismal failure, Su Xing redirected his gaze towards Tang San. As for Dai Mubai, he found him hardly worth a glance. Upon focusing on Tang San, Su Xing observed Tang San's agitation upon realizing that Dai Mubai and the others had all been vanquished. He still had one defensive soul master to contend with. Yet, before Davis and Zhu Zhuyun could provide assistance, Tang San employed his 8 spider lances to incapacitate his opponent with poison. With a flourish, he invoked his 4th soul skill, Blue Silver Sword. The Tianshan fairy scatters flowers. Tang San dared not allow the Hell White Tiger to approach. He once again utilized blue silver leaves as projectiles against his foe. However, it was regrettable that the Blue Silver Sword leaves lacked sufficient sharpness to breach the defenses of the Hell White Tiger. Unable to penetrate its defenses, Tang San found himself incapable of utilizing his 2nd soul skill. Parasitism and other methods of attack were rendered ineffective. This frustration gnawed at him. If only he could employ hidden weapons, they would surely overcome the defenses. Cursing silently, Tang San relinquished the use of his blue silver grass martial spirit. He had previously attempted to control the Hell White Tiger with it, but it had been futile. And continuing to use blue silver grass for control would merely waste his soul power. He summoned the Haotian hammer without hesitation, unwilling to concede defeat. Tang Sen called forth his second martial spirit, the Haotian hammer. The emergence of the Haotian hammer transformed Tang San's aura dramatically. With the 8 spider lances on his back, he charged towards the Hell White Tiger wielding the Haotian hammer as a mere weapon, devoid of any soul ring enhancements. The Haotian hammer was, in fact, a twin martial spirit. No wonder it was so formidable. Tang Sen had not showcased the Haotian hammer in previous matches, and its unveiling elicited astonishment once more. Indeed, a twin martial spirit, Bibi Dong, observing from above, felt a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Although she was already aware, witnessing it firsthand differed greatly from mere intelligence reports. This boy must be eliminated. Regarding Tang Hao, Bibi Dong had previously spared him and his son in gratitude for his assistance in avenging her injury at the hands of Qin Xuanji. However, now it appeared that Tang San was resolutely positioning himself as her adversary. Thus, this time she would not extend her mercy. Bibi Dong's heart harbored a cold disdain. She resolved not only to eliminate Tang San, but also to ensure that Tang Hao would not escape her wrath. The Spirit Hall had documented Tang San's innate full soul power when it was discovered, and she had been informed shortly thereafter. Nevertheless, in light of Tang Hao's previous assistance, she had torn up that record, sparing the father and son as a gesture of goodwill. Otherwise, who would disregard the implications of innate full soul power? Surely, they would have been captured for research. Regrettably, this father and son duo failed to appreciate her mercy, a fact she could not vocalize. Yet, regardless of the past, once Tang San declared his intention to oppose the Spirit Hall, her leniency would cease. Upon witnessing Tang San summon the Haotian hammer, Yu Xiaojiang cast a concerned glance towards Bibi Dong above. Indeed, he noticed the ruthless glint that flickered in her eyes. Instinctively, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze fixated on Bibi Dong. If you dare to act against Tang San again, I will not let you go unpunished. His eyes conveyed a warning to Bibi Dong, who he believed could discern his intent. Bibi Dong, fully aware of his message, merely responded with a cold snort and a faint smile, albeit one devoid of warmth. The more you care, the more I shall seek to destroy. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned ashen, and he felt an urgent need to prevent her, pondering how he might safely escort Tang San away from Spirit City once the competition concluded. While Yu Xiaojiang anxiously contemplated their escape, Tang San had already engaged in battle with the Hell White Tiger, having merged with Davis and Zhu Zhiyun. Armed with the 8 spider lances and the Haotian hammer, Tang San truly matched the Hell White Tiger's might. However, this advantageous position could not be sustained for long. The Haotian hammer, while powerful, also drained considerable soul power. With a resounding thud, Tang San was ultimately defeated, pinned to the ground beneath the Hell White Tiger's claws. The main team of the Star Luo Empire emerged victorious. The referee subsequently announced Davis and Zhu Zhiyun's triumph. After the announcement, Davis and Zhu Zhiyun instantaneously separated from the Hell White Tiger's form, both pale and severely drained of soul power. Had Tang San managed to endure a bit longer, it was likely they would have faced defeat instead. What a formidable little demon, truly worthy of being a twin